In the world of martial arts, a young prodigy from the Lin family finds himself embroiled in a duel, only to be betrayed and stripped of his inner strength. Yet, through adversity, he gains fortune by becoming a disciple of a legendary figure on Cloud Peak, acquiring the esoteric arts of array formation. Witness the remarkable journey of this extraordinary talent as he rises against all odds to seize treasures, navigate vendettas, and embark on an epic odyssey. With a thud, cough cough, a boy with a ponytail collapsed to the ground, clutching his abdomen and coughing incessantly. Ha ha! Joyful laughter erupted from nearby, where another boy, approximately 13 or 14 years old, resembling the ponytailed youth, clapped his small hands together and teased, "I told you, Sister Guan, you're not as formidable as you claimed. You said you would call me grandfather if you couldn't defeat me. Let's hear you say it." Ha ha he. A group of 20 to 30 similarly aged boys erupted into uproarious laughter. Upon hearing this mockery, the ponytailed boy stifled his cough, rose from the ground, and pointed at the other boy with indignation. Don't celebrate too soon. Be cautious, for in the next round, you might lose even more miserably than I did, humph. The boy's gesture, combined with his tone, sent the others into a fit of laughter, some even shedding tears. No wonder how he referred to him as Sister Guan. Suppressing his laughter, how he retorted, "Then I want trouble's sister to worry. Don't you constantly repeat that phrase? What was it again? Oh, why should I care? I seem to have emulated you quite well." How he imitated the ponytailed boy's manner of speaking, eliciting another wave of laughter. You, the ponytail boy was left speechless in his fury. How he, reveling in the attention, feigned seriousness and stepped closer, insisting, "Enough of the chatter, call out quickly. I'm eager to hear it." Enough. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe intervened, furrowing his brow. "Are you two not ashamed?" Guan Kai. As soon as the middle-aged man spoke, the boys erupted in laughter once more. Guan Kai coughing, "Ha ha, how amusing. What a name his father gave him, truly comical." Giggled the middle-aged man's frustration mounted. After surveying the group, he silenced their laughter with a stern gaze and admonished, "Look at you all, so careless in your training and full of mischief. Especially you, Guan. Why don't you learn from Lin Feng? If you could be as disciplined and introspective as Lin Feng." He directed his gaze towards a handsome boy in the group, who wore a bright smile. "If you could emulate Lin Feng's dedication and diligence, would you still find yourself in such a predicament today?" The boys collectively turned to Lin Feng, whose face flushed with embarrassment, a mix of envy and jealousy evident in their expressions, while a few bore peculiar looks. Despite their varied reactions, the laughter subsided effectively. The vast expanse of the Yuanwu continent is filled with a multitude of cultivation methods, dazzling in their diversity. However, broadly speaking, the eastern half of the continent venerates martial cultivation and the mastery of techniques, while the western half is renowned for its magic and alchemical arts based on this. The children born on the eastern continent begin their journey of guiding the primal energy into their bodies from the moment they take their first steps, aspiring to refine a trace of primal energy within their dantian. Upon successfully achieving this, they're considered to have ascended into the ranks of martial apprentices. Becoming a martial apprentice grants them access to the local martial halls for systematic training. However, the path to becoming a martial apprentice is fraught with challenges. The majority of individuals may never attain this status, leading ordinary lives devoid of distinction. Only a select few, endowed with innate talent for martial arts, can achieve this goal before the age of 20. Surpassing this age generally results in diminished prospects, and the martial halls are reluctant to expend resources on those who are unlikely to succeed. The group of students led by the middle-aged man consists of those as young as 12, with the oldest merely 14. They are regarded as prodigies in the realm of martial arts, drawing considerable attention from the Pingfei Martial Hall and even the entire Qingyang Prefecture. Lin Feng has been at the Pingfei Martial Hall for nearly a year, and 6 months prior, to everyone's astonishment, he broke through the barrier of martial apprenticeship and ascended to the rank of a martial artist. At that time, Lin Feng was not yet 12 years old, a feat unprecedented in Pingfei City for nearly a century, earning him fame throughout Qingyang Prefecture. In the realm of Yuanwu, only by reaching the martial artist tier can one truly step into the world of cultivation. Step back. The middle-aged man gestured dismissively. "Oh," Guan Kai responded, and reluctantly moved toward the group of boys. However, Guan Kai was rather haughty and impatiently retorted, "What do you want from me? Step aside and don't touch me." Ha ha! Despite Guan Kai's aloofness, the other boys remained ardently enthusiastic, insisting on his participation. Next group, Hong Meng and Dia. With the middle-aged man's words, the two boys stepped into the arena. "Dia, you are no match for me. It would be wise to concede early to avoid public embarrassment," boomed Hong Meng, a tall and robust figure among the boys. Though only 14, Hong Meng's imposing stature made him appear like a giant among his peers. Nevertheless, his martial prowess was commendable, being a high-level martial apprentice, just one step away from becoming a martial artist, placing him among the elite of the group. "Hee, Brother Hong," replied the diminutive and high-pitched Dia, unfazed by Hong Meng's taunts, raising his thumb towards the others. "If Lin Brother said that, I would concede right away. But as for you, Brother Hong, am not intimidated enough to forfeit without a fight." "Oomph," Hong Meng scoffed, "then take a punch from me and see." The comparison to Lin Feng infuriated Hong Meng, and Dia's teasing only fueled his anger. He swung a powerful fist towards Dia. Dia, unwilling to engage directly, nimbly darted aside, grinning missed. Frustrated, Hong Meng advanced again with another punch. Dia, small in stature yet remarkably agile, evaded Hong Meng's furious onslaught, not daring to confront him directly, while still bantering, "Oh dear, Brother Hong, so close to me behind, almost got hit. Brother Hong, your strikes are rather heavy if you happen to hit my backside. Won't it split into 8 pieces? Brother Hong, let's discuss this. Could you ease up a bit? I assure you, if you just lighten your blows a tad, I will certainly allow you to make contact with my rear." Ha ha! The onlooking youths erupted in laughter, fully aware of Dia's quick wit, yet they were astounded to witness such banter even amidst the duel, truly an eye-opener for them. Hong Meng was seething with anger, his fury reaching a boiling point, while Dia, like a slippery fish, evaded his every move, leaving him feeling exceedingly frustrated. If only he could catch Dia, he would undoubtedly pin him down and unleash his pent-up rage. However, such thoughts were futile. Dia danced around him with the agility of a nimble monkey, making him impossible to catch. Hong Meng, consumed by wrath, launched a powerful kick aimed at Dia's head. What a splendid opportunity! Dia's heart leapt with joy. Having spent the entire bout dodging, Dia's keen eyes had been fixed on Hong Meng's every strike. Now, witnessing Hong Meng's unstable footing as he kicked, how could he possibly let such a golden chance slip away? Dia ducked beneath the incoming leg, swiftly maneuvering behind Hong Meng, channeling his energy into a punch. Feeling a gust of wind at his lower back, Hong Meng inwardly cursed, "Not good." Just as Dia's fist was about to connect with Hong Meng's vulnerable spot, he suddenly spotted Hong Meng's massive hand blocking his target. Dia silently cursed his luck. Victory had seemed so close, yet now it was slipping away. "I'll give it my all." Gritting his teeth, Dia raised his fist a few inches higher and poured all his strength into a blow aimed at Hong Meng's back. A figure flew sideways for 5 or 6 meters before crashing to the ground with a thud. "Stop, cough. I concede." Dia's voice rang out urgently in the arena. It turned out that when Dia's fist struck Hong Meng's back, it felt akin to hitting a thick wall. Realizing the gravity of the situation too late, Hong Meng's retaliatory kick had already connected with Dia's chest, leaving him no time to recoil and lessen the impact. Fortunately, Dia's reflexes were quick, and he managed to declare his surrender just in time. Otherwise, Hong Meng's follow-up kick would have certainly injured him. There are regulations in the martial arts hall. If one party falls and is unable to continue or concedes, inflicting injury on them is punishable, and serious consequences could lead to expulsion from the hall. Such a blemish on one's record could jeopardize their future, as no institution would accept a student with such a tainted past. "Well done." A middle-aged man nodded approvingly. "Hong Meng has made significant progress. I believe entering the Blue Academy will not be difficult." "Indeed, Master Wei," Hong Meng boasted, thumping his chest proudly. "I will certainly become a true martial artist within a year." "Oh, thank you for your guidance, Master Wei," Dia replied respectfully, nodding. Observing that Dia had faced no punishment and had instead received praise from Master Wei, the boy with a ponytail among the group, Guan Kai, could not help but feel a surge of irritation. He cast Dia a sidelong glance and muttered, "Just you wait, you slippery one." Though his voice was barely above a whisper, it still reached Jie's ears. With a mischievous grin, Jie approached Guan Kai, swaying his hips deliberately, and teased, "Guan's sister, are you feeling envious of me?" Upon hearing the appellation bestowed upon him by Jie, Guan Kai's nostrils flared with indignation as he resolutely turned his head aside, choosing to disregard Jie's presence. Ha ha! The group of young boys erupted into a cacophony of laughter. Chapter 2. Hong Ming and Lin Feng in the next match. Lin Xianer, Chu Qing, and the apprentices summoned by Master Wei entered the arena. Wow, it's Lin Xianer. The young spectators collectively directed their gaze towards the petite girl clad in white who gracefully stepped into the combat arena, softly calling her name. Guan Kai, who had been sulking nearby, perked up upon realizing it was Lin Xianer competing. He eagerly squeezed his way next to Lin Feng, ingratiatingly suggesting, "Lin Feng, your sister is about to compete. Shouldn't you inform Chu Qing?" Lin Feng cast a sidelong glance at Guan Kai. Clearing his throat, Guan Kai, feeling somewhat embarrassed, declared, "If Chu Qing dares to overstep and harm Xianer, even a single hair, you need not lift a finger, for I shall ensure he receives a thorough lesson." "You? Perhaps you should take a break," remarked Hao Yi, joining the conversation, his eyes gleaming as he observed Lin Xianer in the arena. "It's a miracle if you don't end up looking like a pig's head. Xianer? Is that how you address her?" "You." Guan Kai was rendered speechless. Lin Feng merely shook his head, choosing to overlook the antics of these two clowns. His expression calm as he focused on the impending duel between Lin Xianer and Chu Qing. Lin Xianer, Lin Feng's cousin, was merely a few weeks younger than him. They had grown up together, their bond stronger than that of siblings, due to Lin Feng's exceptional martial arts talent. His father initially intended to send him directly to the Jialan Academy, bypassing the Ping Fei Martial Hall, which served as an introductory institution. Within the arena, Lin Xianer shone with brilliance in her bright eyes, her teeth resembling pearls, and her smile was as refreshing as a spring breeze. Once she took her stance, she beamed at Chu Qing, saying, "Senior brother Chu, please go easy on me." "Hiki." Chu Qing chuckled, scratching his head. "Little junior sister, I won't use excessive force against you." Chu Qing, being overly good-natured, was often teased by the other apprentices at Ping Fei Martial Hall. Yet he always brushed off their antics with a simple smile, holding no grudges, which earned him a great deal of goodwill. However, he placed significant importance on the monthly assessment duels held at Ping Fei Martial Hall. These duels were accompanied by a reward system, where outstanding performances allowed apprentices to access the Sheng Yuan Pavilion for advanced training. Coming from a modest background, Chu Qing was particularly eager for the opportunity to enhance his abilities through the pavilion. As Chu Qing made a gesture inviting her to begin, Lin Xianer pouted slightly, choosing not to speak further, and swiftly launched an attack towards him. Chu Qing, as steady as an ancient pine, adeptly countered each of Lin Xianer's moves. Having been at Ping Fei Martial Hall for nearly a year, Lin Xianer had recently advanced to an intermediate martial apprentice. In contrast, Chu Qing, being a year older and having joined the hall earlier, was now a high-level martial apprentice, resulting in a notable disparity in their strengths. After exchanging over a dozen moves, Lin Xianer found herself unable to continue and ultimately conceded defeat. Chu Qing's performance was met with widespread approval, and Master Wei offered guidance on Lin Xianer's areas for improvement. Next group. The matches continued one after another. Next up, Lin Feng and Zhou Ku. Master Wei announced. "Ah?" A chubby boy with a round face grimaced in distress, exclaiming, "How could it be me? Oh, how could I be so unfortunate?" Lin Feng smiled broadly, just as he was about to head towards the arena, when the boy, Zhou Ku, cried out, "Lin Shitty, no, Lin Gu, Lin Uncle. I won't compete anymore. I concede. The other youths looked at Zhou Ku with expressions of pity. Zhou Ku, meanwhile, continued to shout, pounding his chest and stomping his feet in exaggerated fashion. When Lin Feng first entered the academy, a group of unruly, self-proclaimed geniuses attempted to bully him, only to be taught a lesson by Lin Feng in return. Furthermore, Lin Feng had a habit of dealing harshly with those who sought trouble or preyed on others, leaving those youths too intimidated to complain, fearing further care from Lin Feng afterward. Since then, these so-called geniuses had come to a stark realization of the gap between themselves and Lin Feng, who was unanimously acknowledged by the other youths as the most untouchable little tyrant in the academy. "All right, enough with the theatrics," Wei Shi said with a hint of irritation. Watching all this unfold, Guan Kai ground his teeth in frustration, reflecting on how he had failed to notice that his usual companions were so adept at performing, even to the extent of putting on a show when conceding defeat. Although he found Zhou Ke's antics distasteful, he could not deny their effectiveness. At least Wei Shi did not punish Zhou Ke. It seemed that he alone had been made to stand on the wooden post for punishment. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The competition progressed smoothly, with pairs of contestants quickly determining the top four: Lin Feng, Hong Ming, Hao Yi, and Dai Xia. Among these four, Lin Feng was the only one who had not even needed to lift a finger to reach the semifinals. Wei Shi's gaze swept over the four youths before settling on Dai Xia, nodding slightly. This time, Dai Xia has made the greatest progress. Last time, she was outside the top 8, and now she has reached the top 4. Very impressive. You will now face Hong Ming. Yes, master, Dai Xia replied, stepping into the arena. Upon learning that her opponent was Dai Xia, Hong Ming puffed out his chest and strode confidently into the ring. Looking at Dai Xia, he said, Xia, are you planning to exchange a few moves with me? I welcome your guidance. Dai Xia smiled in response. Humph, you all seem quite confident, Hong Ming retorted coldly. He was seething with frustration. The younger student showed him little respect, refusing to back down even after witnessing his strength, insisting on battling until they were thoroughly humiliated. In contrast, Lin Feng had effortlessly reached the top 4 without even fighting. Dai Xia, with her charming appearance, spoke with neither arrogance nor subservience, which only added to Hong Ming's irritation. Make your move, he said, his face stern. Forgive me, senior brother, Dai Xia said, and with that, she launched an attack towards Hong Ming's center. Anticipating her move, Hong Ming prepared to counter with a punch. Dai Xia's style was characterized by agility and versatility. Seeing Hong Ming's approach was purely head-on, she quickly withdrew her attack, sidestepping to sweep her leg towards Hong Ming's lower body. In a moment of chaotic response, Dai Xia found herself on the verge of injury from Hong Ming. Stop! A voice rang out. Upon hearing the sound, Hong Ming immediately ceased his actions, casting a puzzled glance at Wei Shi, who had called for a halt to the match. Wei Shi, we have not yet, he began. Wei Shi, with a dismissive wave of his hand, interrupted, Xia is not your match. You have already secured victory in this round. Although dissatisfaction simmered within him at Wei Shi's assertion, Hong Ming responded respectfully, yes, Wei Shi. Turning his gaze towards Dai Xia, whose expression reflected disappointment, Wei Shi gently advised, Xia, you are at a considerable disadvantage compared to Hong Ming. This gap cannot be bridged by mere skill. I must emphasize that you should not invest excessive energy in altering your techniques. Focus on practical matters first. Elevate your inner strength, for that is the true path to triumph. I hope you can remember this. Wei Shi furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the smug Hong Ming, hesitating momentarily before saying, you may leave as well, to contend with the victor between Lin Feng and Nua Yi for the top position in this competition. Are you conceding? Wei Shi inquired, looking at Howie. Haha. Wei Shi, Howie chuckled nervously, I have already made it to the top 4. I believe conceding should incur no penalty. Correct? Indeed, Wei Shi nodded. That is splendid news. After all, I am no match for Lin Feng, so there is no need to waste time. With that, Howie turned to Hong Ming in the arena and continued with a grin, Hong Dao. I trust you 1TB as spineless as I am in conceding to Lin Feng, will you? If you also concede, Lin Feng will retain his top ranking. Hong Ming snorted dismissively, his expression betraying a hint of discomfort. However, he quickly regained his composure. Previously, my gap in strength compared to Lin Feng allowed him to hold that position. Now that my abilities have significantly improved, it is time for him to yield the top spot to me. Oh, Howie exclaimed dramatically, glancing around at the other youths. It seems we are in for quite the show. Dia, what do you think? Dia, still irked from her earlier defeat at the hands of Hong Ming, responded. Who would dare disbelieve Hong Shixiang's words? Let us await the spectacle that is to unfold. Ignoring their mockery, Hong Ming redirected his focus towards Lin Feng's, who was surrounded by the group of youths. Wei Shi also turned his attention to Lin Feng, stating, Lin Feng, the next and final match will determine the victor between you and Hong Ming. You may enter the arena now. At this, Lin Feng stepped forward from the crowd and entered the arena. As Lin Feng positioned himself opposite Hong Ming, the youths erupted into thunderous cheers. Oh! Lin Feng, Hong Ming, Hong Ming. The cacophony of shouts filled the air, each name echoed fervently by the crowd. Chapter 3. The Strength of Lin Feng. This time I shall let you witness my might, Hong Ming exclaimed, breathless with excitement. Why the agitation? Lin Feng replied leisurely. I thought I could effortlessly secure the top spot without lifting a finger. What is this? Do you feel empowered? Do you wish to spar with me? Lin Feng's condescending tone incited an unbearable swell of indignation within Hong Meng, who bellowed, "Lin Feng, do not be so arrogant. Let our hands reveal the truth. Then what are we waiting for?" Lin Feng responded nonchalantly. "You are truly insufferably proud." Hong Meng gritted through clenched teeth, resolving to act. He lunged forward, aiming a punch at Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng did not evade. As Hong Meng's fist approached, he casually extended his hand to intercept it. Observing Lin Feng's overconfidence, Hong Meng felt a surge of elation and poured all his strength into the blow, thinking to himself, "Just this one punch, and your hand shall be rendered useless." Yet the reality was far from his expectations. When their fists collided, Hong Meng felt as though he had struck mud. His punch met with no resistance. A sudden heaviness settled in his heart. He realized the impending disaster. But it was too late to utter a word. The moment Lin Feng grasped his fist, it felt as if it had been struck by lightning, leaving him numb. His body soared upwards, a sharp pain jolted through his waist, and a sweet liquid surged from his throat before he lost consciousness. They were aware of Lin Feng's prowess, yet they had also witnessed Hong Meng's improvement. Even if he could not match Lin Feng, surely he could put up a fight? Who could have anticipated that? Upon the first exchange, Hong Meng would be sent flying by Lin Feng's kick, blood spewing forth, lying motionless on the ground far away. Silence enveloped the arena until a voice quivered from Hao Yi. "Thank goodness I did not spar with Lin Feng. Otherwise, my fate might be even grimmer than Hong Meng's." "Hong Meng, he can't be dead, can he?" Jia murmured anxiously. At this, Wei Shi's heart skipped a beat, and he rushed to Hong Meng's side. Observing the reactions of the crowd, Lin Feng innocently scratched his nose. He merely intended to teach Hong Meng a lesson for his earlier bravado. But seeing the outcome left him feeling he might have been a bit too harsh. Lin Xianer nodded, being the last to depart the martial arena. The room fell into a profound silence. After a long pause, Dia, sitting in the corner, broke the stillness with concern. "Lin Feng, will he be punished by Wei Shi?" "Unlikely." Hao Yi shook his head. "After all, Lin Feng is the top contender in this competition, and since Hong Meng did not concede, his injury is well-deserved. Not against the rules established by the martial hall. That is because Hong Meng had no opportunity to concede. Lin Feng's strike was." Guan Kai interjected, glancing at Hao Yi and Jia. "Indeed, somewhat excessive." "Excessive?" Hao Yi scoffed. "Someone like him needs a proper lesson. Otherwise, his arrogance will know no bounds." Dia nodded in agreement. "I believe Lin Feng acted rightly. No one claimed Lin Feng was in the wrong, yet his actions might lead to repercussions." Just as Guan Kai was analyzing the situation, the door creaked open. "Lin Feng," Hao Yi called out. As Lin Feng entered, Dia rushed over, delivering a playful punch to Lin Feng's chest, exclaiming triumphantly, "I told you, Lin Feng would be fine. What do you think? Was my prediction accurate?" Guan Kai looked at Lin Feng, puzzled, and inquired, "Did Master Wei not punish you?" Approaching Lin Feng, he scrutinized him for any signs of corporal punishment, even reaching out to touch Lin Feng's back, attempting to confirm his suspicions. Hao Yi, unable to watch any longer, forcefully struck Guan Kai's outstretched hand, his fingers tapping Guan Kai's forehead as he admonished, "You truly resemble a little sister trying to take advantage. Use your brain, will you? Lin Feng has achieved the top rank, and besides, Hong Meng is not in serious trouble, is he? If nothing happened, why should Lin Feng be punished? In fact, he ought to be rewarded, don't you think, Lin Feng?" "That's not what I meant," Guan Kai retorted. In truth, Guan Kai had been punished by Master Wei to squat on a wooden stake, and he secretly hoped Lin Feng would share in his punishment for companionship. Feeling the concern from his companions, Lin Feng felt a warm glow in his heart. He patted Guan Kai's shoulder and smiled. "Thank you for your concern, brothers. Rest assured, Master Wei did not punish me. He merely advised me to exercise a bit more restraint in the next competition. I have some matters to attend to with her." Lin Feng replied with a hint of irritation. "I knew you had ulterior motives." "Oh, it turns out." Just as Guan Kai was about to elaborate, he was interrupted by a sharp slap on the back of his head from Hao Yi. Guan Kai cursed loudly, ready to retaliate against Hao Yi. But Hao Yi raised a hand to halt him, stating, "Brothers, I have something to share with you." "What is it?" Observing Hao Yi's mysterious demeanor, Guan Kai paused, intrigued. "Tomorrow, we have a day off, right?" Hao Yi stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Guan Kai was infuriated, lunging at Hao Yi to continue their quarrel, shouting, "Did we need you to remind us of that?" Stop. Hao Yi sidestepped, glaring. "I haven't finished speaking yet. Wait until I am done before you seek your revenge." Dia, always eager for excitement, dashed forward to intervene, seeing the two in a heated dispute. "Guan Mei." "Oh no, I misspoke. I meant, Guan Di. Guan Lao Di. Noticing Guan Kai's change in expression, Dia quickly corrected himself, chuckling, let us hear what he has to say first. If he dares to brush us off. Guan Di, I will join you in dealing with him. Humph. Guan Kai forcefully shoved Dia's hand away, glaring at Howie with indignation. Spit it out already. Howie, unperturbed, especially when both were glaring at him, greeted them with a smile. Ahem. Clearing his throat, Howie lowered his tone and said, brothers. Please don't look at me like that. I've forgotten what I was going to say. Speak quickly, Guan Kai and Dia chorused, their expressions indicating that Howie would face their wrath if he continued to delay. Lin Feng grew curious, realizing that Howie was deliberately teasing them, which left him wondering what important news Howie was about to reveal. Haha. Upon noticing Lin Feng's gaze, Howie realized he had successfully piqued the curiosity of his three close friends, and thus decided to reveal the truth. He stated earnestly, my Hao family has established a new bank in Pingfei City, and it will open tomorrow. Beat him up, Guan Kai exclaimed, nearly exploding with anger. Dia jumped up, exclaiming, what does your family's bank have to do with us? You really deserve a beating. Wait, let me explain, Howie said, frightened, as he leaped behind Lin Feng. My family's bank is related to you because I have gifts to present to you. What? Gifts for us? Dia paused, questioning suspiciously, why would you give us gifts? Who would believe him? Even if he did give us something, what could it possibly be? He is clearly just trying to mess with us. Guan Kai dismissed Howie's words, convinced he was merely fabricating excuses. There truly are gifts for you. And they include a low-grade energy weapon, Howie blurted out as Guan Kai pressed him further. Upon hearing the term energy weapon, Guan Kai halted in disbelief and asked, an energy weapon, for us? Dia's eyes sparkled with excitement as he inquired, is that true? Lin Feng, too, appeared skeptical, casting a doubtful glance at Howie. Energy weapons come in inferior, medium, and superior grades, and even a low-grade weapon holds considerable value. It seemed implausible that one would be given away, especially by a lad of merely 13 or 14 years. Seeing that Guan Kai had ceased pursuing him, Howie caught his breath and insisted, It's true. Guan Kai and Dia exchanged glances before their eyes landed on Lin Feng as they simultaneously asked, Lin Feng, do you believe him? Noticing their skepticism, Howie lamented, I swear everything I said is the truth. Tomorrow, at the opening of my family's bank, there will be a reward ceremony. And the reward will be a low-grade energy weapon. The three of them were clearly intrigued by this prospect. Howie, noticing their reaction, cautiously added through his tears, every word I spoke is genuine. If there is a single falsehood, you may beat me up. Stop the charade, Lin Feng, who had remained mostly silent, exposed Howie. According to your claim, only one low-grade energy weapon will be given away at the celebration, correct? There are three of us. Who will receive it? Moreover, with so many people present, it's unlikely that any one of us would be chosen. Lin Feng's reasoning was sound, and it was evident that Howie was trying to deceive them. Dia encouraged, indeed. Upon hearing this, Guan Kai stood up again, preparing to chase after Howie. Hold on. I didn't explain clearly, Howie exclaimed, waving his hands in panic. Here's the thing. As long as all three of you attend, I guarantee each of you will receive a low-grade energy weapon. Really? You're not deceiving us? Although Howie made a promise, Guan Kai still sought to substantiate the matter. Dia stood by, vigilant and ready to pounce at the slightest sign of hesitation from Howie, eager to confront him. Howie raised his hand towards the heavens. After receiving assurance, Lin Feng and the others displayed satisfied smiles. Lin Feng promptly declared, since Brother Howie is so gracious, we shall respectfully comply. Tomorrow, we shall certainly pay you a visit, Brother Howie. No need to trouble yourselves. Howie hastily waved his hands. Then, feeling somewhat embarrassed, softly added, it would be best if you could also bring Sienna along. Lin Feng was momentarily speechless. Chapter 4. The grand opening celebration. It was night. In the room of Hong Ming from the Hong family. Look at your pitiful state. You can't even handle a child from the Lin family. You have truly shamed our Hong family, reprimanded the older youth, shaking off Hong Ming's grasp with a cold demeanor. Brother, Lin Feng is likely already a mid-tier martial artist. I truly cannot compete with him, Hong Ming protested. Lin Feng, you say? The older youth scoffed. I have heard that he was promoted to a martial artist half a year ago, and is now dubbed a prodigy in martial arts. Indeed, Hong Ming interjected. I initially believed he had just recently ascended to martial artist status, and that he wouldn't make significant progress in such a short time. But when we clashed, if he is given another 2 years, I fear that even you, brother, may not stand a chance against him, the older youth remarked coldly. Humph. That depends on whether he has the opportunity to grow, the older youth replied. Brother. Hongming looked at the older youth, tentatively asking, what do you plan to do? That's for you not to concern yourself with, the older youth said with a wicked smile. Perhaps in a few days, that martial arts prodigy will no longer be so glorious. Upon hearing the sinister chuckle from the older youth, Hongming felt a chill run down his spine. Brother. Just as Hongming was about to inquire further, the older youth raised his hand. You should focus on your recovery. Our father is quite disappointed in you. With that, the older youth strode away with purpose. What? Father knows I was injured by Lin Feng? Hongming gasped, gritting his teeth. Lin Feng, that cursed Lin Feng. He seethed in frustration. However, reflecting on the older youth's earlier words, he began to smirk ominously. Lin Feng, I shall not allow you to have it easy. I am eager to see what advantages you can gain while in my brother's grasp. The older youth was none other than Hongming's elder brother, Hong Shou, who was 2 years his senior and possessed remarkable martial talent. At the age of 14, he became a martial artist and was sent to the Jialan Academy. Now, over a year later, he had reached the formidable 7th rank in martial arts. The following morning, Lin Feng and his sister Lin Xianer cheerfully made their way toward the southern gate of Pingfei City. Brother Feng, where are you taking me? Lin Xianer asked curiously. Early in the morning, Lin Feng had sought out Lin Xianer, claiming he was taking her to a lively place. Despite her repeated inquiries, he merely hinted at bringing her something delightful. The streets leading to the southern gate were bustling with activity, filled with the sounds of vendors peddling their wares. Brother Feng, there is someone selling clay figurines over there. Let us buy 2. Lin Xianer pleaded, pointing at an elderly vendor along the roadside. You only think about food, he replied. And together they hurried towards the vendor selling clay figurines. I want that lily cake, and also the crispy oil pastries, Lin Xianer exclaimed, her eyes lighting up at the sight of delicious treats, and Lin Feng readily obliged, the two munching as they continued toward the southern gate. Young Master Lin, where are you two headed? A remarkably capable attendant stood before the grand and opulent Zhuiying building, greeting Lin Feng and his sister, Lin Xianer. She. Lin Feng waved his hand. We are heading to the Pingfei Bank. Oh, you two are going there as well? She replied with a courteous bow and a smile. Today marks the grand opening celebration of Pingfei Bank, and my master, along with several friends, has gone to offer their congratulations. Look, just ahead is Pingfei Bank. Following Ashi's gesture, Lin Feng indeed observed a multitude of distinguished individuals from Pingfei City making their way toward that direction. Expressing his gratitude, Lin Feng took Lin Xianer's hand, and they hurried toward the bank. Along the way, several people recognized Lin Feng, as this martial arts prodigy garnered considerable attention in Pingfei City, and he greeted each of them in turn. The imposing stone beasts stationed before the bank's entrance were even more majestic than those before the Lin family's residence. Adorned with vibrant red flowers, they added a festive atmosphere to the opening celebration of Pingfei Bank. At the entrance, a continuous stream of guests bearing congratulatory tokens flowed in. Lin Xianer, noticing this, inquired, Brother Feng, what shall we do without an invitation? Perhaps we should wait for Uncle Lin to arrive before entering together. Just follow me, Lin Feng replied, leading the way toward Pingfei Bank. Lin Xianer trailed behind, pouting in confusion about Lin Feng's intentions. Having witnessed similar scenes multiple times, she knew well that uninvited guests typically faced unwelcoming receptions and would likely be denied entry. Lin Feng approached the main entrance of Pingfei Bank, where a servant promptly greeted him, bowing respectfully. Young master, may I inquire which esteemed guest you accompany? Oh, so you are young Master Lin, the servant exclaimed, his face beaming with joy. Master Hao instructed me early this morning that upon your arrival, I should escort you to the back courtyard immediately. Please, follow me. Realizing that Pingfei Bank was established by the Hao family, Lin Xianer pouted, thinking how he must have tricked Brother Feng into bringing me here. Humph. I shall make him pay for this later. The servant led the way through a corridor adorned with water pavilions, soon arriving at the back courtyard, where several structures stood amidst an open space. Howie, along with Dia and Guan Kai, were engaged in conversation. Upon noticing the arrival of Lin Feng and his sister, Howie dashed over, exclaiming, Lin Feng, you have arrived rather late. Dia and Guan Kai got here before you. Indeed, Guan Kai chuckled from behind. Someone wanted to present us with gifts. How could we not arrive early? Dia, slightly embarrassed, added, I came in a bit of a rush and did not prepare any congratulatory gifts. Howie, I hope you don't mind. Haha, your presence is gift enough, Discussing such matters would be too formal, Howie declared, clearly delighted, occasionally glancing at Lin Xianer. Is that so? Someone intends to present gifts? Lin Sienna stepped forward, questioning. Is it you, Hao Yi? Of course it is. Hao Yi replied, brimming with pride. Lin Sienna flashed a playful smile and gently inquired, I wonder if there's a gift for me? Of course there is. Hao Yi replied, thumping his chest with exuberance. Then my gift must surpass theirs, Lin Sienna declared, casting a sidelong glance at Dia and Guan Kai. Oh, Hao Yi's expression turned awkward. What? Are you saying my gift won't be as good as theirs? Lin Sienna retorted, a hint of irritation in her voice. Not at all. How could your gift possibly be inferior? Hao Yi quickly responded. I shall select the very best for you. That sounds more like it, Lin Sienna said, her face breaking into a cheerful smile. Seeing her delight, Hao Yi breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Lin Feng and the others, saying, Lin Feng, let us proceed to the front. The celebration has begun. And it must be quite lively. As they made their way to the front courtyard, Lin Sienna quietly asked Lin Feng, Brother Feng, what kind of gift is Hao Yi planning to give you all? Lin Feng rubbed his forehead, realizing he had yet to ascertain what gift was intended. Having only engaged in a playful banter with Hao Yi, his sister was certainly a source of distraction. To prevent Lin Sienna from making a spectacle, he refrained from revealing the truth. Ah, is he going to give us a Yuanli weapon? Lin Sienna exclaimed in surprise. As the siblings conversed, they found themselves ushered into the front yard of the bank. The courtyard was significantly larger than the rear, filled with the prominent merchants and gentlemen of Pingfei City. Groups of distinguished individuals gathered, engaging in light-hearted discussions about art and culture, while the wealthy merchants, ever focused on profit, scanned the crowd for potential patrons or collaboration opportunities. In contrast, the cultivators and martial artists were far less restrained, lively in their discussions and laughter. Lin Feng noticed that among the invited guests, many had brought their children, some of whom he recognized. Look, isn't that Xia? Lin Sienna pointed to a young girl seated beside a middle-aged man not far away. At that moment, Dai Xia spotted Lin Sienna and waved in greeting. Dia pointed in another direction, exclaiming, Hao Yi, doesn't that person resemble Hong Shou? Upon hearing Dia's call, Hao Yi followed her gaze and saw several youths, a few years older than himself, standing near some middle-aged men. The youths occasionally whispered to one another before glancing in their direction. Hao nodded. Indeed, it is Hong Shou. Lin Feng recognized Hong Shou as well. Although he had been admitted to the Jialan Academy by the time Lin Feng entered Pingfei Martial Hall, the Lin and Hong families had long-standing ties in Pingfei City, and he had crossed paths with Hong Shou on several occasions. However, due to past misunderstandings between their families, Lin Feng was familiar yet not close with Hong Shou. Guan Kai, standing nearby, questioned, Hao Yi, why are there so many young men and women at your bank's opening ceremony? Do you even need to ask? It's to broaden their horizons, Dia replied dismissively, casting Guan Kai an incredulous glance. You, Guan Kai, feeling offended, was about to confront Dia when Hao Yi intervened to stop him. Brother Feng, I noticed that Hong Shou and a few others are consistently glancing in our direction. Do you think they might come to cause us trouble? Lin Sienna expressed her concern. It's possible, replied Dia. Lin Feng, having injured Hong Meng, it is certain that Hong Shou, as an elder brother, will not let this matter rest easily. Lin Feng, unfazed, retorted, I'm not afraid of him. Do not underestimate the situation, Hao Yi interjected earnestly. Although Hong Shou may not possess your martial talent, he became a warrior at the tender age of 15, ranking among the top individuals from the Pingfei Martial Hall. Additionally, he has spent over a year furthering his studies at the Jialan Academy. Currently, no one is aware of his true capabilities, so it would be wise to avoid any confrontation with him. Lin Feng smirked and said, hearing you speak this way, I am rather eager to witness his true skills. Hao Yi, alarmed, replied, Lin Feng, in just 2 years, I am confident you will surpass Hong Shou, but for now, there is no need to rush. As the young brothers debated, they suddenly heard a call announcing, the patriarch of the Lin family, Lin Zhongtian, and his younger brother, Lin Zhonghai, have arrived. Chapter 5. The request of Gung Ya, father has arrived. Lin Sienna exclaimed, dashing toward Lin Zhonghai, who had just stepped into the courtyard. With a playful tone, she pleaded, Father, with so many people around, please do not scold your daughter. At this moment, Lin Feng also approached, respectfully addressing Father, second uncle, whom Lin Jingtian, with his sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, was significantly more robust than Lin Zhihai. Upon seeing Lin Feng come to pay his respects, he nodded and instructed, stay by my side. Do not wander about. Yes, Lin Feng obediently replied. Soon after, Lujio's guests began to arrive. Lin Jingtian, accompanied by Lin Zhihai, led the Lin siblings to greet some old friends. A hearty laughter resonated through the air as a burly man with a single arm and a grotesque scar on his face approached Lin Tianzheng. Boisterously, he declared, "Brother Lin, long time no see. You have become increasingly composed, haha. Brother Dai." Lin Tian, upon recognizing the imposing figure, hurriedly clasped his hands in greeting. "Brother Dai, you still possess the same vigor. I feel humbled in your presence." "Ah, no need for such modesty," the burly man replied, turning to scrutinize Lin Feng. He pointed and inquired, "Is this my dear nephew, Lin Feng?" Upon hearing the question, Lin Tian called out, "Fenger, come forth and greet your uncle Dai." Though Lin Feng had never met this formidable man, he had heard his father speak of him. The burly man's name was Dai Tu, a notorious hunter known for his relentless expeditions into the ancient forests to slay beasts, earning him the moniker Mad Hunter. Lin Feng's father had met Dai Tu during one such beast hunting venture. The man's severed arm and the terrifying scar on his face were testament to his battles with ferocious creatures. As Lin Feng approached, he sensed an overwhelming aura of menace emanating from Dai Tu, a presence forged through years of combat with monsters. He greatly admired such martial prowess and respectfully addressed, "Uncle Dai." Lin Xianer was also called over by Lin Zhihai. She dutifully greeted Dai Tu, saying, "Xianer pays her respects to uncle. Do not jest, Brother Dai. My son is merely precocious. His future greatness is not assured." Lin Jingtian waved his hand dismissively. "I cannot agree with that," Dai Tu retorted with a fierce glare. "I am well aware of your capabilities, Brother Lin. I believe you have invested considerable effort in your nephew, and once he enters the Jialan Academy and receives superior resources, his achievements will undoubtedly surpass ours." "Indeed," Lin Jingtian nodded. "I also intend to send him to the Jialan Academy." Dai Tu chuckled heartily, reaching down to pat the head of Dai Xia, who stood beside him. "Xia, greet your uncle Lin." "Yes," Dai Xia responded, stepping forward to pay her respects to Lin Jingtian. As Lin Jingtian and Dai Tu engaged in lively conversation, they heard a chilling laughter and turned to see the source. This individual was immensely robust, rivaling Dai Tu, yet his complexion was pale and bloodless, with prominent cheekbones and deep-set eyes. The ominous glint in his gaze instilled an involuntary sense of dread. "Hong Tailong." Lin Jingtian furrowed his brow and inquired, "What brings you here?" "Me? I am merely here to celebrate your good fortune, Lin brother," he replied. Hong Tailong laughed once more, glancing at Lin Feng, who stood beside Lin Jingtian, and remarked, "Brother Lin, you have indeed sired a remarkable son." Upon hearing this, Lin Jingtian's tone turned icy as he replied, "Hong Tailong, should you dare to transfer our grievances onto the next generation, I shall ensure you deeply regret it." "Do not be so tense," Hong Tailong said. "I genuinely rejoice for you, Brother Lin. Your esteemed son injured my child with but a single move in the martial hall's duel. It truly astonished me." Lin Jingtian turned to his son, Lin Feng. "Is it possible that Brother Lin is unaware of this matter?" Hong Tailong sneered. "At such a young age, possessing such prowess, he is destined to soar to great heights. Perhaps Pengfei City, and even our Qingyang County, will be transformed due to his emergence." As he spoke, Hong Tailong pointed at Lin Feng and continued, "Such a person is indeed a source of great pride." "Hong Tailong, that is of no concern to you," Lin Jitian replied, locking eyes with him. "The duels within the academy adhere to their own rules. Victories and defeats are commonplace, and as elders, it is best not to interfere." Hong Tailong spoke ominously. "I merely advise you, Brother Lin, to teach your son well, to avoid excessive flamboyance. Otherwise, once he steps beyond the protection of his parents, he will inevitably face dire consequences." "Thank you for the counsel," Lin Jingtian responded coldly. "This Hong Tailong is narrow-minded. Brother Lin must tread carefully." Dai Tu patted Lin Jingtian's shoulder in agreement. Before long, the guest arrived in full. The true owner of the Pengfei Bank, the patriarch of the Hao family, Hao Zifu, began to speak. "Today marks the grand opening celebration of the Pengfei Bank. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to friends from all walks of life for gracing us with your presence. In appreciation, we have prepared several tables of feast. We hope you will indulge." After Hao Zifu's speech, the guests began to take their seats. As the revelry intensified, a short, stout man rose from the table and said, "Thank you, Brother Hao, for your generous hospitality, but is it not a bit monotonous to simply feast without entertainment?" "Oh." Hao Zifu rose with a smile. "I apologize for my inadequacies. May I ask what suggestions Brother Gung might have?" The stout man had a peculiar bird with brown-gray feathers perched upon his shoulder. He swayed slightly and said, "Brother Hao, how can such a grand banquet lack a swordsman to delight the guests? What Brother Gung says is quite reasonable. Hao Zifu nodded in agreement, surveying the attendees. Is there anyone among you willing to perform a sword dance for our esteemed guests? A youthful figure, appearing around 15 or 16, with a round face and flat nose, resembling the stout man, stepped forward. He bowed towards Hao Zifu and said, Gung Yi pays his respects to Uncle Hao. Do you still remember your little nephew? Ah, it is my dear nephew Gong. Good, good, good. Hao Zifu exclaimed, nodding vigorously. Hao cast a glance at Gung Yi in the open space and realized he had never encountered him before, suspecting he was not a student of the Pingfei Martial Hall. Indeed, with his father's extensive social network, it was not surprising that among the many friends from over 20 towns in Qingyang County who came to congratulate them, some were unfamiliar faces. In the open space, Gung Yi boldly addressed, Dear uncle, I humbly present my skills and kindly ask for your guidance. Along with that of the esteemed elders, Hao Zifu burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, With so many heroes gathered here, my dear nephew, do not hesitate to showcase your talents. Yes, Gung Yi replied. He unsheathed the sword from his waist, and with a flick of his wrist, a few strands of pale golden light shimmered forth from the blade. The martial practitioners present instantly recognized that Gung Yi was a novice warrior. Despite his beginner status, the delicate golden light emanating from his sword indicated a commendable grasp and application of gold elemental energy, a rarity even among the smaller families in Pingfei City. In the open area, Gung Yi wielded his sword with grace. As he danced with it, the golden light spiraled around him like a rainbow, dazzling the onlookers and expanding the horizons of the youths accompanying their elders to pay their respects. Guan Kai leaned closer to Dia, expressing envy. Dia, once we obtain elemental weapons and advance to warriors, we too can make our mark like that young man up there. Ha, Dia scoffed, retorting, with your current progress, it's uncertain whether any academy will accept you when you finally reach the warrior level. Dreaming of making a grand entrance? Guan Kai, incensed by her words, trembled with anger, declaring, Do not underestimate me. I refuse to believe I can't become a warrior in 3 years. Dia sneered, casting a disdainful glance at him, and continued to watch Gung Yi's swordplay. Lin Skinner gazed at Gung Yi, her eyes sparkling, and softly inquired of Lin Feng, Brother Feng, What do you think of his sword techniques? As a novice martial artist herself, she could not discern the intricacies, merely appreciating the beauty of Gung Yi's performance. In response to her question, Lin Feng assessed, Gung Yi has not been a warrior for long, yet his manipulation of gold elemental energy is remarkably adept. It is evident he has put in a great deal of effort. Does this mean he is quite formidable? Lin Skinner asked. She lamented. Do you truly wish to join the Jialan Academy? Lin Feng gently stroked Lin Skinner's long hair, reassuring her. If you are willing to exert yourself, it won't be long before you two can enter the Jialan Academy. Just as the two siblings were caught in a moment of sentiment, a wave of applause erupted, prompting them to look up at the scene before them. In the open space, Gung Yi stood proudly with his sword, wearing a look of triumph. Hao Zifu rose, smiling. My dear nephew, you possess extraordinary talent in martial arts. You are destined to shine brightly in the future. There are a few trinkets at the estate. After this, you may choose anyone you desire as a token of our meeting. Oh? Hao Zifu inquired, slightly puzzled but still smiling. If you have any requests, as long as it is within my means, I shall gladly fulfill them. The guests at the table turned their curious gazes toward Gung Yi, wondering what kind of request he might make. What occasion is this? How can you be so impudent? Gung Yi's father, a short and stout man, reprimanded him discontentedly. That young nephew may very well present a request. As he spoke, Gung Yi cast his gaze towards the Lin siblings, extending his hand to point at Lin Feng, and declared, I wish to engage in a duel with Lin Feng. Chapter 6. Challenge to Lin Feng. As Gung Yi's words echoed in the air, a profound silence enveloped the gathering, soon followed by a thunderous applause and shouts of encouragement. Many of those present were acquainted with Lin Feng's name, recognizing him as a prodigy in martial arts, with rumors circulating that he was a once-in-a-century talent in Pingfei City. Hearing someone challenge Lin Feng, who appeared to be only slightly older and a student from the Blue Academy, stirred an excitement that was hard to come by, prompting the audience to join in the uproar. Indeed, when Gung Yi showcased his skills, Lin Feng had noted that he was among the few youths associating with Hong Shou. However, it was unexpected that Gung Yi would take the initiative to confront him before Hong Shou did. At such a young age, Lin Feng was brimming with competitive spirit. How could he retreat when Gung Yi boldly called him out? Rising to his feet, he was ready to charge into the open space of the courtyard. Yes, father. Lin Feng nodded and leaped into the clearing. Gung Yi scrutinized Lin Feng from head to toe, sneering, Lin Feng. It is said that you are a martial arts genius of a century in Pingfei City. Today, seeing you in person, it seems the reputation does not match the reality. Do not rely solely on words. Let us see the truth through action, Lin Feng retorted with disdain. Very well, let us put it to the test. Gung Yi scoffed, directing his sword forward and commanding, draw your weapon. There is no need for a weapon to contend with you. Lin Feng stood tall, his voice cold, come at me. Are you seeking your own demise? Gung Yi's anger flared at such contempt. Bring me my weapon, he ordered his attendant. Since this is a duel, fairness is paramount. Hao Zifu interjected, addressing the two challengers. Today marks the opening of the bank. So I ask both esteemed nephews to keep it civil and avoid causing discord. As he spoke, several weapon racks were brought forth. The guests were captivated, and in a brief moment, 6 racks appeared at the edge of the clearing, each adorned with a complete array of 20 elemental weapons. While the accompanying youths gaped, their eyes filled with longing as they gazed at the weapon racks. Even the renowned martial artists from Pingfei City drew in a sharp breath. While they were accustomed to handling elemental weapons, none could boast the capability of presenting such a multitude at once. Hao Zifu's bank dealt in a wide array of treasures, secret techniques, and elixirs, with elemental weapons merely being one category among many. His intention was simply to subtly showcase the bank's prowess. Lin Xianzi, Hao Zifu said, turning to Lin Feng, you may choose any weapon for your use. If you emerge victorious, the weapon you select will be gifted to you. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with delight upon hearing this. He bowed to Hao Zifu and replied gratefully, then I shall not refuse such generosity. To an observer, it appeared as if Hao Zifu had already bestowed the weapon upon him. Witnessing this, Gung Yi felt a surge of resentment and shouted angrily, Lin Feng, stop dawdling. Choose a weapon quickly, so we may engage in battle. Ignoring Gung Yi's roar, Lin Feng approached the weapon rack, selecting from the array of arms on display. The guests turned their gaze towards Lin Feng, eager to discern which weapon he would choose. Seated nearby, Jia and Guan Kai watched with envious anticipation. Casting glances at Hao Yi assured them that he would provide them with a weapon infused with elemental energy, and with so many weapons available, it was unlikely they would leave empty-handed. However, the question lingered, what weapon would Lin Feng ultimately select? Though he had become a martial artist, Lin Feng had never been seen wielding a weapon. During every martial arts tournament, he emerged victorious with ease, never resorting to an elemental weapon. This left his companions in the audience curious about the weapon that would suit him. As Lin Feng moved from the first weapon rack to the second, he paused in front of a spear, scrutinizing it closely. Although the weapons Hao Zi retrieved were all of lower grade, each was accompanied by a brief description. The spear he observed was a mottled yellow-green, and upon glancing at the accompanying description, he noted, this spear, named Ancient Bronze, is a lower-grade weapon. Crafted from copper essence from the northern mountain, suitable for practitioners of metal elemental cultivation. After reading the summary, Lin Feng shook his head in quiet disapproval and proceeded to the next rack. The third rack boasted a variety of weaponry. Yet Lin Feng found nothing that resonated with him. Moving on to the fourth rack, a rope-like weapon captured his attention. He approached it, intrigued, and began to examine its description. This rope was named Xianyu, classified as a lower-grade weapon, forged from the essence of cold pool iron, and intended for water elemental practitioners. Upon reaching the fifth rack, Lin Feng did not encounter a weapon that particularly appealed to him, yet he remained undeterred as he approached the final rack. To his surprise, he was drawn to a rather unassuming black staff. Without conscious thought, he extended his hand towards it, his fingers emanating a faint, earthy yellow glow of elemental energy. With a sudden flutter, the black staff quivered slightly. Observing this, Lin Feng felt a surge of joy and intensified the flow of his energy. Buzzing with life, the staff leapt from the rack as if summoned, gracefully descending towards Lin Feng's outstretched palm. With a decisive grasp, he caught the staff, elated by the discovery. Holding the black staff, he eagerly examined its succinct description. After reading, his excitement deepened. Though the obsidian staff was made from materials akin to other lower-grade weapons, its remarkable ability to transform elevated it to the rank of a mid-level lower-grade elemental weapon, underscoring the significance of its transformative property. With both hands wrapped around the staff, Lin Feng infused it with his elemental energy, taking a moment to attune himself to its structure and application. Uncle Hao, I shall choose this one, Lin Feng declared reverently, clutching the obsidian staff. Excellent. Hao Zi nodded in acknowledgement, casting a thoughtful glance at the staff Lin Feng held. It is not that Hao Zi is particularly concerned. Rather, The obsidian staff can be regarded as two formidable weapons of spiritual energy. It would be a lamentable waste if one does not know how to wield it. Gung Yi cast a glance at the obsidian staff in Lin Feng's grasp, wearing a dismissive expression, contemplating that today is destined for his own display of prowess. While this lad clearly lacks experience with spiritual weapons, Gung Yi's thoughts are not unfounded, for Lin Feng had selected his weapon from the final rack. And it was merely a stone staff. Although this staff aligned with Lin Feng's cultivated attribute of spiritual energy, Gung Yi did not take it seriously. Many guests seated around shared similar sentiments, as Lin Feng had arrived without a weapon and had hastily chosen one. How could it possibly suit him perfectly? With a sneer, Gung Yi lunged forward, his sword shimmering with golden light aimed directly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not evade. Instead, he countered with the staff. The clash of metal and stone erupted into a shower of sparks. Is that all you've got? Gung Yi scoffed coldly. Lin Feng remained unfazed, maintaining his composure against Gung Yi's relentless onslaught. Among the audience, Guan Kai fixated his gaze on the combatants, anxiously inquiring of his companion Dia, "Do you think Lin Feng can win?" Dia swallowed hard and shook his head. Lin Xianer clutched Lin Zhenghai's hand tightly. Her voice tinged with anxiety as she asked, "Father, can Brother Feng, can he defeat Gung Yi?" "Fear not," Lin Zhenghai reassured, gently patting Lin Xianer's hand. "Your brother Feng has yet to unleash even half of his power. It seems he is merely using this opponent to familiarize himself with the newly acquired spiritual weapon. Is that true?" Lin Xianer found it hard to believe, turning to Lin Jingtian for confirmation. "Uncle, is what my father says accurate?" "Ha ha ha." Lin Jingtian chuckled warmly. There is no need to worry about Lin Feng. If he cannot even best Gung Yi, how could he ever be deemed a martial arts prodigy? In the clearing, Lin Feng's smile broadened as he engaged Gung Yi. Just as Lin Zhihai had stated, Lin Feng was simply testing Gung Yi, and after exchanging several blows, he grew increasingly adept with the obsidian staff. "Enough," Lin Feng declared sharply, swinging the obsidian staff horizontally toward Gung Yi. The moment Gung Yi heard the wind generated by the staff, his heart raced. Lin Feng's strike was too swift and unexpected. He had no time to evade, forcing him to brace himself against the blow. Boom. A pained scream escaped Gung Yi's lips as he was sent flying several paces back, landing and stumbling another 5 or 6 steps, blood surging in his throat as he was about to spew forth. "You," Gung Yi gasped, unable to endure the pain, and coughed violently. Swish. "What is this? Are you attempting to bully the weak, Gung?" Before Lin Feng could respond, Lin Zhongtian's voice resonated from behind, witnessing the unfolding situation. Haozi rose to intervene. Yet at that moment, another figure leaped into the arena. Chapter 7. The Duel with Huahai, Qingyang County. Among the notable families bearing the surname Hua, only a few hold significant reputation, and those who could elicit such deference from Gung Pingzhang are exceedingly rare. Could it be? Could it be that Hua family? At this thought, Lin Jingtian's demeanor darkened. Lin Feng also noticed the shift in his father's expression, yet Huahai, who had come to challenge him, clearly had no intention of letting things rest. Naturally, Lin Feng was equally unwilling to yield. "Father," Lin Feng called out. Lin Feng nodded vigorously. Watching his father's retreating figure, a sense of unease crept into Lin Feng's heart. His father's heavy silhouette suggested a deep concern for the impending duel. However, it was too late for further contemplation. "Huahai," he said with an air of arrogance, "you are merely 12 years old. Yet you possess the strength of an intermediate martial artist. Indeed, you are a prodigy in martial arts. However, strength alone is insufficient. One must also possess corresponding martial techniques. Is that so? Are you implying that you have martial techniques that match your strength?" Lin Feng retorted. "Or are you merely trying to embellish your facade with the prestige of the Jialan Academy? You doubt me?" Huahai fixed a piercing gaze on Lin Feng. "You may interpret it that way," Lin Feng replied, maintaining his composure. "As a piece of advice, if you wish to dismiss me, you must first defeat me." "Very well." "Ha ha ha. Very well." Huahai laughed in rage. "It has been quite some time since anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner. Lin Feng, you are indeed audacious." "Audacious?" Lin Feng shook his head, mocking. "If you believe me to be arrogant, then let your actions speak for themselves. I would rather not be drowned by your empty words." "Ah!" Huahai roared in fury. Lin Feng's words implied that Huahai was merely all talk, a notion he could scarcely tolerate. With a flick of his wrist, Huahai drew a broad, golden-bladed long knife, bellowing, "Lin Feng, prepare to meet your end." Buzz. The golden-bladed long knife shimmered with a radiant mist, slicing through the air with a piercing sound as it descended upon Lin Feng. Seeing Hua Hai's fierce approach, Lin Feng silently shook his head. This Hua Hai was indeed pampered and privileged. It took just a few words to provoke him to such a state. It seemed that winning this duel would be no easy feat indeed. Hua Hai had been spoiled since childhood, relying on his family's influence to act arrogantly. After entering Jialan Academy, he was further shielded by his elder brother, making him untouchable. During this visit to Pingfei City, upon encountering the renowned beast, he accompanied the group here. Hearing others discuss Lin Feng as a martial arts prodigy, Hua Hai scoffed at the notion, dismissing it entirely. However, witnessing Lin Feng's display of talent in front of the crowd ignited his ire, prompting him to seek out an excuse to teach Lin Feng a lesson. Even his longtime servant could not dissuade him. Once within the arena, Hua Hai wasted no time in berating Lin Feng, but to his surprise, Lin Feng was entirely unfazed, which only incited further mockery. How could Hua Hai not be enraged? With this strike, Hua Hai unleashed his pent-up fury. Throughout his life, he had never encountered such humiliation. He had lost all regard for the consequences. Even if he were to kill Lin Feng, in Pingfei City, no one would dare to challenge him. The staff, swift and fierce, encircled by the earthy-hued waves of elemental energy, surged forth like a tempest, aiming directly at the back of Hua Hai's head. Sensing the gust behind him, Hua Hai swiftly turned and slashed upward with his blade. He was determined to engage Lin Feng in a direct confrontation. Although both were martial artists of intermediate caliber, Hua Hai wielded a broad-backed golden-threaded longsword, a low-grade high-tier elemental weapon, which could potentially shatter Lin Feng's obsidian staff if struck decisively. Lin Feng, however, chose not to clash head-on. Instead, he deftly swung his staff towards Hua Hai's lower body. Observing Lin Feng's reluctance to meet his sword with the obsidian staff, Hua Hai grew bolder, parrying Lin Feng's strikes with his blade regardless of where they landed. After several exchanges, Lin Feng found himself pushed back to the edge of the arena. The battle clearly skewed in Hua Hai's favor. The spectators below expressed a range of emotions. Hua Hai appeared to match Lin Feng in strength, yet the reality was that Hua Hai was an official student of the prestigious Jialan Academy, endowed with abundant resources for training. In contrast, Lin Feng was merely a figure of renown, lacking comparable familial support. Moreover, Hua Hai was several years older than Lin Feng, giving him an experience advantage in combat. Given these factors, most guests favored Hua Hai's victory, particularly at the table of Hong Tailong. His friends leaned in to whisper and chuckle as they observed Lin Feng's decline, with Hong Tailong laughing heartily, his derision unmistakable. Beside him, Hong Shou wore a disdainful expression, convinced that Lin Feng was far from the formidable talent he was rumored to be, merely an insipid youth lacking substance. Originally contemplating a personal intervention to address this martial prodigy, it now seemed entirely unnecessary. Meanwhile, on another side, Dia expressed her frustration. Hua Hai is pushing too far. In her anxiety, Guan Kai silently encouraged Lin Feng, "You must not lose to Hua Hai." Lin Xiener, unable to contain her agitation, stomped her feet. The young girl, already impatient, was further distressed by Lin Feng's precarious situation, and she reached out to tug at her father's sleeve, her voice trembling. "Father, Brother Feng is about to lose. Please think of something." Lin Xiener glanced at her father, puzzled. Lin Jihai gently brushed her hand away from his garment and whispered, "Focus on the duel." Yet, as she was about to voice her concerns again, she noticed her father make a gesture for silence, his gaze fixed intently on the intensifying clash, disregarding her worries. Observing her father's and uncle's demeanor, Lin Xiener gradually steadied her anxious heart. In the arena, due to Hua Hai's relentless assault, the two elemental weapons ultimately collided. The sound of their clash echoed, and a sinister smile crept across Hua Hai's face. However, a subsequent sharp crack caused his expression to shift dramatically. With a cry of pain, Hua Hai was caught off guard, feeling an agonizing throb in the back of his hand, as if his wrist had been shattered. Lin Feng easily seized the golden-threaded longsword from his grasp, following which he unleashed a sweeping kick. At this moment, Hua Gai was utterly flustered, his desire to evade Lin Feng's swift kick rendered futile. Thud! Lin Feng's powerful kick struck Hua Gai squarely in the ribs, sending him soaring from the arena, hurtling towards the seat occupied by Hong Tailong. Fortunately, an elderly servant caught him mid-air, preventing further injury. However, as Hua Gai fell into the servant's arms, he lost consciousness. Whether from the severity of his injuries or from overwhelming rage was unclear. The outcome of the clash between Lin Feng and Hua Gai astonished the guests, as Hua Gai had initially held a definitive advantage, yet in a heartbeat, he was sent flying by Lin Feng's kick. The sudden turn of events left the majority of the spectators in disbelief. How should I know? Shrugged one onlooker. Those who supported Lin Feng wore smiles, while Hong Tai Long's expression darkened considerably. Father, allow me to teach this Lin Feng a lesson, spoke Hong Shou, standing behind him. Hong Tai Long nodded in agreement, trusting Hong Shou's capabilities. Nevertheless, he cautioned in a low tone, be vigilant, and remember not to act recklessly. I understand, father. Hong Shou replied. Upon hearing this, not only the brothers Lin Zhengtian but many guests at the table expressed their discontent. Hao Zifu turned to the speaker and recognized him as Hong Tai Long's eldest son, Hong Shou. Oh, it is my dear nephew Hong Xian, Hao Zifu remarked. Though somewhat displeased, he maintained sufficient patience at this grand celebration. Nephew, Lin Feng has already triumphed in 2 bouts. Is it not unfair to engage him in such a relentless contest? Hong Shou responded coolly, I can wait until Lin Feng has rested before we battle. Faced with Hong Shou's resolute stance, Hao Zifu felt somewhat helpless. He glanced at Lin Feng on the ground and inquired, Lin Feng, do you intend to refuse Hong Shou's challenge after having fought twice? Having observed Lin Feng's previous matches, Hao Zifu had developed a favorable impression of him. Hoping this would encourage Lin Feng to decline Hong Shou's challenge. Thank you, Uncle Hao, for your kindness. The previous battles were merely to warm up. And I wish to ascertain whether the students of Jiaolan Academy truly possess extraordinary skills, Lin Feng replied. Hao Zifu furrowed his brow. The young man's competitive spirit was not inherently negative, yet if he overestimated himself and sought to display his prowess too eagerly, he might invite failure upon himself. Since Lin Xian is so spirited, I shall refrain from further objections. Thus, I declare the next duel, Lin Feng versus Hong Shou, a student of Jiaolan Academy. Chapter 8. Lin Feng versus Hong Shou. As Haozi's voice faded, Hong Shou leaped in front of Lin Feng. I wonder, should I commend you, Junior Lin, for your confidence? Or should I say that you are blissfully ignorant? Hong Shou remarked, a teasing smile gracing his face. Lin Feng remained noncommittal from Hong Shou's earlier leap. It was evident that his cultivation was indeed superior. It seems you are truly confident. Hong Shou's smile vanished, replaced by a fierce and menacing glare. Allow me to test the foundation of your confidence. With a swift motion, Hong Shou brandished a silver-gray spear. A low hum resonated as he unleashed several earthen-colored spear blossoms. Observing this, Lin Feng's expression grew increasingly grave. He recognized that Hong Shou also practiced earth elemental force. It appeared that he would have to employ his signature skills. Realizing that Hong Shou was waiting for him to make the first move, Lin Feng ceased any pretense of politeness and gripped his obsidian staff, striking downwards. Hong Shou exhaled sharply, positioning his spear to intercept the strike of the obsidian staff. Bang! Having experienced the might of the obsidian staff before, Hong Shou was not about to be caught off guard. He swiftly tilted his head to evade the stone whip, but the whip, as if animated, coiled around the spear shaft before abruptly changing direction, striking towards his fingers with the swiftness of a serpent on the hunt. Sizzle! Hong Shou, startled, found the stone whip lunging towards him once more. He could not afford to underestimate this attack. He sidestepped to avoid it. Yet, to his astonishment, the stone whip, with no leverage in the air, suddenly turned and pursued him relentlessly. This unexpected turn of events left Hong Shou in a state of alarm. In the Blue Academy, he frequently engaged in sparring, even facing opponents wielding flexible whips, yet he had never encountered such a situation. Instinctively, he tilted his head to the side to dodge the incoming stone whip. Whoosh! The stone whip zipped past Hong Shou's ear, the rush of air threatening to slice his skin. He breathed a sigh of relief, narrowly escaping the attack. However, before he could fully process his fortune, he realized he was mistaken. The stone whip was once again hurtling towards him. A cacophony resounded in Hong Shou's mind. He could not fathom how the stone whip in Lin Feng's hands moved with such dexterity and precision. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. As the stone whip threatened to strike his face, Hong Shou quickly crouched to evade. Lin Feng's series of attacks were tightly woven together, leaving Hong Shou no room for underestimation. As he lowered himself, his spear lunged forward, aimed at Lin Feng's torso. As expected, the rapidly descending stone whip missed Hong Shou and came crashing down. With determination surging within him, Hong Shou thrust his spear towards Lin Feng with increased speed and ferocity. Lin Feng's swift change of tactics left Hong Shou scrambling to defend himself. Within just a few exchanges, he found himself at a disadvantage. At this juncture, he would rather endure the impact of the descending stone whip than allow Lin Feng to escape unscathed. With a surge of momentum, Lin Feng soared past. The force of the whip, though somewhat diminished, continued its descent, landing squarely on Hong Shou's shoulder. Crack! Ah! Hong Shou cried out in pain, rolling away and leaping to safety. Although the whip was not particularly heavy, Hong Shou still felt a searing pain in his shoulder, a wave of intense agony. How could this be? Steadying himself, Hong Shou fixated his gaze on Lin Feng, as if facing a formidable adversary. The astonishment within him far surpassed the superficial injuries he had sustained. He could not comprehend how Lin Feng, whose mastery of elemental energy was evidently inferior to his own, had acquired such bewildering techniques. Having practiced the earth element energy himself and perused numerous tomes of martial arts at the Blue Academy, he had never encountered such applications of earth element energy. Not only was Hong Shou baffled, but the many martial practitioners observing the duel were equally astonished. Hong Tailong gazed at Lin Feng across from Hong Shou with a look of incredulity. He had initially believed that Lin Feng was merely a prodigy due to his rapid advancement in elemental energy, yet it now appeared that his martial talent was indeed extraordinary. And the accolades he received as a martial arts genius were not without merit. Howie, Dia. And others familiar with Lin Feng erupted in cheers as they witnessed the powerful Hong Shou faltering before him. Their spirits lifted as if they themselves were the victors of the contest. Lin Xianer leaped joyfully, exclaiming, Father, Father, Brother Feng has won. Brother Feng has won. Lin Jihai, with a smile gracing his features, gently pressed down on Lin Xianer's delicate wrist, affectionate yet teasing. Look at you. Whereas the demeanor of a lady. I knew Brother Feng was the best. That so-called beast is no match for him. It's Hong Shou, he corrected. Pay attention to the duel, Lin Jihai advised. In terms of martial arts, you should seek guidance from Brother Lin Feng. Let me share in your joy. What? Are they going to fight again? Lin Xianer inquired anxiously. Has Brother Feng already won? Lin Jihai scoffed. Look at that young man from the Hong family, with that fierce expression. Do you think he will concede so easily? In the open space, Hong Shou seethed with rage. Humiliated before the guests, he yearned to exact 1,000-fold retribution upon Lin Feng. Yet, glancing at Lin Feng, he hesitated to act rashly. After the earlier close encounter, Hong Shou understood the necessity of caution, until he could ascertain the full extent of Lin Feng's capabilities. He could not afford to charge recklessly. He reasoned that with his superior cultivation, as long as he maintained his position and responded with care, once he deciphered Lin Feng's techniques, securing victory in the duel would not be insurmountable. With this thought, Hong Shou gradually regained his composure. Lin Feng, I was careless just now, allowing you to seize some advantage. I assure you, I shall not show mercy again. Do you dare to continue the fight? Is that so? Lin Feng replied, pointing his obsidian staff forward with a playful smirk. As long as you wish to battle, I am ever ready. Come forth. Hong Shou tightened his grip on the spear, and upon seeing him stand still, a smile crept upon Lin Feng's face. With a teasing tone, he remarked, Brother Hong, you possess quite the elder's demeanor. Your humility makes me feel somewhat ashamed. Was that last whip a bit too harsh? Upon hearing such scorn, Hong Shou's anger surged anew, and he spat venomously, a frog at the bottom of a well. You shall have your moment to weep. I eagerly awaited. Lin Feng chose not to engage in further dispute, swinging his obsidian staff to strike at Hong Shou. Hong Shou deftly positioned his spear to intercept the end of the staff. Drawing upon his previous combat experience, he endeavored to avoid contact with the midsection of the obsidian staff, opting instead to deflect its tip with his spear. With a resounding thud, after deflecting the staff, Hong Shou lunged forward, his spear aimed directly at Lin Feng's torso. Observing the spear's swift and unpredictable thrusts, Lin Feng dared not be careless. He sidestepped, raising the tail end of his stone staff to parry the spear. With a clang, the two weapons met lightly, prompting Hong Shou to retreat rapidly. As they clashed again, both combatants exercised extreme caution. After several exchanges, Lin Feng noted that Hong Shou's defense was exceptionally tight, and any attempts at aggressive strikes were merely tentative, lacking genuine intent to engage. In a contest of strength, the victor emerges from the courageous. However, both warriors found themselves constrained, Hong Shou, due to his apprehensions, and Lin Feng, conversely, wielding his stone whip with a fluid grace, akin to a dragon weaving through the air. The complexity of Lin Feng's technique further bewildered Hong Shou. What appeared to be a strike aimed at his chest would instead flicker to target his lower body, and a blow seemingly directed to the left would suddenly shift to the right upon nearing its mark, leaving Hong Shou struggling to keep pace. The martial practitioners among the spectators observed this with admiration, silently acknowledging Lin Feng's prowess. If Hong Shou's earlier defeat had been attributed to a moment of carelessness, Lin Feng's current performance undeniably demonstrated a mastery that surpassed mere luck. Although Hong Shou possessed greater cultivation than Lin Feng, he found himself firmly suppressed under the latter's skill. Their duel resembling a scenario where Lin Feng's strength eclipsed that of Hong Shou, a case of the strong overpowering the weak. As the battle progressed, Hong Shou realized his aspirations had been overly idealistic. The tide had turned overwhelmingly against him, and unless Lin Feng made a significant blunder, he feared the outcome was all but sealed. A blunder? A thought flickered in Hong Shou's mind. If he did not err, then he must create an opportunity for Lin Feng to falter. With this in mind, Hong Shou evaded the incoming stone whip, preparing to advance, only to find the whip suddenly whipping around toward his side. Hong Shou, quick-witted, raised his spear to block. With a sharp crack, the stone whip struck the spear, losing some momentum, yet still landing a blow on his left side. Ah! Hong Shou cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground. Witnessing Hong Shou fall, Lin Feng, with a flick of his wrist, transformed the stone whip back into the obsidian staff. A pang of concern crossed Lin Feng's mind. Had he struck too hard and caused real injury to Hong Shou? Resolving to check, he stepped forward and prodded Hong Shou to turn him over. Indeed, upon flipping him, blood trickled from Hong Shou's lips, his eyes shut tight, seemingly unconscious from the severity of his injuries. Lin Feng offered an apologetic smile and turned to Haozi, saying, I inadvertently harmed Hong Shou. I ask you, uncle, to impose punishment. Humph. Before Haozi could respond, Hong Tailong rose with a scowl, exclaiming, What do you mean, inadvertently? It seems to me you intended to inflict serious harm on my son. Such words cannot be taken lightly, Lin Zhetian interjected, standing to counter, in contest of skill. Injuries are often unavoidable. How can Brother Hong so hastily accuse Lin Feng of malicious intent? It seems you are determined to defend Lin Feng, isn't that so? Hong Tailong asserted aggressively. What harm is there in that? Lin Jingtian was equally unyielding. As the two confronted each other, neither noticed the slight flutter of the eyelids of the fallen Hong beast, who, upon seeing Lin Feng standing not far ahead, felt an overwhelming surge of joy. Observing that Lin Feng's attention was captivated by the elders of both sides, he swiftly rolled forward, launching a fierce sweep of his spear towards the stone staff in Lin Feng's grasp. In that moment of unexpectedness, Lin Feng's hand trembled, and the obsidian staff was sent flying from his grip. Chapter 9. The dual element practitioner. With a hearty laugh, Lin Feng had already disarmed himself of the obsidian staff, rendering himself no longer a threat. Hong Shou burst into loud guffaws, declaring, Lin Feng, you are still too green. Without any reservations, he lunged forward, aiming his spear at Lin Feng's throat, fueled by an intense hatred that sought to end Lin Feng's life. Yet, Lin Feng did not flinch from the incoming spear. He merely gazed at Hong Shou with an enigmatic smile that mystified those who witnessed it. This calm demeanor unsettled Hong Shou, although he could not pinpoint exactly why. Just as confusion enveloped him, Lin Feng raised his hand skyward. In that moment of suspicion, Hong Shou suddenly sensed a rush of air above him, as if something was descending. Before Hong Shou could react, he felt a constriction around his torso. The object had ensnared him. A sharp pain struck his face, and as consciousness slipped away, he realized the binding force was none other than the obsidian whip. This turn of events left Hong Shou bewildered. The guests were still reeling from the unexpected twist when Lin Feng spoke, causing the once silent courtyard of the money house to erupt in fervor. Was Hong Shou merely feigning defeat? It seemed so, and he had indeed been struck by the very whip Lin Feng had disarmed. But what about the final blow that had sent him sprawling? The youth was formidable. This duel had been nothing short of spectacular. Lin Feng, having been ambushed, managed to turn the tide and deliver a crushing blow to his opponent, truly deserving of the title martial genius. Humph, Hong Tailong sneered. Do you wish to teach me a lesson? That is precisely my intention. Lin Zhengtian stepped forward. Then I shall accept your challenge today. Hong Tailong brandished a spear over a meter long, ready to engage with Lin Zhengtian. Gentlemen, Hao Zifu hastily intervened, positioning himself between the two. Today marks the grand opening of the money house. Let us not mar this occasion with conflict. The Hao family, having established multiple money houses in Qingyang County, possessed considerable wealth and influence. It was well known that no force within Qingyang County would dare to provoke them lightly. Another day, Hong shall receive my challenge. Hong Tailong relented, releasing a parting threat before lifting Hong Shou and departing. What? It turns out that the Lin family scion is a dual-element practitioner. The combination of elemental and martial prowess explains how he could easily triumph in multiple duels. No wonder he is heralded as a martial prodigy. A title truly befitting him. The guests erupted in waves of admiration and praise. Not far from the scene, Hong Tailong halted momentarily. his face twitching uncontrollably at the revelation. Dual-element practitioners are exceedingly rare. Many powerful factions would eagerly seek to ally with such individuals. It is said that each dual-element practitioner possesses vast potential, with some even capable of rising to become local tyrants, their legendary tales echoing across the Hunyuan continent. With this thought, Hong Tai Long inhaled deeply, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. He resolved that this young man must not be allowed to remain. Hao Zifu was engaged in light banter with Lin Zhentian. Young Master Ling not only cultivates the dual elemental forces of water and earth, but also harmonizes them in a manner that truly broadens one's horizons. I believe that even upon entering the Jialan Academy, young Master Ling will undoubtedly shine brightly. Brother Hao, you flatter me, Lin Zhentian chuckled, feeling immensely gratified by Hao Zifu's praise of Lin Feng. Hao Zifu then turned to Lin Feng, noticing him standing behind Lin Zhentian with an obsidian staff in hand. With a smile, he inquired, "Noble nephew, does this staff suit your needs? If it does not meet your satisfaction, you may select another from the weapon repository of the bank as a token of my regard." Lin Feng gently caressed the obsidian staff and shook his head in gratitude, replying, "Thank you, uncle, but I shall keep this obsidian staff." Hao Zifu nodded and smiled, saying, "Since you like it, this staff shall be yours." Upon hearing Hao Zifu's words, Dai Tu, seated nearby, jested, "Master Hao, with the bank's grand opening today, surely you won't limit yourself to gifting just one elemental weapon? Might you bestow a few more?" Though Dai Tu's words were merely a jest, the other guests' eyes sparkled with anticipation as they gazed at the 6 weapon racks positioned nearby. Even those untrained in martial arts began to drool at the sight of the elemental weapons. Ha ha. Hao Zifu laughed heartily, exuding an air of generosity. "Today, I am in high spirits, and since Brother Dai has made a request, very well, I shall grant him a favor." Before he could finish his sentence, the guests were already brimming with excitement. However, Hao Zifu continued, "I cannot simply give these weapons away for free. Therefore, to acquire an elemental weapon, certain conditions must be met." He surveyed the eager guests and raised his voice, proclaiming, among those present, "Any martial apprentice or warrior under the age of 20 who does not yet possess a suitable weapon may come forward to choose an elemental weapon." A wave of commotion rippled through the guests. The courtyard was filled with numerous attendees, with at least 100 youths present. However, not all could satisfy the stipulated conditions. Roughly half of these youths lacked knowledge of martial arts, while most of those who had become warriors already possessed elemental weapons. Thus, the vast majority eligible to select weapons were the young martial apprentices, numbering about 30 to 40. As the guests engaged in lively discussions, a figure suddenly darted forth towards the 6 weapon racks. This individual was none other than Guan Kai, who had long coveted an elemental weapon. During Lin Feng's duel, his eyes had been fixated on the weapon racks. Having been promised an elemental weapon by Hao Zifu, Guan Kai was determined not to be left behind when the opportunity arose. As he moved, the other youths swiftly followed suit towards the weapon racks. "Ha ha." Guan Kai exclaimed joyfully as he grasped an elemental weapon. "At last, it's mine. This knife is now mine. I finally possess an elemental weapon. No one is competing with you. Just look at how pleased you are." A voice beside me broke the silence. It was Jia, boasting about the prowess of the energy weapon I had chosen, claiming it was far superior to the small dagger in Guan Kai's hand. Guan Kai glanced at the azure golden dual hooks in Jia's grasp and cast his gaze at the weapon's introduction. "No need to look further. I have selected the inferior mid-tier energy weapon, the gold-tipped dual hooks, which far surpass your copper short dagger," Jia declared with pride. "Pfft," Guan Kai retorted. "What good is that? The best weapon is one that suits the wielder." Jia paused momentarily, examining the dual hooks in his hand, and encouraged himself. I can learn." As the two engaged in their playful banter, the young men nearby had also chosen their favored energy weapons. In a short span, 3 to 4 dozen weapons had been claimed. Distributing such a substantial quantity of energy weapons was indeed a remarkable feat in Pengfei City. Although some guests at the gathering were envious, none harbored ill intentions. Those invited by Hao Zifu were prominent figures in Pengfei City, and the backgrounds of the youths receiving the energy weapons were also noteworthy. No one would be foolish enough to tarnish their reputation over a mere inferior energy weapon. Witnessing the excitement among the youths as they claimed their energy weapons, Hao Zifu chuckled. "This is the first gift presented for the opening of the bank." The guest's eyes sparkled at this announcement. Could there be a second gift in store? Someone inquired. Of course, Hao Zifu nodded, smiling. "The second gift is a token of gratitude for all present." "Oh, what could it be?" The murmurs of speculation erupted. Hao Zhuangzhu is indeed generous to offer yet another gift. As the buzz of conversation swelled, Hao Zifu surveyed the crowd and, once the chatter subsided, continued, once again, I express my heartfelt thanks for your support. As a gesture of appreciation, all secret techniques and treasures in the bank will be available at half price today, and precious elixirs will be sold at cost. The room erupted in applause and cheers. Half price? Elixirs at cost? Is such a thing even possible? I am in dire need of a mid-tier energy weapon. I wonder if the bank has what I seek. Huh, what a rare opportunity. I am also in need of several rare herbs. Noticing the guest's enthusiasm reaching a fever pitch, Hao Zifu raised his voice again. However, due to limited stock, each person is allowed to purchase only 3 types of items. Friends, you may now enter the bank to select your desired goods. The courtyard buzzed with excitement as people rushed toward the bank. It is well known that the goods sold in banks across various counties are often in high demand, typically priced at a premium, sometimes even doubling the original cost, with rare items requiring bidding wars. Now, hearing that all items in the bank were available at half price and elixirs at cost, the crowd was utterly captivated. What on earth is happening? Lin Xian'er exclaimed in astonishment at the incredible scene unfolding before her. Just moments ago, the cultured literati among the guests were engaged in light-hearted banter about the whims of romance, while affluent merchants mingled and forged new connections. Yet, in the blink of an eye, these prominent figures of Pingfei City have been reduced to mere commoners. Lin Zhihai grasped Lin Xian'er's hand, following closely behind Lin Zhentian and his son as they stepped into the money house. Chapter 10. The garment of shattered jade and silver threads. The money house boasts 4 levels, and even a single floor is ample to accommodate all guests. The first and second floors are filled with rather ordinary items, such as the 6 elemental weapons recently retrieved by Haozi, along with some precious herbs, all displayed prominently. Lin Jingtian and Lin Zhenghai guided Lin Feng and his sister through the bustling crowd of the first and second floors, making their way directly to the 3rd floor. With a gentle exhale, Lin Feng felt relieved to find that the 3rd floor was not overly crowded. The items on this level were all priced at a minimum of 1,000 gold coins. Even with a 50% discount, each piece would still cost at least 500 or 600 gold coins, which naturally limited the number of patrons. Lin Jingtian shared some insights about the money house with the siblings while gesturing to the left, saying, "Let us go over there and take a look." As Lin Jingtian led the way, Lin Feng and the others followed closely behind. "Yay, thank you, uncle. You're so kind." Lin Xian'er chimed with a cheerful laugh. Lin Feng, adhering to decorum, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, father." The siblings beamed with joy as they ran off to select their desired items. Observing this, Lin Zhihai couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. That girl didn't even bother to choose from the elemental weapons generously offered by the owner Hao. And I wonder what truly interests her. It's normal for a girl to be disinterested in such things. We shouldn't push her too hard, Lin Jingtian reassured. With a sigh, Lin Zhihai mused, perhaps my expectations for Xian are set too high. At such a tender age, she has already become a martial apprentice, displaying commendable talent. Yet she pales in comparison to Lin Feng. The 3rd floor housed a diverse array of items, meticulously categorized and arranged, ensuring that it didn't overwhelm the senses. Lin Feng surveyed the space briefly before hastily approaching the treasure display. Treasures, as a broad category, included a plethora of magnificent items, from dazzling deep-sea pearls to exceedingly rare gemstones, and coveted inner cores of fierce beasts. Each item in the display was accompanied by a description, origin, and price tag. Upon viewing the prices, Lin Feng was left speechless. Truly, as his father had mentioned, any item on the 3rd floor was of considerable value. Lin Xian'er followed Lin Feng to the treasure display, and upon seeing the shimmering pearls, she gasped in delight, instinctively reaching for a gem radiating a brilliant blue light. "Oh, this is so beautiful. I want it. I want it." Before she could finish her sentence, she spotted another dazzling red pearl. "Oh, that one is gorgeous. I want that one, that one." Lin Xian'er put down the first gem and reached for the thumb-sized pearl instead. "Observing is fine, but if you find something you truly desire, I can show it to you," a sweet voice offered with a smile. Lin Xian'er pouted, casting a glance at Lin Feng, who feigned disinterest and reluctantly replied, "I'll just take a look for now." In contrast to the diverse and crowded offerings of the 1st and 2nd floors, the 3rd floor was distinctly organized into 10 sections, each overseen by a professional attendant ready to assist the guests. Due to the fact that the majority of treasures come with detailed descriptions and price tags, The staff typically refrain from proactively introducing the items within the display unless a customer shows particular interest in a specific object. Only then will the attendants provide a thorough explanation. At this moment, Lin Xianer felt somewhat uneasy and, upon hearing a call, she accompanied Lin Feng towards Lin Jingtian. By now, the third floor was bustling with 2 or 3 dozen guests, and within the area occupied by Lin Jingtian and his brother, there were already 5 or 6 individuals perusing various items. In the treasure area, Lin Jingtian held a silvery object, meticulously examining it while whispering to Lin Zhenghai. Upon noticing Lin Feng and Lin Xianu approaching, Lin Jingtian extended the silvery object towards them and inquired, "Do you know what this is?" Lin Xianu shook her head, indicating her lack of knowledge. Lin Feng, however, glanced at the empty display where the treasure's description was meant to be, and to his astonishment, he exclaimed, This is the shattered jade silver silk garment? Shattered jade silver silk garment?" Lin Xianer quickly took hold of the exquisite garment, gently caressing its soft texture, utterly captivated. "I never expected the shattered jade silver silk garment to be so beautiful. Do you like it?" Lin Jingtian smiled at Lin Xianer and suggested. "How about I gift it to you?" "Really?" Lin Xianer exclaimed joyfully. Lin Jingtian nodded with a smile. Lin Feng, standing nearby, teased, "Are you not interested in those beads and gemstones over there?" At this question, Lin Xianer glanced towards the treasure area, then looked down at the shattered jade silver silk garment, seemingly in a dilemma. After a moment of contemplation, she bit her lip and reluctantly made her decision, saying, I will take this shattered jade silver silk garment." "Wise choice." Lin Feng pointed to the garment's description. "Just take a look, and you will understand how rare this shattered jade silver silk garment truly is." Curiously, Lin Xianer examined the origins of the shattered jade silver silk garment within the display. The silver threads used to create this garment were not mere metallic fibers. They were woven from the silk spun by the fearsome shattered jade green venom spider. The shattered jade green venom spider is notorious for its deadly reputation, as its emitted green mist is highly toxic, causing instant death from even the slightest contact. Thus, its silk is an exceptional choice for crafting protective garments. Interestingly, the silk from the shattered jade green venom spider is devoid of toxins yet remarkably resilient. Ordinary weapons cannot sever it. Utilizing the silk for protective garments greatly mitigates the impact of energy-based attacks. Experiments have shown that even a full-force strike from a high-ranking martial artist results in less than 10% of the original force reaching the wearer of the silk garment, rendering them largely unharmed. Even a direct hit from a martial master would have its force reduced by 50%. Consequently, when a shattered jade silver silk garment becomes available, numerous prominent families vie to acquire it as a protective gift for their children, making it an unparalleled choice. Lin Feng and Lin Xianer had only heard of the shattered jade silver silk garment before, but after reviewing its description, Lin Xianer realized that such a garment is a rare treasure. With a beaming smile, however, when she glanced at the selling price of the shattered jade silver silk garment, she couldn't help but gasp in shock, exclaiming, "Oh no, how can it be so expensive? Perhaps I should reconsider." Lin Jingtian chuckled. The price marked above is the market value of the fragmented jade silver thread garment. Today, it is available at a 50% discount, nearly equating to its cost price. Cost price? That still amounts to 1,500 gold coins, which is exceedingly extravagant. Despite this, Lin Xianer cradled the fragmented jade silver thread garment with an expression of reluctance to part with it. "As long as you like it." Lin Jingtian called over the staff responsible for the treasure area and purchased the garment. Lin Xianer beamed. "Thank you, uncle. You are the best of Xianer." Lin Zhenghai gazed at Lin Xianer with fondness and nodded appreciatively at his elder brother, Lin Tianying. The fragmented jade silver thread garment was exceptionally precious. If this opportunity were missed, it might fetch a price twice as high in the future. "Fenger, is there anything you desire?" Lin Zhenghai inquired of Lin Feng. Lin Jingtian also turned to Lin Feng, asking, "Among all these treasures, is there not one that catches your fancy?" Lin Feng shook his head and pointed to the other side, saying, "I wish to take a look over there." "Over there?" Lin Jingtian followed Lin Feng's gesture with curiosity, yet acquiesced to his desire to explore. They arrived at the array and talisman section. Upon entering the area, Lin Feng casually picked up a book titled Introductory Array Studies and began to peruse it earnestly. The array and talisman materials displayed here were simplified versions, intended for individuals to understand and select. Once a customer chose a simplified version for purchase, the staff would then present the authentic edition. Lin Jingtian and his brother trailed behind, perplexed at Lin Feng's sudden interest in these esoteric arts. "Fenger, Lin Jingtian called out. Array studies? His brows furrowed, he cautioned. Fenger, your father wishes for you to remain focused. The study of arrays and talismans is a lesser path. It's acceptable to learn a bit, but do not let it detract from your martial talents. Recognizing his father's serious demeanor, Lin Feng ceased his insistence and replied softly, I understand my mistake. Lin Jingtian nodded, his tone softening. The area with secret techniques and texts is quite popular. Let us see if there is something suitable for you. Yes, Lin Feng responded, following his father toward the secret techniques and text section. Lin Xian'er made a face, teasing Lin Feng for not yet discerning their uncle's intentions after all these years, and remarked that his reprimand was self-inflicted. Not only did she mock him, but she also playfully waved the newly acquired fragmented jade silver thread garment to provoke him, which made Lin Feng grit his teeth in frustration, yet he felt powerless against his sister. In exasperation, he could only give her a significant eye roll, disregarding her taunts. Nevertheless, Lin Feng firmly resolved to acquire that book on introductory array studies at the first opportunity. If Lin Jingtian were to learn of Lin Feng's intentions, one could only wonder how he would feel. Lin Jingtian's prior attitude stemmed entirely from concern for Lin Feng. He understood all too well how challenging it was to grasp the study of arrays, and achieving remarkable success in it was even more arduous. Among the supreme powerhouses of the Yuanwu continent, none were known to excel in array studies, indicating that this discipline had indeed fallen into decline. The martial arts and magical techniques stand in stark contrast to one another. The Eastern continent venerates martial skills, while the Western continent excels in magic and alchemy. Both continents have established their own schools and academies, offering a comprehensive training system from a young age. In contrast, the study of formations has never seen the establishment of dedicated institutions. Occasionally, one may hear of individuals skilled in this discipline, yet they are often solitary practitioners and remain largely overlooked. Chapter 11. Lin Feng's fortunes accompanied by his father, Lin Jingtian, and under his guidance. Lin Feng selected the secret manual skyward hammer technique. Subsequently, Lin Jingtian and his brother, Lin Zhonghai, took Lin Feng and his sister on a tour of the fourth floor of the money house, where Lin Jingtian and Lin Zhonghai conducted a practical lecture for the siblings. Knock, knock, knock. As Lin Feng pondered over the hammer technique, he heard a knock at the door and instinctively knew it was Lin Xian'er come to seek him out. Come in, he replied languidly. The door creaked open, and Lin Xian'er entered with a playful smile, her hand brushing against a strand of hair that had fallen over her forehead. Why didn't you ask who it was? She inquired. Who else could it be but you? Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Lin Xian'er shrugged her delicate shoulders, stepping closer as she whispered, What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Lin Feng glanced at her but remained silent. Noticing his indifference, Lin Xian'er pouted slightly and, with a glimmer in her eyes, remarked, I know why you're upset, even if you don't say it. Lin Feng shot her a sidelong glance, but continued to keep his silence. Lin Xian'er twirled a lock of hair around her finger and mused. Is it because of that array technique manual? Lin Feng sighed. You think you're so clever. You've been quiet all the way here, clearly lost in thoughts about that manual. Giggling, Lin Xian'er teased, Brother, are you really that interested in the study of formations? Well, Lin Feng replied slowly. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. It's not that significant. Lin Xian'er wrinkled her delicate nose. Uncle doesn't he approve of your studying formations, which only indicates that you lack talent in that area. You should focus on martial arts instead. Sighing, Lin Feng said, I'm not sure if I have a talent for formations. I just want to learn more about it. Seeing his expression, Lin Xian'er curiously asked, With that look of longing on your face, have you ever seen someone perform a formation? At this question, a mysterious smile spread across Lin Feng's face. Of course, I have. You have. Lin Xian'er replied skeptically. When did you see that? I don't recall it, given that they were rarely apart. It was improbable for Lin Feng to have concealed such an experience from her. Lin Xian'er scrutinized him, seemingly intent on uncovering all his secrets. All right. Lin Feng relented, feeling uneasy under her gaze. I can't tell you where I saw it, but I can describe the scene. What scene? Lin Xian'er asked. Her curiosity piqued. The principles of the formation I witnessed were quite different from the traditional methods I had known, Lin Feng said, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. In what way were they different? Lin Xian'er inquired. Skyward Night Pond, Lin Feng responded, and upon hearing this, Lin Xian'er could only think one thing. Brother Feng, you must be mistaken, Lin Xian'er said, unable to believe such a formation could exist. If what you say is true, then this formation requires neither weapons nor symbols to establish, yet it can be instantly formed and used to attack enemies? Lin Feng nodded. Indeed. Then why has such divine technique become widespread in the world? Lin Skinner asked. Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words. The inquiry from Lin Skinner triggered memories of promises he had made 6 months prior. At that time, having just advanced to the rank of a martial artist, Lin Feng received 2 martial arts manuals from his father, Lin Jingtian, due to his dual cultivation of earth and water elemental powers. One manual was the Xianhuang Sacred Staff, suited for practitioners of earth elemental energy, while the other was the Ling Xiao Whip technique, designed for those who wielded water elemental forces. However, Lin Feng's progress with the Ling Xiao Whip technique was far inferior to that of the Xianhuang Sacred Staff. Alarmed by this, Lin Jingtian consulted Master Wei regarding the matter. After observing Lin Feng's whip technique, Master Wei offered some guidance, but it proved to be of little effect. Eventually, he reassured Lin Jingtian, promising to find a way to help Lin Feng master the whip technique. A month later, a friend came to visit. Upon seeing this individual, Master Wei was filled with joy. This person had shared certain experiences with Master Wei, who recognized him as a remarkable figure of the present age, and he hoped this individual could provide guidance to Lin Feng. After several days spent together, the visitor gifted Lin Feng an unnamed whip technique, which he practiced diligently, resulting in rapid improvement. One day, while practicing the whip technique in the backyard, Lin Feng suddenly sensed a disturbance in the elemental energy above. Looking up, he beheld a streak of golden light descending, followed by a loud crash from the neighboring courtyard. Intrigued, Lin Feng recalled that the neighboring courtyard belonged to the master who had imparted the unnamed whip technique to him. Feeling a sense of gratitude and recognizing the guidance he had received over the past few days, Lin Feng had come to regard Master Wei's friend as a mentor. Stepping outside, he approached the adjacent courtyard, only to be taken aback upon entering. "Who are you?" he asked, as he found only a pale-faced little girl, seemingly younger than himself. "Me?" The girl was momentarily stunned by the question, but quickly responded with a mischievous grin. "Just call me senior sister." Lin Feng was perplexed. Was this a new student of the academy? Yet, the back courtyard was the residence of a mentor, and without Master Wei's permission, students were not allowed to enter. "Senior sister?" Lin Feng chuckled, teasingly replying. "In terms of enrollment, I arrived before you. In terms of age, you are certainly younger than I am. And as for height," he stepped closer, playfully comparing their heights, and with a challenging grin declared, "At this height, you should address me as senior brother." The girl pushed him away with disdain, retorting, "If you want to be my senior brother, you must surpass me first." With that, she gracefully leaped backward, her fingers dancing as she summoned more than a dozen faint shadows that swiftly coalesced into a golden short sword in midair. With a swift motion, the golden sword, trailing a long beam of light, hurtled toward Lin Feng. "Ah!" Lin Feng exclaimed in horror, barely having time to react before he leaped away. The ground erupted in dust as a large crater, over half a meter deep, marked the spot where Lin Feng had just stood. "Linger!" a voice cried out, as a figure dashed into the courtyard, concern etched upon their face as they approached the little girl, scanning her for injuries. "Are you hurt anywhere?" "Father," the girl giggled. "I'm fine. Check to see if he is injured." Lin Feng was utterly astonished by the scene before him. What kind of martial art is this? If he had reacted even a moment slower, he would have met his demise beneath that golden short sword. "Lin Feng, what brings you here?" the man beside the little girl inquired, casting a glance at the disheveled Lin Feng. Upon hearing the little girl address the man, Lin Feng understood everything and quickly bowed in respect, saying, "Master, I." "What do you mean, I?" The little girl interrupted him, retorting, "Father, just now, while you were away, he tried to take advantage of me and insisted that I call him senior brother." "No, I didn't know you were," Lin Feng protested, at a loss for words. "However, his skills are truly lacking. I merely gave him a little lesson, and he ended up, well, like this," she chuckled, unable to contain her laughter. Seeing the little girl so cheerful, the man's tense demeanor relaxed slightly, and he shot her a disapproving look, saying, "I told you to rest properly indoors. Why are you out here being mischievous?" "I'm bored, father," the little girl pouted. "Staying in the room all day, even if I'm not sick, can make me feel ill. It's good for my health to come out for a stroll." The man gently shook his head and turned to Lin Feng, saying, "This is my daughter. You may call her Linger." "Yes, master," Lin Feng replied. Regarding the title of master, the man remained noncommittal. He had no intention of taking on an apprentice, but out of respect for Wei Shi, he had agreed to guide Lin Feng. He had previously told Lin Feng not to call him master, yet Lin Feng insisted, and thus the man acquiesced. After introducing his daughter, the man turned to Lingo and said, "He is your Uncle Wei's student, named Lin Feng." "Oh," Lingo responded with a smile. "Father," his reaction was quite good. "He managed to evade my golden light sword." Upon hearing his daughter's words, the man's expression shifted slightly, and casting a glance at the deep pit nearby, he admonished, "You still do not understand the gravity of the situation. How many times have I told you not to reveal such martial arts casually? Why do you never listen?" "Father." Linger tugged at the man's sleeve, once more adopting a playful tone. "I merely wish to tease Lin Feng. Please don't be angry with me. You truly perplex me." The man sighed, brushing aside Linger's hand. He turned to Lin Feng and said, "Lingo has been mischievous since she was young. Please do not hold it against her." "Patterns? And you do not even know this?" Linger remarked, her expression one of incredulity. "Linger," the man scolded sternly. Watching Linger retreat, the man's brow furrowed deeply, as if burdened by heavy thoughts. However, realizing Lin Feng was beside him, he composed himself and returned to his usual demeanor, asking, "Do you still remember what I asked you to keep in mind?" "Yes," Lin Feng replied, bowing respectfully. The disciple takes his leave. From their earlier conversation, Lin Feng sensed that the pale-faced Linger might be unwell. He wished to inquire about her condition but refrained, recalling the master's prior warnings. Although he had internally acknowledged the man as his master, the man had always been rather distant and was unlikely to divulge details about his daughter's health. Perhaps it would be prudent to seek information through other channels. After Lin Feng departed, he made his way directly to Master Wei, inquiring about Ling Er's well-being. Upon hearing this, Master Wei wore a grave expression and replied, "Do not inquire further about anything concerning them, especially Ling Er. Pretend as if you have never encountered her. Understand? Master Wei." Lin Feng began to speak, but Master Wei raised his hand to silence him, solemnly stating, "There is no reason to discuss. Remember, you are not to pry into any matters regarding them." With that, he turned and walked away. Such an air of mystery surrounds this situation. My master had also cautioned me against revealing anything about our encounter, and now Master Wei exhibits the same demeanor. "It seems quite serious," Lin Feng murmured to himself. Once he fell into contemplation, Lin Feng recalled the yellow short sword that had just attacked him. Was that sword conjured by the array patterns? Lin Feng pondered, array path. If the opportunity presents itself, I must acquire a text on array techniques to study further. Chapter 12. The Scheme of Hong Tailong Brother. Brother Lin Xian called out repeatedly. "Is that so?" Lin Xian replied with a hint of skepticism. "Then where did you see that?" "I promised to keep it a secret." Lin Feng shook his head. "Don't try to deceive me. I want to believe you," Lin Xian huffed, turning to dash out of Lin Feng's room to seek confirmation from her father. Lin Feng let out a bitter smile, murmuring, "Believe it or not." In the secret chamber of the Hong family, Hong Tailong coldly remarked, "I never expected you to disappoint me so." "Father," Hong Shou was at a loss for words. Reflecting on his battle with Lin Feng, he found himself unable to justify his actions. Even if given another chance, he could not guarantee victory over Lin Feng. Hong Shou hung his head in despair. What punishment would his father impose in his wrath? Just as he was engulfed in anxiety, he heard Hong Tailong's voice soften. "Shou huh?" Hong Shou, momentarily bewildered, looked up at Hong Tailong. Shouldn't his father be reprimanding him? Why this unexpected demeanor? "This defeat cannot be solely attributed to you. I bear part of the responsibility as well," Hong Tailong stated. "No." Hong Shou fell to his knees with a thud. Bowing his head, "It is entirely my fault for lacking skill, bringing shame upon you. Please, father, punish me." Hong Tailong glanced at his kneeling son before shifting his gaze upward, his tone chilling as he remarked, "Lin Jingtian, you have indeed raised a fine son. Dual cultivation of Yuan power? Humph, you even managed to deceive me. However, it is not too late to learn now." Hong Shou listened in confusion, reluctant to interject. "Shouer," Hong Tailong called solemnly. "There is an opportunity to redeem yourself. I hope you can handle it well." "I shall certainly handle it well. Please, father." "Give your orders," Hong Shou replied, his voice resolute. "Good." Hong Tailong nodded, retrieving a small porcelain vial from his robes, containing the Duoyuan Huagong San, colorless and tasteless. Once ingested, all Yuan power within the Dantian would vanish without a trace. "Father, you mean?" To Hong Shou's face displayed shock. "Do you dare to proceed?" Hong Tailong fixed his gaze upon Hong Shou. "Under father's command, how could I dare to defy?" Hong Shou knelt once more, though concern crept into his voice. "But, father, are you not afraid of Lin Jingtian seeking revenge?" "Revenge?" Hong Tailong scoffed. This is a different time. If the Lin family had not produced such an anomaly as Lin Feng, I might not have provoked Lin Jingtian. Yet now show her, you need not hesitate. If Lin Jingtian dares to confront us, I will ensure he understands that the Hong family is no longer a place for him to run rampant. Encouraged by his father's words, Hong Shou's confidence surged. He stepped forward to take the small vial from Hong Tailong's hands, thumping his chest. I will certainly accomplish this task. The next day, around noon, brother, came Lin Xian's cheerful laughter from outside. Guess who has arrived? It seems your brother is not here, a girl's voice chimed in. If he dares to step out of the room, I shall ensure that uncle punishes him severely. Lin Xian remarked with a light huff. Come, let us go in and see if he is slacking off. Why should he be punished? A girl's voice chimed in once more. Do not ask so many questions. We shall discover the truth upon entering, Lin Xian teased. The two girls giggled as they entered Lin Feng's room, where they found him seated at his desk, poring over something. Brother, you are working so diligently. Lin Xian laughed. With a traitor like you around, how could I afford to be negligent? Lin Feng retorted, somewhat irked. Do not speak so harshly. Look who has come, Lin Xian said, pulling another little girl by the hand as they approached Lin Feng. While they were jesting, Lin Feng had recognized the voice of Dai Xia. Now, seeing Lin Xian bringing Dai Xia closer, he stood up politely and greeted her. Xia, you are here. Did you come with Uncle Dai? Since Lin Xian joined the martial arts hall, Dai Xia often visited the Lin family to play with her. Occasionally, she would come along with her father, establishing a bond between the two families through their children. Uncle? Lin Feng was taken aback, suddenly recalling that Dai too had attended the grand opening of the Hao family's bank yesterday, with Dai Xia by his side. I almost forgot, Madman too is your uncle. Indeed. Dai Xia nodded. Lin Feng scratched his head, casting a glance at Lin Xian with a hint of embarrassment. Xian, why don't you and Xia go out to play? I shall continue my studies. Dai Xia was considerably more reserved than Lin Xian and rarely interacted with the male members of the Lin family. Each time she visited, the two girls would spend time together alone. He wondered why Lin Xian had brought Dai Xia to him this time. Why are you glaring at me? It is Xia who wishes to see you, Lin Xian replied innocently. Xia wishes to see me? Lin Feng queried, perplexed. I apologize for disturbing you, Senior Lin. Dai Xia said bashfully. The thing is, my sister heard about yesterday's competition at the bank and is eager to meet you. So I came to invite you to join us. Your sister? Lin Xian asked curiously. I had not heard that you had a sister, Xia. Dai Xia chuckled softly. She is my cousin from my aunt's side, also a student at the Jialan Academy. She must leave tomorrow, and I am unsure when she will be able to visit again, which is why I took the liberty to invite you. Oh, I see, Lin Xian said, glancing at Lin Feng. I am afraid I cannot assist you with that, Lin Feng replied helplessly. I am not permitted to leave my room today. Xian can attest to that. That is what you get for tricking me yesterday, Lin Xian teased with a smile, proudly pulling Dai Xia's hand. Brother Feng is bullying me. Uncle has punished him by not allowing him to leave for the entire day and has ordered him to master the Heavenly Hammer manual. A look of disappointment crossed Dai Xia's face. Seeing her reaction, Lin Xian could not help but suggest, how about we both plead for leniency from Uncle? Could we? Dai Xia's face brightened with hope. Come, follow me, Lin Xian exclaimed, leading Dai Xia out with enthusiasm. Xian, there is no need for such formality, Lin Feng exclaimed. He had no desire to become acquainted with the so-called cousin Dai Xia, and was merely using this as an excuse to evade the situation. Not expecting Lin Xian to be so meddlesome. In the Juing building, a spacious room was filled with 4 young individuals gathered around a table. Lin Feng gazed at the exquisite array of dishes before him, his mind swirling with doubts. The Juing building was the grandest tavern in Pengfei City, and this lavish room, along with the sumptuous feast, must have cost at least a dozen gold coins, an amount that would surpass the annual earnings of an average family. He had never met his cousin Dai Xia, so why such extravagant expenditure? The older girl at the table was Dai Xia's sister, Ji Shuelai, who exuded an aura of cunning. She rose and turned to her cousin with a smile, saying, It has been a long time since I last saw my dear cousin. This feast serves to celebrate our reunion, and furthermore. At this point, she glanced at Lin Feng across the table. I have heard that Lin Shidi's whip technique is quite unique, and I would like to engage in a friendly spar with you. Oh? Lin Feng remained seated, locking eyes with Ji Shuelai. Is your cultivation level superior to that of Hong Shou? Similar, Ji Shuelai replied with a smile. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. Then there is no need for a spar. My whip technique is still rather unrefined, and I would not wish to inadvertently injure you, sister. Is that your belief? Lin Feng retorted coldly. Hong Shou is, after all, a student of the Jialan Academy, yet he fell to your hands. One cannot help but question that. Ji Shuelai's words dripped with sarcasm. It seems I must experience Ji Shuelai's prowess after all. Lin Feng stood, matching her stance. Their exchange left Dai Xiyao and Lin Skinner feeling quite uncomfortable. Lin Skinner tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve, urging, "Brother, please don't act this way." Dai Xiyao, equally anxious, grasped Ji Shuelai's arm. "Sister, were you not here to befriend Lin Shidi?" Ji Shuelai retorted angrily, "Your Lin Shidi looks down upon me." With that, she swiftly moved to an empty space, brandishing a slender lantern whip, and declared, "Please, enlighten me." Lin Feng retrieved his obsidian staff and stepped into the open area. Though he usually adhered to decorum, Ji Shuelai's insistence on sparring, especially after enlisting her cousin to summon him, struck him as peculiar. His verbal jabs were a means to ascertain whether Ji Shuelai sought genuine camaraderie or harbored ulterior motives. "Lin Feng, prepare to face the whip," Ji Shuelai commanded. Just as Lin Feng positioned himself, the soft whip lashed towards him. He raised his staff to block. Bang! The whip, shimmering with a cerulean glow, struck the obsidian staff with a muffled thud. Realizing Ji Shuelai aimed to seize his staff, Lin Feng tightened his grip. Suddenly, the whip looped around the staff and tightened with force, yanking him off his feet. Lin Feng was taken aback. He had never anticipated Ji Shuelai's strength to be so formidable. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the reconnaissance machine, the obsidian staff might have been seized in a single blow. Lin Feng steadied his mind and engaged in combat with Ji Shuelai. Meanwhile, Lin Skinner and Dai Xiyao observed the duel with palpable tension. Dai Xiyao was particularly filled with regret, lamenting her decision to agree to her sister's invitation for Lin Feng to join them. After several exchanges, Lin Feng gradually discerned the intricacies of Ji Shuelai's whip techniques. Simultaneously, he became increasingly attentive to the variations in her moves. This marked Lin Feng's first encounter in combat with a practitioner of water elemental energy of similar age, leaving a profound impact on his heart. Chapter 13. Retribution. Lin Feng vividly recalls the initial struggles he faced while practicing the Ling Xiao whip technique. No matter how diligently he trained, he could not master it. However, after receiving an anonymous whip technique from his friend Wei Shi, his proficiency in whip techniques improved drastically, which led him to willingly acknowledge Wei Shi as his mentor. Just yesterday, his father acquired the Chongtian hammer manual for him, a technique equally suitable for practitioners of water elemental force, detailing the application of the meteor hammer. Upon reviewing the abridged version, Lin Zhitian believed this manual would enhance Lin Feng's whip skills. At first, Lin Feng too found it promising, but after perusing the complete manuscript, his enthusiasm waned. The techniques outlined in Chongtian hammer manual bore striking similarities to those of the Ling Xiao whip technique, rendering them ill-suited for him. At this moment, Ji Lia's whip technique differed significantly from the two styles Lin Feng had previously encountered. Although Ji Lia's techniques were not particularly novel, the force behind them was immensely powerful. Each whip strike felt like a colossal wave crashing towards him, leaving Lin Feng breathless. Once the obsidian staff was ensnared by the supple whip, it felt as though a massive python was constricting him, almost wresting the staff from his grasp, indeed a formidable challenge to contend with. If this continued, a moment's inattention could very well result in his defeat at the hands of Ji Shuelai. Finally, Ji Shuelai had compelled Lin Feng to employ his whip techniques. As soon as he did, she found herself at a disadvantage. Having heard previously that the mighty beast had succumbed to Lin Feng's unpredictable and versatile whip techniques, she now experienced firsthand their boundless adaptability. Without a source of leverage, the obsidian whip could effortlessly alter its attack trajectory, its agility akin to an extending arm, making it nearly impossible to defend against. Realizing she was at a disadvantage, Ji Shuelai swiftly transitioned from offense to defense. Once Lin Feng's whip techniques were unleashed, she recognized that engaging him in direct combat would be detrimental. Her own style, characterized by straightforward strikes with limited variations, relied primarily on sheer power. While Lin Feng's obsidian whip deftly evaded direct clashes, otherwise, the situation could have worsened. The contrasting styles of their whip techniques demanded both parties to be acutely aware of each other's moves. Lin Feng pondered whether Ji Shuelai's techniques might be suitable for his own practice. He harbored numerous questions, particularly why certain water elemental techniques seemed incompatible with his training. He had once inquired of his father, who merely replied that once he entered the Jialan Academy, mentors would provide clarity. Now, Lin Feng yearned more than ever to enter the Jialan Academy expeditiously. After battling for a while longer, noticing that Ji Shuelai's techniques had not evolved, he resolved to conclude the duel swiftly. With renewed vigor, Lin Feng intensified his assault. Observing the ferocity of his onslaught, Ji Shuelai twirled her soft whip to shield herself. However, prolonged defense often leads to failure. Under her meticulous guard, their weapons finally collided. Unlike their previous encounters, this time, the obsidian whip coiled around Ji Shuelai's soft whip upon contact, striking with the swiftness of lightning towards her wrist. Caught off guard, Ji Shuelai could not evade in time, and the stone staff struck her wrist. "Ah!" she cried out, the soft whip slipping from her grasp as she retreated hastily. "Sister!" Daisy gasped and hurried to Ji Shue's side, anxiously inquiring, "Sister, are you hurt?" Ji Shue was acutely aware that if it weren't for Lin Feng's leniency, a single lash could have easily resulted in grievous injury. Lin Feng picked up the whip that lay on the ground and approached, extending it towards her as he apologized. "We harbor no deep-seated enmity. Why would I inflict serious harm upon you? I regret any offense caused by my words and hope you will overlook it." Momentarily taken aback, Ji Shue quickly regained her composure and smiled, saying, "Oh, of course, I bear no ill will. Alas, it is I who have been remiss in courtesy." The atmosphere grew amicable, and no one noticed that Ji Shue had tampered with Lin Feng's drink. "Allow me to toast to my junior," Ji Shue declared, raising her glass to Lin Feng. "Let us drink to honor." Seeing Ji Shue's apparent generosity, Lin Feng chuckled heartily and moved to take the cup she had poured for him, drinking it down in one go. Daisy and Lin Xianer, witnessing the camaraderie, joyfully approached, hand in hand, saying, "What about us? We wish to partake as well." "Certainly," Ji Shue replied, filling their glasses. "Lin, is your whip technique a family heirloom?" she asked curiously. Lin Feng shook his head, stating, "This technique was imparted to me by an extraordinary individual. I beg your pardon for not disclosing more." "Oh," Ji Shue nodded, realizing she could not pry further, and shifted the conversation to casual topics with the two girls. Just as their lively discussion ensued, the door to the room was unexpectedly pushed open. Since when has the gathering of heroes been so undisciplined? The food and drink are ready, and without summons, no one should intrude. It was common for martial artists to engage in sparring after drinking, and damages were typically compensated afterward, thus fights were not uncommon. The earlier commotion with Ji Shue had drawn no intervention, so who would dare intrude now? Hong Shou? Lin Feng was taken aback. Entering was indeed Hong Shou, accompanied by Hua Hai, who had also fallen to Lin Feng, along with several others, including Gung Yi. Lin Feng recognized them from their gathering with Hong Shou the previous day at the opening of the money shop. "Hong Shou, do you intend to overwhelm me with numbers?" Lin Xianer stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Lin Feng. Hong Shou ignored her and turned to Ji Shue, asking, "Is everything in order?" Ji Shue nodded. "Aha. With your affirmative response, I cannot believe how easily you succumbed, Lin Feng. I had meticulously arranged for this. It seems today, you cannot escape your fate." Lin Feng cast a wary glance at Ji Shue, questioning, "Are you in league with them?" Hearing this, Daisy also turned to Ji Shue, disbelief etched on her face as she asked, "Sister, this cannot be true, can it?" Ji Shue lowered her voice, "I am sorry." Avoiding their gazes, she approached Hong Shou, coldly demanding, "Where is my possession?" Hong Shou retrieved a box from his robe and tossed it casually to Ji Shue, saying, "This is what you seek." After receiving the item, Ji Shue tucked it away, evidently having negotiated the terms in advance, without concern for Hong Shou and the others betraying her trust. Once everything was secured, Ji Shue turned to Hong Shou and said, "Please do not escalate this matter." "This is not your concern," Hong Shou replied coldly. "Take your things and leave quickly." "I will not." Dai Xiao protested desperately, crying out, "You are not my sister. I do not have a sister like you." Yet, regardless of Dai Xiao's resistance, Ji Shue firmly dragged her out of the room. Witnessing this scene unfold, Lin Feng did not intervene. Once the two women had departed, Lin Feng spoke in an icy tone, "What do you intend to do?" Hong Shou sneered, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Xianer, and said to Lin Feng, "Are you not going to let your sister leave?" "We wouldn't mind resorting to more severe measures." Ho Huai and the others echoed with sinister laughter. "Xianer, you go first," Lin Feng urged solemnly. "I will not leave." Although Lin Xianer was terrified, her concern for Lin Feng's safety outweighed her fear. "If we are to leave, we shall do so together." Given the dire circumstances, how could Lin Feng allow Lin Xianer to remain by his side? "Xianer, listen to your brother. You must leave here quickly." Lin Feng grasped Lin Xianer by the shoulders, saying, "Trust me, they cannot harm me." Your presence here will only distract me. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Lin Xian'er realized that her being there would only hinder him. Brother, you must take care of yourself, she said tearfully, glaring with immense hatred at Hong Shou and the others. If anything happens to you, my uncle will never forgive you. While you still have the chance, get out of here, Ho Wai commanded. With that thought, Lin Xian'er wiped her tears away, stepped forward to embrace Lin Feng, and sobbed, Brother, I will come to rescue you as soon as I can. You must hold on. Seeing his sister depart, Lin Feng felt a sense of relief. Hong Shou laughed sinisterly. Even your sister has abandoned you, Lin Feng. You should resign yourself to your fate. Do you truly believe you can hold me back? Lin Feng retorted, unyielding in his resolve. Lin Feng, have you still not realized? Ho Wai said languidly. Try circulating the energy within your body. Lin Feng hastily attempted to channel the energy from his dantian. To his dismay, he found it utterly devoid of any trace of energy. Lin Feng felt as though he were plummeting into an abyss, his complexion shifting drastically. You poisoned me? To be precise, it was Ji Shualei, whom you met less than an hour ago, who poisoned you. Ho Wai spat venomously. Lin Feng, you embarrassed me in front of others. How could I possibly let you off the hook? I sacrificed my water element pearl to deal with you. And seeing you in your current state makes it all worthwhile. Lin Feng, I will not kill you. I merely want you to remember me. To remember the mistakes you have made, to regret them for a lifetime. Ho Wai's deranged expression made those around him feel uneasy. Hua Gai drew forth a short dagger, a sinister smile gracing his lips. When I sever your tendons and ligaments, the gruesome spectacle will surely be unforgettable. Chapter 14. The death of Lin Jihai. Lin Feng now finds himself in dire straits, yet he refuses to submit. No matter the circumstances, today escape is beyond his reach. Hong Shou strides forward, brandishing his spear menacingly, and strikes fiercely at Lin Feng. Lin Feng raises his staff in defense. With a resounding crack, the obsidian staff clatters to the ground, and Lin Feng's hands are left bruised and bleeding. Ho Wai cackles nearby, brandishing his dagger and lunging at the staggering Lin Feng. Lin Feng swiftly turns his head to evade. The dagger misses its mark, slicing horizontally. Although he intends to dodge, his depleted strength renders him slow, and the swift blade grazes his left cheek, causing blood to spatter anew. Ho Wai erupts with maniacal laughter, hurling insults and kicking Lin Feng to the ground. The others, including Hong Shou, swarm in, unleashing a barrage of fists and feet upon him. Lin Feng rolls on the ground, shielding his head with his arms. With each insult, Hong Shou's fury intensifies, and his kicks become increasingly brutal. A sickening crack echoes as Lin Feng's arm breaks. These assailants, driven by unrestrained vengeance, particularly Ho Wai, who has suffered defeat at Lin Feng's hands, launch a savage onslaught. Under the looming threat of death, Lin Feng's survival instincts surface. With an unexpected surge of strength, he flips over and crashes into Gung Yi, propelling himself toward the window. With a thunderous crash, the closed window shatters, and Lin Feng tumbles from the third floor of the Juing building. He lands heavily atop a carriage. A bloodied figure emerges from the carriage, startling Axi, who exclaims in panic, "Who are you?" Lin Feng, covered in blood and barely recognizable, gasps, "I am Lin Feng. Quickly, take me to the Lin residence." "Lin? Young Master Lin?" Axi, recognizing the familiar voice, peers closely and confirms his identity. Lin Feng, anxious and pressed for time, knows that if he delays, Ho Wai and the others will catch up, leaving him no chance to escape. With urgency, he shoves Axi aside and strikes the horse's flank with force. The horse, stung by the blow, lets out a piercing neigh and bolts forward. As Ho Wai and his companions reach the window and witness Lin Feng speeding away in the carriage, Gung Yi prepares to leap down in pursuit. "Let it be." Ho Wai scoffs, watching the carriage recede. His internal energy is depleted. He is but a shadow of his former self. Let him go. Today's lesson will be etched in his memory, turning into a lifelong nightmare. The others nod in agreement. The horse gallops wildly, carrying Lin Feng and his companion as they jolt toward the Lin family estate. His broken arm hangs limply by his side, the other gripping the carriage frame tightly, blood still oozing from his wounds. Yet, he remains oblivious, his gaze locked ahead. Before long, several vigorous steeds approach. "Father!" Lin Feng cries out. Upon hearing his call, Lin Jingtian, riding swiftly, leaps onto the carriage. Seeing Lin Feng, bloodied and battered, he cries out in anguish, "Was it that scoundrel Hong Shou who did this?" Lin Feng has persisted until now solely through sheer willpower. However, upon seeing his father, he immediately fainted from the sudden release of tension. Rest assured, elder brother. I will certainly bring that fierce beast before you, Lin Zhihai declared, spurring his horse towards the gathering of heroes pavilion. At the Lin residence, outside Lin Feng's room, his mother, Mrs. Ing, anxiously inquired, "My lord, what has happened to Feng'er?" She was accompanied by a spirited young boy of 7 or 8 years. "Feng'er was ambushed and has sustained some injuries," Lin Zheng assured her. "Who harmed my brother?" The young boy, with wide, attentive eyes, asked Lin Zheng, "Father, where is the one who plotted against my brother?" Lin Xiao, displaying remarkable understanding, took Mrs. Ying's hand and said, "Mother, please teach me to read." Upon seeing Lin Zheng's approving nod, Mrs. Ying gracefully acknowledged and left with Lin Xiao. Once everyone had been dismissed, Lin Zheng entered Lin Feng's chamber. By the bedside, a middle-aged man was tending to Lin Feng's facial wounds. "Zhua, how is Lin Feng?" Lin Zheng inquired with concern. The man, named Zhua Hong, a skilled physician and a close friend of Lin Zheng, shook his head with a sigh. Lin Feng's broken arm has been set, and he should not face any major issues, however. Will the scars from the knife wounds remain? Lin Zheng asked anxiously. If one is willing to invest more resources, the scars can indeed be removed, Zhua Hong replied. Lin Zheng, perplexed, pressed, "Zhua, what precisely is the matter? Speak freely." Patriarch. Zhua Hong hesitated briefly but then revealed, Lin Feng's dantian has been destroyed, resulting in a complete loss of internal power. He may never practice martial arts again in this lifetime. What? Lin Zheng felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Feng'er. It seems he has been poisoned, and this poison is particularly vicious. I am at a loss for how to counter it, Zhua Hong lamented. Long Tai Long. Lin Zheng seethed with fury. I will not let you go unpunished. With that, Lin Zheng strode purposefully towards the exit. Patriarch, please remain calm, Zhua Hong called after him. Just as Lin Zheng exited the Lin family estate, he encountered his returning elder brother, Lin Zhenghai. Elder brother, by the time I reached the gathering of heroes pavilion, that vile creature from the Hong family had already fled, Lin Zhenghai reported, dismounting his horse. Perfect, I shall confront Long Tai Long at the Hong residence, Lin Zheng declared, mounting his steed. Elder brother. Lin Zhenghai grasped the reins, pressing, why are you in such a rush? Is Feng'er gravely injured? Feng'er's internal power has been destroyed. He will never be able to practice martial arts again. Lin Zheng seethed with rage. In a swift motion, he seized the reins, attempting to depart. Lin Zhenghai, quick-witted, halted him once more, urgently stating, Elder brother, I understand your current feelings, but you must recognize that Long Tai Long is cunning and treacherous. For many years, he has engaged in both overt and covert battles with us, yet he has never dared to act so brazenly. This time, the fierce beast colluded with others to ambush Lin Feng. Could Long Tai Long truly be unaware? And what of it? Lin Zheng shouted in response. Elder brother, please. Calm yourself. Lin Zhihai analyzed. I believe the situation is far more complex. Hong Shou dares to act against Lin Feng. Undoubtedly, this has the backing of Hong Tai Long. Do you not perceive that he is deliberately luring you in? Lin Zhentian retorted angrily, Humph, I fear him not. At that moment, Lin Zhentian was impervious to any counsel, shaking the reins of his horse and galloping away. Elder brother, Lin Zhihai urgently called out, mounting a horse to follow after Lin Zhentian. Find my aunt, he thought to himself. At this juncture, Lin Sienna hastily exited her chamber. Mrs. Ing was instructing Lin Xiao in his studies when a servant arrived to report, Madam, Miss Sienna has arrived. Let her in, Mrs. Ing replied. Shortly thereafter, Lin Sienna entered the room, exchanged pleasantries with Mrs. Ing, and approached to tease Lin Xiao. Shower. Do you miss your sister? With affectionate gestures, Lin Sienna ruffled Lin Xiao's hair and smiled. It is brother and sister's fault. Shall I play with you? Lin Xiao glanced at Mrs. Ing before replying. Mother is teaching Xiao to read. Then, shall I teach you? Lin Sienna asked with a smile. Lin Xiao nodded. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Ing grew anxious again. Your uncle is with Feng'er. I wonder how severely he is injured. By the way, Sienna, were you not with Feng'er when he went out? Mrs. Ing pondered. Feng'er seldom engages in fights. It is unclear whom he has offended this time. Even Mr. Zhua has been troubled to calm. Aunt, do not worry. With Mr. Zhua present, Brother Feng will be fine, Lin Sienna reassured her. Mrs. Ing nodded. As the two conversed, a servant rushed in, panic-stricken, to report, Madam. Seeing this, Mrs. Ing promptly stood and queried. What is the matter that causes such alarm? What has happened to my father? Lin Sienna felt an ominous premonition and ran forward, shaking the servant and asking, Where is my father? Madam, we must hurry, the servant replied urgently. When Mrs. Ing and Lin Sienna arrived, they found Lin Zhentian standing there, staring blankly at Lin Zhihai, who lay lifeless before him. "Father!" Lin Xian'er cried out, rushing forward. "What has happened? Wake up, father, father!" Lin Zhihai's chest was sunken, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, yet he had already departed from this world. Lin Xian'er wept uncontrollably, kneeling on the ground and clutching Lin Jingtian's sleeve. "Uncle, who has harmed my father?" "Master." Mrs. Ng looked at Lin Jingtian with urgency. "It is all my fault." Lin Jingtian closed his eyes, tilting his head back, tears streaming down his face. "I was too reckless, leading to my younger brother's demise. I was enraged by the Hong family's schemes against Fenger and went to confront Hong Tailong. Little did I expect that the Hong family was already prepared." Lin Jingtian ground his teeth in anger, lamenting, "I know not from where Hong Tailong summoned an unparalleled master. With a single strike, I was gravely injured. When my younger brother saw that man would not relent, he stepped forward to protect me and was struck in return. We barely escaped with our lives. And along the way, my brother." At this point, Lin Jingtian was overcome with sorrow. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian'er broke down in tears once more. After a while, she recalled something and, sobbing, inquired, "Uncle, do you know the name of that formidable expert?" "Rest assured, uncle. I will not seek vengeance for my father until I possess the strength to do so." With tear-filled eyes, Lin Xian'er gazed at Lin Jingtian and added, "I only wish to know who is responsible for my father's demise." "Good child," Lin Jingtian replied, suppressing his sorrow. "I heard Hong Tailong refer to that person as Master Seacombe." "Master Seacombe," Lin Xian'er echoed, etching the name deeply into her heart. Chapter 15. The novice's array. When Lin Feng awoke, it was already the third day, nearing noon. "Young master, you have finally awakened." "I shall inform the master right away," exclaimed the servant who had vigilantly stood by his side. "Ajio," Lin Feng called out to him. "How long have I been lying here?" 3 days? Lin Feng shook his heavy head in disbelief. As Ajio hastily exited the room to convey the news to Lin Jingtian, Lin Feng began to regain some clarity. He reached out to touch his face. A sharp pain radiated from the wound on his face, and the events from 3 days prior in the Junying building began to replay vividly in his mind. Lin Feng hurriedly got out of bed and grabbed a bronze mirror. In the mirror, a prominent scar marred the left side of his face. Internal energy, Lin Feng muttered in panic, attempting to summon the essence from his dantian, only to find it utterly devoid of any power. The once substantial energy had vanished completely. No, this cannot be true. Lin Feng was engulfed in despair. Where is my internal energy? My internal energy. Just then, Lin Jingtian arrived in the nick of time. "Father, my internal energy is gone." Lin Feng cried out, rushing towards him. "Calm down, my son," Lin Jingtian said, grasping Lin Feng's shoulders in a comforting manner. "Do not despair. Even if you cannot practice martial arts in the future, it is of little consequence. At least you have preserved your life. As long as you live, there is hope. I will do everything in my power to heal you." "Practice? I can no longer practice martial arts." Lin Feng gazed at Lin Jingtian, seeking confirmation. Lin Jingtian sighed and nodded. "You have been gravely poisoned, and your dantian can no longer gather internal energy. However, I will search the world for a remedy to dispel this poison. But what difference does it make if I cannot practice martial arts? It is akin to death." Lin Feng pushed Lin Jingtian away, shouting in anguish, "I refuse to live this way, no." The scar on his face and the loss of his internal energy filled Lin Feng with a profound sense of hopelessness. "Live this way? Do you even comprehend?" Lin Jingtian's face flushed with anger, "that your second uncle sacrificed his life to give you a chance? Had I known you would so devalue your own life, we would not have fought so fiercely against the Hong family for you." "Second uncle, he..." Lin Feng stammered, at a loss for words. "Your second uncle has departed. He did so for your sake," Lin Jingtian said, his fierce eyes glistening with tears. "If you still consider yourself a descendant of the Lin family, you must live well to honor your second uncle's spirit." Second uncle. Overwhelmed by grief, Lin Feng could hardly speak. "Fenger, you must pull yourself together, for yourself and for your second uncle. Do not let his sacrifice be in vain." Lin Jingtian urged with determination. "But what can I do? What can I possibly achieve?" Lin Feng's eyes brimmed with tears, seeing Lin Feng in such despair. Lin Jingtian's heart ached. Lin Feng was exceptionally gifted. He had condensed his first trace of internal energy at the age of 9, becoming a martial apprentice. And by 11, he had advanced to a martial artist, hailed as a prodigy of martial arts in Pingfei City, a rarity of a century. Lin Jingtian had harbored great hopes for him, believing Lin Feng would shine brilliantly and bring honor to the Lin family. Yet, fate had dealt a cruel hand, and Lin Feng had fallen victim to the Hong family's treachery, rendered a mere shell of his former self. Lin Feng sat slumped on the ground, lost in silence. Observing this, Lin Zhengtian shook his head in sorrow and turned away, his heart heavy. In the days that followed, renowned physicians from various regions came to treat Lin Feng, but apart from prescribing some restorative remedies, they were utterly powerless against the poison that afflicted him. Concurrently, Lin Feng's temperament underwent a significant transformation. He became averse to social interactions, often confining himself to his room for days on end, rarely emerging. Even when his parents came to visit, he refused to see them, except for Lin Xiener and Lin Xiao. This change in Lin Feng filled his family with deep concern, leaving his mother, Madame Ying, in tears daily. One day, Hao, accompanied by Dia and Guan Kai, came to visit Lin Feng. "You need not go. He will not see you." Lin Xiener intercepted the trio. They exchanged glances, ultimately nodding in acquiescence. Hao, his face clouded with disappointment, softly inquired, "Do you still cherish the sword I gifted you?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiener paused briefly before responding gently, "I cherish it greatly. My uncle said that once I become a warrior, he would impart a sword technique to me." "Really?" Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I am glad you like it." Lin Xiener nodded. "Thank you for the sword. I will practice the technique diligently." While Hao felt a surge of joy, a hint of worry crept in as he mustered the courage to ask, "Will you, in the future, attend the Jialan Academy?" Lin Xiener's expression hardened with determination as she replied resolutely, "Yes, I will definitely enter the Jialan Academy." Hao's face brightened once again. "Excellent. Then we shall meet at the Jialan Academy." With a raised hand, Hao affirmed, "It's a promise." Lin Xiener extended her hand to meet his, sealing their vow. After bidding farewell to the trio, Lin Xiener entered Lin Feng's room. He remained motionless, facing away from her. Lin Feng slightly shifted his head, but uttered no words. "I know you care for them deeply," Lin Xiener spoke to his back. "You lived with them at the martial hall, often engaging in playful banter, filling the air with laughter. How enviable that was. Do you recall when Hong Ming bullied Guan Kai? You sought him out and taught him a severe lesson. And from that day forth, he dared not bully them again." As Lin Xiener reminisced about those times, a bittersweet smile flickered across Lin Feng's face, and he slowly closed his eyes. "Brother, do you intend to remain in this position indefinitely?" Lin Xiener continued, "I was heartbroken when father passed away, and for many days I did not wish to speak to anyone. However, I eventually realized that sorrow was futile. I must gather my strength and seek vengeance for father." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng shook his head and sighed. Lin Xiener's father had perished due to his own uncle's actions, a thought that burdened Lin Feng with guilt, making him feel he had let Lin Xiener down. "Are you mocking my naivety?" Lin Xiener laughed self-deprecatingly. "Indeed, I currently lack the ability to avenge my father. Even my uncle is not a formidable enough foe for me to face. Why should I claim the right to seek vengeance?" Lin Xiener wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and resolutely declared, "But I am still young. I believe that one day I will avenge my enemies. Xikong, I shall never forget your name, nor that of Hong Tailong. They must pay for their blood debts." Turning to her brother, she continued, "Brother, I understand why you are sorrowful, but what good does it do to dwell on sadness? If you cannot practice martial arts, you can learn something else. You are so intelligent. I believe you would excel at anything you choose." Suddenly, Lin Xiener recalled something. "Did you not mention seeing a remarkable formation? You could try to learn about formations." With that, she sprang up and dashed out of the room. The once fragile and timid Xiener, having endured the pain of losing her loved ones, had not succumbed to despair, but had grown even stronger, now seeking to uplift herself. Lin Feng sighed deeply, reluctant to let his spirit languish, yet pondering whether fate could truly be altered. Before long, Lin Xiener returned, cradling a book in her hands. "Look, is this the book?" she asked, placing a thick volume upon the table before Lin Feng. He looked down and recognized it as the formation manual he had longed to peruse, Elementary Formation Studies. He picked it up and began to leaf through its pages. Seeing her brother engrossed in the manual, Lin Xiener cheerfully remarked, "Studying formations requires a tranquil mind. So take your time, brother. I shall not disturb you." Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. During his visit to the bank, he had merely skimmed the summary, but now he understood why it was called Elementary Formation Studies. It was indeed suitable for someone like him, lacking any foundational knowledge. He delved into the introductory chapter earnestly. "Dear, I heard from Xiener that Feng has been reading that formation book these past few days." Lin Feng's mother, Mrs. Ying, inquired with concern. "Yes, Lin Jingtian replied, his brow furrowed. If Feng enjoys reading, let him continue. It is certainly better than sitting idle. Do not fret about it any longer, Mrs. Ng advised. I will also have Shower visit Feng often to help him emerge from the shadows. Lin Jingtian sighed and said, let us hope so. Days later, Lin Feng had memorized the introductory chapter. This section primarily taught beginners how to establish the foundation of a formation and how to draw formation patterns, emphasizing the synergy necessary to unleash the full potential of the formation. Although Lin Feng was a novice, he had some understanding of the formation foundation and patterns. However, setting up formations proved far more complex than he had imagined. The introductory chapter outlined numerous requirements for arranging formations to create a powerful formation. One must consider a multitude of factors. For instance, when establishing a confinement formation, it is essential to select a relatively intricate terrain and to make full use of the unique geographical environment, allowing the formation to achieve its utmost effectiveness. Similarly, when arranging a lethal formation, the optimal choice for the foundation would be sharp weapons, such as knives or swords. And if one were to use blood to draw the patterns, the combined power of the formation would be beyond imagination. The Enlightenment volume alone amalgamates various esoteric disciplines, such as astronomy, geography, the 5 elements, and the flow of fortune. It is no wonder that many assert that mastering the art of formations is exceedingly challenging. Those who aspire to attain proficiency and make significant contributions in this realm are indeed few and far between. Upon delving into the foundational principles and patterns of formations within the Enlightenment volume, Lin Feng found himself somewhat perplexed. On that day, in the courtyard behind the martial hall, he witnessed the golden little sword overhead. The young girl had mentioned that it was a manifestation of a formation pattern. It appears that this formation pattern differs from the other formation patterns he had encountered. Chapter 16, Summit of Cloud Sister, are you still going to Brother's place? Lin Xiao pouted, his youthful voice laced with mild complaint. Brother has been acting strangely. He either sits there in a daze or engrosses himself in that tattered book, hardly speaking to me at all. Very well, you must lend me your assistance when the time comes, Lin Xiao requested earnestly. Rest assured, Lin Skinner replied, playfully tapping Lin Xiao's nose before taking his small hand and leading him towards Lin Feng's abode. Upon their arrival at Lin Feng's residence, as they stepped inside, Lin Xiao exclaimed, why is there such a thick smoke in Brother's room? What smoke? This is mist, Lin Xian corrected him. Perplexed, Lin Xiao inquired, mist? How can there be mist here? Indeed, it is clear and pleasant outside. How could there possibly be mist indoors? Her words triggered a realization in Lin Xian. Of course. It must be an array, a formation. The thought filled her with joy as she called out, Brother, are you setting up a formation? Xiao and I can't see anything. Do not move. Yes, step sideways, then advance 5 paces, Lin Feng's voice resonated. Lin Xian stood still and then followed Lin Feng's instructions. Now take 3 steps to the left. Good, Lin Feng directed. Lin Skinner guided Lin Xiao to take 3 more steps. Ah, the mist is gone. Lin Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. Brother, what kind of spell is this? Teach me. Please. Lin Xian, her face beaming with delight, surveyed the room's arrangement and noticed several pots of qianqing grass and numerous basins of clear water, with various scratches connecting them haphazardly on the ground. Brother, is this the formation you set up? She asked, pointing to the basins and the marks on the floor. It is not quite a formation, Lin Feng explained. This can only be considered an array technique, a mist array, using qianqing grass and clear water as the foundation. The two, under the influence of the array patterns, generate some water vapor that can mislead those unfamiliar with the principles of the array, as you witnessed just now. Truly remarkable, Lin Xian praised. Indeed, it is quite extraordinary, Lin Feng nodded, reflecting. I set this mist array before Jiao, and to my surprise, it trapped him for an entire hour. He was so frightened that he dared not enter again. Without your guidance, we would not have found our way out either. Lin Xian laughed. Yes, brother, Lin Xiao looked up earnestly. You must teach me this mist array. Lin Feng rarely displayed a smile, but he gently ruffled Lin Xiao's hair and said, very well, as long as you are willing to learn, I will certainly teach you. Brother, you are so kind. Lin Xiao exclaimed joyfully as he clasped Lin Feng's hand. Observing the bond between the two brothers, Lin Xian couldn't help but smile. Ever since Lin Feng had made some progress in his study of formations, he often ventured to the training ground to practice. Boom. Rumbling. The young master is practicing formations again, a short, thin servant remarked, his face reflecting a mixture of awe and fear as he gazed towards the training ground. Beside him, A servant with a large bump on his head expressed his apprehension. Indeed, the last time I was at the training grounds to tidy up, I was suddenly struck by a large stone that came hurtling towards me. Startled, I turned to flee, but slipped and fell to the ground. Just look at this bump on my head. It hasn't subsided yet. A short and thin servant glanced at him and replied, I too had a similar experience. That day, as I passed by the training grounds, I walked and walked. It could not find my way out of that courtyard, leaving me drenched in sweat. When I finally emerged that evening, I received a severe scolding from the mistress. It was only thanks to the young master's intercession that I was spared punishment. Alas! The servant with the bump poked the thin one and whispered, I've heard that our eldest young master has had his martial arts skills rendered useless. He is now a mere shell of his former self. The thin servant glanced around cautiously, ensuring no one was in earshot before continuing. I've heard that as well. Do you know who is responsible? The servant with the bump shook his head. In a hushed tone, the thin servant revealed. It was the Hong family who did it, and the scar on the young master's face was inflicted during that encounter. Wasn't he that injury sustained during training? The one with the bump countered. Ah, that is what they say publicly. You rarely leave the estate, so you wouldn't be privy to the details. The thin servant explained. Isn't the eldest young master quite skilled? How could he have been so easily defeated and injured? The servant with the bump inquired, perplexed. Even the mightiest cannot withstand overwhelming numbers. I've heard that many joined forces against our young master, the thin servant noted, adding ominously, moreover. I've also heard that the second master's death is connected to this matter. What? The second master, the servant with the bump exclaimed in shock. Shoo! The thin servant quickly covered the other's mouth, glaring at him. Are you trying to get me killed? Come on, hurry and get back to your duties. Or we'll both be in trouble. After the two servants departed, Lin Feng stepped out from behind a nearby tree. Their conversation weighed heavily on his already troubled mind. He reached up to touch the scar on his face. Though the wound no longer pained him, his heart felt as though it were bleeding. As the end of the year approached, Lin Feng diligently studied the foundational principles of the elementary formation arts in his room. Months of hard work had not been in vain. He had nearly mastered the 100 formation techniques detailed in the foundational text, with his only shortcoming being a lack of practical experience. Lin Feng's rapid progress in the realm of formations astonished Lin Zhengtian, rekindling a glimmer of hope within him. One day, Lin Zhengtian invited Master Wei from the Pingfei Martial Hall to visit. The reason for this invitation stemmed from a remark made by Lin Xianer. She had said that Lin Feng's fascination with the study of formations arose from having witnessed someone perform a formation in front of him, an experience that had left him utterly captivated. Lin Zhengtian pondered, wondering if there truly existed a master of formations in Pingfei City. After much consideration, he concluded that it must indeed be that individual. He was well aware of the circumstances surrounding Lin Feng's acquisition of the unnamed whip technique, knowing it was a gift from a friend of Master Wei. During their casual conversations, he learned that this friend was a reclusive expert of extraordinary caliber. Thus, Lin Zhengtian resolved to uncover the whereabouts of that extraordinary individual, so that Lin Feng might become his disciple. Brother, Lin Xianer joyfully dashed into Lin Feng's chamber, exclaiming, Do stop reading, for father wishes to see you. Lin Feng, perplexed, inquired, Father is looking for me? What is the matter? With a mysterious smile, Lin Xianer replied, Can you guess who has arrived at our residence? For the past 6 months, Lin Feng had been engrossed in his studies of formations, neglecting all else. Upon hearing Lin Xianer's question, he furrowed his brow and retorted, How would I know? If you do not wish to tell me, then I shan't go. Oh dear. Lin Xianer tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve, pulling him outside, and said impatiently, I'll tell you, it is Master Wei. Father has invited him to our home. Master Wei? What does father want with him? Lin Feng exclaimed, shaking off his sleeve. How would I know? Lin Xianer huffed in response. With a sulky pout, Lin Xianer grew frustrated. Yet Lin Feng remained indifferent to her pleas, leaving her with no recourse. Lin Xianer made a soft sound, attempting to capture Lin Feng's attention. What could father want with Master Wei? Seeing Lin Feng's lack of response, she muttered to herself, When I arrived, it seemed they were discussing matters pertaining to formations. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's heart stirred. Brother, do you think father might have asked Master Wei to find a mentor for you in the realm of formations? Lin Xianer speculated, observing Lin Feng's growing interest. If so, you might miss a golden opportunity by not attending. There are no masters of formations in Pingfei City. Lin Feng remarked. There may be some hidden talents. Who can say for certain? Lin Xianer urged once more, tugging at Lin Feng's sleeve. Let us go and discover the truth. With Lin Xianer pulling and coaxing him, Lin Feng reluctantly followed her toward the main hall of the Lin residence. Approaching the entrance of the hall, they suddenly heard Lin Zhongtian's urgent voice from within. Does Mr. Lin not know where your friend resides? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, as he had never witnessed his father in such a flustered state. Then, Master Wei's voice echoed. On that day, he passed through Pengfei City and learned of my position at the Pengfei Martial Hall. Thus he stayed with me for a few days. However, I truly do not know from where he came. But, Lin Jingtian pressed. Yunding Peak. Lin Jingtian murmured, I have not heard of it. It should be within the territory of Pingwu County, Master Wei responded. Noticing Lin Jingtian's persistence, he added, Pingwu County is far from here. Even if we reach Yunding Peak, my friend is likely to have departed. Upon hearing this, Lin Jingtian fell silent. Originally, with Lin Feng's talent, it was certain he would bring glory to the Lin family. However, unforeseen circumstances had arisen. After a moment of hesitation, Master Wei spoke again. Brother Lin, let go of your concerns regarding Lin Feng. The Hong family has now joined the Feishing Pavilion, a formidable force founded by a newly ascended martial sovereign, which must not be trifled with. Thank you for your warning. I shall heed it. Lin Jingtian replied with a respectful gesture. Having overheard this, Lin Feng turned and walked away from the hall. Lin Xianer hurriedly followed, whispering, Brother, are you not going in? Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively and strode away. Chapter 17. Departure. Upon returning to his residence, Lin Feng firmly shut the door behind him. He was acutely aware that the individual his father had spoken of with Master Wei was none other than his master. Although the master had not formally accepted him as a disciple, Lin Feng had already internally acknowledged him as such. The master had departed for Cloud Summit? Lin Feng pondered, reflecting on his current state. He doubted the master would take him in now. Yet, without mastering the art of formations, what hope could he have for vengeance in the future? No, I must seek out my master. As long as my intentions are sincere, even if he does not accept me, I shall have no regrets. Yes, that is settled. I shall prepare and depart at dawn. With this resolve, Lin Feng felt an urgency to act, wishing he could sprout wings and fly to Cloud Summit immediately. The following day, as dawn broke, he stealthily glanced at his mother and younger brother before quietly leaving the Lin residence. Perhaps this was a path of no return. But he had no other choice. If he could not become a disciple of the master, then he would find rest in a foreign land. The night prior, Lin Feng had meticulously planned. Having never ventured far, he knew there were essentials he must prepare in advance. First, he visited the Hao family bank to procure a map and purchase some items necessary for setting up formations. Afterward, he made his way directly to the eastern gate of Pengfei City. In the rear courtyard of the Hao family bank, Hao Zifu was diligently practicing calligraphy in his study. Typically, the daily operations of the bank were managed by subordinates. Only when significant business or distinguished guests arrived would the owner be called upon. Thus, Hao Zifu rarely ventured to the front of the bank. Master, a servant has arrived, one of the subordinates announced as he entered the study. What is it? Hao Zifu inquired, pausing his pen and glancing at the servant. The map? Hao Zifu asked, puzzled, curious about the origin of the map. The purchase of items for formations did not surprise him, given that the Lin family had previously acquired a basic text on formation techniques. But he wondered about the necessity of a map. The servant promptly replied, it is a map from Qingyang County to Pingwu County, and it is a complete map. A complete map? Hao Zifu paused, contemplating, and instructed, inform the head of the Lin family, Lin Jingtian, about this matter. Yes, the servant responded and then asked, shall I do it now? Yes, go at once, Hao Zifu commanded with a wave of his hand. With a sigh, Hao Zifu lamented, what a pity. What a waste of a promising talent. At the eastern gate of Pengfei City, the area was bustling with either armored escort vehicles or merchant caravans traversing between cities and counties. Upon arriving, Lin Feng began to inquire among the various merchant groups, hoping to join one for the journey ahead. He chose to travel with a merchant caravan for two reasons. Firstly, escort services typically did not accommodate individual travelers. And even if they did, the fees were exorbitant. Secondly, the risks were considerably higher, as the escort groups primarily transported valuable items, attracting the attention of bandits. Conversely, merchant caravans generally dealt in commonplace goods, merely capitalizing on the price differences between regions, and were seldom targeted by robbers. As long as they were offered a small sum of silver, they were usually quite willing to accommodate a few additional travelers to enhance their profits. Excuse me, sir. May I ask where your caravan is headed? Lin Feng inquired. He had grown accustomed to the various reactions from those he approached. Although the scar on his face had healed, and he had applied some effective ointment for scar removal, the mark remained glaringly prominent, particularly on the visage of a mere adolescent, evoking a sense of dread. At long last, Lin Feng discovered a caravan that was headed in the same direction. He should have felt elated, yet ever since that fateful incident, little could bring a smile to his face. "May I travel with your caravan?" he inquired. "Traveling alone?" A middle-aged man clad in coarse cotton garments scrutinized Lin Feng. Such inquiries were common among merchants transporting passengers. "Yes," Lin Feng affirmed, "I will pay for the fare. As long as the payment is sufficient, there is no reason to decline," the merchant replied, eyeing Lin Feng's attire before extending 5 fingers. 5 gold coins. 5? Lin Feng exclaimed in anger. "The journey to Anhua City takes about 10 days, and 100 silver coins is more than adequate. Here is a gold coin. That is already tenfold the fare. Will you go or not?" 1 gold coin. As he gazed at the gold coin in Lin Feng's hand, the merchant's eyes sparkled with greed. He swiftly grasped it, brought it to his mouth to bite, and then chuckled. "Let us consider this as your fare. You shall cover your own food and lodging." "Agreed," Lin Feng replied promptly. After pocketing the gold coin, the merchant smiled and asked, "Is there anything else you need?" "We shall depart shortly." "Nothing more. Let us depart," Lin Feng replied, lifting a bundle. Seeing Lin Feng's decisiveness, the merchant laughed heartily. "Very well, follow me. By the way, my companions call me Lao Chuan. You may refer to me as such on the journey." "Lao Chuan," Lin Feng acknowledged. Once the caravan set forth, Lin Feng was assigned to a cart laden with furs, sharing the space with a down-and-out scholar. Once aboard, Lin Feng fell silent, lost in contemplation. The Lin family Lin Jingtian was engaged in conversation in the main hall with Ing Shi when Lin Xian'er burst in, breathlessly exclaiming, "Uncle, uncle. Brother Feng has run away." "What?" Lin Jingtian hurriedly approached Lin Xian'er. "This is a letter left by Brother Feng," Lin Xian'er gasped, raising the note in her trembling hand. Lin Jingtian snatched it from her grasp, while Lin Feng's mother, Ing Shi, rushed forward, her eyes scanning the letter with urgency. "Feng'er has left my lord." Ing Shi's tears fell as she collapsed into a chair, sobbing uncontrollably. "Xian'er, did you see Feng'er last night?" Lin Jingtian questioned Lin Xian'er. "Alas," Lin Jingtian sighed, "he must have overheard something." "My lord, what did Feng'er hear?" Ing Shi inquired, halting her tears. As they pondered their predicament, a servant entered and reported, my lord, a messenger from the Hao family has come bearing news that the young master purchased a map early this morning at the money house." Destined for Pingwu County. Upon hearing this, Lin Jingtian immediately dispatched someone to investigate. Upon receiving news of Lin Feng, Lin Jingtian hastened to the eastern gate, only to discover that Lin Feng had already departed with the merchant caravan 2 hours prior. Consequently, Lin Jingtian instructed for servants to pursue him along separate paths. Meanwhile, Lin Feng sat in the cart, journeying alongside the merchant group. The downcast scholar sharing his carriage was not one for idle chatter when hunger struck. They each consumed their pre-prepared provisions. As night fell and the caravan came to a halt, they set up a campfire and erected tents, gathering together for a collective respite. The journey, so far having been notably tranquil, time flew, and the caravan had been traveling for 4 days. On this particular morning, the group packed their belongings and set off once more. After days of silence, the forlorn scholar suddenly inquired, "Young brother, do you hail from Pingfei City?" Lin Feng cast a glance at the scholar but chose not to respond. The scholar smiled slightly and continued, "Quite cautious, I see. Allow me to make a guess." "Shall I?" Lin Feng closed his eyes and reclined upon the pile of furs, remaining indifferent to the scholar's words. "You are Lin Feng, the eldest son of the Lin family," the scholar stated, unhurriedly. The revelation left Lin Feng momentarily frozen. He had not anticipated that the scholar would recognize him, and he was certain he had never encountered this individual before. The scholar went on, "I wish to forewarn you. 15 miles ahead lies On Long Slope, notorious for harboring a band of infamous bandits. While they typically disdain ordinary merchant caravans, look at your exquisite fur coat. It is worth more than this entire cart of pelts. Can you truly expect those brigands to resist their greed?" "Thank you for the warning, but," Lin Feng began, instinctively reaching to discard his coat. "Oh, how wasteful that would be," the scholar interjected, gesturing towards the pelts in the cart. "Simply hide it beneath these furs and drape another skin over yourself." Following the advice, Lin Feng concealed his coat at the bottom of the cart and donned a skin over his shoulders. These pelts, freshly stripped from slaughtered beasts, were unprocessed and reeked of the foul stench of congealed blood, which, upon contact with his body heat, began to seep and emit a nauseating odor that made Lin Feng gag. "Endure it. Your life is paramount," the scholar reassured him. Lin Feng nodded, tightly wrapping the skin around himself. Just then, the caravan came to an abrupt halt, and a resonant voice echoed from ahead. "This mountain is mine. This road is mine. If you wish to pass, leave behind your toll." Lin Feng followed the sound and saw dozens of riders blocking the road, the leader clad in a black leather coat, his face brutish, sitting boldly upon a chestnut steed. An elderly man, dressed in coarse cotton, leapt from the cart and hurriedly approached the horseman. Offering a pouch of coins with a grin, Master Hung, the usual arrangement is all prepared for you. The brigand, known as Master Hung, weighed the pouch in his hand, then exchanged a glance with his companions. One of his men galloped towards the merchant caravan. "Old man, you haven't hidden anything untoward in this shipment, have you?" the bandit leader asked, casting a sidelong glance at the elderly man. "Why would I dare? Do you think I possess the audacity to play tricks under your watchful gaze?" The old man hurriedly replied, his demeanor portraying utmost sincerity. "Humph." The bandit leader, Pang Yi, scoffed disdainfully, confident that you would not dare oppose him. "Ah. The old man, Lao Chuan, echoed in agreement. As the bandits approached the caravan, they reached Lin Feng's cart, and, noticing a mere youth and a disheveled scholar seated within, they dismissed them without a second thought. With a swift motion, one of the bandits swept aside the coverings of the cart, revealing a jumbled assortment of animal pelts beneath. Lin Feng let out a silent sigh of relief, casting a grateful glance at the disheveled scholar. Chapter 18. Entering the savage beast mountain. As Lin Feng expressed his gratitude towards the despondent scholar, a sense of wariness towards the caravan leader, Old Chuan, began to stir within him. Following the caravan's departure, Lin Feng once again thanked the scholar. "There is no need for such formalities," the scholar replied, casting a curious glance at Lin Feng. "If I may inquire, where is young Master Lin headed alone on this journey?" Lin Feng, grateful for the scholar's life-saving assistance, did not conceal his destination. "I am bound for Pingwu County." "Pingwu County?" The scholar's expression shifted dramatically. "Are you aware of the distance?" "It is a long journey of thousands of miles, and given your depleted strength." He shook his head repeatedly. "I fear that by the time you reach Pingwu County." Lin Feng understood the scholar's implication but did not wish to dwell on the topic. Instead, he inquired, "May I ask for your esteemed name?" The scholar offered a wry smile. "You may call me Old Luo." "Old Luo?" Lin Feng echoed thoughtfully. After the encounter with the bandits, Lin Feng had grown closer to Old Luo, often sharing stories of their past experiences. Through their conversations, Lin Feng sensed that Old Luo was well-versed and should not be an obscure figure, yet whenever the topic of his background arose, he either deflected or evaded the discussion. That night, while the other members of the caravan gathered around the bonfire, feasting and celebrating, Lin Feng sat quietly at a distance, observing. The eve of the new year was traditionally a time for family reunions, but Lin Feng found himself alone in the wilderness. Memories of joyful gatherings with his family during this season stirred within him a tumult of emotions. "Are you homesick?" Old Luo approached and sat beside Lin Feng. Lin Feng managed a bittersweet smile. "Yes, I do miss home. I long for my father, mother, younger brother, and Lin Xiener. I wonder if they are thinking of me at this moment." He shook his head. "Ah, since you have made up your mind, it is best not to dwell on it." Old Luo nodded, rising to his feet and urging Lin Feng. "Come, let us join the others. Tonight is meant for merriment. We shall indulge in a hearty feast, casting aside all worries, for tomorrow heralds a fresh beginning." "Very well." Inspired by Old Luo's spirited resolve, Lin Feng joined him at the bonfire, celebrating alongside the others until dawn broke. The journey continued without further incident, and soon the caravan arrived at Anhua City. "Old Luo, let us gather once more at the tavern ahead," Lin Feng suggested. Old Luo nodded, then remarked, "As we part ways this time, I wonder when we shall meet again." "Fate will bring us together if it is meant to be." Old Luo waved his hand and swiftly departed. Lin Feng watched Old Luo's retreating figure for a long moment. Once the journey resumed, he would once again be alone. He found an inn and settled in. After days of travel, he was weary and unclean. After a refreshing bath and changing into clean clothes, he felt considerably lighter. He opened his pack and took out a map. The comprehensive map from Qingyang County to Pingwu County cost Lin Feng a substantial sum of 15 gold coins, a price that caused him considerable distress, as it exceeded the cost of a low-grade initial stage Yuanli weapon by a significant margin. Yet, there was no alternative without this map. The journey to Pingwu County could stretch on for an indeterminate duration. After meticulously studying the map, Lin Feng contemplated his route. After much deliberation, he settled on two possible paths. The first was to join a merchant convoy, a much safer option that would require traversing 7 towns before entering Pingwu County, taking approximately 3 months. The second route was considerably shorter, necessitating passage through only 3 towns. But it involved crossing an imposing mountain range over 800 miles wide to reach Pingwu County. The map provided only scant details about this mountain range. Known locally as the Barbarian Beast Mountain, which bordered the terrifying ancient domain. The fearsome reputation of the terrifying ancient domain was well known. It was said that only those who had attained the supreme stage of cultivation dared to venture deep within, while the majority of martial cultivators remained confined to its periphery. Upon absorbing this information, Lin Feng found himself in a quandary. If he were at the height of his powers, he might have dared to attempt it. But in his current state, with a sudden surge of resolve, he bit down hard, dismissing any cowardice. How could he face the prospect of seeking a master if he was too afraid to navigate the modest Barbarian Beast Mountain? He resolved to proceed through it. With his decision made, Lin Feng donned his fur coat and stepped out of the inn. The following day, he joined a merchant convoy, resuming his journey toward Pingwu County. At this point, Lin Feng had undergone a remarkable transformation. A tattered cotton hat obscured half his face, and he was clad in worn cotton garments. His feet shod in rough, animal hide boots. If he remained silent, even Lin Jingtian would struggle to recognize his own son. In the days that followed, whenever he found a moment, Lin Feng immersed himself in the study of formations, even while riding in the merchant cart. He would close his eyes and mentally simulate the changes in formations. A month later, he arrived at the foot of Barbarian Beast Mountain as anticipated. The mountain was notorious for harboring ferocious beasts. These creatures were not to be underestimated, as their strength was comparable to that of human martial artists. Among them, the savage beasts would engage in brutal combat, occasionally evolving into fierce beasts, which were akin to powerful martial masters among humans. However, fierce beasts were a rare sight. Having acquired a semblance of intelligence, they typically sought refuge in the terrifying ancient domain to escape the clutches of human warriors. Lin Feng observed that small groups of 3 to 5 individuals occasionally ventured into Barbarian Beast Mountain, their purpose being to hunt the ferocious beasts. The entirety of the Barbarian Beast was a treasure. Their meat was a prized ingredient in the delicacies served at inns and taverns, and their pelts were highly coveted by the elite. The precious fur coat Lin Feng had sold was crafted from the pelt of a superior barbarian beast. The hunting parties that entered Barbarian Beast Mountain noted Lin Feng's solitary presence and cast him astonished glances. Those brave enough to enter the mountain alone typically possessed exceptional skills. Yet this individual appeared to be little more than a youth. Could he be seeking to end his struggles within the mountain? However, no one among them would intervene or invite him to join their ranks. Only those who share a bond of life and death can form a team to venture into the Beast Mountain to hunt the ferocious beasts. No one would entrust their back to a stranger. After traversing more than 10 miles into the Beast Mountain, the echoes of wild animal roars began to resonate in the air. With no other hunting teams in sight, Lin Feng grew increasingly cautious. He drew a short knife from his bosom for protection and chose to advance swiftly through the relatively flat and shadowy terrain. Although Lin Feng had lost much of his martial prowess, he moved with greater agility than an average person. Listening intently to the sounds of the wind, he made every effort to evade the areas where the roars of beasts emanated, winding his way through the underbrush. While navigating the treacherous path, Lin Feng suddenly felt his legs weaken, stumbling forward. Fortunately, his martial arts foundation allowed him to roll upon hitting the ground, quickly regaining his footing. While Lin Feng exclaimed, but abruptly silenced himself. Making noise here would undoubtedly attract a horde of ferocious beasts. He sidestepped, swinging his short knife toward the head of a python. Thump! The python, as thick as a thigh, bore the brunt of Lin Feng's sharp knife, leaving only a shallow wound on its body, from which blood splattered, further inciting the beast's ferocity. The python's tail lashed out violently, striking towards Lin Feng with alarming speed. Devoid of his former strength, Lin Feng could do little but cross his arms to shield his chest. Thud! The force of the python's strike was astonishing, sending Lin Feng flying several meters before he crashed into a large tree. He cried out in agony, sliding down the tree trunk to the ground, his body weary and his arms aching terribly. Yet, with danger looming, he gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain to stand once more. As he witnessed the massive python slithering toward him, Lin Feng clenched his fists and turned to flee. The python would not easily relinquish its prey. It pursued him relentlessly. Although it lacked limbs, the serpent moved far faster than Lin Feng through the densely wooded mountains. A chilling sensation crept down Lin Feng's spine as he felt the python's long, forked tongue extending behind him, poised to strike. Despair enveloped him. He had harbored grand ambitions of showcasing the formations he had recently mastered upon entering Beast Mountain, yet the very first beast he encountered had placed his life in jeopardy. Was he destined to perish within the belly of this snake? Though reluctant to accept his fate, what could he do? The python was rapidly closing in, and his protective knife lay abandoned beneath the tree. What could he use to defend himself against this formidable creature? He closed his eyes, murmuring a silent farewell. Suddenly, a loud crash broke the silence, prompting him to turn around. To his astonishment, he saw the massive python thrashing on the ground, its head as large as a vat. Smashed beyond recognition, surely it could not survive this. Standing beside the writhing serpent was a towering figure, a giant of a man wielding a pitch-black club, who curiously regarded Lin Feng and remarked, "Did you come here for fun? This place is hardly enjoyable. If I had arrived a moment later, your life would have been forfeit." Lin Feng could only manage a foolish laugh in response. It was a miraculous escape. Lin Feng's elation was beyond description. He pondered, could this individual be an angel sent by the heavens? At the brink of life and death, they had saved his life. Lin Feng was on the verge of kneeling down in gratitude to the divine. Chapter 19. The trapped array. Upon seeing Lin Feng standing there with a foolish grin, the towering giant murmured, "Turns out he is a simpleton." Lin Feng was taken aback, suddenly realizing his folly. He hurriedly approached and bowed deeply, expressing his heartfelt gratitude for the Savior's timely assistance. The giant, with eyes as round as copper bells, stared in astonishment and asked, "How did you know my surname is Sure?" Lost in his joy, Lin Feng was about to apologize for his indiscretion, but upon hearing the giant's words, he stifled his laughter and respectfully replied, "So it is Uncle Sure. Thank you for saving my life." "Uncle?" The giant bristled at this designation, retorting, "What about Grandpa? How old are you?" Lin Feng, somewhat perplexed, blurted out, 13. "I am 3 years your senior. You should call me Big Brother," the giant declared in a gruff voice. You are only 16? Lin Feng exclaimed in disbelief, staring up at the imposing figure. "With your stature, you seem far too mature for your age." "Humph." The giant glared, indignant. "Am I really that old?" "Oh, not old, not at all. Rather, mature," Lin Feng stammered, bemused, uncertain whether this behemoth truly was merely 16 or simply jesting at his expense. "What brings you here?" the giant inquired, perplexed. "Where are your companions?" "I am alone." Without any companions, Lin Feng stated candidly, "I wish to traverse the Beast Mountain to reach Pingwu County." "You? All by yourself? You intend to cross the Beast Mountain?" The giant regarded Lin Feng as if he were a fool. "Are you dreaming? I wouldn't dare claim I could cross this mountain." Lin Feng realized he had indeed been somewhat naive, and thus refrained from contesting the giant's mockery. "Sure go." Lin Feng noted the giant's solitude and began to ponder, "Are you alone as well? Planning to enter the Beast Mountain to hunt beasts?" "Indeed," thundered the giant's voice, startling Lin Feng. Upon mentioning the beasts, the giant's face contorted with ferocity, as though he were ready to battle every creature that crossed his path. "Why so agitated?" Lin Feng inquired, placing a hand upon his chest, feigning fright. "If you are so eager to slay beasts, why not join me in crossing this mountain range? You may hunt to your heart's content along the way. What do you say? Who would walk with you?" The giant shook his head dismissively. "The beasts I seek lie within the Copper Rock Ridge." "Copper Rock Ridge?" Lin Feng's curiosity piqued. "What sort of beasts dwell there? Are they rare? Highly valuable? What concern is that of yours?" "We shall go our separate ways," the giant grumbled, grasping his black staff and starting to walk away. He now understood that traversing this mountain alone was a perilous endeavor. Should he press on recklessly, a beast could emerge from the shadows and claim his life. "Wait up. I will accompany you. Perhaps I can be of assistance," Lin Feng called, hastening to keep pace. "You?" The giant turned to regard Lin Feng, disdain evident in his tone. "You cannot even handle a mere juvenile beast. What help could you possibly offer?" "Of course I can assist you. Just wait and see," Lin Feng insisted. Lin Feng faltered. Lin Feng, despite his seemingly simple-minded demeanor, possessed a cunning intellect. His only expertise lay in the art of formation, yet he realized its limitations. It was primarily defensive and ill-equipped for unexpected incidents. For instance, when ambushed by a python during their journey, there was scarcely a moment to set up any formations. Nevertheless, when questioned, Lin Feng felt compelled to feign confidence. "I am adept in formations," he replied, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. "Formations?" The towering giant asked, bewildered. Are they truly formidable? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's spirits soared, for it was evident that the giant, resembling a human colossus, was not well versed in the intricacies of formations. Eager to impress, Lin Feng patted his chest and declared, indeed. Allow me to demonstrate. The giant regarded him skeptically, brandishing a hefty black staff and proclaiming, Do you intend to battle me with your formations? No, no, no. Lin Feng hastily waved his hands. I fear for your safety. How about we test my formation's power against a beast instead? Is that so? The giant pointed towards the depths of the forest. There lies a beast in that direction. How do you know there is one over there? Lin Feng inquired, peering towards the giant's indication, but seeing nothing. Follow me, the giant commanded, leading the way. Without further hesitation, Lin Feng trailed closely behind, and after traversing more than 2 miles, the giant halted, gesturing towards a massive beast scratching itself against a towering tree. That must be the silver-toothed boar, he asserted. Lin Feng gazed at the distant creature, silently lamenting its formidable stature. The boar was astonishingly robust, towering over a person even while partially crouched. The ancient pine tree, which could only be encircled by 2 individuals, swayed violently as the beast rubbed against it, shedding needles in a flurry. Lin Feng recalled his father's words about swine-like monsters. They were immensely strong, with thick hides, and had a peculiar penchant for rubbing against pine trees to bolster their strength and armor themselves with resin. The silver-toothed boar, glistening darkly with a layer of thick pine oil, appeared particularly daunting. Lin Feng's experience with novice formations offered little hope against such a resilient adversary. The thought of facing a creature with such armor-like skin and formidable strength filled him with trepidation. He blinked and suggested, perhaps we should consider another option. What do you mean? The giant glared, challenging him. Are you unable to defeat it? Lin Feng, realizing he was in a precarious position, vehemently shook his head. Absolutely not. You misunderstand formations. They require time to set up. They are not primarily for killing, but for bewildering and ensnaring. The giant furrowed his brow, demanding, what good is that? With a sense of desperation, Lin Feng passionately explained, in hunting, cooperation is essential. Once I ensnare the beast, you can confidently strike without worry. The giant paused, considering this for a moment before nodding in agreement. Indeed, upon witnessing the towering figure of the Iron Tower giant ensnared by his own maneuvering, Lin Feng seized the moment to suggest, thus, we merely need to locate a savage beast capable of validating the formation. Without engaging in a futile struggle with this silver-horned boar, wouldn't you agree? The Iron Tower giant nodded thoughtfully, suddenly inquiring, how many savage beasts can this formation confine? Lin Feng was taken aback by this question, exclaiming, you don't intend to confront a multitude of savage beasts, do you? Indeed, replied the Iron Tower giant. I aim to eliminate a pack of their leaders. Naturally, one must be prepared to face a throng of savage beasts. Otherwise, what use are you to me? Lin Feng felt a poignant sense of despair. Speak your mind. As long as you allow me to witness that this formation can indeed ensnare a multitude of savage beasts. The Iron Tower giant fixed his gaze upon Lin Feng, stating resolutely, I will follow your guidance on how to validate this, and where to do so. With his hands cradling his head, Lin Feng slumped to the ground, muttering, I concede defeat to you. On a small hillside, Lin Feng and the Iron Tower giant concealed themselves behind a large boulder, peering at the 2 approaching purple lightning hounds. To demonstrate the efficacy of his formation in capturing savage beasts, Lin Feng had meticulously arranged a confinement formation in the valley below. Why choose this valley for the formation? Firstly, it allowed for the exploitation of the natural terrain to amplify the formation's power. Secondly, there was a concern about encountering power-oriented savage beasts, like the silver-horned boar, which could potentially disrupt the formation. Just as the formation was perfectly set, the 2 purple lightning hounds ambled toward their direction. Renowned for their acute sense of smell and exceptional tracking abilities, these beasts were aptly named for their striking purple fur. As the 2 savage creatures approached the confinement formation, both individuals felt a surge of anticipation. Can it truly capture them? Asked the Iron Tower giant. No problem, Lin Feng replied with a reassuring nod. Yet, uncertainty gnawed at him, for this was his first foray into practical application since mastering the formation. As the 2 purple lightning hounds neared the confinement formation, they seemed to sense something amiss. With their noses pressed to the ground, they sniffed vigorously before raising their heads to survey their surroundings. After detecting nothing unusual, they resumed their advance. Suddenly, upon entering the confinement formation, the hounds extended their necks in alarm, their surroundings morphing into a disorienting spectacle that incited panic. With a swift motion, the two beasts bolted, only to be met with a resounding crash as they collided forcefully against the boulder in the valley. "What?" exclaimed the Iron Tower giant, witnessing the chaos within the confinement formation as the hounds flailed about. "Why are they crashing into the boulder?" Seeing this, Lin Feng finally exhaled in relief, explaining, "The confinement formation distorts their visual perception. What they perceive within the formation differs from reality, leading them to misjudge their escape routes, resulting in their unfortunate collisions. I shall go and slay them now," declared the Iron Tower giant, rising to charge forth. Lin Feng gestured for him to pause, saying, "Why are you so brimming with energy? Can we not wait until they tire themselves out? At that point, they would be effortlessly subdued." Lin Feng smiled gently, lowering his gaze to the two purple lightning soul-chasing hounds below, which were flailing about like headless flies. He felt a sense of gratification, knowing that his diligent efforts in the art of formation had not been in vain. Just as Lin Feng reveled in his triumph, one of the purple lightning soul-chasing hounds suddenly halted. With a series of short, sharp barks, the other hound fell silent. The first hound, with its elongated snout twitching, sniffed the air a few times before turning in place and lowering its head to scent the ground, as if searching for something. Observing this peculiar behavior from above, Lin Feng furrowed his brow, but then a thought struck him, prompting him to exclaim, "Quickly, quickly, go and slay them." The towering giant beside him was startled, retorting with dissatisfaction, "Did you not say to wait until they are exhausted before striking?" Despite his words, the giant rose to his feet. However, when he grasped his large club and peered down, he noticed that the two hounds had already escaped the trap Lin Feng had meticulously set. Hearing the commotion from their direction, the hounds glanced over, and perhaps intimidated by the giant's formidable presence and his weapon, they barked a few times before turning tail and fleeing. Chapter 20. The assault on Copper Rock Ridge. Just as the towering giant was descending the mountain to slay the thunder-pursuing hounds, he erupted with fury. "Ah, you scoundrel! You've been deceiving me all along. That pitiful bird formation couldn't even trap a mere beast. Just wait until I shatter your jaw." Lin Feng could not help but smile wryly. Misfortune seemed to follow him like a shadow. Even a sip of water could choke him. What further explanation was necessary? The giant, resembling a fearsome deity, raised his enormous hand, poised to strike. At that moment, a thunderous roar resonated from the direction where the two thunder-pursuing hounds had fled. Just as the roar subsided, the sound of hurried footsteps filled the air. The giant turned his head in curiosity. He beheld the two previously fleeing thunder-pursuing hounds racing back with even greater speed, pursued closely by an immense bear, charging with wild abandon. Lin Feng, intrigued, followed the sound of the beastly roar. To his astonishment, the bear in pursuit of the thunder-pursuing hounds was colossal, towering even above the fierce silver-toothed boar he had encountered earlier. Particularly striking was the bear's crescent-shaped horn, which emanated an eerie chill that sent shivers down his spine. Lin Feng, taken aback, realized that in the brief time since his entrance into the Beast Mountain, he had witnessed creatures increasingly formidable. He had initially thought himself capable of traversing this treacherous mountain range alone, but now that notion seemed utterly preposterous. While Lin Feng remained in shock, the thunder-pursuing hounds had reached the vicinity of the trapping formation. However, they did not re-enter the formation but rather split into two, making a wide detour before regrouping after crossing a small valley to continue their escape. The pursuing horned bear, at a loss over which hound to follow, observed the two reunite and, forsaking the longer route, charged straight ahead. As the horned bear realized its error, it had already barreled into the trapping formation. With a resounding crash, the bear collided with the valley's rocky incline. Lin Feng felt the earth tremble beneath him, a testament to the creature's immense strength. His complexion shifted. Was this the might of a power-type beast? No wonder his father had warned him that, in the same realm, humans typically could not contend with such monsters. The earlier encounters with the python and thunder-pursuing hounds had been manageable, but facing the silver-toothed boar and this horned bear would leave him with no option but to flee. The horned bear within the trapping formation had descended into a frenzied rage, pummeling the boulders with its massive claws, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. Yet, Lin Feng found solace in his choice of the valley for the formation, designed specifically to withstand the onslaught of such brute force. The towering giant hesitated, curious to see whether the Xianyu horned bear would escape the trapping formation like the thunder-pursuing hounds had. The thundering sounds continued within the valley as the two observers silently watched, until, after a quarter of an hour, the Xianyu horned bear gradually calmed. Why hasn't it escaped? The giant inquired, pointing at the bear within the valley. Lin Feng, still perturbed from earlier events, replied curtly. Why not go in and find out for yourself? Humph. The towering giant let out a cold grunt, lifting a pitch-black staff as he strode outwards. Observing the giant's departure in anger, Lin Feng quickly rose to his feet, calling out, "Do not act impulsively. That great bear should not be underestimated. Hey, if you refuse to heed advice, you shall taste some hardship." Although Lin Feng was vexed, he was mindful that the giant had once saved his life, and thus, he hastened to follow him. The giant stepped into the entrapment. The Xianyu unicorn bear, having struggled for quite a while, was utterly exhausted and lay there gasping for breath. Suddenly, upon spotting a human before it, brandishing a massive stick, the bear immediately sprang up and lunged forward. Lin Feng watched intently from outside the formation, his heart racing for the giant as he hurried to take cover behind a boulder nearby. Should the giant falter, he would swiftly remove the square stone behind which he hid. That stone was the focal point of the array, and removing it would cause the formation to collapse. Lin Feng's worries were unfounded. Once inside the entrapment, the giant wielded his staff with remarkable speed, and within moments, he had brought the Xianyu unicorn bear crashing to the ground, resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens. After vanquishing the bear, the giant began to exit. With a loud thud, he exclaimed, "Ouch!" Gripping his forehead, he reached out to the boulder ahead, fuming. Damn it, there was nothing here just a moment ago. Why does it suddenly feel like there's an extra boulder the moment I move? Lin Feng squatted outside the formation, silently observing the bewildered giant within. Ouch! The giant groaned again, having stumbled and bumped his head against the boulder once more, rubbing his head with one hand while massaging his foot with the other. The giant's stubbornness flared. Refusing to plead for mercy, he raised his staff and began to smash furiously, shouting, "Kid, I will shatter this wretched formation." Lin Feng stood up outside the array, casually remarking, "Smash away. Unless you can flatten this valley, you shall not escape this entrapment." With a series of thunderous blows, the giant exhausted himself, panting heavily as he leaned on the black staff, searching for Lin Feng's whereabouts. Yet, within the confines of the formation, apart from the stones, there was no sign of Lin Feng. A shiver ran through Lin Feng as he called out to the giant inside. "So, how do you find my formation?" The giant, who had just been contemplating an attack on Lin Feng, now found himself trapped and unable to save face by begging for mercy. Upon hearing Lin Feng's inquiry, he replied, "It's acceptable, entirely acceptable. Does this mean I can assist you?" Lin Feng asked again. "Yes," the giant said, glancing toward Lin Feng's direction. Although his voice came from the front, he could not see Lin Feng. His attitude toward Lin Feng's formation shifted significantly, softening as he stated, "As long as you can help me slay the Copper Rock Wolf leader, I will certainly accompany you out of this wild beast mountain." "Agreed, it's a promise." Lin Feng felt a surge of joy as he reached to remove the square stone. Suddenly, the surroundings transformed, and the valley reverted to its original state. With Lin Feng standing just a few paces away beside the boulder, the towering giant hastily leaped out of the encirclement, rushing to the boulder and seizing Lin Feng with a grip. "You audacious brat, how dare you threaten me?" he bellowed. "Let go, let go." Lin Feng struggled free from the giant's grasp, glaring fiercely at him. "How would you know the power of the formation if you don't venture inside?" The giant, feeling somewhat guilty, retorted stubbornly, "Then why did those two Thunderfang hounds escape earlier?" Lin Feng glanced towards the direction of the Thunderfang hounds and noted their absence with a sigh. If you possess the keen nose of a Thunderfang hound, you could follow your own scent to find your way out. The renowned olfactory prowess of the Thunderfang hounds was well known. Lin Feng had encountered them in Pengfei City, where they were trained by the authorities to assist in investigations and track down thieves. Given their extraordinary sense of smell that could unravel any case with the slightest clue left by a suspect, the giant's eyes widened in realization. Then he inquired, "Can this formation contain the Copper Rock Wolf?" His primary concern was whether they could trap the Copper Rock Wolf leader. If they failed, it would be even more challenging to deceive it again in the future. Copper Rock Wolf. Lin Feng understood that the giant was obsessed with slaying the Copper Rock Wolf leader. He candidly replied, "As far as I know, the Copper Rock Wolf's sense of smell is far inferior to that of the Thunderfang hound. Moreover, even if its sense were equally acute, I possess methods to deal with it." "What methods?" The giant pressed eagerly. Upon hearing this, the giant's spirit soared, and he exclaimed, "We must not delay. Let us go at once." "At least allow me to prepare," Lin Feng said, assuming a commanding demeanor. "What do you need me to do?" "Command me. the giant replied enthusiastically. The giant's sudden shift in attitude left Lin Feng feeling somewhat disconcerted, prompting him to ask, "Are you so eager to kill that beast leader?" At the mere mention of the Copper Rock Wolf, the giant's eyes flared with intensity. Lin Feng resignedly stated, "Let us venture to the territory of the Copper Rock Wolf and scout for a suitable location to set the formation." Observing the singular horn, which was thicker than his arm and weighed at least 50 to 60 pounds, Lin Feng shook his head. "You can keep the trophy. Carrying it out of Beast Mountain would be exhausting." The giant grinned. "It could fetch 3 gold coins." "Keep it," Lin Feng waved dismissively. In comparison to the horn, the hide of the Xianyu unicorn bear was far more valuable, but the effort required to skin it was too labor-intensive and cumbersome, prompting the giant to forego the task, especially since they had to confront the Copper Rock Wolf next. "Let us go," the giant commanded with a wave of his hand. As they journeyed, Lin Feng gradually grasped the giant's fervent desire to slay the Copper Rock Wolf leader. The giant, known as Shirtu, had endured a difficult childhood. His parents had named him with the hope that he would be easy to raise. Orphaned at the age of 8, he wandered the streets until a martial artist took him in. This adoptive father treated him decently, recognizing his strength and teaching him a staff technique, with their livelihood sustained through hunting beasts. However, such good fortune was not to last. 2 years ago, during a hunting expedition on the savage Beast Mountain, the adoptive father was besieged by a pack of Copper Rock Wolves. Despite being gravely injured, he fought valiantly to carve a bloody path to safety, allowing Stone to escape the encirclement, while he himself fell prey to the wolves. Heartbroken by this loss, Stone dedicated himself to rigorous training, resolutely vowing to take vengeance on the leader of the Copper Rock Wolves. 6 months prior, he ventured alone into Copper Rock Ridge, but ultimately, his efforts were in vain against overwhelming odds. He emerged from the ridge barely clinging to life, fortunate to be rescued by a passing hunting party. Had they not intervened, he might have succumbed to his quest for revenge. Learning from this initial setback, a month ago, during the wolves' feeding time, he launched a surprise attack on the leader. Although he managed to inflict injury upon it, the leader ultimately escaped. Recently, he encountered the wolves twice more but refrained from action, as no favorable opportunity presented itself. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng nodded, feeling a sense of understanding. Chapter 21. The illusory array of thunder and fire. After traversing over 30 miles, Shirtu halted and whispered, "Ahead lies the territory of the Copper Rock Wolf. Advancing further may alert them." Lin Feng inquired, "What is the extent of the Copper Rock Wolf's territory?" Furrowing his brow, Lin Feng pondered how he could effectively devise a strategy without venturing into the wolves' domain. As he scanned the area, he noted the sparse trees and low shrubs within the territory, which rendered concealment difficult. Consulting his map, Lin Feng discovered a small hill approximately 6 to 7 miles ahead. He pointed to the hill on the map and asked, "Is the lair of the Copper Rock Wolf located here?" Shirtu leaned closer to the map, scratching his head in confusion. "What is this?" he asked. Rubbing his temples, Lin Feng realized that Shirtu had never seen a map before and could not comprehend it. He sighed. "Forget I asked." Irritated by Lin Feng's demeanor, Shirtu retorted, "Isn't it just the den of the Copper Rock Wolf? I've been inside. Just tell me what you want to ask." Lin Feng nodded. "Fair enough. Do the Copper Rock Wolves reside atop the hill or below it? In the canyon?" Once again examining the map, Lin Feng sought the canyon Shirtu had mentioned. Seeing Lin Feng's continued scrutiny of the map, Shirtu groaned. "Why are you fixated on that? Are you wondering where to set up your array? Stop staring at that worn-out piece of paper. What good is it?" Lin Feng traced his finger across the map, keeping his gaze downcast. "I'm checking how many exits the canyon has." "Do you know? Exits? How would I pay attention to those?" Shirtu replied, deep in thought. "However, I have tracked them before and can tell you where they typically exit Copper Rock Ridge. Do you know their frequent routes in and out of Copper Rock Ridge?" Lin Feng asked, excitement in his voice. "Of course. I can lead you there now," Shirtu boasted. "Will we not be discovered?" Lin Feng queried. "We can circumvent it. I'm quite familiar with this area," Shirtu assured, patting his chest. "Lead the way," Lin Feng instructed, rolling up the map. Under Shirtu's guidance, the two stealthily navigated to a small hillside. After confirming with Shirtu and cross-referencing with the map, Lin Feng realized that this hillside was about 5 miles from Copper Rock Mountain, marking the edge of the Copper Rock Wolf's domain. "Shirtu, position yourself downwind so I can set up the array," Lin Feng directed. "Understood," Shirtu responded, racing towards the higher ground of the hill. Lin Feng had recently taken to calling Shirtu Dashi, finding Shixiang rather awkward. He felt that Dashi suited him better. Shirtu, being straightforward, readily accepted the new name. Once Shirtu signaled that it was safe, Lin Feng commenced the arrangement of the array. From Shirtu, Lin Feng learned that the Copper Rock Wolf pack consisted of over 100 individuals, the majority of which were ordinary beasts, with about 20 to 30 being formidable brutes. The leader of the Copper Rock Wolves was a high-tier brute, whose individual strength might not rival that of the Xianyu unicorn bear. Yet its collective combat prowess rendered the Copper Rock Wolves the dominant force in the region. To establish an elaborate encirclement capable of confining the Copper Rock Wolves, Lin Feng exerted considerable effort. The foundational section enumerated over 100 formations, all of which were classified as first-level arrays. These formations predominantly focused on confinement and deception, though a few possessed significant lethality, such as the Thunderfire Array and the Flame Slaughter Array. However, Lin Feng deemed their utility limited for exterminating dozens of savage beasts, as the creature's defenses generally surpassed those of humans, rendering first-level killing arrays ineffective against them. Why is this considered so? Because these 5 formations do not constitute genuine second-level arrays. Rather, they are amalgamations of first-level arrays. The resultant formations possess the might of second-level arrays but are, in essence, merely advanced versions of first-level arrays, thus they can only be considered as second-level formations. Some of these arrays are combinations of 2 first-level arrays, while others consist of 3. With the most complex second-level array incorporating 4 first-level arrays, Lin Feng intended to deploy the Thunderfire Mirage Array, formed by the combination of 4 first-level arrays, in this area. Relinquishing his burdens, he retrieved 2 wooden boxes. Upon opening them, he discovered that one contained over 10 thunder crystals, while the other held a similar quantity of fire crystals. These crystals, procured from the Hao family bank before his departure, served as the primary components for arranging the Thunderfire Mirage Array. Despite their size being comparable to that of a Longan, their application within the array would yield astonishing power. Should a human expert find themselves ensnared within, the formidable lethality of the Thunderfire Mirage Array could easily claim the life of a novice martial artist. However, Lin Feng remained uncertain whether it could slay the robust, thick-skinned savage beasts. Fortunately, the low intellect of the savage beasts meant that the Thunderfire Mirage Array would yield remarkable effects in terms of confinement and illusion. Coupled with the strategic advantage of Stone, who would serve as a crucial asset, Lin Feng was confident that once the Copper Rock Wolves entered the Grand Array, they would be ensnared without exception. During the array's setup, the patrolling Copper Rock Wolves would occasionally pass by, with Stone offering timely warnings, allowing Lin Feng to focus intently on arranging the formation. Suddenly, the call of a bird caught Lin Feng's attention. He quickly raised his head to see Stone beckoning him. Swiftly, Lin Feng darted behind the boulder where Stone was concealed, following the direction indicated by Stone's finger. Stone shook his head and whispered, "At this hour, the Copper Rock Wolves are likely to be hunting for prey." "Hunting? Are you certain?" Lin Feng remained apprehensive. If this pack of Copper Rock Wolves was targeting them, he would have no means of escape before completing the array. Stone placed a finger to his lips, signaling silence. Lin Feng complied, peering cautiously at the approaching Copper Rock Wolves. He observed a distinct disparity in size and coloration among the pack. The majority, numbering around 40 to 50, were of a dull gray hue and somewhat smaller in stature. In contrast, there were over 10 with a yellowish-brown coat, significantly larger than their gray counterparts. Dominating the center of the pack was the Alpha Wolf, adorned with a striking dark red coat that shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, towering over the others and drawing attention amidst the throng. With a powerful howl, the Alpha Wolf raised its head, announcing its presence. A mournful howl echoed from behind, seemingly in response to the lead wolf's call. Soon, the Copper Rock Wolf pack traversed the hillside, vanishing from sight. Lin Feng exhaled a breath he had been holding. He had not dared to utter a sound while the Copper Rock Wolves passed below, fearing detection by the vigilant Alpha. "Yes," Lin Feng replied, hastening to the designated area, accelerating his preparations. Fortunately, no further disturbances from the Copper Rock Wolves arose. After nearly an hour of diligent effort, he finally completed the layout of the Thunderfire Illusory Formation. With the formation set, all that remained was to wait for the Copper Rock Wolves to enter. Lin Feng gazed expectantly towards the direction from which the wolves had departed. "Is the formation sound?" asked Shirtu, casting a glance at Lin Feng. "I cannot be certain," Lin Feng admitted, shaking his head. "What?" Shirtu exclaimed, rising abruptly. "You don't mean it one T-trapped the Alpha Wolf, do you?" Lin Feng quickly gestured for silence, reassuring him, "This is my first time employing this formation. I truly do not know its full potency. However, once the Alpha Wolf enters, I am confident it will be ensnared, if not slain." "Oh." Tu sighed in relief upon hearing this. Lin Feng swiftly concealed himself, peering towards the source of the howls. The cacophony reverberated in the distance, a chaotic tumult. He observed that some of the ashen-coated copper rock wolves were hauling their captured prey, while others served as sentinels, clearing the path. The tawny wolves frolicked about, and the robust, dark-red alpha remained at the center of the pack, alertly surveying the surroundings as it paced slowly. The distance between the wolf pack and Lin Feng's formation steadily diminished. At last, the foremost pathfinder of the copper rock wolves stepped into the formation. Lin Feng and Tu fixated their gazes on the alpha. As soon as the leader entered, Tu prepared to hurl the thunder crystal in his grasp. "Wait," Lin Feng interjected, grasping Tu's arm. "What are we waiting for? If we delay, the wolves will escape the trap," Tu urged, his eyes widening in urgency. "Just a moment longer. Let all the copper rock wolves of the savage beast rank enter the formation before we activate it," Lin Feng explained. "Humph," Tu scoffed, tightening his grip on the thunder crystal. "Be gentle. You might detonate it," Lin Feng cautioned, startled by Tu's intensity. Tu immediately relaxed his grip. The energy within the thunder crystal was precarious. Excessive pressure or impact could trigger an explosion. "Throw it," Lin Feng commanded as he noted that all the tawny copper rock wolves had entered the trap. "Huh," Tu shouted, launching the thunder crystal towards the formation. His cry startled the advancing wolf pack. The dark red alpha turned towards them, recognizing Tu, and prepared to lead the pack in an assault. However, just as the alpha was about to unleash a howl, a deafening crack of thunder erupted from above. Chapter 22. The Fury of Stone. When adversaries meet, enmity is palpable. The leader of the copper rock wolves, upon spotting Stone preparing to ambush, raised its dark red fur along its neck and signaled the pack to launch an assault. Yet, before it could act, the trap was triggered. Thunder rumbled and lightning struck. Flames soared skyward, accompanied by the agonized howls of the copper rock wolves. Emerging from behind a massive stone, Stone burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ah ha ha! What a delight! After 2 long years, at last, vengeance is mine." Within the trap, the alpha wolf let out a long, mournful howl. Outside, several copper rock wolves with ashen fur echoed its call, their voices piercing the heavens. The sound reverberated back from the direction of Copper Rock Ridge. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, shouted in alarm, "This is bad. They are calling for reinforcements." "You dare seek aid?" Stone retorted, brandishing a hefty black club and charging forward to strike. Crack! Crack! The sound of splintering bones filled the air as 2 nearby copper rock wolves had their skulls crushed, their brains splattering in every direction. The remaining wolves, terrified, fled into the distance, yet they continued to howl defiantly. The howls from Copper Rock Ridge grew ever closer, indicating that the guardians of the territory were rushing to the aid of the alpha wolf, who was in peril. Lin Feng felt a surge of panic, akin to an ant on a hot pan. He realized that even the lesser copper rock wolves would be a challenge to fend off, and if a horde of reinforcements arrived, he would undoubtedly be at their mercy. Stone, consumed by a bloodlust as he pursued the fleeing wolves, was oblivious to Lin Feng's plight. Before long, the reinforcements, over a dozen copper rock wolves of the savage beast tier, arrived. Among them was a wolf only slightly smaller than the trapped alpha, its deep crimson fur marking it as the second-in-command of the copper rock pack, leading the charge. The second-in-command directed its formidable kin toward Stone. Having faced Stone before, it recognized that the lesser copper rock wolves posed no threat, and thus commanded them to assist the alpha rather than engage in battle. The ordinary copper rock wolves numbered around 20, and they joined forces with those that had retreated, circling the trap engulfed in smoke and thunderous noises, desperately searching for an entrance. Inside the trap, the ordinary copper rock wolves had suffered grievous injuries from the lightning strikes, and with the flames consuming them, most were already lifeless. Even those outside could scent the aroma of flesh. Among the reinforcements, 5 or 6 of the savage tier wolves lay on the ground, ablaze, writhing and howling in their final throes. The remaining 7 or 8 copper rock wolves, belonging to the savage beast tier, gathered around their leader. Some bore severe injuries with wounds visible upon their bodies, while others were still ablaze, desperately thrashing about in an attempt to extinguish the flames. One ash-colored copper rock wolf, circling the perimeter of the trap, inadvertently stepped inside, prompting a chorus of alarm from the nearby wolves. They rushed over, one after another, entering the trap as well. While it was easy to enter the trap, escaping proved to be a far more daunting task. At that moment, the power of the trap's thunder and fire had diminished, yet it remained more than capable of dispatching these ordinary copper rock wolves. which were still lesser than the savage beasts. The air once again filled with the sounds of their anguished cries. Outside the trap, the second leader wolf commanded a dozen savage-tier copper rock wolves in an assault against Shirtu. Shirtu exhibited formidable prowess, wielding a black staff that shimmered with a faint golden light, generating a gust of wind with each swing. Whenever a copper rock wolf lunged at him, he would effortlessly send it flying with a powerful strike. However, the resilience of these savage-tier copper rock wolves was remarkable, although they were sent sprawling by his might. They were not fatally harmed. They would merely yelp in pain, roll on the ground, and then spring back into the fray. The greatest threat to Shirtu was the second leader wolf, which seized every opportunity to strike. It targeted Shitu's left calf and arm, biting down with ferocity, leaving him bleeding profusely. As another copper rock wolf was sent hurtling away by Shitu's staff, the second leader wolf saw its chance and again lunged at him, sinking its teeth into his calf. The cunning wolf was not one to endure blows. It would bite and swiftly withdraw, evading retaliation. Pain coursed through Shirtu, causing cold sweat to bead on his brow, yet the second leader wolf was too shrewd to take unnecessary risks, always attacking just as Shirtu seemed fatigued. Shitu's fury erupted in a thunderous roar. He had never faced the second leader wolf head-on during his initial foray into the Copper Rock Ridge. At that time, a howl pierced the air as dozens of copper rock wolves surged from the valley, compelling Shirtu to retreat in haste to avoid a grim fate. His second ambush against the leader wolf came when the pack was preoccupied with a recent kill, oblivious to his stealthy approach. He had glimpsed the second leader wolf then, standing at a distance, seemingly uninterested in the conflict between him and the true leader. Now, it was evident that the second leader wolf was exceedingly cunning. Though Shirtu was straightforward, he was far from foolish when it came to combat. He resolved with unwavering determination to eliminate the second leader wolf at any cost. With a fierce sweep of his staff, he struck the charging copper rock wolf on the nape, sending it screeching and hurtling 4 to 5 yards away, where it tumbled to the ground, struggling but unable to rise. This blow, fueled by his rage, targeted a vital area, resulting in the wolf's neck shattering, rendering it incapable of further combat. Simultaneously, the second leader wolf lunged at Shitu's raised foot. Ever vigilant, Shirtu noticed the wolf's intent to bite again. In a moment of resolve, he thrust his foot toward the wolf's mouth. The second leader wolf, taken aback by how easily Shitu's foot fell into its jaws, clamped down with all its might, attempting to sever Shitu's foot. Suddenly, it felt a weight on its jaw, and its entire head plunged towards the ground. The second-headed wolf opened its mouth, attempting to retreat, but the great foot of stone filled its maw, leaving no room for escape. Thud! The second-headed wolf's chin was pressed to the ground, and its foreboding followed suit. Stone's foot firmly pinned the wolf's jaw, immobilizing its head beneath him. "Ah, take that!" Stone roared. The dark, massive club swung in a wide arc, aimed at the second-headed wolf's skull. The wolf's forepaws flailed desperately, even scraping sparks from the ground. Yet, Stone was resolute in his intent to claim its life, disregarding his own foot's position. Thwack! The ebony club struck the second-headed wolf's head with tremendous force, sending a spray of brain matter and blood splattering forth. The brutish copperstone wolves, who had been intent on rescuing their comrade, froze in shock as they witnessed Stone shatter the second-headed wolf's skull, drenching them in a mix of red and white. In that moment of distraction, 2 more brutish copperstone wolves met their demise, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. "You beasts! Today, I shall slay you all," Stone bellowed, kicking aside the corpse of the second-headed wolf still clinging to his foot, and unleashed a furious barrage with his black club. Without the guidance of the second-headed wolf, the copperstone wolves descended into chaos. After dispatching 2 more brutish wolves, the remaining copperstone wolves lost their will to fight, tucking their tails and fleeing in a panic. "Ha ha!" Stone laughed maniacally, pursuing them a few steps, hands on his hips. "What is the matter, pups? Have you lost your nerve? Ha ha!" With the second-headed wolf slain, and the head wolf in the trap yet to be dealt with, Stone felt a surge of joy in avenging his grievances. "Help! Help!" Stone hastily raised his club to advance. It was only then that he felt a sharp pain in his foot. Looking down, he saw the second-headed wolf had bitten him fiercely in its last moments, its sharp teeth piercing through the entirety of his foot, blood gushing from the holes in his shoe. Stone furrowed his brow, enduring the intense pain as he made his way towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng had hidden behind a massive rock, circling around to evade the pursuing wolves. As he turned to flee, fortune favored him, although his strength had waned. His legs remained agile, allowing him to navigate around the boulder, momentarily evading the copperstone wolves. Just when the wolf with the dusty gray fur was gaining ground, it suddenly spotted Stone approaching and, terrified, turned to flee. But it was too late. Stone hurled the dark club with tremendous force. A piercing sound sliced through the air as the club struck the wolf's nape, eliciting a horrid cry as it flew several meters away, convulsing upon impact. Blood frothing from its mouth. Stone stepped forward, retrieving the ebony club to deliver a final blow, ending the wolf's wretched existence. Thank you, Lin Feng gasped, clutching his chest in gratitude. Haha, I should be the one thanking you, Stone replied with a broad smile, gesturing towards the trap. Allow me to dispatch the head wolf within the trap, and then I shall properly express my gratitude. Ah, sure, your foot is gravely injured. Lin Feng, upon seeing the extent of the injury, quickly intervened, urging, sit down immediately, let me tend to your wounds. It's of no consequence. We must first deal with the lead wolf within the formation, Shirtu insisted, attempting to move towards the encircled area. Lin Feng grasped him firmly, compelling him to sit upon a nearby stone, and stated earnestly, they cannot escape, but if your foot is not properly treated, you may end up limping. Upon hearing this, Shirtu ceased his resistance. Lin Feng removed Shirtu's shoe and, after cleansing the blood-soaked wound, was taken aback by the grotesque nature of the injury, particularly the two gaping holes through which one could insert a finger. Swiftly, Lin Feng retrieved some medicinal ointment and applied it to the wound, staunching the bleeding. He then tore a piece of soft linen from the inner lining of his clothing to tightly bandage Shirtu's foot. Chapter 23. Recovery. Stone chuckled heartily, proclaiming with bravado, as long as it cannot escape, it shall surely perish today. Very well. Lin Feng, captivated by Stone's audacity, rose and approached the grand formation. Peering within, he remarked with a smile, I shall deactivate the Thunderfire illusion array, leaving only the encirclement effect of the formation, and await your triumph over that wolf. Haha. I eagerly anticipate good news. Stone laughed boisterously as he stepped into the Thunderfire illusion array. Inside the array, dozens of charred corpses of the copper rock wolves lay scattered, still emitting tendrils of black smoke. A few larger wolves clung to life, moaning pitifully on the ground. Only 6 or 7 of the copper rock wolves remained standing. Their fur had been incinerated, leaving behind blackened, charred flesh matted with crimson blood, exuding a nauseating stench. To discern the leader among them, one could only rely on size. The largest wolf, a formidable beast, had one eye bleeding and wisps of smoke rising from its body. Upon Stone's entry into the array, the leader sensed the movement and abruptly turned to face him. Its remaining eye, singed by the flames, could barely perceive the vague outline of a human figure. Seemingly aware of its impending doom, the leader let out a mournful howl, rallying the remaining copper rock wolves to charge at Stone, gripping his black staff tightly. Stone swung it fiercely, striking down the wolves with resounding thuds. The wolves that had miraculously survived the onslaught of the Thunderfire illusion array were sent flying with each blow. It was a stroke of fortune that they had endured the lightning and flames, but in their weakened state, they stood no chance against Stone's might. Their cries of agony echoed through the air. Aside from the leader, who struggled to rise once more, the other copper rock wolves lay incapacitated, groaning and twitching on the ground. The leader roared defiantly, lunging forward with its gaping maw aimed at the indistinct figure ahead. Simultaneously, Stone bellowed, raising his staff for a fierce thrust. With unwavering determination, he drove the staff forward, its surface shimmering with radiant golden light. The glistening black staff pierced the leader's open jaws, penetrating its throat and plunging deep into its chest. The leader hung suspended in mid-air, writhing in excruciating pain, its throat emitting desperate gurgles. With a thunderous roar, Stone swung his arms, propelling the impaled wolf away with great force. It crashed against a nearby boulder, collapsing to the ground, where it struggled momentarily before succumbing to death. Stone prowled through the array, delivering a final blow to any remaining breathers. In a matter of moments, he stood alone amidst the carnage. That will suffice. There are no more living creatures, Lin Feng declared as he dispelled the encirclement, gazing at the ghastly scene within, his heart heavy with lament. He had never slain a beast before, yet his first involvement had culminated in such a gruesome spectacle. Though unscathed, Stone was drenched in the blood and grime of battle, a testament to the fierce struggle against the copper rock wolves. Haha. Stone was in high spirits, casting a sweeping glance across the battlefield before turning to Lin Feng and saying, let us be on our way. Where to? Lin Feng asked, gazing at the multitude of wolf carcasses, somewhat dazed. Stone fixed him with a determined glare and asserted, I have already stated that as long as you assist me in eliminating the lead wolf, you may traverse this mountain range as you wish. You have fulfilled my wish, and I shall certainly honor my promise. No need, Stone replied, raising his fist to pound against his chest. Then I shall defer to your wishes, Lin Feng conceded. With a broad grin, Stone ambled over to the corpse of the second lead wolf, extracting a dagger to skin its pelt. Lin Feng could not help but chuckle at this revelation, realizing that Stone possessed a certain finesse beneath his rough exterior. The pelt of the lead wolf boasted the finest color and value, yet it had been charred beyond recognition. The remainder, however, the pelt of the second lead wolf, was still of commendable quality. The duo first visited the money exchange. The clerk was well acquainted with Stone and, upon their arrival, greeted them as if the sight of a blood-splattered stone was a commonplace occurrence. However, when Stone produced the unique horn of the Xianyu unicorn bear and the pelt of the copper rock wolf, the clerk's eyes lit up. After examining the items, he promptly offered 11 gold coins. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately intervened, casting a disapproving glance at the seemingly straightforward clerk. You, my good man, appear quite honest. Yet your dealings are rather dubious. Stone, unfazed, stepped forward to accept the coins with a grin, saying, this will suffice. Sure. Lin Feng attempted to voice his concerns, but Stone tugged him out of the money exchange. I was advocating for you. The price for just the copper rock wolf pelt is nearly that amount, Lin Feng fumed, unable to contain his frustration. While Lin Feng was uncertain about the price of the Xianyu unicorn bear horn, he had a rough idea about the value of the copper rock wolf pelt. Hee. Stone chuckled. I am in a good mood today. Let us not dwell on unpleasant matters. Fine. If you are unconcerned, why should I fret? Lin Feng was not a miser, yet he pondered how much the money exchange had taken from Stone over the years. As the two exited the money exchange, they headed directly towards the Guangyuan Inn. Lin Feng had first set foot in the Guangyuan Inn, and upon arriving at the Beast Mountain, along their path, passers-by made way for them, and onlookers occasionally pointed in their direction. Lin Feng glanced down at himself and then at the bloodied, limping Stone, understanding the reason for the public's reaction. Before long, they arrived at the Guangyuan Inn. Hey, you two. The innkeeper, upon seeing Lin Feng and a bloodied man enter, exclaimed and rushed forward to stop them. Here, we wish to book a room, Lin Feng interjected, tossing a gold coin forward. The young attendant quickly caught the gold coin and focused his gaze. Ah, it is young Master Lin. You. Oh, indeed, an inn, please follow me. The attendant recalled that yesterday, upon seeing Lin Feng in tattered clothing, he intended to usher him out, but when Lin Feng produced a gold coin, his demeanor transformed instantly, realizing he had misjudged this individual as a mere beggar. In truth, he was a wealthy patron. Once the room was arranged, Lin Feng summoned the attendant, pointed at Shi, and instructed, please fetch some skilled doctors to tend to my brother's wounds. Additionally, purchase clothing that fits his stature and build. The attendant surveyed Shi from head to toe, then nodded affirmatively, assuring, rest assured, this matter is in my capable hands. Lin Feng tossed another gold coin his way, stating, this is for you, and the remainder shall serve as your fee for running errands. Thank you, young master, thank you. The attendant beamed with delight as he departed. Shi was clad in coarse fabric. Acquiring a new outfit would scarcely cost a few silver coins. Having received a gold coin, the attendant felt he had struck a fortune. After accepting the coin, he courteously inquired, do you have any further instructions? Lin Feng replied, please bring us a splendid feast of fine wine and delicacies, delivered to our room. Certainly, I shall attend to it immediately, the attendant responded, bowing and retreating with alacrity. Throughout this exchange, Shi remained silent. Once the attendant left, he finally spoke. Brother, are the inn's attendants always this enthusiastic? Lin Feng scoffed. It is not enthusiasm directed at me. Rather, it is their enthusiasm for my gold. You will come to understand that in such establishments, money holds sway, not people. However, if one offers a bit of incentive, they can indeed attend to matters with remarkable care. Oh, Shi nodded, partly understanding. Money can make even the most obstinate bend. The attendant was remarkably efficient. Soon enough, the doctor arrived. Under Lin Feng's watchful eye, the physician expertly cleaned Shi's wounds, applied healing salves, and provided additional medicine while imparting cautionary advice before taking his leave. Once the meal was set, Lin Feng took his seat at the table, observing Shi, whose body was largely bandaged, and couldn't help but chuckle. Should I raise the table for you? No need, Shi stubbornly replied, extending his other hand to seize a hefty piece of meat and gnawing voraciously. As his gaze wandered to the corner of the table, he placed the meat down to reach for some wine. Lin Feng swiftly snatched the wine jug, declaring, the doctor has strictly forbidden any alcohol. Shi's eyes widened, exclaiming, I can forfeit my life, but I cannot forego my drink. It has been ages since I tasted it. Hurry and serve me. Relenting, Lin Feng handed over the wine jug. Like a whirlwind, the feast was devoured by the two, revealing the extent of their hunger after their journey through the Beast Mountain. After satisfying their appetites, they began to contemplate their next steps. I believe it is wise to find companions for the journey across the Beast Mountain, Lin Feng proposed. Who shall we seek as companions? Shi Tu inquired. Naturally, those who, like us, wish to traverse the Beast Mountain, Lin Feng replied with conviction. How could you possibly know who intends to traverse the Beast Mountain? Stone retorted. Moreover, even if someone did wish to cross the Beast Mountain, they would surely possess some means of doing so. Who would be foolish enough to rely on a stranger, particularly one who cannot even handle a mere ferocious beast? Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words, stifled by the rebuttal. Indeed, those who manage to navigate the Beast Mountain either possess formidable skills or have capable allies. It would be absurd to seek out unfamiliar companions at such a crucial moment. Stone's astute analysis revealed a different facet of his straightforward nature. Relying on others pales in comparison to relying on oneself. My injuries will heal in a few days, Stone chuckled innocently. Very well, then. For the next few days, I shall remain vigilant, and once you have recovered, we shall devise our plans. Lin Feng conceded with a sense of resignation. In the days that followed, the two of them simply indulged in food and rest at the inn to recuperate. It must be said, the healing medicine prescribed by that doctor proved remarkably effective. In no time, Stone's wounds had healed sufficiently, the scars fading away. Chapter 24. Admissions of the Academy. On this particular day, Lin Feng instructed the attendant to arrange the food and drinks in the main hall of the inn. Seated opposite each other by the window were Lin Feng and Shi Tu. Is it not preferable to have the food and wine served in our room? Why must we endure the distractions of this hall? Shi Tu remarked, casting a discontented glance at the patrons coming and going. How should I articulate this? Lin Feng chuckled softly, contemplating before he elucidated. If we confine ourselves to our room, we shall remain oblivious to the world outside. The guests dining at this inn are a diverse crowd, each bringing their own tales and fresh tidings. In this manner, do you comprehend? I do not, Shi Tu replied with a hint of irritation. Understanding is unnecessary, Lin Feng retorted lazily, pushing the wine jug towards him. Just indulge in the food and drink, and play the role of a mute well. Upon seeing the spread of food and wine, Shi Tu's expression brightened, and he began to eat and drink in silence. Meanwhile, Lin Feng savored his meal, his attention drawn to various diners within the inn. Have you heard? Pingwu Academy is admitting 100 new students to the inner court this year. A voice broke through the chatter. That cannot be right. Don't they only admit 50 inner court students each year? Moreover, I have heard that these 50 are selected solely from the new students of the academy. Lin Feng remarked, turning his gaze toward the source of the conversation. Not far from him, at a table set deeper within, sat three individuals who appeared to be traveling merchants. The first merchant continued, You are mistaken. The 50 inner court students are indeed chosen from within Pingwu Academy, but an additional 50 have been established under specific conditions. The slightly plump man inquired with curiosity, What conditions? The leaner man chimed in. Do share with us the requirements for this newly added 50 inner court students. Seeing the eager gazes of the two, the initial speaker indulged in their anticipation, stating, The condition is, one must be a martial artist under the age of 18. Ah? Both men exclaimed in unison, the plump merchant expressing disbelief. I say, Ku, have you misheard? While the admissions criteria for various academies are not excessively stringent, I am aware that the standards for inner court students are considerably higher. This requirement is hardly more rigorous than that for ordinary students, who only need to be 20. Indeed, the lean merchant concurred. The age you speak of aligns more closely with the qualifications for martial masters. Precisely, the plump merchant nodded in agreement with the leaner man's assertion. Do not rush. Allow me to finish, the merchant named Ku interjected again. I assure you, this information is absolutely credible. You are aware of the Hua family in Qingyang County? Surely. We are familiar with the Hua family. How could we not know what business we are engaged in? The other two chimed in unison. Ku nodded affirmatively. I received this information directly from the Hua family, and I also learned that the family's young master intends to enter Pingwu Academy as one of the newly added 50 inner court students. Is that so? The slightly plump merchant, with a hint of confusion, remarked. I have heard that the young master of the Hua family possesses extraordinary talent in martial arts and is already an inner academy student at the Jialan Academy. Why would he seek to compete for a spot at the Pingwu Academy? Haha, the merchant named Ku chuckled heartily. You are mistaken. The one you speak of is the eldest son of the Hua family, while I refer to the second son, Hua Gai. Hua Gai? Upon hearing this name, Lin Feng's eyes blazed with fury. Although several months had passed, the events of that day were indelibly etched in his memory. Hua Gai, along with a few others, had conspired against him, resulting in the crippling of his dantian and the loss of his martial prowess, not to mention the scar on his face. His uncle had also perished in an attempt to defend him, leaving his cousin, Lin Xiener, an orphan at such a tender age. Following that incident, his family had forbidden discussions about it, yet how could one truly suppress such flames? Even the servants pitied him, and whispers circulated outside about the martial genius of the Lin family reduced to a mere invalid. Unable to confront these realities, he had sought to escape under the pretext of finding a master. Each grievance he bore was a consequence of Hua Gai and his accomplices. "Hey, brother, Lin Feng," Shi called out repeatedly, kicking Lin Feng under the table when he received no response. "I merely indulged in a bit more meat. Is it necessary for you to gnash your teeth in such a manner?" Shi grumbled. "I wouldn't have ordered so many dishes if you weren't hungry," Shi muttered. Lin Feng disregarded Shi's comments, straining to listen to the ongoing conversation among the three merchants. "Now, it all hinges on whether he can fulfill the second condition," the merchant named Ke stated. "And what is that second condition?" The thin, dark merchant inquired eagerly. "A tuition fee of 100,000 gold coins." Ke emphasized the words 100,000 with particular intensity. "What?" The two merchants gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape as they turned to Ku for confirmation. "Did you say 100,000? Ke nodded, calmly affirming, 100,000. Lin Feng was equally taken aback by this figure. The total assets of the Lin family hardly equated to 100,000 gold coins. In Lin Feng's recollection, the most expensive item his father had purchased was a fragment of jade silk garment gifted to his cousin. The decision to buy that exquisite garment stemmed from the grand opening of the Hao family bank, where 1,500 gold coins merely covered the cost of the silk. On the market, such a garment would fetch no less than 3,000 gold coins, making it a potential heirloom to be passed down through generations. Yet now, hearing that a single spot in the inner academy of Pingwu Academy demanded 100,000 gold coins was beyond Lin Feng's comprehension. It was simply outrageous. Who could afford such a fee? The slightly plump merchant was left in disbelief. "Humph," Ke sneered. "Who can afford it?" To my knowledge, the 50 inner academy spots released by Pingwu Academy were snatched up by the next day. The slightly plump merchant stuttered in shock. Did that young master of the Hua family, Hua Gai, manage to secure a spot? Ke shook his head. The plump merchant inquired, "Hua, the young master of the Hua family couldn't secure one?" Ke shook his head once more. "Hey," the two merchants urged, "please do not keep us in suspense any longer. Share your news with us." The merchant named Ku began. The Hua family resides in Baiang City of Qingyang County, which is quite distant from Pingwu City and Pingwu County. Although their sources are relatively well informed, it has already been a day since the internal quota for Pingwu Academy was released. Whether they can secure a spot in the inner courtyard remains uncertain. The three men sighed in unison. The value of an inner courtyard quota was indeed a staggering 100,000 gold coins, and it was exceedingly sought after. The speaker may have been indifferent, but the listener was attentive. The prospect of Hua Gai potentially attending Pingwu Academy lingered in Lin Feng's mind. After the three merchants departed, Lin Feng absent-mindedly began to eat. Stone, not lacking in perception, noticed Lin Feng's distraction and inquired, "Do you know that fellow they mentioned, Hua Gai?" Lin Feng chuckled at the question and nodded. "The scar on my face is a testament to his handiwork." "Oh?" Stone's eyes widened at this revelation, and he growled. "When that brat arrives at Pingwu Academy, I shall avenge you." Lin Feng quickly shook his head and replied earnestly, "This vendetta is mine to settle. I shall not delegate it to another." "You? How do you intend to take revenge?" Stone asked bluntly. Indeed, with only knowledge of formations at his disposal, could he truly set a trap for Hua Gai to fall into? Such a notion seemed far-fetched. Yet, how could he allow such a profound grudge to be carried out by someone else? "I will find a way," Lin Feng stated calmly. With that, he lowered his head and resumed his meal in silence. "Dear, was the previous place more suitable?" A displeased voice interjected. "I simply wish to eat. Cleanliness is all that matters." As these words were spoken, a dashing young man clad in a black fur coat, wielding a golden spear, strode into the inn. "You are absolutely correct, young master," the inn attendant hurriedly chimed in, grinning broadly. "I dare not boast, but we are among the finest in terms of cleanliness in the entire man's mountain city." "Humph, what use is cleanliness if the food is not delicious?" As he spoke, a petite and charming girl adorned in a white fox fur coat leaped in, her bright eyes scanning the surroundings. From their attire alone, It was evident that this golden boy and jade girl were offspring of noble families. Following closely behind the girl were a tall, slender middle-aged man and an elderly woman. The attendant, seeing the newcomers, became even more animated, giving a thumbs up before exclaiming, "Miss, you have arrived. Our signature dishes are renowned far and wide, such as Buddha's hand dispenses wealth, Yulon presents ginseng, fragrant braised whole chicken. If you prefer something lighter, we also have steamed lotus heart, stir-fried winter bamboo shoots." Enough, enough. Why are you still listing the dishes? The girl rolled her eyes at the attendant and casually remarked, "2 hot dishes and 2 cold ones, along with a jug of fine wine." As she spoke, the girl approached the dashing young man seated by the window, and with a hint of irritation, she asked, "Haotian, do you wish to order anything else?" "Just these." The young man, named Haotian, waved his hand dismissively. The middle-aged man and the elderly woman then stepped forward. The elderly woman pointed to the empty table beside them and respectfully said, "Young master, young lady, may Master Chio and I sit there?" "While allow. Please take a seat alongside Master Chi," said the young man named Haotian. "Have I not already informed you? You may simply call us by our names on the road. There is no need for young master or young lady." "My apologies for my oversight," Y.L. Lau replied with a gentle smile. "I have grown accustomed to it over the years, and it momentarily slipped my mind." "Then let it remain as it is," Haotian responded, waving his hand dismissively. "Please do not stand on ceremony after the arduous journey you both have undertaken." With that, Y.L. Lau turned to Master Chi, and they both nodded in agreement before taking their seats together. Chapter 25. Young Haotian. At this hour, prior to noon, the tavern was sparsely populated, with only a few patrons dining. During the period of his recovery, Shirtu and Linfeng had adapted to a regimen of 2 meals a day, and Linfeng was currently enjoying what could be considered breakfast, although the tavern was not bustling. The entrance of the young man named Haotian and his 3 companions drew the attention of all present. Linfeng's gaze shifted to the newcomers. The boy Haotian appeared to be a year or 2 older than Linfeng, yet his demeanor was remarkably composed, a stark contrast to his youthful age. The little girl beside him was innocent and willful, her slender waist adorned with a sword, likely of a similar age to Linfeng. A lean, middle-aged man referred to as Master Cho bore a large, unsheathed sword on his back, clearly a master of the sword arts. However, the elderly woman known as Granny Yu possessed a kind visage and was unarmed, giving the impression of a gentle soul. Yet Linfeng's instincts warned him that Granny Yu was potentially quite dangerous. Once seated, the little girl began to chatter incessantly. Before long, a table laden with an array of dishes was served. "This is truly delightful," she exclaimed, savoring the flavors, "even better than what Master Yin prepares at home." "Young lady," Granny Yu chuckled, "if Master Yin were to hear that, I wonder if he would continue making you those sweet locust bean cakes." "Oh, Granny," the little girl pouted. "As long as you don't tell him, he will remain oblivious." "You know," Granny Yu said gently, her eyes filled with affection yet tinged with concern. "Once you enter the Pinwu Academy, you must curb your mischievousness and heed your brother's advice." I know, the girl replied, her lips pursed. "Father and mother reminded me numerous times before I left. Granny is worried you might struggle to adapt to the new environment, especially since your brother cannot always be by your side." Granny Yu's voice faltered slightly as she spoke. "Rest assured, Granny," the little girl replied cheerfully. "I will take good care of myself." "Granny, Xiao Yu will eventually need to be independent. You cannot watch over her forever," Haotian interjected. "Indeed, my dear. In the blink of an eye, she has grown so much. It is essential for her to experience life beyond the confines of our family. Attending the academy will broaden her horizons," Granny Yu said, casting a watchful eye on Xiao Yu. "Ahead lies the savage beast mountain, though it is teeming with wild beasts. One can never predict what unforeseen events may arise. You must promise me, no matter what occurs, do not stray from our sight. Do you understand?" "Yes," Xiao Yu affirmed. Nodding earnestly, "I understand. Besides, with you and Master Chio by my side, what could possibly go wrong? Moreover, I have an invincible brother to protect me." Observing Xiao Yu's nonchalance regarding the impending journey to the savage beast mountain, her brother Haotian spoke up. "Xiao Yu, heed Granny's words. Father mentioned that the mountain is fraught with ferocious creatures, while a few solitary beasts may pose no threat. Venturing deeper into the heart of the mountain could lead to encounters with packs of savage beasts or even more perilous foes. We cannot afford to be reckless." All right, Xiao Yu said, puffing her cheeks. "I'll remember. Must you always lecture me?" Haotian shook his head and returned to his meal. choosing to indulge in the feast before him. Lin Feng understood that these 4 individuals were also planning to traverse the Beast Mountain en route to Pingwu Academy. However, it appeared that, aside from the young girl, the other 3 paid little heed to the dangers posed by the beasts. Lin Feng contemplated that if he were to approach them to explain his intentions, they would likely dismiss him, perceiving him as powerless. Moreover, since they were strangers, his sudden approach would undoubtedly raise their suspicions. As noon approached, the number of patrons dining in the inn increased. Lin Feng set down his wine cup, intending to rise and leave. Suddenly, a raucous commotion ensued as over a dozen burly men, armed with weapons, stormed in. Despite the winter chill, 2 among them were scantily clad, and many bore fresh and old scars on their faces and arms. Lin Feng quickly deduced that these men were seasoned hunters, accustomed to battling ferocious beasts. Upon their entry, the innkeeper promptly approached them. The foremost of the bare-chested men bellowed, "Back to our usual window seats, in the usual fare." "Please." "Certainly," replied the innkeeper, turning to look at the window seats. Mr. Xing-san, there is only 1 table left. What do you think?" He gestured towards the table adjacent to the 4 companions of Hao Tian. The inn had 4 window seats, one of which was occupied by Lin Feng, while another was taken. On the opposite side, Hao Tian and his entourage claimed a window seat, leaving only the table beside them vacant. With at least 10 individuals in Xing-san's group, they would require at least 2 tables to accommodate themselves. Lin Feng had already intended to leave, and upon witnessing this situation, he was even less inclined to involve himself further. Yet before he could rise, a bald man with several claw marks on his face beside Xing-san remarked, "No worries. Brother Xing, you all sit there. We'll wait for the table next to you." "All right," Xing-san nodded, casting a glance at Hao Tian and his companions before making his way to the vacant table, followed by 5 or 6 others. The innkeeper sighed in relief and hurried off to fetch the dishes. The bald man with claw marks and his companions settled at the table next to Hao Tian's, intending to wait for them to finish before taking their seats. After sitting down, the bald man casually turned to glance at Hao Tian's table, immediately catching sight of the frowning young girl, Xiaoye. "What a stunning beauty!" he exclaimed in surprise. The other men, following his gaze, were equally captivated by Xiaoye's exquisite appearance. Erupting into hearty laughter, "Sixth brother, you have a keen eye." "Indeed, Sixth brother has discerning taste." Hearing their raucous laughter, Xiaoye's delicate face tightened, and she abruptly stood, her voice sharp. "Who are you ruffians? Get out." "Ah, this little girl has quite the spirit." The bald man, unfazed, teased. "Ha ha." The 2 tables of hunters erupted in laughter. Master Chiu, who had been mostly silent, turned to Hao Tian and whispered, "Young master, should I teach them a lesson?" "There's no need," Hao Tian replied, his expression as cold as frost. "I will handle it myself." As he spoke, Hao Tian flung off his black cloak, seized the golden spear beside him, and rose abruptly from his seat, aiming the weapon at the face of the scarred 6th brother. In a cold voice, he commanded, "Kneel and slap your own face at once, or perhaps I might spare your wretched life. Who dares to appear before me, a mere child, and act so audaciously?" The 6th brother, with a fierce glint in his eyes, unsheathed the great sword from his back and approached Hao Tian menacingly. "I hadn't realized that this little brat was a trained fighter." "Ha ha, 6th brother, do be cautious not to meet your downfall," mocked a burly man nearby. "A freshly weaned cub has encountered fewer fierce beasts than I have slain. He is merely a pup relying on the might of others." As he spoke, he glanced at Master Chiu, who sat beside Hao Tian, bearing a massive unsheathed sword. Though the hunters sensed that Master Chiu was not to be trifled with, they lived by the sword and were accustomed to peril. Every day, they risked their lives. At present, emboldened by their numbers, they felt little trepidation despite their reservations about Master Chiu. "Old 6, exercise some restraint. Do not escalate this matter unnecessarily," cautioned the bare-chested man, Xing-san. "Fear not. 3rd brother, I merely intend to teach this little brat a lesson, so he knows to behave henceforth," Old 6 replied. As tensions rose within the tavern, startled patrons hastily fled. The waiter, wearing a distressed expression, rushed over and pleaded, "Gentlemen, please calm your tempers. This humble establishment is just a small business." "Enough nonsense. If you break something, you shall pay for it," Hao Tian retorted coldly. The hunter known as Old 6, having repeatedly called Hao Tian a little brat, ignited a furious rage within him. With a sudden leap, Hao Tian closed the distance, sparing no words as he thrust the spear forward. "Ah, quite nimble," Old 6 exclaimed, impressed by Hao Tian's swift movements. While he spoke, his own hands were not idle. He swung his great sword horizontally to intercept the oncoming spear. Just as the blade was about to strike, the golden spear erupted in a brilliant flash. Old Six's eyes widened in shock, and it was too late for him to retract his weapon. When the two collided, a jolt surged through his wrist, causing the sword to slip from his grasp. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Old Six hastily retreated. Having spent years battling fierce beasts, Old Six's reflexes were sharp, yet the spear's velocity surpassed his expectations. With a resounding thud, the spear struck Old Six's back, sending him flying toward the table where he had originally sat. With a loud crash, he collided with the table, only to be steadied by his companions. "Sixth brother, are you hurt?" Old Six, suppressing the tumult within, struggled to free himself from the grasp of those around him. In astonishment, he gazed at Hao Tian and exclaimed, "You are a martial master? A martial master? At such a tender age?" The other hunters looked at Hao Tian in disbelief. Though underestimating his opponent played a part, Old Six was indeed a high-ranking martial artist. To have been disarmed and then sent flying required the prowess of a martial master. "Brother Hao Tian is truly remarkable." Little Yu cheered from behind, clapping her small hands in delight. "Should any among you harbor dissent, feel free to step forward and contest," proclaimed Hao Tian, brandishing his golden spear towards the assembly of hunters, exuding an air of formidable authority. Applause erupted, and the burly figure of Xing San, seated by the window, rose with a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Truly, heroes emerge in youth. At such a tender age, you have attained the prowess of a martial artist. It is indeed a rarity, rivaling even my young brother, sure." "Third brother," Old Lu interjected anxiously upon hearing Xing San's words. Xing San cast a sidelong glance at Old Lu, silencing his further remarks. His gaze then shifted towards Master Chiu, who sat quietly in his chair, and addressed Hao Tian, "You are still quite young. I shall not engage you in trivial matters. Instead, summon your elder. To contend with you, I am more than sufficient." Hao Tian replied with pride, "I am more than capable." Xing San furrowed his thick brows. "Child, perhaps in 2 or 3 years, I may not be your match. But for now, given your nascent entry into the realm of martial artists, let us see if you can handle it." Xing San glanced once more at Master Chiu behind Hao Tian. "Enough with the prattle. First, you must surpass me," Hao Tian declared as he thrust his spear forward. Enraged, Xing San was about to retaliate when a loud roar echoed from within the inn. "Third brother." Chapter 26. The stone and the fierce encounter. Stone dashed out of the room and, upon spotting Xing San, exclaimed with excitement, "I have been recuperating at the inn with Brother Lin." He pointed towards Lin Feng in the distance, explaining that he had rushed over upon hearing sounds of a scuffle in the inn, fearing for his companion's safety, only to unexpectedly encounter his elder brother. Seeing that Stone and Xing San were acquainted, Lin Feng rose and approached the two. "Third brother," he greeted in unison with Stone. "Oh, is this the Brother Lin you mentioned?" Xing San inquired, noticing the young boy's scarred visage, which elicited a knowing smile. "It seems your young brother is quite the valiant fighter, isn't he?" Lin Feng offered a wry smile in response. Just then, a towering figure emerged, seemingly a giant, who began engaging Xing San in casual conversation. This infuriated Hao Tian, who glared at Xing San and declared, "Do you dare to fight me?" Hao Tian, consumed by rage, pointed his spear at Stone, seething, "You, big fellow, dare to contend with me?" Stone extended a hand dismissively, retorting, "I could crush you with a single hand." "Bold words for a big man. Cease your boasting and come forth to meet your demise," Hao Tian growled, truly enraged. As Stone prepared to confront the youthful Hao Tian, Xing San swiftly intervened, stating, "Allow me to handle this, brother. You may observe from the sidelines." "Brother, how could I let you take the risk? Watch as I capture him and make amends on your behalf," Stone declared, brandishing his black staff and stepping forward. "Brother," Xing San called out again, restraining him. Stone appeared puzzled. Xing San, known for his straightforwardness, seemed unusually hesitant today. Stone's displeasure began to surface, and he retorted, "Third brother, do you not trust my capabilities?" "Of course not," Xing San replied, smiling to ease the misunderstanding. "How could I doubt your prowess? However, earlier, Lao Lu faced that youth and was defeated in a single exchange." "Oh?" Stone regarded Lao Lu, who bore several claw marks, with skepticism. Lao Lu, feeling the sting of embarrassment from his earlier defeat, lowered his head, concealing his face with his hands. Stone observed and realized that Xing San's words were indeed grounded in truth. Xing San continued, "While Lao Lu may have underestimated his opponent, this youth, despite his tender age, possesses the strength of a martial master, rivaling your own skills. Thus, I urge you not to be dismissive." Upon hearing this, Stone's expression turned grave. He was well aware of Lao Lu's abilities. The fact that he had been vanquished in one blow suggested that this youth held formidable talent. "What? Are you frightened?" Hao Tian boasted, thrusting his spear into the ground. "Big fellow, if you publicly apologize and call me grandfather, I shall spare you from my wrath." As Hao Tian grew increasingly arrogant, Stone grinned widely. "Child, the heavens themselves might shatter under your bravado, yet I have never feared anyone. Come, come. Let me teach you some manners today." Hao Tian scrutinized Stone once more. "Do you truly wish to engage me in combat? Did you not understand my words, grandfather? However, if you are afraid, you need only to apologize to grandfather, and he will not hold it against you." Stone mimicked Hao Tian's tone. Bah! Hao Tian, unable to contain his anger, shook the golden spear in his hand, ready to confront. Stone glared and shouted, "Wait. Do you think I fear you?" Stone pointed outside the inn, saying, "Here. We cannot fully unleash our abilities. Let us step outside and engage in a decisive battle." "Very well," Hao Tian replied, leaping out of the inn. As Stone moved to follow, Lin Feng grasped his arm and whispered, "Big Stone, I perceive Hao Tian's techniques are profound. When you face him, do not rush to attack. First, defend yourself and avoid exposing any weaknesses, and once the situation stabilizes, then showcase your strengths." Stone raised his brows, casting a dubious glance at Lin Feng, before proceeding outside with his dark wooden staff in hand. Though Lin Feng spoke in low tones, his words were overheard by Master Chiu, who had been watching Stone intently. "Master Chiu, what is it?" Elder Yu inquired, noticing Master Chiu's gaze upon Lin Feng. "Oh." Master Chiu pondered for a moment, then asked, "Elder Yu, did you notice the young man sitting there earlier? The one with the scarred face?" Elder Yu responded, "Yes." Master Chiu turned his attention to her. Elder Yu tilted her head in thought, shaking it as she replied, "Nothing unusual, just an ordinary person." Master Chiu hesitated, saying, "It is precisely because he appears ordinary that I find it strange." He was able to discern the intricacies of the young master's techniques. Him? Elder Yu peered outside toward Lin Feng, speculating, perhaps he is merely pretending to be profound. "Elder, Master Chiu, what are you discussing?" Little Moon called excitedly from the inn's entrance. "Brother Hao Tian and that big fellow have already begun to fight." "Let us go," Master Chiu said. As they stepped outside, Hao Tian and Stone had already engaged in combat. The fight attracted a multitude of spectators, though they kept their distance, merely observing. Within the combat ring, golden waves of energy clashed with brownish orbs of power, the force of their strikes sending shards of stone flying into the air. "Oh, this big fellow is also a novice martial master, his strength comparable to Hao Tian's," Elder Yu remarked, watching the duel unfold. "Indeed," Master Chiu nodded. "The big fellow's prowess is somewhat unexpected. However, the young master has only recently advanced and requires such an opponent to hone his skills." Elder Yu smiled in agreement, appearing unconcerned for Hao Tian's fate. A bare-chested man named Xing Sen wore a worried expression, not anticipating the remarkable skill of the youth named Hao Tian. The golden spear danced with an elusive grace. Even if he were to engage, he would likely need to employ his utmost techniques to secure victory. Lin Feng observed the duel with rapt attention. As a practitioner of earth element energy, he felt a tumult of emotions witnessing Hao Tian's spear techniques. Lin Feng is heralded as a martial arts prodigy rarely seen in a century in Pengfei City. Although this title was initially attributed to his youth and early ascension to a warrior, his subsequent victories in consecutive duels at the money exchange, coupled with his mastery of both earth and water elemental forces, ultimately solidified his reputation as a martial arts genius in the eyes of all. Lin Feng practiced the Xinhuang sacred staff, a technique characterized by its steadfast and profound movements. In contrast, the Hao Tian spear technique he observed was marked by its bizarre and unpredictable maneuvers. Lin Feng realized that Hao Tian's understanding of earth elemental energy differed from his own. For instance, regarding water elemental energy, his initial attempts at mastering the Lingxiao whip technique and Chongtian hammer method yielded no progress, yet upon receiving an unnamed whip technique from a friend, he effortlessly acquired it, and its application astonished him with its formidable power. Lin Feng focused intently on the duel between the two fighters. Gradually, he began to reconsider his earlier assessment. Rather than deeming Hao Tian's spear technique as merely strange and variable, it became evident that his footwork was the true marvel, exhibiting an enchanting and formless quality. What appeared to be a straightforward thrust transformed into a graceful arc, making the spear capable of both prodding and piercing, thus obscuring the trajectory of his attacks. Fortunately, upon engaging with Hao Tian, Shi Tu recognized the challenge of victory and proactively adopted a defensive stance, embodying a mindset of avoiding mistakes rather than seeking glory. His defense was remarkably impenetrable. As Shirtu intercepted a thrust, he momentarily staggered, leveraging the impact to retreat several steps and create distance. Hao Yin swiftly advanced, thrusting his spear once more. Lin Feng, observing Hao Yin's footwork, experienced a moment of inspiration. That seemingly simple step, once taken, produced a remarkable contraction effect, appearing before him one moment and vanishing the next, truly an exquisite marvel. As he watched, Lin Feng's gaze sharpened, and he involuntarily exclaimed, "Earth-walking technique." At this exclamation, Master Chiao and Granny Yu turned their attention towards Lin Feng, particularly Master Chiao, whose eyes brimmed with astonishment and a hint of incredulity. He was astonished that such a young boy could discern the earth-walking technique. He was also perplexed that one who recognized this technique was an ordinary person devoid of any elemental energy fluctuations. Could it be that he is an extraordinary being, managing to elude even my perception? Reflecting on this, Master Chiao couldn't help but chuckle at himself. While one might disguise or conceal many things, age is an undeniable factor. How could a child younger than Hao Yin possess such high cultivation? It was implausible that he could deceive him. Hao Yin, engaged in the duel, cast a curious glance at Lin Feng, pondering. When we dined at the inn, I perceived him as merely an ordinary individual. I never anticipated I would misjudge him. It is no wonder that the crowd was so astonished. Even the seasoned Xing Sen only realized after Lin Feng's declaration that Hao Yin was indeed employing the earth-walking technique. Among the 7 members of the hunting party, apart from the newcomer Xing San, the other 6 were accustomed to working in harmony during hunts. However, they were unprepared for the terrifying speed of the ferocious beast. Upon collision, 3 members were instantly killed, and 2 were gravely injured. The captain and Xing Sen fought desperately, but could not harm the beast in the slightest. In desperation, the captain invoked the earth-walking technique, which ultimately allowed them to escape with their lives. Since then, the captain has fallen silent. Therefore, Xing San holds a profound recollection of the earth-walking technique. In his memory, this technique is a vital skill for survival. It was first revealed by the captain during a desperate escape, allowing them to evade even the fierce beast known for its swiftness. This illustrates the exceptional nature of the earth-walking technique. However, Xing Sen had never heard of its practical application in combat. He cast a deep, contemplative gaze upon Lin Feng, whom Stone regarded as a brother, before shifting his attention back to Stone, who was engaged in battle with Hao Yin. At this moment, his concern for Stone intensified. Chapter 27. Mediation. Stone had heard of the remarkable earth-walking technique, but experiencing it firsthand in battle was an entirely different matter, revealing the technique's intricate and unpredictable nature. However, having engaged in combat with fierce beasts for an extended period, Stone maintained a vigilant defense, steadying his mind and guarding his position. Though he found himself at a disadvantage, he remained unbroken. Perhaps it was the prolonged stalemate or perhaps Lin Feng's shouts that spurred Hao Yin to alter his strategy. No longer relying on the advantages of the earth-walking technique to engage Stone, Hao Yin suddenly unleashed a fierce assault with his golden spear, striking down with tremendous force. Stone's heart leapt at the sight. He had never feared anyone in terms of strength. "Huh!" he shouted, raising his dark staff to meet the golden spear. The instant their 2 energy-infused weapons collided, a flash of earthy energy erupted from the spear. "Boom!" Stone exclaimed, staggering back several steps. Once he regained his balance, his face flushed, and the tumult within his body nearly left him injured from the impact. He gazed at Hao Yin in astonishment. Previously, Hao Yin had gained the upper hand through the earth-walking technique, leaving Stone speechless. Yet, in this direct confrontation, he found himself once again at a disadvantage, prompting him to reassess the young man before him. Lin Feng, observing from the sidelines, wore a look of shock. The golden elemental power was naturally suited for offense, and combined with Stone's extraordinary strength, even practitioners of a higher level were reluctant to engage him directly. This had been Lin Feng's rationale when advising Stone to hold their ground before launching a counterattack. Yet now, in a contest of brute force, Stone found himself outmatched, leaving Lin Feng astounded. Beside them, Xing San was in a state of agitation, exclaiming, "Brother Stone, let me take over." With a scoff, Hao Yin cast a scornful glance at the pair, declaring, "I suggest you both come at me together. Child, you may boast after you have bested me." Stone, resembling an enraged titan, stepped forward once more. "Brother." Xing San began to protest, but Stone raised a hand to silence him. Recognizing Stone's resolve, Xing San refrained from further words. The weight of the previous blow lingered in Stone's mind. At the moment of impact, he had felt as though struck by an immense mountain. While his strength had allowed him to withstand the initial force, he had been unprepared for the subsequent strike that caught him off guard. But who among the others could comprehend this? Only Stone himself could truly appreciate the gravity of the encounter. "Stubborn, aren't you?" Hao Tian remarked playfully regarding Stone. At that moment, he perceived Stone as a mere plaything, subject to his whims. With a swift motion, Hao Tian thrust his golden spear once more toward Stone. The spear danced around the dark staff, relentlessly targeting Stone's midsection. Stone attempted to evade, but Hao Tian taunted him. "Let us see how many of these you can dodge." With fluid grace, Hao Tian appeared before Stone, the golden spear weaving a relentless series of strikes towards Stone's chest and abdomen. Under the combined assault of Hao Tian's spear technique and footwork, Stone was reduced to a mere target for his attacks. "Watch the spear," Hao Tian roared, caught up in the thrill of battle. The golden spear, accompanied by the sound of the wind, swept horizontally towards Stone. Towering in stature, Stone was not particularly agile, and with such a swift and fierce maneuver, evasion was beyond his capacity. He could only raise his dark staff to defend himself. With a resounding crash, the weapons clashed, and the golden spear emitted a brief flash of earthy light. Stone was forced back several steps once more. However, this time he was better prepared, despite the dual impact. He fared significantly better than before, his internal organs remaining largely unscathed. Observing this, Hao Tian raised an eyebrow and advanced to strike down with his spear. The two engaged in fierce combat, their weapons colliding over a dozen times in rapid succession. Each time, Stone merely retreated a few steps, showing no signs of injury or fatigue. As both fighters unleashed their true strength, the battle reached a frenzied peak. Suddenly, Stone let out a wild roar, declaring, "Now it's your turn to taste my staff." This marked the first instance of Stone initiating an attack since the fight began. Hao Tian, undeterred, lifted his spear in response. The sound of their weapons clashing this time was louder than any before, and the force sent Hao Tian flying. With a thud, he crashed against the inn's wall, causing it to tremble and debris to rain down. Hao Tian, brother!" Master Chiu, Granny Yu, and Xiaoya all exclaimed in shock, rushing towards him. Hao Tian lifted his gaze to Stone, only to realize that their previous exchange had merely resulted in Stone taking 2 large steps back. "You dare to hide your strength from me, you giant?" Hao Tian steadied himself with the golden spear, glaring fiercely. "You shameless wretch, come and face me again." In the vigor of his youth, filled with spirited ambition, he would not concede defeat due to a single misstep. Stone burst into laughter, thrusting his staff into the ground. "I too wish to continue the duel, but alas, this staff does not permit it." Hao Tian's eyes darted to the dark staff in Stone's hands, noticing a distinct dent at the tip, clearly indicating that their last clash had damaged it. He then glanced at his own golden spear, relieved to find it unscathed. After all, the golden spear was a mid-grade initial stage weapon. Even a high-ranking martial artist would struggle to damage it, let alone 2 initial stage warriors. Hao Tian's expression softened slightly. "So, do you admit defeat?" Stone glared defiantly. "Admit defeat? Nonsense. Allow me to procure another weapon, and I shall duel you once more." Seeing Stone scanning the surroundings for another weapon, Lin Feng quickly stepped forward, suggesting, "You two have battled for nearly half an hour, if you are not yet satisfied. How about postponing the duel for another day?" Having fought for such a duration, both warriors had developed a mutual respect for one another. Though Stone's last blow seemed to give him the upper hand, it was primarily because Hao Tian had suffered a heavy strike, and to avoid injury to his internal organs, he had been forced to retreat violently against the inn's wall. In truth, both men understood that continuing the fight would likely yield no definitive victor. As a mediator emerged, Hao Tian ceased his entanglement with the stone and turned his gaze towards the bald man, 6, among the hunters, whose face bore several claw marks. Pointing a finger, he declared, "Everything else can be negotiated, but this man must have his tongue severed. Otherwise, the resentment in my heart will remain unquenched." Xing San's face displayed an awkward expression, for the incident originated from his indulgence of the 6th. Had he offered a few words of caution at the beginning, perhaps the ensuing conflict could have been averted. Yet now, faced with an impasse, it was evident that they could barely contend with the presence of a mere youth, now being held accountable. And with 6 in the crosshairs, as the leader, he sought to quell the situation, mustering the courage to intervene. "I take full responsibility for my lack of discipline. I apologize to this young lady," he said, bowing slightly towards Xiaoya. Hao Tian let out a cold scoff, mocking, "You think a few words can simply gloss over this incident? Do you truly believe we are children to be easily soothed?" Though Xing San wished to downplay the matter, he was not one to excessively flatter the opposition. His expression shifted as he replied, "What do you propose?" Hao Yin, unwavering in his stance, asserted, "As I have stated, if you sever his tongue, this matter may be resolved. Otherwise, my spear shall not relent." "Youngster, do not push too far," Xing San retorted, fixing a steely gaze upon Hao Yin. "What? Do you wish to engage in a contest with me?" Hao Yin provoked, a taunting smirk on his face. As tensions flared anew, Lin Feng hastily interjected, Gentlemen, there is a saying, grievances are easily formed but hard to resolve. Since you've come to know each other through conflict, why not take a step back and forge a friendship instead?" "Friendship? Huh, how naive," Hao Yin scoffed. "Given your knowledge of earth techniques, you must possess some skill. If you can surpass my spear, I shall grant you favor and let this matter rest." Lin Feng cursed inwardly, perceiving Hao Yin as a warmonger. He had witnessed the entire unfolding of events, and truthfully, the scarred six did not merit sympathy. Lin Feng silently applauded Hao Yin's intention to discipline six. However, since these hunters were acquainted with the stone, and the stone was warm-hearted, it was necessary for him to side with Xing San and the others in this instance. As Lin Feng's mind raced, he realized that dealing with Hao Yin would not be an easy task. And it seemed the only viable avenue lay with the girl named Xiaoya. How could he persuade her? He pondered the best approach to sway Xiaoya's opinion. Xiaoya, naive and headstrong, bore many similarities to her cousin, Lin Xiener. Suddenly, a thought struck Lin Feng, prompting him to retrieve an exquisite small box from his pocket. This was a gift he had meticulously chosen for Lin Xiener, to express his gratitude for her companionship during his darkest and most isolating moments, for her efforts to uplift his spirits and teach him about formations. Yet, in his haste, he had forgotten to present her with this token before his departure. He wondered when he would see Lin Xienu again, and a soft sigh escaped his lips. At this moment, in order to mediate between both parties, one can only resort to presenting a floral tribute, hoping that Xiaoya will appreciate this ornament. Upon witnessing Lin Feng extracting a small box, Hao Tian could not help but furrow his brow, pondering, could it be that he intends to bribe me with some trinket? Not a chance. Lin Feng, cradling the exquisite little box, circumvented Hao Tian and strolled towards Xiaoya. Although puzzled, Hao Tian, sensing no malice from Lin Feng, refrained from intervening. Upon reaching Xiaoya, Lin Feng paused and, with a smile, addressed her. "That old rogue is indeed a crude individual, often speaking to young ladies in an impolite manner. I hereby extend my apologies on his behalf." As he spoke, Lin Feng presented the delicate box forward. "What is this?" Xiaoya inquired with curiosity, retaining her youthful innocence. She was captivated by the beauty of the box Lin Feng offered, thus neglecting his words and solely yearning to uncover the treasures hidden within. Stepping forward, Grandmayu, standing beside Xiaoya, took the exquisite box from Lin Feng's hands and scrutinized him for a moment before gently lifting the lid of the box. Chapter 28, The Water Moon in the Lotus Pond. Little Moon gazed curiously at a silver-white pearl nestled within a small box, inquiring, "What kind of pearl is this? I have little interest in ordinary ones." Lin Feng replied with a subtle smile, "If it were an ordinary pearl, why would I present it to you, my lady?" Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Little Moon inspected the pearl, which was the size of a longan, scrutinizing it from various angles, yet discerned nothing particularly extraordinary. Filled with curiosity, she extended her delicate hand to examine it closely, murmuring, "Isn't it just a pearl? There's nothing remarkable about it." "Young man, cease your pretense and reveal its significance without delay," Elder Yu warned, her tone laced with authority. "You should be aware of the consequences should you dare to jest with us." Unfazed, Lin Feng chuckled lightly. "Is there a practitioner of water elemental energy present?" "I am," Little Moon responded, turning her gaze towards Lin Feng. "Oh, how fortuitous," Lin Feng continued. "Has the lady attained the martial artist level in her water elemental training?" "Of course I have," Little Moon replied instinctively, then paused, realizing something as she looked at Lin Feng. "Why do you ask?" "Haha," Lin Feng chuckled. "Please, my lady, channel your water elemental energy into this pearl, and you shall witness its extraordinary nature." "Really?" Little Moon said, half convinced. However, seeing Lin Feng's earnest demeanor, she decided to trust him. She summoned her water elemental energy from her dantian and gently infused it into the silver-white pearl. As soon as the water elemental energy flowed in, the pearl radiated a soft blue glow. "Do not stop. Continue infusing your energy, but be gentle," Lin Feng advised, observing the pearl in Little Moon's hand as it grew increasingly luminous. Little Moon's face lit up with joy, and she followed Lin Feng's guidance, carefully channeling her energy into the pearl. Gradually, the pearl began to transform, revealing two circular leaves that slowly emerged from its core, expanding and becoming larger and thinner, their color shifting from blue to green. From between these leaves, a flower bud began to emerge, slowly blooming, its hue changing throughout the process. Simultaneously, the lower half of the pearl morphed into a deep blue pond, its waters gently rippling, with fish swimming gracefully beneath the surface. Ultimately, upon the layers of azure waves, a resplendent lotus flower blossomed. Little Moon gasped in awe, momentarily entranced as if caught in a dream. This is too beautiful. Surely I am not dreaming? The spectacle of the lotus blooming was breathtaking, evoking gasps of astonishment. Not only the young Little Moon, but even Master Chiu and Elder Yu were left speechless. Despite Elder Yu's vast experience, having lived so long, she had never encountered such an exquisite creation. In contrast, the likes of Stone and Xing San were less impressed, as their lives revolved around battling beasts, leaving them little understanding of the delicate adornments that women cherished. Does it have a name? Little Moon asked, cradling the blooming lotus ornament with utmost care, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Seeing Xiaoyu's fondness for the lotus hairpin, Lin Feng realized he had made the right bet. Indeed, girls possess an undeniable weakness for exquisite adornments. He candidly remarked, this hairpin is called Lotus Pond Water Moon Hairpin. Xiaoyu echoed the name, nodding gently. It sounds lovely. By the way, what is the origin of this name? The term lotus pond refers to a blooming lotus from the pond, and the water signifies that the lotus requires the nurturing power of water to blossom. Furthermore, since your name is Xiaoyu, it seems this Lotus Pond Water Moon hairpin was tailor-made for you. Lin Feng spoke with a blend of truth and jest, and Xiaoyu listened with delight. Is the Lotus Pond Water Moon hairpin a gift for me? Xiaoyu inquired, delicately holding the hairpin. As long as you do not trouble that old six, the Lotus Pond Water Moon hairpin shall indeed be yours, Lin Feng replied. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu cast a glance towards old six and huffed. I never would have imagined you associate with such a crowd. Lin Feng shook his head. I did it for the sake of the stone. That big fellow? Xiaoyu nodded, then smiled brightly. Given your sincerity, I shall let this matter rest. Thank you, miss. Lin Feng expressed his gratitude with a slight bow. Elder Yu and Master Chiu, standing behind Xiaoyu, remained silent, as Lin Feng's offering of apology was genuinely heartfelt, and there was no deep-seated enmity between the parties. Since Xiaoyu had taken the initiative to understand the situation, they had no objections. Xiaoyu gleefully approached Hao Tian, playfully asking, Brother, do you think I look beautiful wearing it? Hao Tian nodded. If you like it, you should put it away for now. Oh, Xiaoyu pouted. But upon seeing Hao Tian's serious expression, she obediently placed the Lotus Pond Water Moon hairpin back in its box and kept it close to her. Although she yearned to wear the hairpin immediately, she felt it would be impolite in front of so many people. Hao Tian turned his gaze towards Lin Feng, his eyes scrutinizing Lin Feng's face, and remarked, that scar on your face, was it a result of trying to impress a girl? Lin Feng, initially aiming to exchange pleasantries with Hao Tian, suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Seemingly oblivious to Lin Feng's discomfort, Hao Tian continued, let us consider this matter settled. However, I cannot abide that person. Make him disappear from my sight promptly. Old Six, who had been prepared to retort, was silenced by a glance from Xing San. Thank you, Brother Lin, for your kindness. I shall remember your assistance today, and I will repay this favor when the opportunity arises. Xing San expressed his gratitude with a bow. Subsequently, he bid farewell to the stone, saying, Brother, you should also thank him. Ah, third brother, the stone said, placing a large hand on Xing San's. Why say such things? It was you who saved my life back then. Indeed, Xing San laughed heartily. I knew I had not misjudged you. Let us refrain from further discussion for today. We shall part ways. We will drink together again in the future. That's the spirit, the stone replied with a hearty laugh, exchanging well wishes with Xing San. Lin Feng observed this scene in silence. Stone had mentioned to Lin Feng that during the perilous encounter at Tongyan Ridge, he was nearly devoured by wolves, only to be miraculously rescued by a band of hunters who fortuitously passed by. It appears that it was indeed Xing San and his companions who came to his aid. The crowd that had gathered gradually dispersed, their chatter about the thrilling combat still audible even from a distance. The water hairpin you gifted them was quite expensive, wasn't it? Stone inquired as he approached Lin Feng. Noticing Lin Feng's casual demeanor, he chose not to press further, although he was entirely ignorant about women's adornments. He understood that the Lotus Pond Water Moon hairpin was certainly no ordinary item. After all, Hao Tian had previously exhibited an unyielding attitude, Yet once Lin Feng presented the hairpin, tranquility was swiftly restored. Considering your recent skirmish, your injuries should be nearly healed, right? Lin Feng gazed at Stone. Shall we set off early tomorrow morning? Hee hee. Stone chuckled amiably. I knew you were eager, but my spectral iron staff requires some repairs before we can depart. Lin Feng shot him an annoyed glance and retorted, fix it with your own money. The following day, an hour after the two entered the savage beast mountain, Hao Tian and his three companions also made their way into the mountain. With Stone by his side, their journey was relatively smooth. Stone wielded considerable influence in the area, causing the nearby savage beasts to flee at the mere sight of him. Any foolhardy beast attempting to ambush them would swiftly be dispatched by Stone's formidable strikes. After enjoying their lunch and resting briefly, they resumed their trek. Ahead lay a primeval forest, dense with thriving foliage. We must be cautious from here on, for within lurk either hordes of savage beasts or ferocious high-tier beasts. Stone cautioned Lin Feng as he gazed into the depths of the forest. Hee hee. Lin Feng replied with a grin, but you're my talisman, right? Besides, if we encounter something too formidable, we can simply deter. Indeed, Stone nodded, gesturing to the left ahead. To my knowledge, that direction is dominated by a pack of fiery explosive lions, including 3 high-tier beasts, which are more powerful than the Tongyan wolf pack. Then we shall proceed this way, Lin Feng suggested, pointing to the right ahead. Very well, let us take this route. Stone agreed. Wait. Lin Feng interrupted. Are you implying that there are formidable beasts in that direction as well? Stone nodded affirmatively. Yes. There are 2 high-tier giant strength golden apes. Are they very powerful? Lin Feng asked intently. If you were to face them alone, what would your chances be? The giant strength golden apes possess immense strength, each boasting the power of a novice martial master. Should I venture alone, even if I cannot defeat them? I could certainly retreat safely, Stone replied candidly. Lin Feng rolled his eyes, gritting his teeth. So you're saying I'm a burden? Stone grinned broadly and laughed heartily. I have encountered them before. As long as we do not provoke them, we should not face any attacks. Therefore, stay close to me. Oh, you've injured them before? Lin Feng probed cautiously. Savage beasts harbor grudges, and if he had indeed harmed them, they would undoubtedly seek revenge. Surely they were not harmed. I merely struck them a few times. Those 2 colossal strength golden monkeys possess remarkably resilient hides, and a couple of blows are inconsequential to them. After a prolonged struggle, realizing they could not injure me, they retreated, Stone remarked. Ah, that is reassuring. It's good to hear there are no lingering grudges, Lin Feng sighed in relief. After reaching a consensus, the duo chose to advance in the forward right direction. As they traversed several miles, the presence of the monstrous creatures diminished, indicating they had entered the territory of the colossal strength golden monkeys. Aiming to avoid confrontation with these formidable beasts, they sought refuge in the shaded areas with dense underbrush. Suddenly, the vocalizations of the colossal strength golden monkeys echoed around them. Stone, somewhat puzzled, remarked, there are not many savage beasts in this vicinity that could pose a threat to 2 high-ranked colossal strength golden monkeys. Could it be that a hunting team is attempting to target them? Shall we investigate? Lin Feng proposed, and Stone nodded in agreement, saying, let us proceed. Chapter 29. The soul-binding technique. Lin Feng and Shirtu quickened their pace, hurrying towards the source of the anguished cries of the giant strength golden ape. Even Lin Feng could discern that the wails were filled with urgency and despair. Ha ha, little darling, you were unwilling to flee earlier. And now you have no chance to escape, one of the hunters chuckled, his voice dripping with malevolence. Take it easy, third brother. Ha ha ha. Ugh. Ah. The laughter of the humans was intermingled with the piercing cries of the giant strength golden ape. Upon reaching the source of the sound, Lin Feng and Shirtu cautiously concealed themselves in the tall grass, deciding to observe the unfolding events before making any plans. Parting the tall blades before them, they peered ahead. In the open area, a burly man wielding dual hammers was engaged in a fierce battle with a giant strength golden ape, while 3 other hunters formed a protective triangle around him. On the ground lay another giant strength golden ape, its injuries unknown, save for its head, which could still feebly twist, anxiously glancing at its struggling counterpart. The cries emanating from the fallen ape were heart-wrenching. This trip has truly been worthwhile. We could capture 2 top-tier savage beasts in one go, ha ha ha, exclaimed a slender hunter standing on the sidelines, unable to contain his excitement. Brother. Once these 2 giant strength golden apes advance to ferocious beasts, they will rival mid-tier martial artists, significantly enhancing our strength. Another stout hunter chimed in joyfully. The leader of the hunters nodded with a grin, replying, you speak rightly, Second brother. Once third brother secures his prize, you and I shall tame these two giant strength golden apes. Fourth brother. You and third brother will have to wait for the next opportunity. The slender hunter turned to the previously silent tall hunter and chuckled. What are you so proud of? The fourth hunter scoffed. My brother and I will find even more formidable beasts. With his arms crossed, the second hunter made a gesture to tease. Then I shall wish you luck, fourth brother. Ha ha ha. The hunter engaged in combat with the giant strength golden ape appeared to be handling the situation with ease, seemingly reluctant to inflict serious harm upon the creature. He targeted its thick flesh rather than striking at its head. Sure too, concealed in the tall grass beside Lin Feng, murmured in confusion. Could it be that both giant strength golden apes are injured? Why are they so weak? Weak? Lin Feng, witnessing the giant strength golden ape for the first time, questioned casually, uncertain of its original strength. Perhaps it is indeed injured, Shurtu replied, though his own certainty wavered. As they conversed, the giant strength golden ape finally succumbed to the relentless assault of the hunter wielding dual hammers, crashing to the ground. Haraha! Seeing the giant strength golden ape fall, the second hunter hurried forward, exhilarated. Thank you, third brother. This giant strength golden ape is mine now. Ha ha ha. The third hunter offered a token smile and said, Second brother, feel free. Ignoring everything else, the second hunter swiftly produced a scroll from his pocket, his expression brimming with excitement. Ha ha. I shall soon possess a giant strength golden ape on par with a novice martial artist. Second brother, do not be so overly excited. One must remain calm during the soul-binding process to avoid any mishaps, the third hunter cautioned. Upon noticing the stones within the thicket, they exclaimed in disbelief, soul-binding technique. Soul-binding technique? Lin Feng, upon hearing this, focused his gaze on the two hunters, the leader and the second in command, who were attempting to employ the soul-binding on the colossal strength golden ape. Lin Feng recalled having heard mention of the soul-binding technique from his father. This technique, along with summoning and corpse-driving arts, is collectively known as the arts of servitude, with the soul-binding technique being particularly favored by numerous practitioners. The soul-binding technique is an arcane spell directed at the spirits of monstrous beings. Once this forbidden spell is implanted within a beast's mind, it will willingly submit. Should any beast dare to resist, the spellcaster need only project a thought for the beast's brain to shatter, resulting in its demise. However, the soul-binding technique is not without its limitations. A practitioner may only subdue one beast with this technique throughout their lifetime, and the talismans and scrolls required for the binding are quite costly. As Lin Feng understood, soul-binding scrolls are categorized into 3 tiers. The first tier, or primary soul-binding scroll, costs thousands of gold coins. The second tier demands tens of thousands, often requiring competitive bidding, thus inflating the price further. The third-tier scrolls are exorbitantly priced, making them unattainable even for the wealthiest practitioners. Consequently, practitioners are exceedingly discerning when it comes to the beasts they choose to bind. Imagine, who would expend a scroll valued at over 1,000 gold coins to subjugate an ordinary beast? To capture a beast, one must first assess their own strength. Practitioners are not foolish. If they opt to capture a brute, it must possess considerable potential, ideally being a top-tier brute, so that once it ascends to a ferocious beast, it becomes valuable. Some exceptionally powerful practitioners may utilize a primary soul-binding scroll to directly capture a ferocious beast, and if fortune smiles upon them, the captured beast may evolve into an extraordinary one, yielding immense rewards. Nevertheless, it is crucial to note that a primary soul-binding scroll can only target beasts of the ferocious tier. To capture more formidable creatures, one must resort to second or even third-tier scrolls. The Thunder Demon Grey Crow possesses the ability to alter its size at will, which is why it could be present at the monetary establishment's inaugural banquet. In truth, many practitioners have tamed brutes or even ferocious beasts. Yet the majority of these soul-bound creatures cannot alter their form. Given that this is the grand opening banquet of the monetary establishment, most did not bring their soul-bound beasts along. At this moment, upon hearing the stones mention that the 4 hunters intended to capture 2 colossal strength golden apes as soul-bound creatures, Lin Feng found himself curiously peering outward. After reciting a series of incantations, the second hunter summoned a spectral circular aura from his scroll, which floated and drifted towards the fallen colossal strength golden ape. The ape, upon witnessing the ethereal circle advancing towards it, instinctively let out a terrified roar. Yet, despite its desperate cries, its body remained immobile, rendering it helpless as it watched the spectral circle hover above its head and penetrate its mind. Upon the imprinting of the spectral circle into its consciousness, The colossal strength golden ape's cries abruptly ceased. It blinked in a dazed manner, seemingly bewildered by the events that had just unfolded. However, it soon regained clarity. Recognizing the scene before it, a human crouched in front of it, their eyes locked in mutual gaze. Deep within the heart of the mighty King Kong ape, an overwhelming sense of fear swiftly arose, emanating from the very depths of its soul. This terror expanded rapidly, causing its body to tremble involuntarily in a state of sheer fright. Ultimately, the mighty King Kong ape lay prostrate upon the ground, its forehead touching the earth as it emitted low, mournful groans. "Ha ha," laughed hunter number 2, reveling in the complete submission of the mighty King Kong ape. He reached out to pat its head and commanded, "As long as you unconditionally obey my commands from now on, I shall not treat you poorly." Simultaneously, hunter number 1 managed to subdue another mighty King Kong ape. Congratulations, big brother and second brother, on successfully capturing 2 top-tier savage beasts. Hunter No. 3 approached to offer his congratulations. Thanks to third brother's assistance. Otherwise, capturing 2 mighty King Kong apes would not have been so effortless, hunter number 1 replied joyfully. But third brother, your standards are too high. You look down upon these 2 mighty King Kong apes, which has allowed us to benefit. Ha ha ha. I am satisfied as long as my brothers are pleased. Indeed, as long as you are content, that is sufficient, hunter number 2 added. However, fourth brother will have to wait a while longer. Hunter number 1 glanced at the sullen-faced hunter number 4, speaking with some regret. Hunter No. 4 forced a smile and remarked, with third brother's words, I can wait a few more days. Haha, splendid. Hunter number 3 chuckled. Suddenly, as Stone and Lin Feng prepared to depart, their movements inadvertently produced a faint sound. Who goes there? Hunter number 3 exclaimed, swiftly turning towards the hiding place of Lin Feng and Stone. With a start, the other 3 hunters sprang to their feet, weapons drawn and ready. May I inquire which friend from this path is passing by? Please step forward for a discussion, hunter number 1 called out loudly, directing his voice towards the tall grass. In the Beast Mountain, it was common for hunting teams to ambush others, and hunter number 1's inquiry was shrewd, subtly diffusing any potential hostility. Ha! Since I've been discovered, I shall step forth generously, Stone declared, emerging from the tall grass. He turned to hunter number 3 and said, Brother, you have keen hearing. I intended to leave unnoticed, but you caught me. Hunter number 3, puzzled, looked at the towering figure of Stone who had approached and asked, Is it just you? Ha! I have always been a solitary wanderer, Stone replied with a hearty laugh. Hunter number 1 surveyed the tall grass from which Stone had emerged, not sensing any abnormalities. He clasped his hands and said, A brother who dares to venture alone into the Beast Mountain must possess remarkable skills. May I ask from whom you learn your craft? Stone replied candidly, I trained with my adoptive father for a few years with a staff, but I have no formal master. Hunter number 1 nodded, glancing at the dark staff in Stone's hand. So, are you in the Beast Mountain for hunting or? Stone, whose pursuits were often within the Beast Mountain, answered without hesitation, Oh, I seek to find a few savage beasts to earn some wealth. Ah, I see, hunter number 1 responded, a subtle smile appearing on his face. Have you had any success? Stone shook his head and replied, Not yet. Upon hearing the news, the leader of the hunters naturally stepped into the advantageous position, casually raising his hand to scatter a delicate cloud of fine white powder. Brother, called out hunter 3 from the side. The leader glanced at the oblivious Stone, turned away from him, and remarked, Brother 3, you cannot blame me for this. Perhaps it would be best if you refrained from intervening. The Stone, sensing a shift in the conversation, was about to react when, suddenly, an exquisite fragrance wafted into his nostrils. His expression changed dramatically as he realized the peril he was in. He held his breath and leaped off to the side. Chuckled the leader of the hunters. It's too late. You are still too inexperienced. Chapter 30. Framing Shirtu felt utterly weak and feeble, barely able to stand. And in a fit of rage, he exclaimed, Why have you poisoned me? Why? The leader of the hunters replied coldly, You appear to be honest and simple, yet your words are filled with deceit. Upon hearing this, not only did Shirtu glare furiously at him, but the other hunters also looked at their leader with confusion. They had never encountered Shirtu before. How could their leader so quickly judge him as cunning and untrustworthy based on mere words? The leader took a couple of steps forward and pointed at the bundle on Shitta's shoulder, questioning, You claim to be hunting in the mountains. Yet where did this large pack come from? Surely, one does not need to carry such a hefty burden for a hunt. Shirtu stammered, caught off guard. He had intended to brush off the conversation and leave, But now he found himself ensnared by the cunning leader's words. The leader continued. When I asked for your master's name, you evaded the question. I suspect you have stolen the belongings of passing travelers and fled here to hide. Am I correct? Nonsense. Shertu retorted angrily. Humph. The leader sneered, eyeing the bundle on Shitta's shoulder. All alone, and lurking in the bushes like a coward. I am certain you are concealing something unsavory within that pack. Are you willing to let me inspect it? You shall not, Shertu declared, forcefully casting the bundle behind him. He had realized the leader's intentions and was unwilling to surrender his belongings. Seeing this, the leader was more determined than ever to seize Shertu's pack. He turned to the other hunters, urging, You all have witnessed this. His pack surely contains stolen goods. We cannot allow him to leave with it. Shertu's stubbornness, coupled with the leader's convincing rhetoric, swayed the other hunters, except for the third hunter, who frowned in silence, while the other two glared menacingly at Shertu. You band of thieves! Shertu exclaimed, filled with resentment. He felt his strength waning. And suddenly he turned to the two massive golden monkeys standing obediently behind the leader and the second hunter, demanding, Have they also been poisoned by you? To be so easily subdued? Truly shameless, Shertu muttered, his legs growing weaker, relying on his ghostly iron staff to avoid collapsing. Do you still have the strength to resist? The leader, noticing the beads of sweat rolling down Shertu's face, approached him and yanked the bundle from his shoulder, stating, If there are no stolen goods within, then we have wronged you. In that case, I shall gladly provide the antidote and let you go. Shertu swayed unsteadily as the leader took hold of the bundle. And he realized that standing was becoming increasingly difficult. He had no strength left to fight back. After inspecting the bundle, the leader's lips curled into a smile as he turned to the other hunters, exclaiming, Indeed, my suspicions were correct. He has hidden stolen goods in here. That is mine. Shertu shouted defiantly. Yours? Does one require money to hunt in the Beast Mountains? The leader placed the bundle on the ground and added, Let me see just how much loot you have pilfered. As he spoke, he began to untie the bundle. Upon unwrapping the bundle, a set of garments lay within, which the leader of the hunters casually cast aside. He exclaimed softly, drawing the attention of the second and fourth hunters, who turned their gaze toward a leather pouch nestled within the bundle. The leader reached inside the pouch. Ha ha. He couldn't help but burst into laughter as he withdrew his hand, clutching several gleaming gold coins. How will you refute this? The leader then tipped the pouch, pouring its contents onto the ground. Wow, so many? The second and fourth hunters exclaimed in astonishment. Hundreds of shimmering gold coins spilled out, leaving even the third hunter, who stood nearby, utterly flabbergasted. With a triumphant expression, the leader inquired of Shertu, Do you claim all of this wealth? Pray tell, how did you acquire such bountiful riches? I earned it through hunting, Shertu retorted defiantly. Hunting? The leader scoffed. Surely you do not expect me to believe that one carries the spoils of the hunt at all times? And if I do? Shertu glared back. Humph. Do you take me for a mere child? The leader revealed a sinister grin, retrieving his long knife. It appears you are unwilling to speak the truth. Very well. I shall enact justice and take your life. Shertu closed his eyes, knowing that conversing with such a man would only lead to further humiliation. Brother, let us take the riches and spare his life, the third hunter interjected. The leader, with an air of righteousness, replied, Brother, your reasoning is flawed. Sparing his life will only lead to more innocent victims. The third hunter, having some understanding of their elder brother's nature, was about to speak further when suddenly a voice called from a distance, Dashi, Dashi, where are you? The leader felt a jolt of alarm, pondering whether this individual had accomplices. He craned his neck to peer into the distance, but the thick canopy of ancient trees obscured his view. It seems they are calling for this large fellow, the second hunter speculated. Quite possibly, the leader concurred, analyzing. However, judging by the voice, it seems youthful and lacks strength, posing no threat to us. After hearing this, the second hunter proposed, Shall I go over and, making a gesture of slitting a throat. The third hunter quickly interjected, Second brother, it would be wise to refrain from unnecessary bloodshed. With the third hunter's intervention, the leader conceded. Let us first capture the individual and inquire further. Very well, brother, the second hunter responded. As he turned to leave, he caught a knowing glance from the leader, instantly grasping its meaning. Fourth, you shall accompany the second, the leader added. No need, brother. I will return with that fellow shortly, the second hunter dismissed nonchalantly. Just to be safe, the leader insisted, bring along your mighty golden ape. Though it may be weak now, it will easily locate someone in its territory. Understood. The two nodded and departed. The leader of the hunters spoke with a cold demeanor, You certainly have not uttered a single truth. You nearly managed to deceive me. Stone let out an angry huff, closing his eyes and ignoring the leader of the hunters. He had already collapsed onto the ground, finding even the act of turning his head laborious. Nevertheless, his thoughts were consumed with concern for Lin Feng's safety. This hunter leader was ruthless and cunning. If Lin Feng were to fall into his clutches, their fates would be dire. When he had made a noise earlier, Stone had restrained Lin Feng, stepping out alone. He had prepared for the worst. In the Wild Beast Mountain, incidents of killing and plundering were not uncommon if he ventured out alone. Even if the 4 hunters harbored malicious intent, he could still extricate himself. However, he did not anticipate that the other party would stealthily poison him. And the soft bone powder within him was exceedingly potent, something even the immensely strong golden giant ape could not withstand, let alone himself. The 3 remained silent, quietly awaiting the return of the 2 hunters. However, the anticipated scene of the one who had been shouting being captured did not unfold. After a quarter of an hour had elapsed without the return of the 2 hunters, the leader of the hunters began to sense that something was amiss. He stepped forward, grabbing Stone's collar, his voice icy as he demanded, "Speak. Who accompanied you?" Stone grinned mockingly, "The one who seeks your life." "Humph. If he truly possessed such skill, why would he need to hide?" The hunter leader probed. "Then what are you afraid of?" Stone retorted with derision. "Afraid? Nonsense. I merely wish to clarify the situation." The leader replied as he pressed a knife against Stone's throat. "Now, tell me how many people were with you." At that moment, the earlier shouts echoed once more. "Big Stone, are you nearby?" "There are 2 bad guys trying to kill me, but I've captured them." "Big Stone, did you hear me? If you do, be very careful." "Kid, I warn you, do not test my patience." The hunter leader snapped coldly. "Haraha, so you care so little for the lives of those 2? In that case, forget I said anything. After all, 1 life for 2. Big Stone 1 TB at a loss, right?" Upon hearing Lin Feng's voice, Stone's anxious heart finally found some ease, and he shouted loudly, "Brother, don't worry about me, just get away." "Shut your mouth." The hunter leader kicked Stone, sending him sprawling on the ground. The hunter leader nodded, murmuring, "This big fellow won't escape far without my antidote. I shall see what tricks they can muster." Hearing this, Stone cried out loudly, "Brother, you must not fall for it. Be quiet." The hunter leader stepped forward again, threateningly placing his foot on Stone's face. "Make another sound, and I will end you." From a distance, Lin Feng's furious voice rang out. "Hey, if you dare to lay a hand on Big Stone again, I want to be gentle with your 2 brothers." "Humph, you're quite formidable." The hunter leader turned towards the direction of the voice. "First bring my 2 brothers over, and we shall exchange face to face." "Haha, do you take me for a fool? I am but one person. If I go over, wouldn't that be delivering myself to you for slaughter?" Lin Feng's voice floated back. The leader of the hunters revealed a smile upon his face, for indeed, there was only one opponent. "What do you intend to do?" He feigned an angry tone and shouted, "How am I to ascertain whether your words are true or false? What if you are deceiving us?" Lin Feng spoke firmly. The leader of the hunters exchanged a glance with the 3rd hunter and then nodded in agreement. "Very well, where are my 2 brothers?" "A mile to the northwest." "You may find them on your own," Lin Feng replied. The leader of the hunters cast a glance at the stone lying on the ground, glaring at him, snorted softly, and set off with the mighty golden ape and the 3rd hunter in the direction of the northwest. Chapter 31 Encounter with Hao Yin as the leader of the hunters. Lin Feng rushed over to assist the fallen too shortly after the departure of the 3rd companion. "Big Stone, get up quickly. We must leave," he urged. I can't move. I've been struck by the soft bone powder," Tu replied weakly. "Soft bone powder?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng hastily set down his burdens and rummaged through his belongings, retrieving several small jade vials. Selecting one, he swiftly poured out a pale yellow pill. "Hurry, take this." "An antidote? You prepared this as well?" Tu's spirits lifted as he eagerly swallowed the pill Lin Feng offered. "My strength is depleted. What if I am injured by the venomous creatures of the Beast Mountain?" Lin Feng stated matter-of-factly, "I had to stock up on antidotes for emergencies." With that, he exerted all his strength to help Tu to his feet, guiding him in the opposite direction. "We must flee quickly. They will soon be in pursuit." Tu looked at Lin Feng, confusion etched on his face. "Did you truly capture those 2 hunters?" "Oh, so that's how it is." Tu nodded in understanding. "Hey, Big Stone, is the antidote ineffective? Why are you still so heavy?" Lin Feng grimaced as he struggled. Upon hearing this, Tu loosened his grip on Lin Feng and attempted to take a step forward, but stumbled and collapsed once more. With quick reflexes, Lin Feng caught him. Is it not working? Shirtu shook his head, his voice filled with despair. The effect is negligible. The soft bone powder is specifically designed to subdue the giant strength diamond ape. Its potency is overwhelming. What shall we do? The trap I set will not hold them for long. Lin Feng's face was etched with urgency. You should escape on your own. I fear I cannot make it. Shirtu said, his legs giving way again. Lin Feng was dragged down with him, infuriated. He sprang to his feet and punched Shirtu, exclaiming, After all the effort I put into rescuing you, this is how you repay me? Listen, you haven't yet delivered me from the Beast Mountain. If you're determined to die, wait until I've escaped and fulfilled the promise you made before you do. Seeing Lin Feng's distress, Shirtu felt a surge of emotion. He braced himself against the ground and clenched his teeth, rising once more. Lin Feng, witnessing this, transformed his anger into relief, assisting Shirtu as they continued their flight. Before long, they heard shouts behind them. You little brat, let us see where you think you're running. If I catch you, I'll skin you alive. They're closing in. Quickly, we must flee that way. Lin Feng urged, steering Shirtu back along their path. Haha, hurry, they're right ahead. Came the mocking laughter of the second hunter. Lin Feng, go on ahead, Shirtu insisted, trying to break free. Enough chatter. Lin Feng firmly held onto Shirtu, propelling them forward with desperate urgency. Haha. The second hunter was now within 100 paces, and he was swiftly closing the distance. Move faster, or I'll catch you. The second hunter was reveling in the thrill of the chase. Lin Feng gritted his teeth in frustration as he continued to drag Shirtu along, casting his gaze ahead. Just then, shadows began to appear in the dense forest ahead. Haha, fate is on my side. Lin Feng exclaimed excitedly, shaking Shirtu vigorously. Quickly, there are people up ahead. Upon hearing these words, Stone looked ahead and indeed saw several figures emerging from the dense forest, perhaps driven by an instinct for survival. Lin Feng felt a sudden lightness on his shoulder as Stone broke free from his support and dashed forward. The pursuing hunters, noticing the appearance of others ahead, spurred on by urgency, Old Two hastened his pace, intent on catching up to Lin Feng and Stone before those individuals arrived. If he could eliminate Lin Feng and Stone, even being seen by the newcomers could be spun into a clever excuse. Old Two, hurry, urged Old One, the lead hunter. With renewed determination, Old Two sprinted forward. 30 steps, 20 steps, 10 steps. In mere breaths, Old Two closed in on Lin Feng and Stone, raising his dual tridents to strike Lin Feng from behind. Bang! Stone, weakened and drained, felt his bones crack as he clashed with Old Two's tridents. The force of the impact nearly sent his ghostly iron staff flying from his grasp, and he was sent stumbling backward, collapsing onto the ground. Big Stone! Lin Feng cried out, rushing towards him. Stone, with a fierce glare, roared, Get away, flee now. Realizing that remaining would only serve as a burden. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and sprinted towards the group ahead, hoping to enlist their aid and perhaps save Stone's life. Suddenly, Stone erupted into laughter, catching Old Two off guard. In the heat of the moment, Old Two had no time to question, raising his tridents again to pursue Lin Feng, struggling to his feet. Stone, still laughing, taunted, I wondered why you resorted to poison upon seeing me. It appears you are but a mere jester, a recent graduate of the martial arts. No wonder you lack the courage to confront me directly, ha ha ha. Having exchanged only a single blow with Old Two, Stone could discern that he was a newly promoted martial artist. The true abilities of the others remained unknown to him. His words were merely intended to provoke Old Two. Hearing this, the hunter was seething with rage. Ha ha ha. Stone scoffed contemptuously, if I were not poisoned, I could slay you with a single hand. Like cattle or swine. Fuming, Old Two swung his tridents down upon Stone. Furious, let us see how I can reduce you to a pulp. The lead hunter, Old One, called out urgently from behind, Leave him to me. Go after that kid. But Old Two, consumed by fury, could not heed his brother's words. His tridents whirled relentlessly, aiming for Stone's vital points. By the time Old One arrived, Lin Feng had already gained significant distance. Casting a disapproving glance at Old Two, he pursued Lin Feng. As he witnessed Lin Feng nearing the group ahead, he could only hope that they would not interfere. Lin Feng, having recognized the figures emerging from the forest, felt a surge of joy. It was indeed the four from Haotian. Despite a minor conflict the previous day, the outcome had been relatively benign. They had not forged deep-seated animosities. Now, facing peril alongside Stone, he hoped that the Haotian group would not turn a blind eye to their plight. Haotian, help me. Lin Feng called out loudly. Upon hearing this, Old One's heart sank at the realization that Lin Feng was acquainted with those individuals. Isn't that the brother who gifted me the Lotus Pond Water Moon hairpin yesterday? Xiaoyu gazed at the disheveled Lin Feng as he hurried over, a hint of amusement gracing her face. A few dark lines appeared on Hao Tian's forehead. His sister, Xiaoyu, was typically quite willful and capricious. She had never referred to anyone as brother aside from herself. Were it not for the scar on Lin Feng's face, he might have entertained the notion that his sister had developed an affection for him. Over a mere hairpin, has she acquired yet another brother? Hao Tian scolded with feigned annoyance. Xiaoyu chuckled, tilting her head to regard Hao Tian, and inquired, "Brother, are you jealous?" "Jealous? You are far too concerned about me." Hao Tian retorted, lifting his chin defiantly. "Perhaps you should focus on your brother instead. He seems to be under pursuit." Xiaoyu glanced back at the pursuer trailing Lin Feng, who wielded a long knife with a menacing demeanor, and pouted, "That person looks quite fierce. Are you not going to intervene? I am not well acquainted with your brother. Why should I meddle in such affairs?" Hao Tian replied deliberately. "Yet you claim you are not jealous?" Xiaoyu stamped her foot in frustration, proclaiming, "If he were to be killed before you, you would no longer be the Hao Tian I know." Faced with his sister's stubbornness, Hao Tian conceded defeat. "It appears you are genuinely eager to wade through this murky water. The hairpin I gifted you yesterday, indeed, you do cherish it." Xiaoyu, with a playful tone, added, "As the saying goes, one should be mindful of favors received. Assisting him once would repay this debt." "You have spoken the truth," Hao Tian replied indulgently. Just then, Lin Feng, panting heavily, approached them. Hao Tian quickly, "Save." "De sure," Lin Feng stammered, pointing towards the giant who was engaged in a battle, unable to defend himself. The fact that Lin Feng's first plea was not for assistance against his pursuers, but rather for the rescue of his companion, endeared him further to Hao Tian. "Indeed," Master Chiu proclaimed, leaping into action. Just as the leader of the hunters was about to speak, he was taken aback by Master Chiu's swift approach, his speed rendering him utterly astonished. "Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Let me explain." Whoosh. Master Chiu's sword passed him. In the midst of this, the hunter leader pointed at Lin Feng. "What, is that not permissible?" Hao Tian replied coldly. His initial impression of this hunter leader was exceedingly poor, and he had no intention of feigning cordiality. The hunter leader, cunning and shrewd, realized from Hao Tian's words that the situation was unlikely to resolve amicably. Resolutely, he thought to himself, "No man is truly a man without a touch of ruthlessness. Since you are all in cahoots, do not blame me for my merciless intentions." The hunter leader waved his hands repeatedly, forcing a smile. Of course. As the saying goes, one does not truly know another without a fight. Allow me to extend my apologies." With that, he stepped aside, brushing off his sleeves and bowing in a gesture of respect. Since the moment the hunter leader had pursued, Lin Feng's eyes had never strayed from him. Although Lin Feng had never witnessed the hunter leader employing his toxic arts, he was inexplicably compelled to pay his respects. As he bowed, a white powder wafted into the air, prompting him to urgently warn, "Beware of his soft bone powder." Once the powder was released, the hunter leader swiftly retreated. The white powder rapidly enveloped Hao Yin and the others. Chapter 32. The mighty golden ape. After Lin Feng's warning, he held his breath and dashed aside. "Child, why are you in such a panic?" Yuelao, standing behind Hao Yin, remarked with a gentle smile directed at Lin Feng. "For reasons unknown." Every time Lin Feng beheld Yuelao's warm smile, he felt an unsettling shiver run down his spine. "Ah, he has released the soft bone powder." Lin Feng observed that Yuelao, Hao Yin, and Xiaoye remained unmoved, standing still amidst the white powder, which left him somewhat astonished. Had he miscalculated? Was the white powder not the soft bone powder? As if reading Lin Feng's thoughts, Yuelao smiled and said, "I anticipated he would release the soft bone powder. Why would I not make prior arrangements?" The hunter leader was puzzled as to why Hao Yin and the others appeared unaffected by the soft bone powder enveloping them. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if his heart were being pierced by a dagger, and black blood began to flow from the corners of his eyes and nostrils. "Firstly, it betrayed you." Yuelao pointed to the mighty golden ape, lethargically standing not far behind the hunter leader. The mighty golden ape, known for its ferocity and combativeness, now resembled a creature afflicted by disease, unable even to stand firmly, devoid of any semblance of a fierce beast. This could only be explained in two ways. Either it was still under the effects of residual poison, or it had just been subdued as a spirit beast. Ironically, this particular mighty golden ape seemed to embody both conditions. Furthermore, regarding the large individual engaged in combat, I am well aware of his capabilities. His current performance is less than half of what he exhibited yesterday, leading me to conclude that he too has fallen victim to your treachery. To subdue spirit beasts, especially those of formidable strength, the most frequently employed method is the soft bone powder. Considering these points, the conclusion becomes evident. Thus, I instructed Master Chio to administer poison upon you. At this juncture, Yuelao smiled gently and continued, "You wish to know when the poison was administered, do you not? Heh. It was just moments ago, as he passed by you." Coughing violently, the hunter leader's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, blood streaming from all 7 orifices as he reached out in a ghastly manner toward Yuelao. Yuelao shook her head and stated, "It is already too late for salvation. Had you not harbored malevolent intentions, I would not have unleashed the great poison upon you. Alas, your own cleverness led you to release the soft bone powder at a time of advantage. I have wielded poison throughout my life. If I cannot see through such trivial tricks, what a waste it would be to live for so many years." The hunter leader's lips moved, yet he could not utter a single word. With a resounding thud, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Witnessing this scene, Lin Feng felt a chill run through him. What is it to kill silently and invisibly? Today, he finally grasped the concept. No wonder he felt an uncomfortable sensation whenever he encountered the amiable and gentle Yuelao. "Xiaoya, let us go check on that large fellow," Hao Tian softly inquired of the little girl in his arms. During Yuelao's conversation with the hunter leader, Hao Tian had pulled Xiaoya close, pressing her head against his chest to shield her from the gruesome sight of the hunter leader's demise. At this moment, Xiaoya exhibited remarkable obedience. Seemingly aware of the unfolding events, she did not inquire, nor did she cast a glance at the lifeless body of the chief hunter lying prostrate. Instead, she followed Hao Tian dutifully as he led her away. "You should go as well," Elder Yu gently suggested to Lin Feng. "Ah," Lin Feng responded, startled by the softness of her voice, nodding before hastily making his way toward the stones. Elder Yu approached the body of the chief hunter, retrieving a delicate white jade vial. After dropping 2 drops of pale purple liquid onto the corpse, she too proceeded toward the stones. With her departure, a plume of white smoke enveloped the chief hunter's remains, the skin that had come into contact with the 2 drops of liquid rapidly disintegrating. Within mere moments, the entire body vanished, leaving only a long knife and tattered, corroded garments scattered across the ground. The sole servant beast, the mighty golden ape, which had been standing silently by, regained its former brilliance in its eyes after the death of the chief hunter. It gazed at the long knife and the remnants of shredded clothing, its eyes filled with an overwhelming fury. The battle at the stones had concluded. Upon Lin Feng's arrival, he found Shirtu seated on the ground, panting heavily, blood streaming from his arm. He approached and inquired, "Are you seriously injured?" Shirtu chuckled heartily, "I'm fine. Just a minor flesh wound in exchange for his leg. I have not suffered at all." Lin Feng observed that the flesh around Shitu's arm wound was torn, evidently pierced by a spear tip. Nevertheless, as Shirtu claimed, it was merely a superficial injury that would heal with a few days of care and ointment. Turning his attention to the second hunter, he found him slumped on the ground, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, with his right leg grotesquely twisted beneath him, a clear indication that the bone had been shattered. Beside him, the 4th hunter cried out in agony, having lost an arm, the severed limb lying at his feet, while he clutched the remaining appendage to the shoulder stump, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Among the group, the 3rd hunter fared best. Yet he had lost his hammers, a massive sword now poised at his throat. "Young master, how shall we deal with these individuals?" Master Chio inquired of Hao Tian. Hao Tian furrowed his brow and turned to Lin Feng and Shirtu, asking what enmity led to this pursuit. With a look of astonishment, he regarded Lin Feng and curiously asked, "A scheme? What strategy did you employ to rescue this giant?" Grateful for the assistance they had received, Lin Feng candidly replied, "I merely set a trap to draw them in." "You possess knowledge of formations?" Hao Tian expressed further astonishment. "You are quite well versed." Lin Feng smiled faintly. Hao Tian scrutinized the 3 hunters, ultimately directing his question to the 3rd hunter, who was threatened by Master Chio's sword. "Is what the giant said true?" The 3rd hunter scoffed, turning his head away defiantly. "Ah, quite resilient," Hao Tian remarked, before shifting his gaze to the 4th hunter. "Then you tell me, if I discover you are lying, beware of that arm." At this moment, the hunter known as Old Force still harbored a glimmer of hope. He pointed towards the stone and declared, "His belongings conceal the riches we have plundered. Our act of killing him serves the greater good." "Oh," Hao Tian glanced at the stone but refrained from expressing his stance. He then turned to Hunter Old 2, inquiring, "Is this so?" Internally cursing Old 4 for his foolishness, Hunter Old 2 thought, How can he believe the deceitful words of our leader? It is evident that these individuals are familiar with the two giants. I shall not be foolish enough to provoke such misfortune. Well, I am not privy to the truth, yet this is what our leader has stated. Hunter Old 2 replied slyly. You speak of your leader? Hao Tian observed the one-armed Hunter Old 4 and the third hunter, who was threatened by Master Cho's massive sword. Before suddenly realizing, are you referring to the one who just perished? He continued, you are quite cunning, managing to offend neither side and shifting all blame onto the deceased. Hunter Old 2 chuckled awkwardly and flattered. The truth is as I say. I speak not a word of falsehood. As Hunter Old 2 endeavored to ingratiate himself with Hao Tian in hopes of securing a sliver of mercy, he remained oblivious to the approach of the powerful golden monkey that had been tamed by their leader. Hao Tian watched intently, yet was unaware of the monkey's intentions, thus chose to disregard it. Suddenly, the golden monkey lunged forward and struck Hunter Old 2 upon the head. With a sickening thud, Hunter Old 2, who was still smiling amiably at Hao Tian, found his head crushed into his chest, leaving him unaware of who had dealt the fatal blow. After dispatching Hunter Old 2, the golden monkey turned its attention to Hunter Old 4. As the weakest among them, Hunter Old 4 was merely a high-level warrior, and upon witnessing the sudden turn of events, he fled in terror, having lost an arm and armed with nothing. However, he could not outrun the golden monkey. With Hunter Old 2 dead, the other golden monkey had been freed, and now, without any concerns, it lunged forward, seizing Hunter Old 4 and lifting him high above its head. Letting out a roar that echoed like a demonic deity, it savagely tore Hunter Old 4 in half. Oh! Xiaoya gasped in shock at the gruesome scene, burying her face into Hao Tian's embrace. Bathed in blood, the golden monkey, having claimed 2 lives, then turned its blood-red eyes towards Hunter Old 3. However, sensing the danger posed by Master Chio, who stood with his massive sword, it ultimately refrained from attacking. The 2 golden monkeys, having narrowly escaped death, joined together and howled towards the sky, a sound that resonated with the joy of newfound freedom, even reaching Lin Feng and the others. After a moment, they gazed at Hao Tian and the others, emitted a couple of soft calls, and then nestled closely together as they departed. Did they just thank us with those calls? Xiaoya looked up at Hao Tian, her eyes filled with innocence. Perhaps, Hao Tian mused, touched by the sight of the 2 departing golden monkeys. It truly evokes envy. It seems even monsters possess such profound loyalty. Xiaoya's face lit up with longing. If I were ever in danger, would there be someone like that golden monkey to rescue me? Who dares to bully you? I shall not spare them, declared Hao Tian. You? Xiaoya was taken aback, and after a delicate huff, she began to playfully strike at Hao Tian. Brother, you are truly wicked. You don't count. You know what I mean. You little girl, how old are you to be starting to have such thoughts? Hao Tian laughed boisterously. So annoying. I won't pay any more attention to you. Xiaoya pouted, turning her back in a huff. Chapter 33. The test. Seeing that Xiaoya was genuinely upset, Hao Tian ceased to amuse himself at her expense and turned his attention to Hunter 3, saying, I observe that you possess some backbone. How is it that you mingle with such individuals? Hunter 3 looked at Hao Tian with confusion, pondering whether he might be granted his freedom. You may leave now. Hao Tian gestured dismissively, sure to exhale the sigh of relief. He had intended to plead on behalf of Hunter 3, but now that Hao Tian had taken the initiative to release him, he felt no need to incur a debt of gratitude. During their brief encounter with the 4 hunters, Hunter 3 had proven to be a man of integrity. Had it not been for his intervention, Hunter 1 might have already taken his life. Thank you. Hunter 3 expressed his gratitude with a respectful clasp of his fist before turning to depart. Wait, Master Chio called out. Take your weapon with you. He gestured with his head. Once again, Hunter 3 clasped his fists in thanks. In most life-or-death encounters, one is fortunate enough to have their life spared. No one would shamelessly demand the return of weapons seized by others. Picking up his twin hammers, Hunter 3 offered a slight bow to Master Chio before making his way back along the path he had arrived. Hey, he isn't leaving, Xiaoya pointed out, observing Hunter 3 in the distance. It seems he is heading towards that person. What could he be planning? He intends to bury that individual, Hao Tian replied. To bury that person? Xiaoya inquired with curiosity. What about these others? Each person's journey is unique. Perhaps that individual has shown him some kindness, Master Chio analyzed sagely. Hao Tian turned to Lin Feng and Shi Tu, questioning, Did you enter the Barbarian Beast Mountains for hunting? Shi Tu, ever blunt, responded, Hunting? We aim to traverse the Barbarian Beast Mountains to reach Pingwu County. Pingwu County? Hao Tian was taken aback. You are heading to Pingwu County? Indeed. Could it be that you are also bound for Pingwu County? Shirtu asked, his expression one of innocence. Yes, indeed, Lin Feng stammered, unsure how to explain. You truly are a master strategist, aren't you? Did you anticipate that we would follow in your wake? Hao Tian chuckled self-deprecatingly. I thought we were simply offering help. Yet it seems all of this was part of your grand design. How amusing it is to realize we have been mere pawns in your game, blissfully unaware. Hao Tian's words dripped with sarcasm, each utterance of you laden with heavy irony, leaving Lin Feng feeling utterly humiliated. Indeed, that was the truth. Upon hearing Hao Tian and his companions discuss their intent to traverse the barbarian beast mountains to reach Pingwu County, Lin Feng had surmised they would likely set off today, prompting him to embark on his journey with Shirtu ahead of time. Wow, you are quite impressive. You managed to include both Hao Tian and us in your scheme? Xiaoya marveled. Hao Tian has always prided himself on his wisdom and courage, yet he fell into your trap. Would you be so kind as to teach me? Lin Feng found her words increasingly grating, wishing he could disappear into the ground. Hey, why are you feeling shy? Upon seeing Lin Feng nearly burying his head in his knees, Xiaoyu couldn't help but murmur, is it really so difficult to teach me a little? Hao Tian scoffed in response, given your lack of intelligence, I fear he may not be able to instruct you adequately. I am not that foolish, Xiaoyu retorted, indignant, and shouted at Lin Feng, how can you know unless you try? Beside them, Shirtu, equally perplexed, interjected, this young lady is quite clever. She will surely grasp it with just a bit of guidance. Lin Feng, you should give it a go. Lin Feng, caught between laughter and tears, realized that the misunderstanding was only deepening. Straightening his posture, he candidly admitted, I must apologize. I had ulterior motives. Yesterday, upon hearing your plans to traverse the savage beast mountain, I intended to approach you to propose companionship. However, since we were not acquainted, I feared you might misinterpret my intentions, which led me to devise this rather underhanded scheme. Underhanded? Hao Tian shook his head, saying, my brother, you are far too modest. To devise such a strategy after merely overhearing our conversation is a testament to your astuteness. Even a clay figurine has its limits. Lin Feng, having acknowledged his fault, felt provoked by Hao Tian's mockery and decided to no longer hold back. If you deem me treacherous, I shall take my leave. I shall repay your life-saving grace when the opportunity arises, he declared, rising and clasping his hands in farewell, pulling Shirtu along as he departed. Though Hao Tian had saved his life, Lin Feng was unwilling to live under someone else's roof, suffering indignities. Hao Tian sneered. You come and go as you please. How carefree you are. We have chosen this path. You may take another. He gestured towards the small road Lin Feng intended to take. The route from Ziyu Mountain City to Pingwu Prefecture, passing through Savage Beast Mountain, was indeed the fastest option. Consequently, many skilled practitioners frequently traverse the mountain, establishing a well-trodden path over time. Seeing Hao Tian's unreasonable behavior, the hot-tempered Shirtu could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, this path is open to all, not just for you. Why should we take a detour? If you refuse to take a detour, then follow behind us, Hao Tian said, pulling Xiaoyu along. You. Shirtu was infuriated and was about to confront Hao Tian, but Lin Feng held him back. Having someone scout ahead is precisely what we seek. Lin Feng raised his voice deliberately. Dashi, let us proceed leisurely behind them. Upon hearing this, Shirtu's anger transformed into delight, and he nodded vigorously. Indeed, you are wise. Hao Tian, hearing this, paused his steps slightly, snorted coldly, let us see how long you can relish this. Granny Yu and Master Chio exchanged knowing smiles. They had watched this brother-sister duo grow up and understood Hao Tian's temperament well. If Hao Tian truly despised Lin Feng and his companion, he would not have intervened to save them, nor would he allow them to follow. His actions were merely a contest of wills with Lin Feng. Yet, Hao Tian was usually composed and rarely lost his temper. Perhaps he had encountered a peer? At the onset of their encounter, the young Hao Tian found himself ensnared in a scheme, igniting within him a desire to engage in a contest of skill with Lin Feng. Nevertheless, he did not oppose Lin Feng and his companion's presence, as Granny Yu and Master Chio showed no inclination to interfere. Lin Feng and Shirtu trailed a mile behind Hao Tian and his party. Haha, Shirtu chuckled. This is quite exhilarating. Whenever we encounter some savage beasts, they handle it effortlessly, leaving us without a shred of exertion. Lin Feng responded with a grin. Where else could one find such bodyguards? Big Stone, just focus on recuperating during our journey. By the time we leave the Beast Mountain, your injuries should be well on the mend. Indeed, Shirtu nodded. Next time we traverse the Beast Mountain, let's continue to follow behind others. We won't have to worry about food or drink. It's truly delightful. Lin Feng shook his head with a light laugh. Such fortunate circumstances are not bestowed upon us often. In the past 2 days, Haotian and his companions had paved the way, vanquishing numerous savage beasts. Lin Feng and Shi Tu, following closely, would seize any tender meat they encountered, roasting it during their breaks. With Haotian and the others leading, they were untroubled by potential beastly intrusions, allowing for a remarkably pleasant experience. As noon approached, Haotian's group built a fire. Master Chiu skewered the clean beast meat prepared by Granny Yu, placing it over the flames to roast for their lunch. "Brother, I envy them," said Xiaoya. "They have nothing to do but follow behind us while we rest and roast meat. It's infuriating that their feast consists of the very beasts we have slain, making us seem like hired thugs, yet we aren't even compensated." She glared at Lin Feng and Shi Tu, who were also roasting meat over their own fire. Haotian glanced back at Lin Feng's group, his handsome brow furrowing slightly. He had initially intended to provoke Lin Feng, but it appeared that they were the ones enjoying themselves, leaving him irked instead. "When we slay the next beast, Granny Yu, you should add some laxative," Haotian instructed. "Laxative?" Xiaoya looked at Haotian in disbelief. "Is this truly my brother Haotian speaking? Have you resorted to such underhanded tactics?" "Hee, brother, you've turned rather mischievous," she chuckled, envisioning Lin Feng and Shi Tu in search of convenient spots after consuming the meat laced with laxatives, unable to contain her laughter. Yet, as she continued to laugh, it dawned on her, "But brother, how much laxative would be wasted? We've slain countless beasts along the way, while Lin Feng's group only picks up 1 or 2 occasionally." Haotian retorted, "You are hopelessly naive. Haven't you noticed that Lin Feng selects only the finest beasts? They are particular about the quality of the meat." Seated by the fire, Lin Feng and Shi Tu savored the succulent beast meat as it roasted. Suddenly, Lin Feng sneezed several times in quick succession, tears streaming from his eyes. Wiping away the tears, he murmured, "Who is speaking ill of me?" Shi Tu glanced at Lin Feng and remarked casually, "Could it be that you've caught a chill?" "Impossible. How could I catch a chill dressed this warmly?" Lin Feng rubbed his nose, pondering aloud. "Big Stone, why do I feel as if someone is plotting against us? Who would dare to conspire against us?" The stone remained indifferent. "As for those few ahead, if they truly wished to end our lives, you and I would have long since perished. So why bother with such concerns?" "Indeed." Lin Feng nodded and waved his hand, suggesting they dismiss such thoughts. After finishing their meal, they should take a good rest to rejuvenate their spirits for the journey ahead. Chapter 34. The Concealment Array. The following day, at dawn, Lin Feng and Shi Tu gazed at Haotian and his companions, who were fiercely battling against the beast horde, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. They had now reached the central region of the barbaric Beast Mountain, where the beasts prowling about were led by no less than 2 formidable creatures. The Copper Rock Earth Wolves, a common breed in the mountain, were the very beasts that besieged Haotian and his group, numbering over 40 in total. Nearly half of them were at the initial barbaric beast stage, with 3 dark red mid-tier Copper Rock Earth Wolves leading the charge, accompanied by a top-tier beast of dark fur. Lin Feng and Shi Tu refrained from intervening. Past experiences had taught them that their attempts to assist had only earned them Haotian's ire. Thus, when faced with another beastly assault, they wisely chose to remain spectators. "These Copper Rock Earth Wolves are far too powerful. Can we really handle them?" Shi Tu inquired with concern. Lin Feng observed for a moment and replied, "It's fine. Did you not notice that Elder Yu has been steadfastly guarding by Xiaoya's side? Moreover, Master Chiu is not exerting his full strength. He is merely holding back those 3 mid-tier Copper Rock Earth Wolves, leaving the rest to Haotian." "Indeed," Shi Tu nodded, "but isn't the intensity rather excessive? With Master Chiu present, there's little to worry about," Lin Feng countered. "Furthermore, I believe Haotian's true prowess exceeds what we have witnessed. He may possess hidden skills yet to be revealed in his duel with you." Shi's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you suggesting I have unutilized skills as well?" Lin Feng shot him a sidelong glance, exposing, "Do not think me oblivious. That final strike you landed on Haotian was indeed your secret technique, was it not?" "Well," Shi Tu faltered, then regarded Lin Feng with an inquisitive gaze, asking, "How did you discern that was my hidden skill?" "Humph." Lin Feng looked at him incredulously. "What constitutes a hidden skill? It is a rare and powerful technique not employed lightly, and when unleashed, it yields remarkable results. You have yet to utilize your techniques in a life-or-death struggle against the Copper Rock Earth Wolves, yet you were compelled to use it against Haotian. Is that not a hidden skill? Be honest with me. How many moves does that staff technique encompass?" Shi Tu gazed at Lin Feng with admiration, sighing, "Lin Feng, at times I ponder how formidable you would be had you not lost your internal energy." if you had retained your abilities. I would undoubtedly want to engage in a serious battle with you. Upon hearing Shida's musings, Lin Feng's expression grew somber. Indeed. What would he have become had he not lost his internal energy? Perhaps he would have already entered the Azure Academy. With his training speed, it was entirely possible he could have advanced to the rank of martial master. In that case, facing Shirtu or Hao Yin would not have instilled fear within him. Yet, such thoughts were mere fantasies. The present reality left him only to dream. With a quiet sigh, Lin Feng buried these thoughts deep within. Lin Feng, look, Shirtu exclaimed, pointing towards the chaotic battlefield. Indeed, Hao Tian has proven to be a hidden gem. His footwork unfolded beneath him, swiftly weaving through the pack of copper rock wolves. The golden spear in his hand devoured the earth-toned light, each thrust sending a wolf howling into the air. Even the newly advanced copper rock wolves could not withstand his single strike. In mere moments, the 20 or so copper rock wolves surrounding him were vanquished. Ha ha ha. Master Chiao, have I improved my spear technique? Hao Yin exclaimed, exhilarated, as he turned to Master Chiao, who was entangled with 3 mid-tier savage beasts. Master Chiao appeared completely at ease. The 3 mid-tier copper rock wolves howled in unison, coordinating their attacks against him, yet no matter how fiercely they lunged, they could not graze even a thread of his garment. While engaging with the wolves, Master Chiao also kept a significant portion of his attention on Hao Yin. Having observed his recent performance, your earth power has indeed advanced, Master Chiao remarked with a smile. I believe it will not be difficult for you to defeat that large fellow. Hao Tian shook his head, replying that giant did not fight with all his strength. His final strike was incredibly powerful, and I suspect there were more techniques behind it. Master Chiao chuckled gently, saying, but you too did not fight with your full might. Upon hearing this, Hao Yin burst into laughter. Nothing escapes Master Chiao's notice. As they conversed merrily, the dark-furred alpha wolf, who had been commanding the pack yet had not engaged in battle, let out a long howl towards the sky. Is it calling for help? Hao Yin inquired of Master Chiao. It seems to be summoning the pack, Master Chiao replied. Instantly invigorated, Hao Yin declared loudly, excellent. Today, I shall indulge in a thorough hunt. Master Chiao smiled, seemingly unconcerned about the incoming copper rock wolves. Lin Feng, having previously fought for his life against the copper rock wolves, grew tense at the sound of the call for aid. Dashi, we must quickly set up a formation. Should the reinforcements be too formidable, Hao Tian and the others may not withstand them, and we will need a place to retreat, Lin Feng urged anxiously. Stone agreed with Lin Feng's reasoning and promptly began assisting him in arranging the formation. In the distance, the wolves' howls echoed, growing increasingly frequent, and Lin Feng could clearly discern that the copper rock wolves were rapidly advancing towards them. Hearing the howls approach swiftly, Lin Feng urged Stone to hasten their preparations. The two worked diligently to complete the formation before the reinforcements arrived. Xiaoye, hearing the distant howls, timidly moved closer to Grandma Yu. Noticing this, Grandma Yu smiled gently. Xiaoye, do not fear, for I am here with you. At that moment, Xiaoye appeared very obedient, softly murmuring, Grandma Yu, it seems that many copper rock wolves are coming. Grandma Yu reassured her, do not worry, Master Chiao and your brother Hao Tian can handle it. Oh. Although Xiaoye replied affirmatively, her small hands were anxiously twisting together, clearly betraying her nervousness about the approaching copper rock wolves. The mournful howls of wolves echoed through the air, growing ever closer and more distinct. Gradually, the crowd sensed the impending danger. Master Chiao fixed his gaze toward the direction from which the howls emanated. The terrain here was relatively flat compared to the battleground against the copper rock wolves, with not a single tall tree in sight, marking this as the most open area since entering the Beast Mountain. From afar, Master Chiao spotted plumes of dust rising, accompanied by subtle tremors in the ground. This is. His expression shifted. It was a beast horde. Quickly, we must eliminate these copper rock wolves so we can escape. In a flurry, Master Chiao swung his massive sword, dispatching 3 mid-tier copper rock wolves in swift succession, before launching himself towards the dark-furred alpha wolf. Hearing Master Chiao's urgent call, Hao Yin recognized the urgency of the situation. He altered his stance, and the golden spear in his hand surged with a brilliant, chestnut-hued aura. Suddenly, the piercing strikes of his spear intensified, targeting the brows and throats of the copper rock wolves with deadly precision. In mere moments, over 10 copper rock wolves lay lifeless around him. A chilling howl pierced the air as the dark-furred alpha was cleaved in two by Master Chiao's strike, its front half soaring several meters before landing and rolling over, its front paws desperately clawing at the ground as it attempted to surge forward. Yet, with a splatter, Its innards spilled forth, and the alpha finally realized its lower half was irrevocably lost. With a feeble howl, the alpha wolf's eyes dimmed, its head drooping in defeat. The remaining mid-tier copper rock wolves, witnessing the demise of their leader, let out a mournful cry and fled in terror. The others, seeing their comrades either dead or in flight, scattered in a chaotic retreat. This way, shouted Sure Tu. Upon hearing, Hao Yin and the others rushed toward him. As they approached, they noticed Lin Feng hastily sketching something in a low depression. Hao Yin urgently inquired, "What formation are you setting up?" Although he couldn't discern the specifics, he understood Lin Feng was preparing a formation. An invisibility formation? Hao Yin pondered, turning to Master Chiu for clarification. Master Chiu nodded in affirmation, well versed in the art of formations from his travels, recognizing this as the most common method for concealment. The wolf howls were now alarmingly close. Master Chiu leaped atop a large stone, observing the beast horde was merely 10 miles away, a matter of mere moments before they would arrive. He discerned that at the forefront of this horde were a group of ancient savage bulls, interspersed with various other ferocious beasts, while behind them trailed thousands of copper rock wolves. Doesn't this resemble a beast horde? It feels more like the copper rock wolves are hunting in a coordinated group, Master Chiu mused. Nonetheless, he had never witnessed such a grand spectacle. Even if it wasn't a true beast horde, it was a force to be reckoned with. With over 1,000 beasts charging forth, even Master Chiu, bold and skilled as he was, would not dare face them head-on, for the outcome would certainly be fatal. How long until the invisibility formation is ready? Master Chiu inquired. It's done. After Lin Feng meticulously inscribed and interconnected the formation patterns, he straightened up and declared that the escape array had been set up. However, due to the haste of the preparation, the array was not particularly stable, and an impact could easily cause it to collapse. Lin Feng's primary concern was the several foundational bases he had hastily constructed. If only a few or even dozens of ferocious beasts were to pass through this area and occasionally collide with the escape array, those bases might withstand the pressure. Yet, with over 1,000 beasts charging towards them, it was an insurmountable challenge. What shall we do? Hao Yin inquired anxiously, his expression reflecting his urgency. This matter not only pertained to his own life, but also to Xiao Yu, Master Chiu, and Elder Yu. If the escape array could not ensure their safety, he had no desire to see them waiting here for their demise. Chapter 35. The Earth Element Pearl. Lin Feng retrieved a dark brown orb from his bosom and stated, "This is the Xian Yin Star Meteor Pearl. It can enhance the defensive capabilities of the concealment formation. However, I cannot guarantee its efficacy against the onslaught of a beast horde. A mere orb possesses such power?" Hao Tian inquired, astonished. Lin Feng elucidated. The concealment formation I established is crafted from local materials, harnessing the Earth's elemental force, thus granting it the ability to render us invisible. Yet, this comes with its drawbacks. While the formation excels in stealth, it cannot withstand tremendous impacts. It necessitates the reinforcement of treasures imbued with Earth elemental essence. How much Earth elemental essence can this Xian Yin Star Meteor Pearl contain? Hao Tian gazed at the orb in Lin Feng's hand, pondering its capacity to withstand the force of a collision. It should endure the impact of top-tier savage beasts for 3 to 5 strikes, Lin Feng replied candidly. As he spoke, Lin Feng placed the Xian Yin Star Meteor Pearl at the core of the concealment formation. With a hum, the formation was instantly activated. In a dazzling display, a hazy, earthy yellow light membrane emerged within the formation, enveloping everyone within its protective embrace. Moments later, the light membrane faded, and tranquility returned, as if nothing had transpired. Lin Feng smiled faintly, saying, "I have activated the concealment formation. Those outside cannot perceive anything occurring within." Hao Tian's expression darkened as he regarded Lin Feng. "Your formation can only withstand a few impacts from savage beasts. With over 1,000 ferocious creatures charging forward, how can it possibly endure? We can only rely on luck. If we find ourselves at the heart of the beast's onslaught, we may simply have to accept our fate." Lin Feng replied, "That may be your perspective, but I refuse to resign myself to such a fate." Hao Tian retorted coldly, "Do you have a better solution?" Lin Feng's tone turned equally frosty. "Enough bickering. What time is it?" Xiao Yu interjected, her small foot stomping in frustration as she separated the two. Hao Tian shot Lin Feng a furious glare before turning to Xiao Yu. "Let's go, Xiao Yu." He called out to Master Chiu and Elder Yu as well. "Brother, if we venture out now, won't we become targets for the beast horde?" Xiao Yu grasped Hao Tian's hand, imploring him. "I know you are concerned for my safety, but within this formation, we may still have a chance to survive." If we exit the formation amidst the onslaught of the beasts, what hope would we have for survival? Yet this pathetic formation cannot withstand the beast horde's charge, Hao Tian exclaimed, exasperated. Then, Xiaoyu's expression mirrored his urgency as she turned to Lin Feng and asked, "Is there no other way to bolster the formation's defenses?" Lin Feng sighed helplessly. "When I selected the materials for the formation, I chose practical and economical options. This Xianyan Star Meteor Pearl is the most ideal among those within the same price range." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu felt a wave of despondency wash over her. The roars of the beast horde echoed deafeningly, and the ground trembled incessantly. It was estimated that the horde was now within 5 miles. Within the confines of the concealment formation, a sense of dismay enveloped the group. Xiaoyu pouted and murmured, "Why are we so impoverished? We can only afford such cheap beads." Truly, as she pondered the beads, specifically the earth-type ones, a sudden epiphany struck her mind. She quickly turned to Lin Feng and inquired, "Does the concealment formation require beads infused with earth elemental energy?" "Indeed," Lin Feng affirmed with a nod. "The concealment formation necessitates the absorption of earth elemental energy to reinforce its defenses. Therefore, the more potent the earth elemental energy contained within a treasure, the greater its contribution to the concealment formation." Brother Xiaoya dashed towards Hao Tian, extending her small hand. "Please, hand over your earth element bead." Hao Tian, momentarily taken aback, promptly retrieved a crimson-hued square box from within his robes. Xiaoya snatched it eagerly and swiftly presented it to Lin Feng. "Surely the effectiveness of the earth element bead surpasses that of your so-called starfall bead, correct?" "Surpass?" Lin Feng exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy at the mention of the earth element bead. To suggest it merely surpasses is a grave understatement. They are worlds apart, utterly incomparable. The earth element bead can only be nurtured in the most concentrated veins of elemental energy within the earth. Its existence can be regarded as a manifestation of the profound principles of earth. Each earth element bead is, in essence, a vessel of earth's profound truths. Lin Feng had previously encountered an earth element bead at the Hao family bank, priced at a staggering 100,000 gold coins. Even then, despite displaying extraordinary martial prowess, Lin Zhetian could only gaze in at the bead. Hoping that Lin Feng would gain recognition of his talents upon entering the Blue Academy and thus have the opportunity to access such a treasure. Though Lin Feng's heart brimmed with excitement, he harbored no greedy thoughts. Moreover, time was of the essence, and any delay could spell peril. He swiftly removed the starfall bead from the formation's core and replaced it with the earth element bead. With a hum, a tangible membrane of light materialized above the group. Xiaoya tilted her head back to observe the reachable membrane. Unlike the previous indistinct layer, this membrane vividly displayed swirling brownish elemental energy, pulsating with waves of formidable power that flickered in and out of existence. The sight invigorated everyone, without Lin Feng's prompting. They could all sense the enhanced solidity and stability of this elemental energy membrane. After a brief moment, the membrane gradually faded away. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and a thunderous roar erupted from above, reverberating through the hearts of the onlookers as if an earthquake had struck. Reactions varied among the group. Some leaned against the large stones behind them for support, while others flailed their arms, seeking something to grasp in order to maintain their balance. Lin Feng stumbled, losing his equilibrium and falling to the ground. In the ensuing chaos, his flailing hand unexpectedly grasped an object, and he quickly rolled over, pressing it tightly beneath him, holding on for dear life. In that moment, the formation was engulfed in darkness, and Lin Feng had no idea what he had seized. However, he cared not for the particulars. All that mattered was stabilizing his center of gravity and preventing himself from being tossed about. The tremors above subsided gradually after a brief moment, and the shimmering light within the formation returned. Lin Feng exhaled in relief. Although somewhat disheveled, the beast horde had passed, and none among them had been trampled, which was truly a blessing. Lin Feng scanned his surroundings and noted the varied states of his companions. Granny Yu appeared disheveled, frantically adjusting her attire, her usual calm demeanor replaced by a flurry of anxiety. Master Chiu had plunged his massive sword into a nearby boulder, the blade embedded halfway, and his outer garments were tattered, giving him a slightly embarrassed appearance. Among them, the siblings Hao Tian and Xiaoya seemed to be in the best spirits. They huddled in a corner, a long golden spear laid horizontally before them. It seemed Hao Tian had thrust the spear into the corner of the formation prior to the beast horde's arrival, allowing them to stabilize and avoid a chaotic scramble. The most amusing sight, however, was Shirtu. He lay sprawled against a large rock, his upper garments in tatters, with bruises adorning his forehead and the corner of his mouth. The suddenness of the beast horde had caught him off guard, and like the others, he had been unable to steady himself amid the chaos. Observing Shidu's exhausted state, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile in contentment. At least he wasn't the worst off. His involuntary laughter drew curious glances from the others. When they turned to look, Lin Feng chuckled sheepishly and scratched his head, attempting to rise and alleviate the awkwardness, but found himself unable to stand. Upon glancing up again, he noticed the astonishment in their eyes. Something was tightly binding him at the waist, and there was also something gripping his shoulders, as if he had been shackled. Lin Feng sensed something was amiss and struggled fiercely to free himself. Yet, no matter how much effort he exerted, he could not break free. As if ensnared by the roots of an ancient tree, firmly anchoring him to the ground. Confused, he pondered what could be restraining him. Lin Feng reached down to feel the object beneath him. It was soft and warm. It felt distinctly human. He was perplexed and continued to explore. Oh, how ticklish. Suddenly, laughter erupted from beneath him, followed by the swift emergence of a figure. You rascal! Such mischief, targeting my ticklish spots. With newfound freedom, Lin Feng flipped over and stood up, astonished at the lively old man before him. The old man was of similar height to Lin Feng, slightly stout, with graying hair and beard, yet his voice held the youthful timbre of a child. He pointed at Lin Feng and exclaimed, "You heartless boy! Just moments ago, in the pitch black, you clung to me desperately, and now that it's light, you resort to tickling me. Hey, everyone, judge for yourselves, this boy has no conscience." As he spoke, the old man turned his bright eyes towards the others. Lin Feng, bewildered, looked at the old man and inquired, "May I ask how you came to be here?" This is also what many wish to know. The effects of the concealment formation set by Lin Feng have been witnessed by all. It withstood the onslaught of a stampede of over 1,000 beasts. Now, with the formation still intact, how did this old man manage to enter? As for me, the old man chuckled. I was pursued by that herd of cattle and wolves to the point of tedium, just as I noticed a flicker of light over here. I thought perhaps some treasure was about to be unearthed. To my dismay, upon closer inspection, I found only a bunch of timid souls hiding here, which truly disappointed me. Who are you calling timid, old man? Xiaoyu exclaimed, her eyes wide with indignation. The accusation of cowardice from a stranger provoked an immediate blush on her cheeks. Hao Tian, Master Chiao, and Granny Yu also glared at him with fury. Only Shirtu remained dazed, lying on the ground, oblivious to the unfolding drama. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's retort, the old man immediately wilted, muttering under his breath, "Women are the bane of my existence, and now I find myself confronted by a little girl. Alas, reasoning with them is futile. It would be best for me to take my leave." With that, the old man leaped from the pit and vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. Chapter 36. The old man. Did that old man just leave like that? Xiaoyu gazed towards the pit above, pondering. Has the formation already become ineffective? Mimicking the old man, she leaped towards the pit. Bang! Lin Feng remained silent, staring at the direction in which the old man had vanished. A single remark jolted Lin Feng back to reality. He forced a wry smile and reluctantly retrieved the earth element pearl from the formation's core, returning it to Xiaoyu with great reluctance. He had initially hoped that once the calamity passed, their relationship with Hao Tian and the others would improve, thus allowing him an opportunity to observe the earth element pearl. Although he had lost his powers, his long-standing fascination with the pearl remained, and he yearned to satisfy his curiosity. However, unexpectedly, his careless action had angered Xiaoyu. What are you staring at? Xiaoyu snatched the earth element pearl away, glaring fiercely at Lin Feng. I merely lent it to you. I haven't given it to you permanently. Why are you so reluctant to return it? Lin Feng was rendered speechless by her retort. At that moment, he wholeheartedly concurred with the old man's words. There was no reasoning with women. Brother, let's go. Xiaoyu returned the earth element pearl to Hao Tian. No way. Xiaoyu interrupted firmly, insisting on following behind. Having said that, she took Hao Tian's hand and hurried away. Elder Yu and Master Chiao nodded at Lin Feng, expressing their gratitude before departing alongside the Hao Tian siblings. With a sigh, Lin Feng watched them fade into the distance before kneeling beside the stone and inquiring, Are you all right? Should I arrange for a custom-made burial outfit for you? The stone coughed twice, feebly replying, No need, just let me rest for a while. Smack. Lin Feng playfully slapped the stone's chest and urged, Rest? Get up and catch up. Well, the stone exclaimed dramatically, How can you be so lacking in compassion? Compassion for you? Lin Feng retorted with annoyance, You're bigger than an ox. After a few shakes, you claim you can't move? I wouldn't believe you even if you said you were dying. The two continued to follow behind Hao Tian and the others. At noon, It was time for lunch. Xiaoyu leaned closer to Hao Tian, giggling. They just picked up that windward golden-spotted antelope that was drugged. Now we can expect quite a show. Hao Tian frowned, observing Xiaoyu's smug expression, and earnestly advised, Xiaoyu, Lin Feng did save our lives, so you should not repay kindness with resentment. Isn't that what you said? You wanted to teach him a lesson? Xiaoyu pouted, defiant. You said that, and now you are saying this. It's all your words. That's different. Hao Tian responded with righteous fervor. At that time, Lin Feng had plotted against us, so it was only right to teach him a lesson. However, now he has shown us kindness. To scheme against him again would be wrong on our part. But they have already roasted the windward golden-spotted antelope. Xiaoyu pointed to Lin Feng and the others who were grilling meat in the distance. Hao Tian rose and faced Xiaoyu resolutely. Let us clarify this matter with Lin Feng. You go talk to them yourself, Xiaoyu retorted, pulling away. The drug was your idea for Elder Yu. So it is only right that you clarify it, Hao Tian asserted firmly. I will accompany you. I want to let them make things difficult for you. Seeing Hao Tian's unwavering resolve, Xiaoyu reluctantly stood up and muttered, had I known this, I would not have allowed Granny Yu to administer the medicine. Following Hao Tian towards Lin Feng, Xiaoyu suddenly halted after taking a few steps, pointing ahead and exclaiming, Brother, look, that old man is with them too. They are indeed in cahoots. With a huff of indignation, she continued, You want me to apologize to them? Not a chance, brother. Are you still going? Xiaoyu had never wished to bow to Lin Feng, and now, seeing the hesitation on Hao Tian's face, she seized the opportunity to say, Lin Feng only wants to see me humiliated in public. Now that his scheme has succeeded, they will undoubtedly revel in it. Brother, let us observe first. If they all consume that roasted meat, we can provide an antidote to Lin Feng. As for that old man, he deserves it. Hao Tian remained silent, tacitly agreeing with Xiaoyu's perspective. At Lin Feng's location, a somewhat plump old man with a white beard bustled about, salivating at the sight of the roasting meat. I say, Scarface. The old man rubbed his hands together. I could smell the aroma of the roasted meat from afar. Your skills are quite exceptional. Scarface? The old man's words struck a nerve. Nevertheless, Lin Feng was unfazed. He recognized this man as a peculiar individual, capable of traversing the concealment array with ease. Whether through profound martial arts or extensive knowledge of formations. May I inquire your esteemed name? Lin Feng asked. My name? The plump old man replied vaguely. Just call me Jiugong. He added, by the way, the meat of the wind-embracing golden-spotted antelope is exceedingly tender. Make sure not to overcook it, or it will lose its flavor. Jiugong? Lin Feng murmured with a smile, rest assured, this is my forte. In the days since entering the savage beast mountain, Lin Feng's roasting skills had advanced remarkably, and even Shirtu praised him profusely. This was the third time he had roasted the wind-embracing golden-spotted antelope, and he had mastered the timing splendidly. Use less seasoning. Otherwise, it will detract from the flavor of the wind-embracing golden-spotted antelope, Jiugong advised. His gaze fixed on the golden-brown legs of the antelope that Lin Feng was expertly roasting. Of course, I'm not boasting. I've brought out my secret technique this time. Ensuring a crispy exterior and tender interior, with a delightful aroma, Lin Feng declared proudly. It's done. Hurry and cut me a piece, Shirtu urged impatiently. Cut you a piece first? Jiugong's white beard bristled, his eyes widening in disbelief as he placed his hands on his hips and exclaimed, Do you understand the hierarchy? You dare eat before me? Shirtu, indignant, stood up abruptly. I say, old man, you're just here to mooch, and yet you act so high and mighty? Keep it up, and I'll toss you to the wolves. Well, trying to bully me, are you? Jiugong rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Shirtu, resembling a petulant child. All right, enough of the bickering, Lin Feng interjected hastily. With such a large leg of meat, there's enough for both of you. Let us not rush. I'll divide it for you right away. As Lin Feng spoke, he removed the perfectly roasted leg meat of the wind-riding golden-spotted antelope from the fire, and with a short knife, he sliced 2 generous portions of the steaming meat to share with Jiugong and Shirtu. Shirtu shot a discontented glare at Jiugong, but upon receiving the leg meat from Lin Feng, he broke into a wide grin and exclaimed, Lin Feng, I shan't hold back. With a hearty bite, Shirtu savored the substantial piece of meat, the juices dripping down his fingers. Oblivious to the mess he was making as he devoured the meat voraciously. More wine. Shirtu bellowed in excitement as he produced a leather pouch filled with liquor from his garment, uncorking it to take a swig. Ah, delightful. With wine and meat. It's truly a feast worthy of the immortals. Despite Shirtu's exuberance, Jiugong maintained a demeanor of elegance. He accepted the leg meat with a smile. first inhaling its aroma before casting a surprised glance at Lin Feng, who was watching him with eager anticipation. Jiao Gong then shifted his attention to the uncouth Shi, shaking his head disapprovingly at his table manners. Lin Feng observed Jiao Gong with curiosity moments ago. He had been in a heated contest with Shi over the roasted meat, yet now, with the morsel in hand, he seemed distracted, as if searching for something. Noticing the absence of others nearby, Lin Feng inquired, "Jiao Gong, why aren't you eating?" With a chuckle, Jiao Gong replied, "Scarred boy, why should I rush? You seem quite anxious." He then tore off a small piece of the roasted meat to taste. Seeing Jiao Gong eat with such deliberation, Lin Feng smiled and took the short knife to cut another piece for himself. Just as he brought the meat to his mouth, a hand suddenly reached out and snatched it away. "Hold on, scarred boy," Jiao Gong chuckled. "Wait until we finish the rest before you indulge." "But Jiao Gong, there's still dozens of pounds of leg meat here," Lin Feng exclaimed, both amused and exasperated, gesturing toward the remaining roasted leg of the wind-riding golden-spotted antelope. Jiao Gong retorted, pointing at Shi, "Look at him. He devours 2 pounds of meat in just a few bites. Who knows how much he can consume? I eat slowly. Can't you wait until I'm full before you eat?" Shi, having already taken offense at Jiao Gong's demeanor, felt anger boiling within him. "You old man. Are you taking advantage of my brother Lin's good nature? Watch me not twist your head off." Jiao Gong was not one to back down, and upon hearing Shi's disrespectful words, he leaped up, pointing at him. "Come on, you glutton. Dare you to lay a hand on me? I could make you regurgitate all that you've consumed. I'd like to see you try." Shi charged at Jiao Gong. Lin Feng swiftly interjected, pushing Shi aside. "Big stone, it's just food. I can eat later. Why do you keep yielding to this old fool?" Shi's eyes blazed with fury. At this moment, Lin Feng had no time to explain to Shi, grasping the short knife again. "I'll cut you another piece." "There's no need," Jiao Gong interrupted. With a swift motion, Stone seized the entire leg of the windward golden-spotted antelope and proclaimed, "I shall consume this, and if that old rascal desires more, he may await the remnants." Stone's mouth opened wide as he took a hearty bite from the succulent leg. "Ah, this method of consumption seems even more delightful," he exclaimed, laughing heartily. As he savored the meat, taking bites from various angles, he deliberately provoked the observing ninth prince. However, the ninth prince appeared unperturbed by Stone's voracious display, responding instead with a smile. Lin Feng, watching this exchange, felt a sense of unease, pondering silently. Could it be that the ninth prince is indeed selecting this soft persimmon to squeeze? Chapter 37. The first whispers of the Dan Emperor. As Shi indulged in his meal, he suddenly paused, placing the succulent leg meat of the wind-riding golden-spotted antelope aside. Clutching his abdomen, and hurriedly darted into the nearby tall grass. Observing this, Lin Feng shook his head with a smile and approached the remaining antelope leg, prepared to carve another chunk to avoid any potential squabbles over food between the two of them. Before long, Shi lazily emerged from the grass, murmuring, "Damn. That feels much better." He then glanced at the leg meat he had devoured, a broad grin spreading across his face as he moved to take a bite. However, he grimaced, clutching his stomach, and hastily retreated back into the tall grass. Dismissing his discomfort, he lowered his head and resumed his efforts on the freshly severed antelope leg. After a brief interval, Shi appeared from the grass again, though only a few steps into his return. A sharp pain akin to being sliced by a knife gripped his abdomen. Lin Feng sensed something was amiss. Turning to Jiao Gong, who wore a smirk of schadenfreude, he approached with gentle admonition. "Jiao Gong, Shi is quite simple-hearted. Even if he were at fault, it is unkind to torment him so." "Torment him?" Jiao Gong retorted, his eyes widening in indignation. "Which of your eyes saw me tormenting him? But he has clearly been given a laxative. Could it not be you?" Lin Feng pointed towards the grass where Shi had disappeared, questioning Jiao Gong. "Of course not," Jiao Gong protested, feeling aggrieved. "I knew there were laxatives in the meat, initially. I thought you were targeting me. But upon seeing it was not so, I snatched the meat from your hands. However, I must clarify, I did not administer the laxative. You old rascal, just wait until I recover. You will see my wrath." Shi's head emerged from the tall grass, clearly disbelieving Jiao Gong's claims as he weakly cursed. Unfazed by Shi's threats, Jiao Gong chuckled. "You big fellow, by the time you emerge, you'll be as thin as a donkey. I could easily pin you down with just one finger." Hearing Jiao Gong's taunts, Shi's voice trembled. "You treacherous old scoundrel." Lin Feng felt exasperated by their bickering. Yet, Jiao Gong's confident demeanor suggested he was not the culprit behind the laxative incident. If not him, then could it be? Lin Feng cast his gaze towards Hao Tian and the others, piecing together the unfolding mystery. It seemed Hao Tian had also noticed the commotion, approaching with Xiaoye and Grandma Yu. Master Chiu in tow. Lin Feng sensed that the truth was poised to reveal itself. Upon their arrival, Xiaoye's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she regarded Jiugong, then glanced at the leg meat in his hands. Did you consume this roasted meat? Jiugong beamed with the exuberance of youth, giving a thumbs up. Indeed. This lad has quite the skill. The roast is perfectly cooked. Little girl, would you care to try some? He proffered the piece of wind-riding golden-spotted antelope leg he had taken from Lin Feng. Xiaoye asked in confusion, are you not feeling any effects? Jiugong belched contentedly, patting his belly. What effects? Oh, when it comes to reactions, look, does that tall fellow count as having one? He has consumed quite a bit and has been squatting there for a long while. Xiaoye followed Jiugong's pointing finger but saw nothing. Only a foul odor wafting towards her with the gentle breeze. Who on earth is that? How disgusting. Xiaoye pinched her nose and ran off a considerable distance. Upon witnessing this, Hao Yan casually took out a small vial and tossed it to Lin Feng, saying, give that tall fellow this, and he will be fine. Lin Feng accepted it without suspicion and quickly approached the tall grass to administer it to Shitu. After a while, Shitu emerged from the tall grass, his face ashen. Jiugong chuckled and teased Shitu. I say, big guy, do you still have the strength to deal with me? Old rascal, one day I will show you my true prowess. Shitu retorted weakly, sitting on a large rock, glaring at Jiugong with gritted teeth. Jiugong bounced around, laughing. I am waiting for your challenge. The two continued their bickering. Hao Tian turned to Lin Feng and said, I apologize, my sister has a bit of a mischievous streak. She played a prank by administering a laxative within the body of the beast we hunted, causing the tall fellow to suffer. I am truly sorry. At this point, Lin Feng understood the underlying implications. Although Hao Tian spoke delicately, Lin Feng deduced that Xiaoye must have misunderstood him, harboring resentment that led her to act as she did. With matters as they stood, and with Hao Tian offering apologies, Lin Feng had no words left to say. By the way, I noticed this gentleman also consumed the meat of the wind-embracing golden-spotted antelope. Why is he not similarly affected as Shitu? Hao Tian inquired of Lin Feng. Although Jiugong was engaged in a quarrel with Shitu, his ears were remarkably sharp, and upon hearing this, he chuckled. Your dosage was too small. It had no effect on me. When Xiaoye implored Granny Yu to lessen the dosage of the laxative, Hao Tian had indeed instructed her to reduce the amount, which explained Jiugong's response and clarified Hao Tian's confusion. Granny Yu, overhearing this, took note of Jiugong's remark. She had been the one to administer the laxative, and she was well aware of the dosage. Unless one had previously consumed an antidote, it was practically impossible to withstand her laxative purely through one's own cultivation. At least not something she believed she could achieve. Given that the tall fellow is physically exhausted, you should accompany us on our journey, Hao Tian suggested. Lin Feng glanced at Shitu, who leaned against the massive rock, his complexion pale and lips white, clearly in a state of weakness. It seemed unlikely he would recover in a day or two. So he nodded in agreement. Then I shall impose upon you. Hao Tian smiled. I have yet to thank you for saving my life, so there is no imposition at all. Please, do not say that, Lin Feng interjected. You and your companions have also saved our lives. We can only consider this a return of favor. Hao Tian laughed heartily. Shall we then regard ourselves as sworn brothers? Hearing this, Lin Feng clasped his hands in response. In truth, I have always wished to befriend you, Hao Tian. It is merely that in my current plight, I feel too embarrassed to speak of such matters. Ah, in life, who can sail through untroubled waters? Hao Tian replied earnestly. I see that you possess extraordinary talents, not to be confined to mediocrity. One day, you shall surely soar to great heights. Lin Feng self-deprecatingly smiled. Let us hope your words ring true. As two individuals engaged in conversation, Jiugong abruptly interjected. You two youngsters should cease your flattery and refrain from speaking such irrelevant nonsense. Both were momentarily taken aback, turning their gazes toward Jiugong. Lin Feng wore a wry smile. Although Jiugong's words were rather harsh, they did hold some truth in light of his current situation, as Hao Tian's praises indeed seemed excessive. In stark contrast, Hao Tian's demeanor shifted dramatically. Upon hearing Jiugong's remarks, his expression turned icy. In front of the assembled crowd, Jiugong's words felt like a slap to his face. Despite recognizing Jiugong's enigmatic nature, Hao Tian could not tolerate such public humiliation. Pray tell, which of my words lacked relevance? Hao Tian demanded, fixing his gaze on Jiugong. Jiugong chuckled and settled onto a large stone, crossing his legs and gesturing toward Lin Feng. If you wish for him to achieve greatness, you ought to first remedy the poison that afflicts him. Hao Tian retorted with a cold laugh. I am well aware of Brother Lin's poisoning, and I know it to be a vile concoction that dissipates his powers. Oh, so you possess a method to cure this poison? Jiao Gong inquired, astonished. The old witch is skilled in this field. Perhaps she could give it a try. Hao Yin suggested. You the witch? Jiao Gong glanced at the old lady behind Hao Yin and suddenly burst into laughter. Little one, do you underestimate the poison in Scarred Boy? Hao Yin's brows knitted deeply as he spoke gravely. Even if the old witch treats Brother Lin's poison, I am aware that atop Yunding Peak in Pingwu County resides a Dan Huang, who can cure myriad ailments. I surmise Brother Lin's journey through the barbarian beast mountains is to seek his aid at Yunding Peak? Upon hearing Hao Yin's words, Lin Feng felt a surge of astonishment. And even the playful Jiao Gong ceased his jovial antics, adopting a serious tone. You know of Yunding Peak? And you are aware of the Dan Huang? Hao Yin countered. Is that not the case? Indeed, you are correct. It appears I have underestimated you, Jiao Gong nodded, then turned to Lin Feng, Scarred Boy. You are traversing the barbarian beast mountains to reach Yunding Peak? While Lin Feng's primary intent was to seek out a self-proclaimed master, he also acknowledged that even this master, possessing profound skills, sought medical assistance at Yunding Peak. Upon learning that this esteemed figure was revered as the Dan Huang, hope ignited within him regarding the antidote for his affliction. Dan Huang, Lin Feng mused, captivated by the grandeur of such a title. Indeed, he replied, Jiao Gong. Are you familiar with this Dan Huang at Yunding Peak? Jiao Gong laughed heartily, reverting to his playful demeanor. Of course, I am aware. However, this Dan Huang seldom interacts with the outside world, so your solo venture may not guarantee an audience. Lin Feng responded with a calm demeanor. I shall do my utmost and leave the rest to fate. Noticing Lin Feng's composed attitude, Jiao Gong nodded in approval. I did not expect someone so young to possess such a mindset. Quite commendable. This Wolfang Black Gold Spike shall be your gift. A token of my gratitude for your hospitality. With that, Jiao Gong produced a spiked object and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng accepted it, curiously examining the black 3-inch long spike, and inquired, what purpose does this Wolfang Black Gold Spike serve? Jiao Gong chuckled. In my earlier years, I had several encounters with the Dan Emperor. Should you find her unapproachable upon reaching the summit of clouds, merely present this small Wolfang Black Gold Needle. Is it truly possible that such a trivial item could compel the Dan Emperor to deign to meet with you? It seems rather far-fetched, scoffed Hao Yin, his face etched with skepticism. Lin Feng harbored similar doubts. The inconspicuous black needle, coupled with Jiao Gong's light-hearted demeanor, made him feel as though Jiao Gong was jesting with him. Upon witnessing Lin Feng stow away the Wolfang Black Gold Needle, Jiao Gong continued with a grin. Don't set your expectations too high, my boy. This needle will indeed grant you an audience with the Dan Emperor. But whether she will extend her hand to heal you depends on your fortune. Although Lin Feng found the credibility of Jiao Gong's acquaintance with the Dan Emperor questionable, he chose to nod in agreement, preferring to entertain the possibility. After imparting his advice, Jiao Gong stretched his limbs and declared nonchalantly, I am accustomed to a life of leisure. Since you all have decided to journey together, I shall take my leave. With that, he rose and drifted away with an air of ease. Chapter 38, Assassination and Ambush. That was quite a swift departure, remarked Xiaoya, pouting as she approached Hao Tian, who was gazing at the retreating figure of Jiao Gong. Hao Tian turned to Lin Feng and observed, the old man seems genuinely concerned for you. Though that wolf-toothed black gold spike of his is rather frivolous. Lin Feng chuckled, replying, regardless, I appreciate his goodwill and have accepted it. Hao Tian smiled lightly and approached Shirtu, asking, big fellow, are you able to stand? Of course, Shirtu replied, using both hands to support himself as he wobbled to his feet. Observing Shida's effort to rise, Hao Tian recognized his bravado and said, very well, we just had lunch, let us rest for a while. We shall set off again in half an hour. When they resumed their journey, Shida's strength had somewhat returned, yet he still required Lin Feng's assistance, causing the group's pace to slow. It was not until the following day that Shirtu could travel normally. Along the way, they encountered several beast attacks. But these posed little danger and instead became a source of competition between Hao Tian and Shirtu. In the Chui family estate of Pingwu County, an old man with a single eye bowed deeply, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Brother Chui, for the information. After many years, I finally have my chance. Once I eliminate that wretched woman, Bada shall surely repay your great kindness. Standing with his back to the one-eyed elder was the resolute patriarch of the Chui family. Chui, even if it costs me my life, I must go, Bada declared vehemently. If she had remained hidden within the Gu family, it would have been one thing. But now that she has come to Pingwu County, I am determined to avenge this grievance. Cui Yi's expression turned stern as he replied, I cannot allow my guest to accompany you on such a perilous venture. Batu, also a guest of the Cui household, had sought refuge there years ago to escape from enemies. As he was merely a lodger, he had not rendered any significant service to the Cui family. Aware that expressing his resolve was crucial, Batu understood that without it, Cui Yi would likely not assist him in avenging this great enmity. Batu was self-aware. Despite being a high-level martial artist, he stood no chance against his formidable adversary alone, especially with another guest of the Chiu family accompanying her. Brother Cui, the one-eyed elder bowed deeply. If you can persuade Mr. Mo to join me, I shall become a loyal warrior of the Cui household. At your command, I would willingly lay down my life in gratitude. Why must it be so? Cui Yi's tone softened. I implore you to support me, Brother Cui, Batu nearly pleaded. Thank you, Brother Cui, he rejoiced. After Batu's departure, a knowing smile graced Cui Yi's face. A loyal warrior was merely a euphemism for a death warrior. For a long time, the Cui family had been engaged in a deeply secretive endeavor, one that required the services of their loyal warriors for Cui Yi to feel secure. Batu's willingness to become such a warrior was precisely what Cui Yi desired. As for Yun Yinjin, the high-level martial artist and poison expert that Batu was eager to eliminate, Cui Yi was not particularly concerned. The only potential complication lay with the Chiu family guest. However, Cui Yi had discerned that the primary task of the gatekeeper on this journey was to escort the two descendants of the Gu family to Pingwu Academy. As long as the two heirs were unharmed, the Chiu surnamed gatekeeper would likely not resort to extreme measures. Nevertheless, Cui Yi was a person of utmost caution. Having resolved to enlist Batu to help avenge his great grievance, he prepared himself for all unforeseen circumstances. To ensure a prudent approach, Cui Yi sought Mr. Mo's assistance, requesting him to accompany Batu. Hao Tian and Lin Feng had already traversed the heart of the savage beast mountain, where the number of savage beasts had dwindled significantly. Lin Feng, having examined the map, realized they had reached the periphery of the mountain. Within another day, they would emerge from it. Over the course of several days, Lin Feng had grown increasingly familiar with the Hao Tian siblings. Lin Feng, do you wield your water-based elemental force with a soft whip? Xiao Yu inquired, gazing at him. I too have a fondness for the soft whip, but I struggle to master it. Would you be so kind as to teach me a few techniques? Lin Feng observed that Xiao Yu possessed commendable martial talent, yet her enthusiasm was fleeting. She did not delve deeply into her studies. Take her swordsmanship, for instance. Lin Feng found it profoundly intricate after merely observing a few moves, yet in her hands, it lacked considerable potency. She even audaciously argued that her low cultivation level prevented her from fully realizing the sword's subtleties, leaving Hao Tian shaking his head in exasperation and amusement. With a smile, Lin Feng replied, my whip techniques are not for public dissemination. Xiao Yu blinked her beautiful eyes and retorted, not for public knowledge? Are you planning to take them to the grave? Of course not, Lin Feng teased. I intend to pass them on to my children or my disciples. How stingy. Xiao Yu shot him a disdainful glance, but upon seeing his expression, she quickly realized, Lin Feng, are you trying to take advantage of me? Where would you get that idea? I speak nothing but the truth, Lin Feng exclaimed, darting behind a rock in mock protest. Trying to make me your disciple? Let us see if you can withstand my blows. Xiao Yu dismissed Lin Feng's feeble arguments and began to chase him without further ado. The sounds of their playful shrieks intertwined with laughter echoed for miles. After the recent upheaval, Lin Feng had not enjoyed such light-hearted banter with anyone in quite some time. In the dense forest over 2 miles away, Batu addressed the masked figures behind him. They are coming. Proceed as planned. He then turned to a robust man with a full beard beside him. Mr. Mo, your task is to engage the Chiu surnamed gatekeeper wielding the greatsword. Leave the rest to us. Understood, Mr. Mo replied, nodding as he covered his face with a mask, both men concealing themselves in the shadows. As Lin Feng and Xiao Yu continued their playful chase into the thicket, they heard the voice of Master Chiu from behind. Miss, do not pursue, wait for us. Xiao Yu, however, was unwilling to heed his advice and persisted in her pursuit of Lin Feng. Suddenly, 2 masked figures sprang forth from the underbrush, targeting Xiao Yu and Lin Feng. Observing the ambush intended for Xiao Yu, Master Chiu shouted, There's an ambush. Yu Lao Lao, safeguard the young master. With that, he leaped toward Xiao Yu and Lin Feng. Whoosh, whoosh. Before Master Chiu arrived, he had already launched 2 short arrows toward the assailants. Clang, clang. Humph. Indeed a tough nut to crack. Hand him over to me. You two deal with those young ones, commanded another tall, masked figure emerging from the dense forest. The previous two masked men nodded and resumed their pursuit of Xiao Yu and Lin Feng. Meanwhile, 6 more masked figures rushed forth from the thicket, confronting the swiftly approaching Shi Tu, Hao Tian, and Granny Yu. Master Qiu, recognizing the preparedness of these masked individuals, unsheathed the massive sword from his back and charged at the imposing masked man blocking his path. The masked giant brandished a hefty broadsword to meet the assault. With a thunderous clash, both combatants were forced back. As Master Qiu stumbled backward, he swung his sword through the air, unleashing a radiant golden wave of energy toward the masked warrior. Having reached the martial general level, his energy could manifest externally to strike at foes. The masked giant, also a martial general, faced the oncoming energy strike fearlessly, parrying it with his blade. With a resounding impact, the masked warrior was knocked back several steps. A mid-tier martial general? His prowess is not beneath mine, he bellowed with a hearty laugh, swinging his broadsword once more toward Master Qiu. Anxiety gnawed at Master Qiu. This masked giant's strength matched his own, and even with a desperate effort, defeating him in a short span seemed improbable. While battling, Master Qiu remained vigilant of the situation concerning Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu and Lin Feng found their path obstructed by 2 masked figures, unable to join Master Qiu and Hao Tian. In desperation, they drew their swords to fend off the assailants. However, the masked men appeared to be attacking with restraint, seemingly unwilling to inflict serious harm. Their intentions remained unclear. Were they aiming to capture the duo, or did they harbor other plans? Thus, despite their precarious situation, Lin Feng and Xiao Yu were not in immediate danger. Master Qiu, puzzled, shifted his gaze toward Hao Tian's skirmish. The 6 masked figures engaging Hao Tian and the others fought in pairs, each group entangling one of the 3. Master Qiu observed that, aside from the giant he was battling, the other masked individuals were mid-tier martial artists, with one being a high-tier martial artist on par with Granny Yu. Why were they obstructing their path yet refraining from lethal blows? Confounded, Master Qiu inquired of the masked giant, "What is your true intention in blocking our way?" The masked giant laughed heartily. "You shall find out soon enough, Qiu." Playing coy, Master Qiu snorted coldly, intensifying his attacks. He aimed to swiftly repel this adversary before circumstances could worsen. Granny Yu shared a similar sentiment. One of her opponents matched her strength, and if she failed to eliminate her 2 assailants, the masked figures might unleash deadly force, placing them all in grave peril. With a series of thuds, the 2 masked attackers targeting her fell to the ground. Not far away, 4 masked figures engaged with Hao Tian and Shi Tu. Upon witnessing their comrades' defeat, 2 of them leapt toward Granny Yu, only to meet the same fate moments later. The remaining 2 masked figures, witnessing this, were struck with terror and launched themselves at Shi Tu and Hao Tian with all their might. The 2 masked individuals possessed skills that surpassed those of Shi Tu and Hao Yin. Previously, they had engaged in a skirmish without exerting their full strength, which allowed Shi Tu and Hao Yin to contend with the 2 masked figures without significant strain. However, as the masked individuals unleashed their full power, the pressure on Shi Tu and Hao Yin intensified, compelling them to utilize their signature techniques to stabilize the situation. Elder Yu offered a faint smile as she observed the 4 fallen masked figures and began to stride towards the fray involving Shi Tu and Hao Yin. Suddenly, the 4 masked figures surrounding Elder Yu sprang to life, launching a swift and lethal assault aimed at her vital points. The abruptness of this attack took Elder Yu completely by surprise. Her overconfidence in the efficacy of her mesmerizing soft bone powder left her unprepared for the possibility that these masked individuals might feign unconsciousness to deceive her. In a moment of panic, she leaped to evade the oncoming attack while simultaneously releasing a cloud of yellowish-white powder. 3 of the masked figures, attempting to avoid the airborne substance, were slightly delayed in their movements and failed to inflict harm upon Elder Yu. However, one higher-tier martial artist among the masked assailants disregarded the threat entirely, thrusting his sword with even greater swiftness. With a piercing sound, his blade penetrated Elder Yu's abdomen, while simultaneously, she managed to strike him with a palm, sending him sprawling to the ground. Chapter 39. The Madness of the Elixir Grandmother. Yu Grandmother. Upon witnessing Yu Grandmother being ambushed and injured, Hao Yin and Xiaoya called out in alarm. As Yu Grandmother fell to the ground, she staggered unsteadily. A masked figure's sword had pierced through her chest, emerging from her back, blood seeping continuously from the wound, while crimson trickled from the corner of her mouth, indicating that the injury had affected her vital organs. "Who are you?" Yu Grandmother's gaze, sharp as ice, bore into the fallen masked figure. The masked figure rose to his feet, but his solitary eye was clouded by the yellow-white powder emitted by Yu Grandmother, rendering him blind. Hearing her words, he laughed maniacally, tearing off his mask with a grimace, and hissed, "Yin, do you still remember me?" Your grandmother, puzzled, stared at the old man before her. And as she scrutinized him closely, memories began to resurface. Trembling, she uttered, "You are Batu?" Batu let out a sinister laugh. "You wretched woman. You finally remember me. Do you know that I have waited for this day for 20 long years? Oh, how fortunate am I to see this day come to pass." Your grandmother glared at Batu, her voice faltering. "How despicable. Back then I showed you mercy, allowing you to escape, leading to this calamity today. You vile woman. In the past, you ruthlessly exterminated my entire family, and it is sheer luck that I managed to escape. Today is the day you pay your debt." With that, Bata lunged at your grandmother. At that moment, Hao Yin had freed himself from the masked assailant and rushed to your grandmother's side. Seeing her grievous injury, his eyes reddened with rage. Raised under your grandmother's care, both siblings regarded her as their elder, despite her often humble demeanor. The suddenness of the attack left Hao Yin filled with regret for not having intervened sooner. Upon witnessing Bata's assault, a surge of wrath ignited within him, and he swung his golden spear with all his might. The spear, imbued with a powerful force, sliced through the air towards Bata. Hearing the rush of wind, Bata raised his arm to block the attack. Boom. Bata let out a chilling scream, propelled backwards several paces before crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. His arms trembled violently, the bones likely fractured. The audacity with which Batu attempted to block Hao Yin's spear stemmed from his reliance on the protective arm guards he had prepared for this assassination. With these guards, he believed he could contend with adversaries of equal rank. Furthermore, while battling your grandmother, he had noticed Hao Yin and Shirtu nearby, dismissing them as mere novices. When he sensed the wind of the incoming strike, he assumed it was one of the two and braced himself. Little did he anticipate that the golden spear would crash against his raised arm with such overwhelming force, shattering his defenses in an instant. This blow left Batu in a state of shock. Despite underestimating his opponent, Hao Yin's strike exhibited the formidable prowess of a high-level martial artist. Even if Batu were unscathed and his strength unaffected, he doubted he could withstand such a blow unscathed. The notion that a novice martial artist could unleash the power of a high-level one was utterly astonishing. Terrified, Bata scrambled to his feet and leaped away. Hao Tian, unwilling to let him escape so easily, shouted to his sister and Lin Feng, "Protect grandmother." With that, he brandished his spear and pursued Batu. Lin Feng, witnessing Hao Yin's astonishing display of might, was equally astounded. He had always sensed that Hao Yin was extraordinary, yet he never anticipated that he could contend with a high-level martial artist. Although Bata's blindness affected his combat capabilities, it was evident that direct confrontation required no clever tactics. Thus, it could be concluded that Hao Yin, in a desperate struggle, possessed the strength to match a formidable opponent. Meanwhile, Shirtu, engaged in combat with a masked assailant, was invigorated by the sight. He roared, "You shall feel the might of my staff." With the deadly techniques of his renowned 3 absolute sticks, he swiftly gained the upper hand. Observing the serious injuries inflicted upon grandmother Yu, Hao Yin fought valiantly, while Master Chiu unleashed his signature sword techniques, forcing the masked giant to retreat. The 3 masked attackers who had ambushed grandmother Yu, alongside the one previously engaged with Hao Yin, advanced to obstruct his pursuit of Batu. Yet, Hao Yin's spear techniques proved to be evenly matched against the 4 mid-level martial artists. Batu, overhearing the battle's progress, was taken aback. However, he could not afford to dwell on such matters. His primary objective was to eliminate grandmother Yu, and everything else paled in importance. Bata strained to locate her position. Meanwhile, grandmother Yu lay in Xiaoya's arms, reaching out to comfort the weeping girl. "Xiaoya, do not cry. At my age, death is but a part of life. Do not be too sorrowful." "No, grandmother, you will not die. You mustn't," Xiaoya cried out, coughing violently. "Grandmother," Yu rasped, "Xiaoya, I do not suffer in vain for you. Grandmother, please, save your strength and rest," Xiaoya urged. Alarmed to see blood trickling from the corners of her grandmother's mouth, Batu, having eavesdropped on their conversation, discerned their location and stealthily approached. Lin Feng stood guard beside Xiaoya and grandmother Yu, keenly observing the unfolding events, particularly Batu's reckless determination to inflict harm on grandmother Yu. From their earlier exchange, it was evident that a deep-seated vendetta spurred Batu on. After waiting 2 decades for this moment, he had undoubtedly made extensive preparations for the assassination. With an opportunity to eliminate grandmother Yu at hand, he would not let it slip away. As anticipated by Lin Feng, after listening intently for a moment, Bata began to draw closer. Lin Feng's heart raced with urgency. Although Bata bore injuries, he remained a high-level martial artist, and Lin Feng knew he would struggle to inflict any damage. Xiaoya, despite her proximity to Grandmother Yu, was outmatched by Bata's prowess and would prove ineffective in the confrontation. Stone, Hao Tian, and Master Chiu found themselves locked in a fierce struggle against the masked assailants. Lin Feng scanned the surroundings and suddenly spotted two short arrows on the ground. The very ones Master Chiu had previously used to strike down the two masked figures. A spark of inspiration ignited within Lin Feng, and he swiftly picked up the arrows, signaling to Xiaoya. Following his gesture, Xiaoya noticed Bata stealthily advancing towards them and hastily retrieved several small vials from Granny Yu, casually tossing one to Lin Feng. Upon receiving the vial, Lin Feng observed the label that read Confusion and Frenzy Elixir. What sort of potion is this? Aware of Granny Yu's expertise in poisons, Lin Feng surmised that the elixir was likely toxic. With no time to ponder further, he uncorked the vial and dripped the liquid onto the tips of the two arrows, then planted them into the ground a few paces away, leaving only the tips exposed. Granny Yu, in excruciating pain, emitted faint groans. Bata, with his ear inclined, cautiously approached. As he drew nearer to the arrows, Lin Feng's heart raced. Their safety hinged entirely on those very arrows. Standing guard beside them, Lin Feng grasped a large stone in his hands. As Bata approached the vicinity of Granny Yu's severely injured state, he treaded lightly, attempting to remain undetected. The sight of Bata tiptoeing made Lin Feng suppress a laugh, though he fought to keep silent. The arrows were positioned in Bata's path, yet with only two. Lin Feng could not calculate with absolute precision. Thus, when Bata was nearly upon them, he misstepped, coming just shy of the arrows. In a decisive moment, Lin Feng shouted, "Now!" and hurled the stone at Bata. Highly alert, Bata sensed the impending attack and instinctively deflected it with his left arm. His right arm throbbed with pain from Hao Tian's earlier strike, yet he dismissed the two small guardians protecting Granny Yu, perceiving no threat from the object being thrown. The impact reverberated through his left arm, causing him to stumble back slightly. That very misstep placed him squarely upon the arrows Lin Feng had previously set. With a muffled grunt, Bata retreated, but the effects of the confusion and frenzy elixir took hold swiftly before he could regain his balance. A wave of numbness surged from his foot where the arrow had struck, spreading upwards. His mind clouded. He felt as though he were intoxicated. Lin Feng and Xiaoya watched as Bata swayed, fully aware that the poison had begun to take effect. Lin Feng seized another large stone from the ground, bracing for Bata's potential charge. "Ah!" roared Bata's face twisted in agony as he let out a chilling scream. The shrillness of his cry sent shivers down Lin Feng's spine. More harrowing than any beastly roar they had encountered. It resembled the desperate wails of a starving wolf confronting a fiercer predator over its meal, or the anguished cries of a tortured soul unable to endure further torment. The sound instilled a palpable dread in everyone present. The masked leader, Mr. Mo, engaged in combat with Master Chiu, found himself at a disadvantage. Suddenly, the frenzied cries of Bata startled him, causing a momentary lapse in his defense. He was struck by Master Chiu's colossal sword upon his shoulder, sending him flying several feet and leaving him spitting blood from severe internal injuries. The masked assailant confronting Stone met a graver fate, his skull shattered, resulting in immediate death. Meanwhile, the four adversaries facing Hao Tian managed to support one another without sustaining injuries. Yet they hastily retreated, turning their attention to the still howling Bata. Bata flailed his arms wildly, his cries growing increasingly anguished. Xiaoya and Lin Feng assisted Elder Yu in seeking refuge, while Batu, in his frenzy, drew ever closer to the severely wounded Elder Yu and her companions. Observing this, Hao Tian swiftly sprang into action. As he approached, he lunged at Bata with his spear. The clash was abrupt. Bata's wildly thrashing arms collided with the golden spear, causing Hao Tian to stagger backward, his body trembling from the impact. Yet, Bata seemed impervious to pain, continuing his frantic gestures and relentless wails. Master Chiu soon joined Elder Yu, his brow furrowing at the scene. He raised his massive sword and struck at Batu. A golden arc of light cleaved through the air, severing Bata's flailing arm. Batu was sent hurtling away, landing before his fellow masked companions, his arms hanging limply, unable to move. Nevertheless, his cries persisted, a haunting sound that unnerved all who heard it. The timid would surely faint at such a cacophony, witnessing the demise of one comrade and the madness of another. Along with his own considerable injuries, Mr. Mo realized that continuing the battle would likely result in the annihilation of his forces. He raised his hand and commanded a retreat. Upon hearing Mr. Mo's orders, several masked figures grasped Batu and swiftly withdrew. Hao Tian and Stone attempted to intercept them but were halted by Master Chiao. Mr. Mo cast a final glance at Master Chiao and Hao Tian before slowly retreating. Chapter 40. Arrival at the Summit of Clouds. Why did we not stop them? Hao Tian inquired. Master Chiao glanced towards the direction where the masked figures had retreated and replied, My mission is to escort you and Xiaoya safely to Pingwu Academy. Everything else must be set aside for now. Fortunately, these masked individuals are not targeting you two siblings. Otherwise, if they were to be cornered, Xiaoya's safety would be jeopardized. But Elder Yu, Hao Tian said with concern as he looked at Elder Yu. He understood Master Chiao's worries were valid. Should those masked figures be driven to desperation, they would undoubtedly fight to the death, and Xiaoya and Lin Feng would likely be unable to escape unharmed. Master Chiao cast his gaze upon the unconscious Elder Yu and spoke solemnly. Young master, if Elder Yu were aware, she would not wish for you siblings to be in any peril. But Elder Yu, Xiaoya sobbed, is there truly no hope? With a heavy sigh, Master Chiao shook his head and turned away. Hao Tian, looking at Elder Yu in Xiaoya's arms, wore a pained expression. Elder Yu had insisted on accompanying Hao Tian and Xiaoya to Pingwu Academy, and now it seemed this journey would lead to a permanent farewell. Observing the situation, Lin Feng hesitated before suggesting, perhaps the Dan Emperor could save Elder Yu. Dan Emperor? Upon hearing this, Xiaoya's eyes filled with tears of joy. Yes, Lin Feng. You are seeking the Dan Emperor, right? He must be able to save Elder Yu. Hao Tian, encouraged by Lin Feng's words, urgently asked, Lin Feng, do you know where the Dan Emperor resides? How long will it take to reach him? As far as I know, the Dan Emperor dwells atop Yunding Peak. 50 miles north of Pingwu County. Lin Feng promptly shared what he knew, explaining that it would take approximately 3 days to reach Yunding Peak, but if they hurried, they could arrive in 2 days. 2 days? Hao Tian instructed Xiaoya, check if there are any healing potions on Elder Yu that can stabilize her condition. Xiaoya quickly rummaged through Elder Yu's bag of holding. Inside were over 100 small bottles and various peculiar items, the majority containing different kinds of poisons, with only about 20% being antidotes and healing potions. After a considerable search, Xiaoya selected 3 types of healing potions, the Yuqing Huanhuan Dan, the Xiantian Xinji Dan, and the Shuming Baomai Dan. This one, Elder Yu just took. Xiaoya pointed to the Shuming Baomai Dan. Lin Feng glanced at it before examining the other 2 healing potions. Analyzing their names, he deduced that the effects of the Yuqing Huanhuan Dan and the Shuming Baomai Dan were quite similar, while the Xiantian Xinji Dan was an external application. Before encountering the Dan Emperor, the long sword embedded in Elder Yu's chest must not be removed. If the sword were taken out without timely medical attention, her condition would deteriorate rapidly, potentially leading to her untimely demise. Thus, the Xiantian Xinji Dan was not immediately applicable. Let us administer the Yuqing Huanhuan Dan to Elder Yu, Lin Feng proposed. Though he felt that the Yuqing Huanhuan Dan and the Shuming Baomai Dan had similar effects, taking an additional healing potion would serve as an extra precaution, which Master Chiao and Hao Tian both nodded in agreement with. After Xiao Yu administered the Yuling Huanhuan pill to Grandma Yu, Lin Feng and Hao Tian carefully assisted her onto a makeshift wooden stretcher. Subsequently, Master Chiao and Shi Tu took on the role of bearers, swiftly carrying the stretcher forward. The Hao Tian siblings and Lin Feng followed closely behind, hastening their pace towards Cloud Summit. Lin Feng, having lost all his powers, found it arduous to keep up with the group, yet he silently gritted his teeth and persevered, running diligently in pursuit. They journeyed through the night, encountering no further mishaps. After 2 days, they finally arrived at Cloud Summit. The mountain loomed high, piercing the clouds. As they gazed up at the imposing peak, a surge of emotion welled within them. Hao Tian looked at the frail Grandma Yu, took the stretcher from Shi Tu, and encouraged the group, saying, "Let us exert ourselves a little more. We shall soon meet the Pill Emperor." Along the way, Hao Tian alternated with Master Chiao and Shi Tu in carrying the stretcher. Despite Master Chiao's repeated objections, Hao Tian insisted on sharing the burden, leaving Master Chiao with no choice but to acquiesce. As Hao Tian and Master Chiao carried the stretcher, Lin Feng and the others followed closely behind. The steepness of Cloud Summit was daunting. Even with a carved path, Lin Feng still felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Fortunately, Shi Tu occasionally lent a helping hand, alleviating some of Lin Feng's exertion. Without Shitu's assistance, Lin Feng would have truly struggled to keep pace with Hao Tian and Master Chiao, who were still moving swiftly with the stretcher. After ascending over 100 zhong, they suddenly encountered a broad plateau. This expanse seemed as though it had been cleaved by a blade, its surface remarkably smooth. At the end of the plateau stood an ancient temple built against the mountainside. However, What captivated their attention was not the temple itself, but the remarkably smooth mountain wall behind it. This wall rose dozens of zhang high, above which the mountain body of Cloud's summit reemerged, rising into the clouds, with its peak obscured from view. What kind of divine craftsmanship could create such a formation? If this terrain were naturally occurring, why were the chisel marks so conspicuous? Yet, if it were the work of human hands, it would be utterly astonishing. No one pondered these queries, for their purpose in coming here was to seek the Pill Emperor to aid Grandma Yu. Upon seeing the ancient temple ahead, Hao Yin and Master Chiu quickened their pace towards it, knowing they had reached their destination. The temple was eerily quiet, devoid of any gatekeeper. It was only when Hao Tian and Master Chiu carried the stretcher inside that a voice rang out. Who goes there? At the unexpected inquiry, everyone paused in surprise. Throughout their journey, they had learned that the Pill Emperor, who resided at Cloud Summit, was known for his eccentric temperament and had never been known to take on disciples. Thus, the group was not taken aback by the temple's desolate silence. However, the sudden emergence of a girl's voice left them utterly astonished. Hao Tian turned to look towards the source of the voice. Hao Yin was momentarily speechless. If one were to merely listen to the sweet, melodious voice and observe the girl's graceful and delicate figure, one might easily assume she was an unparalleled beauty. Yet, upon a closer look at her face, Hao Yin was taken aback. The girl who emerged from the dwelling possessed an exceedingly unique appearance. From a distance, she resembled a fairy from a painting, enchanting and delightful to behold. However, upon closer inspection, her facial features were undeniably disappointing. The visage of this girl shattered everyone's illusions of beauty. Her features appeared as though they were awkwardly assembled on a vast pancake, rendering her face strikingly discordant and exceedingly large, while her eyes, seemingly blue, hinted at an exotic origin. It was difficult to ascertain her true age from her appearance alone. One could only discern her femininity through her stature and voice. However, Lin Feng deduced from her melodious tone that her age was likely comparable to his own. A sense of lament filled Lin Feng's heart. Such a delightful voice and exquisite figure, yet marred by such an unfortunate countenance. Was fate truly jesting with her? Apologies for the interruption. We have come to beseech the Dan Emperor for aid in healing the injured. Master Chiu indicated towards the elderly woman on the wooden stretcher. Master? The crowd murmured in confusion, having heard that the Dan Emperor had no disciples, yet they refrained from questioning, being in need. Hao Tian furrowed his brow and addressed the pancake-faced girl. We have traveled a great distance. Is it too much to ask for the Dan Emperor to at least show herself to the injured? The girl, displeased, retorted. My master has instructed that she does not meet with outsiders. Master? Shall you scrutinize the pancake-faced girl? We have heard that the Dan Emperor never takes disciples. How do you prove you are her apprentice? How dare you? The girl seethed. Do you doubt my courage? Xiaoyu, exhibiting her typical defiance, stepped forward. As tensions escalated, Lin Feng swiftly interposed himself in front of Xiaoyu, whispering, We seek assistance. It is best not to provoke a conflict. Look at her. Who wouldn't be infuriated? Xiaoyu pointed accusingly at the pancake-faced girl. Shall I attempt to speak with her? Lin Feng suggested, glancing at Xiaoyu. Do you think you can convince her to let us see the Dan Emperor? Xiaoyu asked, eyes wide with disbelief. I shall try, Lin Feng reassured her. Were it not for the urgency of the elderly woman's condition, Xiaoyu would have surely clashed with the pancake-faced girl. Yet, she understood that now was not the moment for obstinacy. With no other options remaining, Lin Feng decided to take a gamble. Approaching the pancake-faced girl, Lin Feng extended a beast-tooth-shaped conical object towards her, saying, I kindly ask you to deliver this wolf-tooth black gold cone to the Dan Emperor. If she still refuses to meet with us, we shall take our leave. The pancake-faced girl hesitated before accepting the wolf-tooth black gold cone, glancing at Lin Feng. Upon noticing the fierce, glaring scar on his otherwise handsome face, she seemed momentarily taken aback, as if stirred by some unseen force. Raising the object, her tone softened slightly as she inquired, What is this? Lin Feng shrugged and smiled. Perhaps it is a token. I am not entirely sure. A friend gifted it to me. The girl regarded Lin Feng with skepticism, but seeing no hint of jest in his demeanor, she nodded. Very well. I can deliver this to my master. As for whether you will meet with her, I cannot guarantee. As long as he could ensure the wolf-toothed black gold cone reached her master, Lin Feng felt immense gratitude. He clasped his hands in appreciation. The girl with a round face nodded and said, Then please wait here for a moment. Lin Feng slightly bowed in gratitude. The girl with the round face glanced at the others once more before firmly grasping the wolf-fong black gold cone and turning to leave. Chapter 41. The alchemist, I wonder if the needle given by that old man will be of any use, murmured Xiaoya. Hao Tian gazed into the depths of the ancient temple. His tone icy as he declared, as long as it can save Elder Yu, I would not hesitate to break in. Lin Feng understood Hao Tian's sentiment. He could only hope that the wolf-toothed golden needle gifted by that old man would prove effective. Before long, a girl with a round face emerged from the depths of the temple, accompanied by a distinguished middle-aged man. Lin Feng stared in astonishment at the man, exclaiming, Master. He had traveled countless miles to Yunding Peak solely to seek out this minor. In truth, Lin Feng had come to Yunding Peak merely hoping for a stroke of luck, as his master had set off for the peak several months prior. And with his own journey taking nearly 2 months, it was likely that his master had already departed. Yet, to his surprise, upon arriving at Yunding Peak, he found his master there. It felt surreal, as if he were dreaming. Lin Feng? The middle-aged man looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. How did you come to be here? Your face. Overwhelmed with emotion, Lin Feng could not contain himself and burst into tears. The middle-aged man, with his prominent brows furrowed, sensed that Lin Feng had traveled to Yunding Peak in search of him, and that something must have transpired given his appearance. Is something amiss with Wei Shi? He asked in a grave tone, his face darkening with concern. Lin Feng, realizing his master had misinterpreted the situation, quickly composed himself and replied, Wei Shi is well. Please do not worry, master. Ah, the middle-aged man sighed in relief. What is the matter? As the man spoke, he turned his gaze to the pale Elder Yu lying on the wooden frame, a long sword still embedded in her chest, clearly in a perilous state. Mu-chun, is it possible to heal her injuries? He inquired of the round-faced girl. The girl glanced at Elder Yu and replied calmly, as long as she draws breath, there is still hope for her recovery. Upon hearing this, Xiaoya leaped with joy, exclaiming, So, Elder won't die. She can be saved. Hao Yian's face broke into a smile as he stepped forward and respectfully asked, Might I request the alchemist's assistance to save Elder Yu? The middle-aged man was taken aback, then suddenly understood, laughing heartily, I am not the alchemist you seek. Seeing Hao Yian mistakenly identify his master as the alchemist, Lin Feng approached and clarified, This is my master, not the alchemist we are looking for. Due to his daughter's illness, the middle-aged man had not felt genuine joy in quite some time. He pointed to the round-faced girl and said, The alchemist seldom intervenes directly. This young lady is the alchemist's direct disciple, Yi Mu-chun. If she says she can save her, then there is hope for this elderly lady. Please, beseech her. Beseech her? Xiaoya exclaimed in disbelief. Just moments ago, she had nearly clashed with Yi Mu-chun. Had Lin Feng not intervened, who knows what would have transpired. Now, how could she possibly humble herself to plead with Yi Mu-chun? Did you not wish to save this elderly lady? Yi Mu-chun cast a sidelong glance at Xiaoya and asked, What? Are you unwilling to plead for the old lady now? Xiaoya stammered, at a loss for words. Hao Yian stepped forward, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect, and said, My sister has been rather impolite, and I apologize on her behalf. I kindly ask for your magnanimity, and hope you will not hold it against her, but rather save Granny Yu's life. Lin Feng, aware of Xiaoya's pampered upbringing, knew that it would be akin to climbing a mountain for her to bow her head and admit fault. To avert further conflict, he stepped forward and praised. It turns out that you are a master of the healing arts, my lady. We have been rather rude, and I sincerely hope you will overlook our transgressions and lend your skills to save this elderly woman. With both Hao Tian and Lin Feng earnestly imploring her, and noticing the middle-aged man's eyes filled with hope, Yi Mu-chun inquired, Mr. Lei, do you also believe I should tend to this old lady? She nodded lightly and said, Very well, since it has come to this, I shall give it a try. With that, she cast a meaningful glance at the awkwardly silent Xiaoya, then walked toward the wooden stretcher. After a thorough examination, Yi Mu-chun rose and stated, This elderly lady has suffered internal injuries to her lungs, compounded by prolonged delays and jostling, resulting in a deterioration of her condition. However, it is fortunate that you have administered some life-saving medicine to her. Hao Tian, upon hearing this, urgently asked, Is there still hope for Granny Yu? Yi Mu-chun nodded, instructing, First, let us carry her into the house. Following her command, Hao Tian and Shirtu lifted the stretcher and accompanied Yi Mu-chun into a room adjacent to her residence. After gently laying Granny Yu down, the two were ushered out. Sir, I implore you to assist me further, Yi Mu-chun called to the middle-aged man as the door opened. He promptly entered the room. Meanwhile, Hao Tian and the others anxiously awaited outside. Shirtu approached Lin Feng and whispered, Did you come to Yunding Peak to find your master? Indeed, Lin Feng replied with a nod. Shirtu murmured, I thought you came here solely for healing. Lin Feng smiled, but did not confirm. In truth, seeking treatment was one of his objectives for coming to Yunding Peak. The Wolf Fang Black Gold Spike was initially intended as a token for him to meet the Dan Emperor for healing his Dantian injury. Yet he had unhesitatingly used this token to save Granny Yu. Hao Yin, Xiaoya, and Master Qiu looked on with anxious anticipation toward Yu Mukin's quarters, their hearts heavy with uncertainty about whether she could indeed save Granny Yu. Suddenly, a cry of pain echoed from within the room. "Do not worry. I have just removed the sword. She is unharmed," came the middle-aged man's voice from inside. With a sigh of relief, Hao Yin and Xiaoya relaxed. Lin Feng approached to comfort them, assuring them that with the protection of the Dan Emperor's direct disciple, they could trust that Granny Yu would soon be saved, and urged them to ease their tension. After a quarter of an hour, the door swung open, revealing Yu Mukin and the middle-aged man stepping out. "Miss Yi, how is Granny Yu?" Hao Yin asked anxiously, his gaze fixed on her. "She is already out of danger, with a few more days of rest. She will return to her former self," Yu Mukin replied. "Thank you so very much," came their heartfelt gratitude. Hao Tian clasped his hands in gratitude and politely inquired, "May we enter to see Grandma?" Yi Mu Chun nodded and replied, "Of course, but the elderly lady is still in a deep slumber. So please be quiet and do not disturb her." "Understood," Hao Tian responded, entering the house alongside Xiao Yu and Master Qiu. "Your master has something to ask you." "Follow me," Yi Mu Chun said, glancing at Lin Feng. "Me?" Lin Feng paused momentarily, but quickly regained his composure and followed closely behind Yi Mu Chun and the middle-aged man as they ventured deeper into the ancient temple. As Lin Feng trailed behind the two, he observed the numerous towering halls along their path, the Trial Dan Hall, the Refinement Hall, the Treasure Hall. It seemed that all these chambers pertained to alchemy. Could it be that the Dan Emperor concocted elixirs within the Refinement Hall? Furthermore, was the Treasure Hall specifically for the collection of precious elixirs? "Master, they have arrived," Yi Mu Chun announced, halting his steps. His words interrupted Lin Feng's musings as he looked up at the grand hall before him, the Tranquility Hall. This hall was far larger than any he had seen previously, its grand entrance wide open. On the stone wall directly opposite the entrance, there was a carved statue of the benevolent Guanyin, while the four walls remained empty, surpassing even typical training grounds in size. "Let him enter," a woman's voice resonated from within. "The Dan Emperor is a woman?" Lin Feng had always assumed the Dan Emperor to be an elderly man, but judging by this voice, it appeared to belong to a woman, and one whose age was far less than what Lin Feng had envisioned. "Oh," Lin Feng replied, stepping into the Tranquility Hall. Inside, a woman resembling an ethereal fairy sat gracefully upon a mat on the right side of the hall. Upon Lin Feng's entrance, she turned her gaze towards him and asked, "Are you Lin Feng? How do you know my name, esteemed one?" Lin Feng was taken aback. His master had been astonished upon first seeing him, clearly unaware of his arrival at Yunding Peak, yet this enchanting Dan Emperor had spoken his name, leaving Lin Feng bewildered. "How did you come into possession of this Wolf Fang Black Gold needle?" The Dan Emperor held the needle delicately, her gaze fixed intently upon Lin Feng. He felt a palpable pressure emanating from her stare, an instinct telling him that any falsehood would lead to dire consequences. "Nine Gong." The Dan Emperor's expression softened somewhat upon hearing this, yet she continued to probe. "Why did he bestow upon you the Wolf Fang Black Gold needle? What manner of person is he?" That venerable man. Lin Feng began recounting the details of his encounter with Nine Gong. The Dan Emperor listened intently, occasionally interjecting with a question or two. "After Nine Gong presented me with the Wolf Fang Black Gold needle, he departed," Lin Feng said with a hint of melancholy. From Lin Feng's demeanor and his understanding of Nine Gong, the Dan Emperor discerned the truth in his words. After a prolonged silence, she finally sighed gently, saying, "This Wolf Fang Black Gold needle could have allowed me to intervene, but unfortunately, you have used it on that elderly lady, although it was Mu Chin who saved her. I must adhere to my oath and cannot intervene further in your healing." Lin Feng had anticipated such an outcome, yet he bore no regrets. After all, Hao Tian and the others had saved both his and Shi Tu's lives. Without their assistance, the two of them would likely have met with misfortune. Lin Feng respectfully bowed and expressed, "To encounter my master here is a stroke of fortune. I seek nothing more than your permission, Dan Huang, to remain here and serve my master." The Dan Huang, seemingly enlightened, replied, "If Lei Li Tian is willing to accept you as a disciple, I shall not oppose your staying." "Thank you, Dan Huang," Lin Feng exclaimed joyfully, bowing deeply in gratitude. The Dan Huang nodded slightly and called, "Sure, master." Yi Mu-chun responded as she entered the tranquil Heart Palace, standing attentively, awaiting the Dan Huang's instructions. Take Lin Feng down and arrange a place for him to stay. The Dan Huang commanded. Upon exiting the tranquil Heart Palace, Lin Feng noticed the middle-aged man, Lei Litian, still standing outside. He hurriedly approached, intending to perform a formal bow to acknowledge his master. Master, Lin Feng felt a flutter of anxiety, knowing that Lei Litian must have overheard his conversation with the Dan Huang. Did he suspect that Lin Feng was a mere failure and thus reluctant to accept him as a disciple? Go with Mu-chun for now, Lei Litian remarked, patting Lin Feng's arm. Understood, Lin Feng replied, nodding as he departed with Yi Mu-chun. Chapter 42. The Mysteries of the Law Within the Tranquil Hall. Lei Litian spoke in an unusually gentle tone. Mengqi, how is Lin Feng's condition? Upon hearing his call, the Dan Emperor felt a ripple of emotions within her heart. However, she skillfully concealed her feelings, responding with calmness. Do you care for him greatly? The tone of the Dan Emperor was immensely pleasing to Lei Litian. He recalled their initial encounter at Yunding Peak, where they had clashed fiercely, a stark contrast to the present. With a smile, Lei Litian remarked, Lin Feng possesses considerable talent in martial arts. Had I not feared implicating him, I would have taken him as my disciple back in Pengfei City. Now that he has arrived at Yunding Peak, I fear the poison of the Duoyuan Huagong San within him may hinder his martial pursuits. The Dan Emperor interrupted him, stating, Duoyuan Huagong San? Is this poison truly formidable? Even you cannot remedy it? There is no need for provocation. She cast a glance at Lei Litian and declared, I will not intervene in the treatment of the poison within Lin Feng. Mengqi. Lei Litian sought to persuade her further. There is no need to continue. She stood up, asserting, this matter is non-negotiable. Should you persist, I shall have to issue an eviction. Very well. Lei Litian sighed softly and turned to exit the tranquil hall. Just as he was about to step outside, the voice of the Dan Emperor reached him. You may seek Mu-chun. Let her attempt to assist. Lin Feng was brought into a courtyard, surrounded by a dozen or so rooms. Yu Mu-chun pointed to one of the buildings, saying, this will be your residence. Please take a look inside. What are you doing? Lin Feng, sure to approached with large strides. He had been waiting in place, as Yi Mu-chun resided in the first courtyard of the ancient temple. The room designated for Lin Feng was in the second courtyard, thus their conversation was overheard by Tu nearby. Big Stone, you've arrived, Lin Feng smiled. We will be living here from now on. Oh, Tu replied nonchalantly. Ever since he had slain the leader of the Tongyan Earth Wolves, Tu had no other concerns. He now regarded Lin Feng as a confidant. With Lin Feng's decision to remain at Yunding Peak, he was more than willing to accompany him. Miss Yi, do we have our accommodations? Came Hao Yan's voice from a distance. As Granny Yu had not yet regained consciousness, Hao Yan and the others planned to stay at Yunding Peak to care for her until she recovered. The first courtyard only had 2 suitable living quarters. One was Yu Mu-chun's personal chamber, and the other was occupied by Granny Yu for her recuperation. Consequently, Hao Yan and his companions would have to reside in the second courtyard, adjacent to Lin Feng and Tu. Lin Feng pushed open the door and entered his new abode. The interior was quite simple, furnished only with a stone bed, a stone table, and a few stone stools. Lin Feng, follow me, Lei Litian called from outside the room. Upon recognizing his master, Lin Feng hurried out and followed him. After traversing several courtyards, they arrived at a much more refined courtyard. This courtyard contained 4 houses, each larger than Lin Feng's room. Lei Litian entered a house and, after sitting down, gestured to the stone pedestal beside him, saying, You too. Take a seat and share with me your experiences over the past few months. Lin Feng complied and began recounting his tale. Lei Litian listened intently. After his departure from Pengfei City, the Wei Master continued to teach at the Pengfei Martial Hall without any disruptions or mishaps, which brought Lei Litian some solace. However, upon learning of Lin Feng's tribulations, his expression grew grave. Particularly alarming was the revelation that the person who had killed Lin Feng's uncle was known as Sikong Tazu, affiliated with a newly established force led by a martial sovereign, which deepened Lei Litian's furrowed brow. Martial sovereigns are the paramount beings of the Yuanwu continent. In the entire Blue Moon Kingdom, there are only 2 or 3 publicly acknowledged martial sovereigns across its 38 counties. The mention of Sikong Tazu and the Flying Star Pavilion, both tied to a martial sovereign, left Lei Litian astounded that Lin Feng had entangled himself with such a formidable force in the seemingly insignificant Pengfei City. Lei Litian probed further and discovered that Lin Feng's uncle was a high-ranking martial artist, while Lin Feng's father had ascended to the rank of a martial general. To have heavily wounded Lin Feng's father, Sikong Tazu must possess at least the prowess of a martial king. And there was even a possibility he could be a martial emperor. The question loomed, why would a potential martial emperor aid the Hong family against the Lin family? This matter seemed far from straightforward. Noticing the gravity of Lei Litian's expression, Lin Feng could not help but inquire, Master, do you know this martial sovereign who founded the Flying Star Pavilion? Acknowledging Lin Feng's question with a nod, Lei Litian replied, he is a newly emerged supreme being. I have heard of him. And what about Sikong Tazu? Lin Feng asked eagerly. Lin Feng, such inquiries are not what you should be focused on at this moment, Lei Litian responded, looking at Lin Feng. Right now, the priority is to cure the poison coursing through your body. But the Dan Huang has no intention of treating my affliction, Lin Feng sighed. The Dan Huang is a person of cold demeanor yet warm heart. Her inability to heal you is bound by her oath, Lei Litian said, gazing at the helpless expression on Lin Feng's face. Suddenly, he asked, Lin Feng, what brings you to Yunding Peak? Upon hearing this question, Lin Feng met Lei Litian's gaze and expressed his thoughts candidly. I came to seek my master. Why seek me? Lei Litian probed further, his eyes fixed on Lin Feng. A faint smile appeared on Lei Litian's face as he continued. Are you worried that your dantian may be damaged, preventing you from practicing formations? Yes, Lin Feng nodded. With a light chuckle, Lei Litian remarked, do you know why I taught you that whip technique back in Pengfei City? That was merely one facet. The most crucial reason lies within you. There is something distinctly unique about you. Lin Feng, puzzled, replied, me? Unique? He shook his head, not comprehending the sudden shift in Lei Litian's discourse. Lei Litian elucidated, it is the principle. The operation of principles gives rise to this space. If we wish to cultivate within this realm and continually grow stronger, we must adhere to the laws governing the ebb and flow of the universe. Through the explorations of countless sages and predecessors, we have gradually unveiled the mysterious veil of these principles, understanding that they are composed of myriad rules and orders, which we refer to as the profound mysteries of the laws. As you grasp the profound mysteries of the earth element, you encounter the rudimentary principles of the earthly laws. Elements are the fundamental particles that constitute the essence of these mystical laws, permeating every corner of the universe. Most practitioners, upon their initial foray into the comprehension of cosmic laws, begin with these elemental particles, subsequently allowing them to engage with and understand deeper, more intricate principles. You may wonder what constitutes these mysteries. Lei Litian contemplated and replied, the arrangement of elemental particles gives rise to diverse mysteries. Variations in their order directly influence the potency of these mysteries, resulting in classifications of low, medium, and high levels. The earth element belongs to the lower echelon of the earthly laws, characterized by its simplicity, making it easily comprehensible for novices. Therefore, Lin Feng, it is entirely natural for you to grasp the lower mysteries of the earth element as you embark on your journey of cultivation. However, your comprehension of another principle is quite extraordinary. Lin Feng listened to Lei Litian's discourse with rapt attention, as if he were deciphering an ancient scripture. No one had ever shared such insights with him before. Although he had sought guidance from his father regarding his cultivation dilemmas, his father had merely suggested that upon entering the Jialan Academy, a mentor would provide the answers he sought. Yet now, having been rendered powerless, the prospect of entering the academy seemed unattainable. Thus, he was eager to absorb the secrets of cultivation from Lei Litian. Water mysteries? Lin Feng blurted out, his heart stirred. Lei Litian nodded with a knowing smile, stating, your understanding of the water laws is distinctly exceptional. One might even say you are an anomaly, for within the water mysteries, you have discerned the high-level mystery of water's roundness and softness. Perhaps you are unaware of the implications of this? Presently, with your strength diminished, you cannot fully appreciate the wonders of this mystery. However, I must inform you that for a novice who has just entered the realm of cultivation, the likelihood of grasping medium mysteries is exceedingly rare, and those who comprehend high-level mysteries are even more elusive. The understanding of these laws does not yield to shortcuts. It unfolds progressively, and exceptions invariably possess their own reasons. The fact that you have immediately grasped the high-level mystery of water's roundness and softness is attributable to your formidable mental strength. Lin Feng, unfamiliar with these theories, felt as though Lei Litian was opening a new gateway of understanding for him. Now that you have traversed great distances in pursuit of the art of formations, let me be candid with you, The foremost requirement for studying my formation techniques is possessing considerable mental fortitude. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng understood the implications and promptly knelt, offering a formal bow to his master, exclaiming, "Disciple pays respects to master." Lei Litian, seated above, accepted Lin Feng's profound gesture of respect, and once the ceremony concluded, he rose and remarked, "I am aware of your concerns regarding the poison within you potentially hampering your cultivation. However, do not be overly anxious. Although the Pill Emperor cannot heal your affliction, Mu Chun has received the Pill Emperor's true teachings and will likely be able to alleviate your poison. Starting tomorrow, I shall impart the knowledge of formation patterns to you. I have faith in you, Lin Feng, and you must also believe in yourself." Chapter 43. The initial study of array patterns. On this fine morning, Lin Feng arrived early at his master's residence, only to find Yi Mu Chen already present in the courtyard. "Lin Feng, come and greet your senior sister," Lei Tian instructed, gesturing towards Yi Mu Chen as Lin Feng approached. "Senior sister," Lin Feng respectfully saluted Yi Mu Chen. "To think you've become my junior brother so swiftly," Yi Mu Chen remarked with a playful tone. "I am quite interested in the study of arrays myself, and from now on, we shall practice together, allowing us to sharpen each other's skills and foster mutual progress." "Yes, master." "Indeed, sir." "Very well," Lei Tian nodded, then turned to Yi Mu Chen. "Mu Chen, Lin Feng has been afflicted by poison. Could you examine him to see if there is a remedy? Is Lin Feng's poison curable?" Lei Tian inquired with concern. Yi Mu Chen sighed and replied, "Junior brother is afflicted with the Duoyuan Huagong Sen poison. If it were at the initial stages, I might have been able to treat him, but now." "What now?" Lei Tian asked anxiously. Although the Duoyuan Huagong San poison does not claim lives, its corrosive effects on one's power are unparalleled. Yi Mu Chen shook her head. "The dosage Lin Feng has suffered is too substantial, and the potency is particularly fierce. His dantian is severely damaged, and given that months have passed, the poison has already settled deep within his meridians. Completely expelling the toxin from his body will not be a simple task. The Sanqing Piyuan pill can indeed counteract the Duoyuan Huagong San poison within junior brother," Yi Mu Chen confirmed, then continued, "However, I currently lack the ability to refine the Sanqing Piyuan pill." "The Sanqing Piyuan pill? A fourth-grade elixir?" Lei Tian questioned. "Yes, precisely," Yi Mu Chen nodded. "I understand," Lei Tian acknowledged. "Alchemy originated in the Western continent, and the profession of alchemist is not particularly prevalent in the Eastern continent. Nevertheless, this does not diminish the esteem in which various factions hold alchemists. In the Eastern continent, alchemists capable of producing fourth-grade elixirs are highly sought after by all factions. Yet, even so, it is exceedingly rare for a faction to retain a fourth-grade alchemist, highlighting the scarcity of such talents." Yi Mu Chen had received the recognition of the Elixir Emperor for her profound understanding of herbal pharmacology and her alchemical skills. However, producing high-grade elixirs demands stringent standards regarding the alchemist's cultivation level and their mastery over the flames during the refining process. Recognizing this, Lei Tian was acutely aware of the challenges Yi Mu Chen faced in crafting fourth-grade elixirs. "As long as the poison within me can be expelled, I am willing to wait as long as necessary," Lin Feng declared, filled with boundless joy at the prospect of having the Duoyuan Huagong San poison eradicated from his body. "Indeed," Lei Tian nodded. "Mu Chen, today you should practice the Liao Yuan Ji Hui several more times." "Yes, sir," Yi Mu Chen responded, slightly bowing before gracefully exiting the courtyard. "Lin Feng, follow me," Lei Tian instructed, leading the way. Lin Feng closely followed, traversing through several courtyards until they arrived at an exceptionally large courtyard. In the courtyard stood a grand hall, its majesty surpassing that of the Tranquil Heart Hall, which Lin Feng had visited the previous day. Lin Feng gazed at the magnificent structure, whereupon he beheld 3 robust characters emblazoned above the entrance. Martial Arts Hall. Lei Tian did not usher Lin Feng into the hall. Instead, he guided him to a corner of the courtyard and gestured toward a large stone, instructing, "Sit upon it." Lin Feng complied and seated himself on the stone. "Yesterday, I imparted to you a general understanding of the profound mysteries of the laws. In truth, there are myriad pathways to explore these enigmas." Lei Tian walked thoughtfully, elucidating further. "In the realm of cultivation, aside from the predominant martial and magical practices, numerous other avenues exist, such as the art of summoning and the path of formations. In the demon world, schools such as the divine body refinement and the killing path are also prevalent. Of course, there exist even more malevolent and sanguinary factions. However, due to their excessive bloodshed, they are scorned by society, and should they emerge, they would be relentlessly pursued by various sections. At this juncture, Lei Li Tian turned to Lin Feng and cautioned, "Having entered my fold, I must warn you, never venture into the sinister paths of malevolence and commit heinous acts. Should you do so, I shall not hesitate to claim your life, even if it requires traversing heaven and earth." Upon observing Lin Feng's demeanor, Lei Li Tian nodded and continued, "Today, I shall impart to you the foundational techniques of the formation art, specifically, the seals and patterns of the formations. Commit these to memory." Suddenly, Lin Feng's mind was flooded with peculiar symbols, some resembling tadpoles and others appearing as enigmatic glyphs. He recognized these as the seals and patterns his master had mentioned, a method of transmission he had never before encountered. In Pengfei City, his father and master Wei had always taught through practical demonstration or by direct transfer of secret texts. The method employed by Lei Li Tian, embedding the patterns directly into Lin Feng's consciousness, was something he had only heard of in tales. "Now, attempt to manifest the seals in your mind," Lei Li Tian instructed. "Manifest? How do I do that?" Lin Feng inquired, perplexed. "Form the seals with your fingers, concentrate your spirit into the imprint, and let the essence flow into the seal. Allowing it to move with your intention," Lei Li Tian recited a series of incantations. Although Lin Feng had been rendered a martial wastrel, the foundational principles of martial arts remained within him. Techniques such as calming the mind and focusing the spirit were well known to him. He began to manipulate his fingers, crafting a seal according to the patterns that danced in his mind. However, as soon as the seal took shape, it burst apart like a bubble. Again, Lei Li Tian commanded with an impassive expression. Lin Feng attempted once more, yet the moment the seal formed, it shattered with a soft sound. "Concentrate all your spirit upon the seal, focusing your energy to a single point. Only then will the seal solidify and not disperse," Lei Li Tian advised. Lin Feng focused intently, casting aside all distractions until his mind was clear and unperturbed by external influences. He then crafted another seal, his spirit enveloping the tip of his finger. Quietly, a faint tadpole appeared at the tip of Lin Feng's finger. Lin Feng was filled with joy, for under the unwavering support of his spirit, the imprint, resembling a tiny tadpole, trembled like bubbles in water yet did not shatter as it had on previous occasions. It was only after several breaths, when Lin Feng's spirit began to wane, that the imprint could no longer maintain its stability and vanished into the ether. Subsequently, with Lei Li Tian's relentless corrections, the duration for which Lin Feng could sustain the imprint increased, and his proficiency in harnessing the so-called spiritual power grew more adept. After more than 2 hours, Lin Feng finally succeeded in solidifying the imprint without it dissipating. "Excellent," Lei Li Tian remarked, a smile gracing his features. "Your progress surpasses my expectations. Now, let us proceed to the next step. Draw the water element particles that wander in the void into the imprint you have formed. Take care to do so gently, for should the infused imprint explode, it could unleash considerable devastation. In your current state, even a slight disturbance could result in harm." Lin Feng nodded in understanding. He then closed his eyes, attuning himself to the elemental forces of the world around him. The myriad elemental particles floated about him, enveloping him in a kaleidoscope of colors. Previously, Lin Feng had directed the external elemental forces into his body, where they would coalesce within his meridians and solidify in his dantian, thereby enhancing his cultivation realm. However, ever since his dantian had been ravaged by the theft of elemental energy, he could no longer absorb the external forces. At this moment, Lin Feng beckoned a wisp of pale blue water element energy, gently infusing it into the barely visible imprint at his fingertip. As the water element energy entered the imprint, it transformed from a vague, invisible tadpole into a clearer form. Lin Feng gazed intently at the increasingly distinct imprint, his heart filled with trepidation, for he sensed the instability within the infused water element energy. Having experience in guiding elemental energy into his body, Lin Feng was well aware of the characteristics of the wandering particles. However, the situation was entirely different now. Without the subtle sensations of his physical body, he could only guide these elemental particles with his spirit. Lin Feng felt as though he had become blind, as past experiences offered no guidance, compelling him to exercise utmost caution in manipulating the elemental particles, slowly channeling them into the imprint at his fingertip. Suddenly, the imprint swelled dramatically. A resounding boom echoed as the pale blue imprint burst apart. Retreating to a safe distance, Lin Feng felt a sharp pain in his palm, but fortunately, His reflexes were swift enough to avoid being injured by the unexpected explosion of the imprint. Lei Litian stood unmoving, allowing the events to unfold without intervention. While he could provide guidance on solidifying the imprint, the infusion of elemental energy relied solely on Lin Feng's own exploration. Mastery would naturally come with experience. Moreover, the power of the imprint formed from water element energy was not particularly formidable. Had it been a fiery imprint, the destructive force would have been exponentially greater. Continue. Lei Litian commanded sternly. A dull thud resonated once more. With each successive failure, Lin Feng began to perceive the subtle transformations occurring when the water attribute elemental force integrated into the imprint. Through these delicate changes, he gradually grasped the opportunity for the elemental force to merge with the imprint. When he once again introduced the water attribute elemental force into the imprint, it responded to Lin Feng's mental guidance with the ease and joy akin to an infant nestled in its mother's embrace, seamlessly blending with the intricate patterns at his fingertips. Buzz. As the water attribute elemental force fully assimilated into the imprint, it seemed to transform into a spirit, emanating a soft, ethereal blue glow that danced vibrantly above Lin Feng's fingertips. It is done, master. Lin Feng could not contain the elation swelling within him as he turned to his side to call out to Lei Litian. Quite impressive, Lei Litian nodded approvingly. Glancing at the darkening sky, let us conclude for today. We shall continue our practice tomorrow. Tomorrow? Lin Feng exclaimed in surprise, only then realizing that the day had slipped into twilight. He had been so engrossed in the euphoria of his training that he had lost all sense of time. Since the onset of his martial decline, he had never been so wholly immersed. Yes, master. Lin Feng responded respectfully with a bow before turning to depart. Chapter 44. Descent from the mountain. Upon returning to his abode, Lin Feng settled cross-legged upon the stone platform. As his fingers danced, a faint imprint materialized at his fingertips. Drawing upon the water attribute particles that roamed the cosmos, as per his daytime practice, Lin Feng guided them into the imprint. Naturally, a pale blue seal began to manifest at the tip of his finger. Gazing at the seal, Lin Feng could not suppress his joy. With the seal formed by my fingers and the spirit concentrated upon it, the elements converge within the imprint, responding to the movements of my heart. He recited the incantation taught by his master. He understood that the subsequent step required the imprint to flow according to his will, necessitating the mastery of his mental and spiritual energies to control its movements. Lin Feng anchored his spirit to the imprint, endeavoring to manipulate the pale blue seal to move as he desired. This was a formidable task, akin to a toddler, newly learning to walk, attempting to toss a blue ball into a blue hoop. It appeared deceptively simple, yet executing it was as challenging as scaling a mountain. Nevertheless, Lin Feng's perseverance intensified with each trial. Throughout the night, he tirelessly practiced. As the saying goes, diligence pays off after relentless efforts. The pale blue seal transitioned from a slow wriggle to a gentle flight under the guidance of his spirit. When dawn broke, Lin Feng remained invigorated, showing no signs of fatigue. Time truly flew by. Casting a glance at the brightening window, he mused, "It is time to seek my master." Outside the martial arts hall, Lei Litian regarded Lin Feng and remarked, "You have barely passed the sealing test. Today, we shall practice the art of controlling the seal. Let us commence." As soon as Lei Litian's words fell, a pale blue seal appeared at Lin Feng's fingertip, swiftly darting back and forth. Observing this, Lei Litian nodded slightly. Though your control of the seal is not yet adept, it is evident that you have put in considerable effort. For the entire morning, Lin Feng honed his skills in manipulating the seal. As the adage goes, practice makes perfect. Under Lei Litian's tutelage, Lin Feng's agility in controlling the seal rapidly improved. By the afternoon, Lei Litian instructed him to attempt creating 2 seals and to manipulate them at will. 2. Lin Feng thought little of it, promptly forming 2 seals as instructed. However, while infusing them with elemental energy from the world, his distraction caused the seals to disperse. Yet, unlike the previous day, he remained composed, swiftly dissipating the gathered water attribute particles at his fingertips, preventing any significant explosive force. Without a word from Lei Litian, Lin Feng reformed the 2 seals. Over the ensuing days, Lei Litian's expectations for Lin Feng's sealing abilities heightened, and the intensity of the training escalated, resulting in increasingly noticeable progress. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed since Lin Feng and his companions arrived at Cloud Peak, and he had successfully controlled 5 seals. "This is a basic array. You may attempt to practice it," Lei Litian instructed. Lin Feng closed his eyes in silence, envisioning 3 azure blue array patterns. Upon encountering these patterns, he became utterly entranced. Firstly, the initial formation consists of 5 seal symbols, which coalesce into a sharp ice spike, exuding an aura of lethal potency. The second formation is crafted from 7 seal symbols, manifesting as a binding rope array, primarily intended for restraint. The third formation, comprising 9 seal symbols, resembles a cerulean shield, clearly designed for defense. At present, Lin Feng's mastery allows him to manipulate up to 5 seal symbols, perfectly suited for practicing the formidable ice spike. With a flick of his fingers, 5 indistinct seals sprang to life at the tips of Lin Feng's fingers. With a soft flick, the seals were sent soaring into the air. A faint energy of absorption emanated from the barely visible seals, drawing in 5 slender strands of light blue water attribute essence in an orderly manner. Suddenly, with a soft pop, the nascent 5 seal symbols dissipated into thin air. Unfazed, Lin Feng had anticipated this outcome. He understood that manifesting the seemingly simple ice spike formation would not be an easy feat. Lin Feng's fingers moved again, sending the seals aloft once more. While Lin Feng was engrossed in his practice of the ice spike, a voice interrupted his concentration. Lin Feng. Lin Feng opened his eyes to find a young man gazing at him intently from a short distance away. Hao Tian, what brings you here? Due to Lin Feng's rigorous training regimen, where he had been rising early and returning late, the two had scarcely found time to converse. Hao Tian must have learned of his location from Shi Tu. Have you healed from your injuries? What technique is this? Hao Tian inquired, his expression filled with curiosity. He had been present for a while, observing Lin Feng's process of forming the seals. Although the seals vanished into the air, he could sense the ripples of essence within them. Lin Feng glanced around but could not spot his master, Lei Tian, and was uncertain of his whereabouts. The Dan Emperor did not heal my wounds. These are the formations my master imparted to me, Lin Feng replied earnestly. Formation technique? Hao Tian murmured. Then looked at Lin Feng and asked, is it because of granting you that the Dan Emperor did not treat you? Oh, I see. Hao Tian nodded, expressing gratitude. I must thank you, Lin brother. Without your Wolf Fong black gold spike, Granny you might have succumbed to her injuries. There is no need for such formality, Hao brother. Lin Feng said with a smile, waving his hand. I have come to bid farewell, Hao Tian stated with gravity. We have lingered on Cloud Peak for over 10 days now. With Granny Yu's recovery, it is time for us to take our leave. Are you departing so soon? Lin Feng asked. Hao Tian nodded, saying, there is something I have longed to share with you. My true surname is Gu. I am Gu Hao Tian. I concealed my true identity out of fear of revealing my background, and I apologize for this. Gu. Lin Feng repeated thoughtfully, Gu Hao Tian. He understood Hao Tian's need to hide his identity, as their initial encounter had not been pleasant. It was only after facing numerous challenges together in the Beast Mountain that their friendship had begun to flourish. Now, with Gu Hao Tian revealing his origins, it was evident he regarded Lin Feng as a true friend. Are Xiao Yu and Master Qiu not their real names? Lin Feng inquired. My sister's birth name is Gu Zhiyu. Xiao Yu is her nickname, while Master Qiu and Granny Yu do possess their true surnames, Gu Haoyan explained. I deeply apologize for concealing our identities, and I hope Brother Lin can understand. Haha, how could I hold that against you, Gu brother? Lin Feng responded with a grand air. It's merely that with today's parting, I am uncertain when we shall meet again. Unfortunately, Brother Lin, your poison injury remains unhealed. Otherwise, with your talents, entering the Pingwu Academy would be a trivial matter, Gu Haotian lamented. Brother Gu, you overpraise me, Lin Feng waved his hand with a chuckle. Now that my master is willing to teach me the art of formations, I am thoroughly content and dare not harbor further ambitions. Sighing, Gu Haoyan shook his head in pity for Lin Feng. Are you departing without bidding farewell to the Dan Emperor? Lin Feng asked. Gu Haoyan shook his head again. The Dan Emperor did not grant an audience. However, we shall forever remember the kindness of Miss Yi, and we will surely repay it when the opportunity arises. Outside the ancient temple, Lin Feng and Shi Tu accompanied Gu Haoyan and his 3 siblings to see them off. All right, Shi Tu and I will take our leave here. I will visit you when time permits. Gu Haoyan waved his hand, bidding farewell to the two. Take care, Lin Feng and Shi Tu clasped their fists in respect. Farewell. Gu Haoyan led the 3 down the mountain. Gu Zhiyu shot Lin Feng a fierce glare before turning her gaze back to the ancient temple and the towering cloud peak behind it, seemingly reluctant. She hurried after Gu Haoyan, pouting and murmuring, having come to Cloud Peak once. You didn't even take me to the summit. Ascending Cloud Peak requires the Dan Emperor's consent. We haven't even laid eyes on him. What do you expect me to do? Gu Haotian replied helplessly. How could Gu Jiyu not understand this rationale? It was merely that during the day she had kept vigil over the gravely injured Granny Yu. She had found it exceedingly dull. Now that Granny Yu had recovered, and they were leaving in such haste, she vented her frustration to Gu Haotian. That Lin Feng. That detestable Lin Feng. I can never catch a glimpse of him. Just wait until we meet again. You will see how I deal with you. Gu Jiyu muttered angrily. Before long, they descended to the corner of the mountain. After walking a short distance, Master Chiu suddenly halted. Scanning the nearby rocks and calling out softly, "Who goes there? Lurking about?" Ha ha. Accompanied by laughter. A dozen burly men clad in tight-fitting garments emerged from behind the rocks. The leader, a tall, robust man with a full beard, brandished a pair of black gold hammers the size of human heads and grinned broadly at Master Chiu and the others, asking, "Who are you? What brings you to Cloud Peak?" "Humph," Master Chiu snorted coldly. "Is this something you need to be informed about? Who do you think you are? Hey, little brat, you dare to challenge me?" The bearded giant retorted, clashing his hammers together menacingly. "I haven't tasted blood in days. Let me savor it today with these scales and wooden black gold hammers." The burly man with a bushy beard spoke in a manner reminiscent of an old grandfather, which infuriated Gu Haotian, causing his temper to flare. He brandished his golden spear, ready to charge forward, but was restrained by Master Chiu, who said, "Young master, allow me to handle this." "Master Chiu," Gu Haotian protested, eager to advance. "Just ensure the safety of the young lady and elder Yu. These individuals are not to be trifled with," Master Chiu replied quietly. "Ha ha." The burly man threw his head back in a raucous laugh, declaring, "There's no need to rush. Once I dispose of him, you'll be next. Do not be so arrogant. Prepare yourself," Master Chiu retorted, drawing his broad-backed giant sword and swinging it forward with ease. With a brilliant flash, a golden beam shot forth like a galloping steed, hurtling towards the burly man. The moment he perceived the incoming sword light, his expression grew grave. He wielded his black gold hammer, summoning a swirling orb of verdant light to meet the crimson gold sword's attack. With a thunderous crash, the burly man staggered slightly but remained rooted to the spot. However, the glint in his eyes when he regarded Master Chiu had clearly shifted. After just one exchange, he recognized Master Chiu as a formidable adversary. "Indeed, you possess considerable skill," he bellowed, a wild grin spreading across his face. "Dare you engage me in a true battle? Why would I hesitate?" Master Chiu replied defiantly. "Very well." The burly man spread his black gold hammers apart, assuming a combat stance. Master Chiu, undeterred, thrust forward with his broad-backed sword. Chapter 45. The Royal Battle. Master Chiu seized the initiative, his colossal sword descending upon his opponent with the ferocity of a tempest. The burly man with a bushy beard remained unfazed. Despite his imposing stature, he wielded a pair of scaled black gold hammers with remarkable finesse, defending himself with impeccable precision as the clash unfolded. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged over 100 blows. Gu Haotian observed intently, astonished that this unknown giant could match Master Chiu blow for blow. Among the retainers of the Gu family, Master Chiu was renowned for his formidable prowess, particularly in the aggressive discipline of metal elemental energy. Even when facing opponents of superior cultivation, he often emerged victorious. Yet now, the intensity of the battle with the bearded giant was unprecedented, and it appeared increasingly difficult to discern a victor. Determined to assist, Gu Haotian brandished his golden spear and advanced. However, as he moved, a muscular man in combat attire leaped forth, blocking his path. Casting a fleeting glance at this new adversary, Gu Haotian chose not to waste words. He swiftly thrust his spear forward. The clash reverberated. Gu Haotian was taken aback as the golden spear emanated a brilliant brownish glow, lunging at the man in combat attire. Yet, the latter was no ordinary foe. He skillfully parried with a long knife, and their weapons collided with a resounding impact. The man gasped in surprise. The force of Gu Haotian's spear surged through him, leaving his arms tingling as if struck by lightning, and his long knife was dislodged from his grip, flying from his hand. Retreating rapidly, the man evaded Gu Haotian's pursuit, while two companions emerged behind him to confront the advancing Gu Haotian. Elder Yu signaled to Gu Jiyu, urging her to step aside. She then gracefully swept her long sleeves, launching an attack against the two men blocking Gu Haotian. From behind, two more muscular men sprang forth, forming a quartet, each pair targeting Gu Haotian and Elder Yu. Gu Haotian was well aware of Elder Yu's capabilities and understood that combat was not her forte. Nevertheless, her arrival to assist was not lost on him. He promptly retreated to join forces with her. A brief exchange of glances confirmed his suspicions. They stood back to back, and as their feet pivoted, Elder Yu faced the four assailants head-on. The four men raised their blades to strike. Elder Yu deftly countered with her sleeves. The moment her sleeves brushed against their long knives, she utilized the force to retreat gracefully. Thud, thud, thud. The four assailants fell in unison to the ground. Witnessing this, the bearded giant battling Master Chiu thrust his arms, pushing Master Chiu back, then reached into his bosom to produce a handful of iron spikes, flinging them toward Gu Haoyan and Elder Yu. Gu Haoyan rushed forward, shielding Elder Yu as he deflected the incoming spikes. "You old hag, how dare you employ poison?" The bearded giant roared, raising his hammer to strike at Elder Yu, only to be intercepted once more by Master Chiu. Meanwhile, the remaining muscular men leaped into action, surrounding Gu Haoyan and Elder Yu in a tight formation. The clash erupted violently as the two factions engaged in fierce combat. At the rear, Yu Zhiyue felt a surge of urgency. She was utterly helpless in this tumultuous melee. As she glanced around, her mind turned to Lin Feng and his master. Yes, I must find Lin Feng and his mentor. With this thought, Gu Zhiyue turned and dashed toward the summit of Yunding Peak. In the chaos of battle, no one paid her any heed. Suddenly, a thunderous voice filled with fury resonated. Chun Hai, the burly man with a beard, who was locked in a fierce struggle with Master Chiu, trembled at the sound. He clashed his dual hammers with a massive sword, retreating swiftly. Master Chiu did not pursue. Instead, he gazed in horror at the tall, slender, middle-aged man standing just a few paces away, his heart shaken profoundly. Though engaged in combat, Master Chiu's perception remained intact. When had the tall, slender man appeared, he had sensed nothing, and the aura emanating from this man filled Master Chiu with an overwhelming sense of impotence. Guardian Ku, the burly man, Chun Hai, approached the slender, middle-aged man with utmost respect, bowing his head. Guardian Ku cast a sidelong glance at Master Chiu and the others, finally fixing his gaze on Gu Haoyan, coldly inquiring, "Have you encountered Lei Litian at Yunding Peak? What is your relationship with him?" Seeing Gu Haoyan's demeanor, Guardian Ku chuckled with rage. Still a tough nut to crack. With that, he gestured forward. Since Guardian Ku's arrival, Master Chiu's attention had been riveted on him. Now, witnessing him attack Gu Haoyan, Master Chiu leaped to shield him. With a sickening thud, Master Chiu was struck by immense force, and blood spurted from his mouth. Master Chiu! Master Chiu! Gu Haoyan exclaimed in alarm, stepping forward to steady the unsteady Master Chiu, anxiously asking, "Master Chiu, what has happened to you?" The blow that incapacitated Master Chiu shocked Gu Haoyan as well. Learning that their opponent might be a royal tier expert, he dared not linger any longer and quickly retreated while supporting Master Chiu. Trying to escape, Guardian Ku scoffed, extending a hand into the void. Suddenly, a tempest brewed above Guardian Ku's head, and an overwhelming force of attraction emerged from thin air. Looking up, he beheld a massive, earthen-colored pagoda gradually taking shape, its dark base ominously facing him, as if intent on consuming him. With a resounding boom, the towering, earthen-colored demon-restraining tower trembled and ascended slightly, its 6 levels radiating an intense light, firmly suspended in the air. "Elder Lei, since you are here, why hide in the shadows?" Guardian Ku remarked, his expression filled with wariness. Gu Haoyan stared in astonishment at the demon-restraining tower suspended in the void, his heart tumultuous. Though the Gu family was considered prominent, he had never witnessed such divine prowess. Is this what Lin Feng referred to as the study of formations? As Gu Haoyan pondered, his vision blurred, and a figure materialized midair, hovering before the demon-restraining tower. It was him. Gu Haoyan recognized the figure suspended in the air as Lin Feng's master. The very one Guardian Ku had mentioned, Lei Litian. He too was a royal tier powerhouse? Elder Lei. Ku Hufa embraced the martial arts, exclaiming, "It has been a long time since we last met, Elder. I trust you have been well." The Elder chuckled, acknowledging his subordinate's self-awareness. "I know well that I am no match for you, Elder Lei." As Ku Chi spoke, his gaze drifted toward the imposing figure of Lei Litian, who hovered above. "However, I have heard that you possess profound skills in marksmanship. Might you impart a few techniques to me today?" Casting a glance at the ever-rotating Zhanshin Kuan Mo tower behind Lei Litian, Ku Chi understood that if Lei Litian were to employ the formation against him, he would stand no chance of victory. Yet, if they were to set aside the formation and focus solely on martial prowess, Ku Chi felt a surge of confidence in his own abilities. Lei Litian surveyed the distant rocks, sensing nearly 100 cultivators concealed behind them. Although he regarded their skills with disdain, he realized that unless he could decisively defeat Ku Chi, those hidden would not retreat willingly. To avoid unnecessary exertion, He deemed it more effective to establish his authority by intimidating the hidden onlookers through a display of strength against Kuchi. With that thought, Lei Litian waved his hand, causing the towering Jinshin Kuan Mo tower to dissipate into silence. "As you wish," he declared, extending his arm to reveal a sleek, ebony spear. Upon seeing the spear, Kuchi's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Elder Lei, you are indeed magnanimous. In that case, I shall accept your challenge." Lei Litian remained silent, observing Kuchi's next move. Embarrassed, Kuchi chuckled and produced an enormous wolf-tooth club, adorned with sharp spikes that shimmered with a radiant golden light. He stepped into the air, positioning himself directly opposite Lei Litian, and announced, "Forgive my offense." With that, Kuchi swung the massive club forward with great force. A blinding golden light shot forth like lightning towards Lei Litian. The elder sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the attack. The golden light soared past, obliterating a massive boulder behind him into dust. Lin Feng, Shi Tu, Gu Jiyu, and Yi Mu Chun had just descended from Yunding Peak when they witnessed the terrifying power of Kuchi's strike, leaving them utterly astonished. Kuchi swiftly engaged in combat with Lei Litian in the air, the sound of thunderous clashes resonating around them. Golden and black streams of energy erupted and collided, sending shockwaves that shattered the rocks below, creating a cacophony of explosive sounds. Lin Feng, Gu Haotian, and the others watched in awe, their senses overwhelmed by the spectacle of the battle. Although they could not discern the specific techniques employed by either combatant, the grand scene of their confrontation stirred their souls. Particularly for Lin Feng, who had grown up hearing tales of martial emperors possessing the power to soar through the skies and reshape the earth. Witnessing such prowess firsthand filled him with pride, especially knowing that one of the combatants was his master. Chapter 46. The Apprenticeship of Hao Yin. Suddenly, the two combatants in the sky parted ways. Lin Feng and others anxiously gazed upward, observing Lei Litian standing expressionless in midair, while Keki fell to the ground. His face flushed and his chest heaved rapidly as he looked up at Lei Litian, cupping his fists respectfully and saying, "Thank you, Elder Lei, for your mercy. Take your people and depart swiftly," Lei Litian replied in a deep tone. Keki nodded and called out loudly, "Retreat." In the dense forest behind, figures stirred in the shadows, and within moments, those hidden had withdrawn completely. Even the burly man Chunhai assisted the four unconscious warriors in their retreat. Keki once again cupped his hands towards Lei Litian and turned to leave. "Moreover, remove the surveillance around Yunding Peak. Should I discover any? Do not blame me for being merciless," Lei Litian added. Keki nodded and took to the skies. Master Wachio spat out a mouthful of black clots. "Master Chio," Gu Haotian exclaimed. Master Chio waved his hand lightly, chuckling, "Thank you, Senior. I feel much better now." "Indeed," Lei Litian nodded. Keki was somewhat restrained. "Your injuries will heal in a couple of days with proper rest." "Thank you, Senior." Gu Haotian expressed his gratitude as he stepped forward. Lei Litian, indifferent, straightened up and turned to Yi Mukin, asking, "Is it acceptable for them to stay at Yunding Peak a few more days?" "Yes, Master." Lin Feng's admiration for his teacher, Lei Litian, grew after the latter's overwhelming victory over the martial Emperor Keki. After ensuring Master Chio's comfort, Gu Haotian suddenly knelt on the ground and proclaimed, "Mr. Lei, I wish to become your disciple. Please accept me as your student." With that, Gu Haotian bowed deeply. Lei Litian frowned slightly and said, "Did you not intend to attend the Pinwu Academy?" "Yes, but I have changed my mind and wish to be your disciple. Please accept Haotian," Gu Haotian replied, rising to face Lei Litian directly. Lei Litian inquired, "What makes you think I would accept you?" "I cultivate the earth elemental force, and my weapon is also a spear," Gu Haotian stated, presenting his golden spear. "Please, guide me." With that, he shook the golden spear and began demonstrating his spear techniques. The elemental energy surged around the spear, palpable even to Lin Feng, who felt the layers of power emanating from it. Coupled with his understanding of the Earth's profound walking techniques, Gu Haotian's mastery was vividly displayed. After a moment, Gu Haotian stood with his spear poised. Lei Litian regarded him, noting his composure, and remarked, "You have comprehended two aspects of the Earth's profundities and have made considerable progress. It appears you possess great talent in this domain. Thank you for your discerning eye." "Esteemed sir," Gu Haotian replied earnestly. "Then I cannot accept you as my disciple," Lei Litian stated. "Why not?" Gu Haotian asked, perplexed. "You are unlike Lin Feng. He is deemed a martial failure, and the Academy would not accept such a student. With your talent, coupled with the resources the Academy provides, a bright future awaits you. Remaining with me would only hinder your promising path," Lei Litian advised. As long as the master is willing to accept me, I care not for anything else. Gu Haotian insisted. Observing Gu Haotian's resolve, Lei Litian furrowed his brow. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Very well, I shall accept you as a registered disciple." Registered disciple? Gu Haotian turned to Lin Feng, who stood nearby, perplexed. Lin Feng was a direct disciple of Lei Litian. Could it be that he was inferior to the seemingly inept Lin Feng? What? Are you unwilling? Lei Litian inquired in a deep tone. Disciple pays respects to the master. Despite his inner turmoil, Gu Haotian ultimately knelt and performed the rite of apprenticeship. Lei Litian nodded. Tomorrow, you shall accompany Lin Feng to my abode. Yes, master. Gu Haotian replied, bowing slightly. Haraha. Lin Feng laughed heartily, marveling at the unpredictability of life. He never anticipated such a significant shift in their relationship. In the blink of an eye, you have become my junior brother. Faced with Lin Feng's teasing, Gu Haotian could only helplessly touch his nose. Yet, it was indeed a fact. Lin Feng had become a disciple before him, and was a direct disciple at that. Henceforth, he would indeed have to address Lin Feng as senior brother. On the following day, Lin Feng and Gu Haotian arrived together at Lei Litian's residence. Lin Feng, continue practicing the 3 basic formations I taught you, Lei Litian instructed, then turned to Gu Haotian. You, follow me. Gu Haotian accompanied Lei Litian to another courtyard. Demonstrate the footwork you practiced yesterday, Lei Litian directed, pointing to the open ground. Understood, Gu Haotian responded, showcasing the profound art of earth movement. Once Gu Haotian had steadied himself, Lei Litian spoke. At such a young age, you have applied the intricacies of earth movement to martial techniques, indeed carving a distinctive path that significantly enhances practical combat. However, the true essence of earth movement lies beyond this. Please enlighten me, master, Gu Haotian said, his face revealing eagerness for knowledge. Lei Litian smiled slightly. Watch closely. With that, he subtly shifted his stance. Gu Haotian, having grasped the basics of earth movement, focused intently on Lei Litian's feet, anticipating a demonstration. Yet, despite his preparation, he was momentarily blinded. Lei Litian vanished from his sight without warning. Startled, he looked up to find his master had already appeared over 20 paces away in another courtyard. Suddenly, a gentle breeze stirred behind him, and he felt a hand on his shoulder. Instinctively, Gu Haotian dropped his shoulder and sidestepped, but before he could regain his balance, he felt another tap on his shoulder. Realizing it was his master demonstrating the application of earth movement, his competitive spirit ignited, and he too employed the profound art to evade. Yet, no matter how he dodged, that hand would invariably meet his shoulder the moment his foot touched the ground. Amidst the relentless taps, Gu Haotian halted. His heart was not only filled with astonishment but also brimming with exhilaration, as the image of Lei Litian's deft foot movements danced vividly in his mind. Observing Gu Haotian's reaction, Lei Litian smiled and nodded, choosing not to disturb him further. Instead, he turned and exited the courtyard, leaving Gu Haotian to stand alone. Immersed in the profound intricacies of earthly techniques, under Lei Litian's guidance, Gu Haotian was completely enraptured by the enigmatic depths of the earth. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed, and Master Cho's injuries had long since healed. On this particular day, Lei Litian summoned Gu Haotian to his side. Haotian, it is time for you to descend the mountain, Lei Litian stated. In just 2 days, the selection day for the inner disciples of Pingwu Academy will arrive. And missing this opportunity would be an immense loss. Over the past few days, Lei Litian had successfully persuaded Gu Haotian. At that moment, Gu Haotian understood that becoming an inner disciple at Pingwu Academy would grant him astonishing resources, coveted by various factions. Furthermore, the Academy's management systems and competitive environment significantly fostered rapid growth among its students. Go forth, Lei Litian affirmed. Pingwu Academy was merely a day or two's journey away, with convenient access. At the foot of the mountain, Lin Feng, Shitu, and Yi Muchan gathered to bid farewell to the 4 siblings of the Gu family. Farewell. Gu Haotian and Gu Zhiyue waved goodbye to the group. Farewell, Lin Feng mused, watching the 4 figures gradually fade into the distance, his heart awash with conflicting emotions. Lin Feng had once yearned to enter the Jiaolan Academy, but now it seemed a distant dream. Even as Gu Haotian and his companions departed, Lin Feng remained fixated on the horizon. Do you wish to enter the academy as well? Yi Muchan inquired, noticing Lin Feng's dazed expression. Upon hearing this, Yi Muchan fell silent. Sensing the somber atmosphere, Shitu laughed heartily. What is so great about the academy? I find Yunding Peak quite satisfactory. Sure too. You should accompany Hao Yin to the academy. Perhaps you too could become an inner disciple, Lin Feng suggested, his voice laced with guilt. I wouldn't care for that. Shitu replied cheerfully. Lin Feng had previously encouraged Shitu to join Gu Haoyin in pursuing admission to Pingu Academy, but Shitu had firmly declined. Expressing his fondness for the serene beauty of Yunding Peak, free from disturbances, Lin Feng understood that Shitu's reluctance to leave was entirely due to his presence. In the Tranquil Heart Pavilion, the Emperor of Pills sat on a cushion, his back to Lei Litian. Is it the people from the Demon Suppression sect? Indeed. Lei Litian nodded. I did not expect them to trace us here so swiftly. However, rest assured, I have set up a grand array on Yunding Peak. Unless the sect leader personally arrives, no one can step foot upon Yunding Peak without my permission. The Emperor of Pills nodded in agreement. That is reassuring. Evidently, he held Lei Litian's words in high regard. Mengshi, Lei Litian softly called. I know you have other methods, he continued. His gaze fixed intently on the Emperor of Pills. The Emperor of Pills closed his eyes and gently shook his head. Litian, I do not wish for you to take risks. In truth, if we merely wait another year, the poison within Linga will be completely eradicated. A year is an excessively long wait. Unforeseen events may occur during that time, Lei Litian countered, shaking his head. Mengchi, please share with me a method to swiftly eliminate the poison within Linger. The alchemist rubbed his hands together, internally wrestling with his tumultuous thoughts. Sensing his distress, Lei Litian gently reassured him. Mengchi, you must remain at ease, for the sake of Linger, and rest assured, I will not place myself in peril. The alchemist endeavored to calm his agitated emotions and replied slowly, You must remember your words. Indeed, Lei Litian nodded emphatically. What herb is it? He inquired. Call Mountain, the alchemist responded. Upon hearing this, Lei Litian feigned a relaxed smile, saying, I had thought it would be a treacherous path of blades and flames. Though Calm Mountain lies deep within the ancient wilderness, it is not entirely an unapproachable realm. The alchemist could not help but lower his head, for he understood Lei Litian's resolve was unwavering. Chapter 47, Trial Formation Before Departing, Mingqi. I wish to take one last glance at Linger. Lei Litian gazed at the Dan Emperor. The Dan Emperor fell silent for a moment, then rose and approached a corner of the grand hall, pressing his hand against the stone wall. With a series of clicks, the stone wall parted to reveal a hidden chamber. Lei Litian stepped into the secret room and fixed his gaze upon the tranquil figure of a young girl resting upon a cloud-like bed. She was none other than his cherished daughter, Lei Linger. Upon seeing her pallid complexion, his heart ached deeply. The Dan Emperor stared at Lei Litian's back, tears streaming down her beautiful cheeks. She had a multitude of words to express, yet ultimately, she could only whisper, Take care on your journey. Lin Feng continued his daily practice outside the martial arts hall, diligently honing the sealing techniques imparted by his master. Although he had not seen his master for several days, he felt no particular urge to inquire about his whereabouts. One day, Yumukin also arrived to practice formations outside the hall. After greeting her, Lin Feng began to refine the sharp ice spikes formation. With a series of hissing sounds, 5 seals soared into the sky, generating immense gravitational force that swiftly attracted the water attribute elemental energy from the surrounding environment. The seals, infused with this elemental energy, transformed into sharp ice spikes. Lin Feng's spirits lifted as he focused intently on controlling the formation. Let me test the might of the ice spikes. Like an arrow released from a bow, the ice spike shot towards a prominent boulder in the courtyard. With a resounding crash, the ice spike shattered into countless elemental particles, dissipating into the air. While the boulder remained utterly unscathed, Lin Feng found this outcome hard to accept. He had anticipated that the sharp ice spikes would reduce the stone to rubble, or at the very least, leave some cracks upon its surface. However, to his astonishment, only a small dot marred the point of impact. A clear and melodious laughter rang out as Yumukin approached Lin Feng, saying, Disappointed, are we? Feeling disheartened, Lin Feng instinctively interpreted her question as mockery and turned away in silence. Yumukin stifled her laughter and offered encouragement. Junior brother, do not lose heart. You may not be aware, but Mr. Lei has set up several grand formations within this ancient temple. The power of your previous strike was diminished by one of these formations. Is that truly the case? Lin Feng's melancholy dissipated upon hearing her words. Indeed. Yumukin gestured towards the back of the temple. If you wish to test the true potency of your formations, follow me to the back mountain. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Under Yumukin's guidance, they meandered to an open area on the back mountain. This is the place. Yumyukin indicated the clearing here. You can freely assess the genuine power of what you have learned. Once Yumyukin stepped back, Lin Feng steadied himself, his fingers deftly weaving through the air. With a series of hissing sounds, 5 barely visible seals formed and were launched into the sky. As the wind swirled and the clouds gathered, the water attribute elemental particles infused into the imprint transformed into sharp, pale blue ice spikes. This ice spike lingered momentarily in the air before hurtling downward with a thunderous roar, striking the rocky terrain below. The ground trembled and dust billowed, enveloping the area in a haze of smoke and chaos. Once the dust settled, Lin Feng approached with a heart full of anticipation to inspect the scene. Could this be my doing? He gazed at the deep pit at his feet, excitement surging within him. Such power could indeed inflict considerable harm even on novice martial practitioners. A glimmer of brilliance ignited in Lin Feng's eyes as the flames of hope rekindled in his heart. He finally discerned the distinction between the profound array techniques imparted by his master, Lei Litian, and the self-taught secrets of array art he had previously studied. The majority of what he had learned from the elementary array studies focused on entrapment and confusion, with even the lethal formations primarily emphasizing passive defense, requiring the enemy to be lured into the formation to unleash its true might. In stark contrast, the array patterns taught by Lei Litian were versatile in both offense and defense, crucially not necessitating extensive preparation time, while their power was astonishing. Yumyukin approached, nodding as she surveyed the deep pit in the ground. Quite impressive, she remarked. Lin Feng replied with a joyful smile, Sister, since you have also delved into the art of array patterns, might you demonstrate it for me? I wish to broaden my horizons. Of course, Yumyukin readily agreed. I have just mastered the first-level array pattern, Wildfire, and since you are eager to witness its prowess, it would be an opportune moment to test it. I shall await the spectacle. Lin Feng exclaimed, swiftly retreating to a safe distance. With a series of swift gestures, Yumyukin summoned over 20 imprints, launching them high into the sky. A faint red hue of fire attribute elemental particles surged towards the cluster of imprints, which, after absorbing the fiery particles, suddenly transformed into a crimson bird. Lin Feng watched in awe as the bird flapped its wings vigorously, darting towards a withered tree nestled among the distant rocks. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air. To Lin Feng's astonishment, the withered tree succumbed to the impact of the crimson bird, shattering into flames within a 3-meter radius. Quickly, extinguish the flames with your ice spike array, Yumyukin exclaimed, taken aback by the overwhelming power of the wildfire, as she anxiously implored Lin Feng for assistance. With deft hand signs, Lin Feng conjured 3 sharp ice spikes, successfully quelling the inferno. Yumyukin exhaled deeply, her hand resting on her chest as she said, That was terrifying. It was a close call. Lin Feng shook his head with a wry smile, observing that the withered tree was lifeless. And there were no other trees nearby. Its destruction was inconsequential. However, after witnessing some of Yumyukin's actions, Lin Feng felt a strange sensation. In her startled state, her graceful and noble gesture of placing her hand on her chest retained an air of elegance, even amidst her panic, her cries resonating with a melodious charm. However, upon further scrutiny of her visage, Yumyukin possessed rather peculiar features. Her face was somewhat larger than that of an average person, yet her eyes, mouth, and nose were clustered together, rendering her already round face even more comical and absurd, leaving a lasting impression on anyone who beheld her. Such a countenance was starkly incongruous with the poise she had just demonstrated, leading Lin Feng to suspect that Yumyukin was concealing her true face behind a mask of human skin. Do not move. Lin Feng approached, scrutinizing Yumyukin intently. What are you doing? Noticing Lin Feng's gaze upon her, Yumyukin grew increasingly uneasy. There is a bug on your head. Let me assist you in removing it. Most girls harbor a fear of crawling creatures, hence Lin Feng deliberately pointed to the area near her temples. Please get rid of it quickly. Yumyukin, believing his words, stood frozen in place. As anticipated, seeing Yumyukin remain still, Lin Feng's eyes began to wander meticulously over her hairline. He surmised that if she were indeed wearing a mask, there would surely be telltale signs in those regions. However, after an extensive examination, he found no discernible flaws on her face. What are you looking at? Hurry and get rid of the bug, Yumyukin urged anxiously. Oh. Lin Feng reached towards her forehead, thinking to himself that if she were indeed donning a mask, this would surely reveal it. Yumyukin yelped in pain, realizing that Lin Feng was grasping several strands of her hair, his hand revealing no trace of any bug. Is she truly unmasked? Is this her genuine appearance? Lin Feng felt a pang of disappointment, silently cursing his fortune. He turned and swiftly disappeared from sight. Yi Mukin, aware that she had been deceived, was not one to let him escape unscathed. After tidying her hair, she hastened towards the ancient temple. Following this incident, the two were no longer strangers. Days passed, and unbeknownst to them, both had made significant strides in their mastery of array patterns. Lin Feng could now effortlessly conjure a 9-seal ice shield, while Yi Mukin wielded her blazing fire with increasing finesse. Stone, having little to do, was often summoned by the duo as a sparring partner. Yet he invariably found himself on the receiving end of their relentless training sessions. Time flew by as they engaged in their daily practice and playful banter, and before long, a month had slipped away. One day, while the three were training outside the martial arts hall, they suddenly noticed someone entering the ancient temple. For several days, they had not seen Lei Litian. Even Yi Mukin had not caught a glimpse of him. Is master in the Tranquility Hall? Lin Feng inquired. He should be. But I'm not entirely sure, Yi Mukin replied, shaking her head. Stone chimed in with a grumble. If Mr. Lei wished to see us, he would have already appeared. His absence must have a reason. We should not dwell on it. Indeed, Lin Feng nodded, turning to Stone. Then, would you go over there and test whether my ice spear has improved over the past few days? Ah, not again? Stone shook his head vigorously, as if in protest. Perhaps you could try it out with senior sister? Lin Feng asked with a mischievous smile. I think I'll stick to testing your spear. Stone replied with a furrowed brow. He had no desire to experience Yi Mukin's raging flames again. Lin Feng chuckled with satisfaction and said, this time, you are permitted to use weapons. Really? Upon hearing this, Shida's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rubbed his hands together. If that's the case, you can freely wield that cone. That was your promise. Lin Feng seized upon Shida's words. Of course, Shirtu retorted with a glare. Do you really think I fear you? After their agreement, the two made their way to the corner of the courtyard. With a series of soft hisses, 5 seals ascended into the air, swiftly transforming into a sharp ice cone of aquamarine hue. Chapter 48 Reunion with Linger. Shirtu gripped the black staff tightly, his confidence unwavering as he fixed his gaze upon the sharp ice spear suspended in the air. With a swift whoosh, the ice spear hurtled towards him. He swung the hefty black staff with all his might, aiming to strike the incoming spear. However, in an unexpected turn of events, his heart sank as the staff missed its target completely. With a startled cry, Shirtu fell to the ground. From a distance, Lin Feng chuckled. In a lion's hunt for a rabbit, one must use all their strength. Shirtu, how can you be so careless? At Lin Feng's teasing remark, Shirtu shot back. When will your wretched spear learn to curve? As the staff was about to make contact with the ice spear, the latter suddenly dipped, deftly evading the black staff and instead striking Shida's thigh. The impact of the ice spear was considerable, aware of Shirtu's resilience. Lin Feng had felt free to unleash his power. Had it been a weaker warrior, such a strike could have easily shattered their bones. Nonetheless, even Shirtu felt the searing pain coursing through him. Just mastered it not long ago, otherwise how could I allow you to wield a weapon? Lin Feng remarked with a grin. Humph, bring it on. Shirtu retorted defiantly, limping to a spacious area and challenging. Hurry and unleash your spear. Let me see how I can reduce it to fragments. Lin Feng smiled slightly, forming a seal with his hands that conjured another sharp, light blue ice spear in the air. With a whoosh, the new spear sped towards Shirtu. This time, he was considerably more cautious. Gripping the black staff tightly, he waited. And as the spear approached, he seized the opportunity to swing his staff. With a resounding crack, the ice spear shattered. How about that? I told you I would turn it to dust. Shirtu's boast was cut short as he sensed a fluctuation in the air. Looking up, he saw another sharp, water blue ice spear forming, his smile faltering as he quickly prepared for another strike. With a whoosh, the spear shot towards him once again. Shirtu focused intently on the spear's trajectory and swung his staff once more. However, this time he misjudged. The ice spear veered slightly upward, bypassing the staff and darting towards his chest. Anticipating this, Shirtu sidestepped just in time to evade the blow. From a distance, Lin Feng appeared somewhat fatigued. With his current mental energy, he could still maneuver the ice spear with slight adjustments. But halting its flight and then redirecting it to strike with greater force was becoming increasingly challenging. Just as Shirtu opened his mouth to taunt Lin Feng, he suddenly sensed an incoming threat and swiftly dodged. Though usually slow-witted, his reflexes in battle were remarkably sharp. Just as he leapt aside, a thunderous explosion erupted behind him, sending sparks flying from the spot where he had just stood. Stone and Lin Feng, along with Yi Mukin, engaged in daily formations. immediately recognizing that an ambush had come in the form of a formation pattern. However, this particular formation was evidently not one that Lin Feng was adept at. Nor was it the blazing fire formation that Yu skillfully employed. "Who is it?" Stone bellowed. It is crucial to note that the ancient temple was fortified with numerous formidable formations. Even Lin Feng's sharp ice spikes left no trace upon the ground. Yet, the incoming formation exhibited a power far exceeding that of Lin Feng's ice spikes. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would likely have sustained injuries from this surreptitious assault. A tinkling, melodious laughter echoed, and a small girl with a slightly pale complexion, yet a cunning glint in her eyes, sauntered into the courtyard with her hands behind her back. Linger. Lin Feng instantly recognized the girl. She was none other than Lei Linger, the cherished jewel of his master, Lei Li Tian, whom he had not seen for several months. Lei Linger glanced at the ground where the golden sword had struck, noticing only a tiny dent the size of a fingernail, imperceptible unless one looked closely. Could it be? Lei Linger pondered, her realization dawning. Lin Feng smiled wryly. Lei Linger had previously referred to herself as senior sister, and now, upon her appearance, she resumed this role with an air of authority. Yet, having taken Lei Li Tian as his master, it was only fitting that he should address her as senior sister. Little. Just as Lin Feng was about to explain to Lei Linger, he suddenly saw Stone swinging a large stick towards her. Alarmed, he shouted, "Stone, no." Feeling the rush of wind behind her, Lei Linger swiftly turned around, only to find the towering Stone swinging his club down upon her. With only 2 or 3 steps separating them, and the speed of his strike compounded by his massive stature, Lei Linger stood frozen like a startled rabbit, unable to muster even the most basic evasive maneuvers in the face of such overwhelming force. The gust of wind struck her, causing her heart to race. "Ah!" Lei Linger emitted a piercing scream that echoed through the air. Yet, after what felt like an eternity, the large stick did not descend. Confused, she slowly opened one eye. To her astonishment, the ebony club hovered just 3 inches above her head, while Stone, holding it, wore a face of shock. "I merely wished to frighten you. I didn't expect you to be so startled." You all, seeing the expressions of shock on their faces, only fueled Lei Linger's indignation. With a stomp, she rushed forward, kicking and hitting Stone, exclaiming, "You scared me. You scared me." Stone, unperturbed, allowed her to strike him, grinning foolishly and replying, "I scared you. But you frightened us as well. Just look at how you startled them." Hearing this, Lei Linger became even more incensed. After delivering a forceful kick to Stone, she turned and charged at Lin Feng. "Lingo, don't listen to Stone's nonsense. I was worried about you. I was just..." Lin Feng hurriedly attempted to explain. "Worried about me? You ran so far to be concerned?" Lei Lingo was not so easily swayed by Lin Feng's words. She approached him and began to pummel him without warning. Lin Feng let out a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Unlike Stone, he was not as resilient. Having lost all his internal energy, he could hardly withstand Lei Linger's wrathful punches and kicks. "Lingo," a low voice called out. Upon hearing that voice, Lin Feng swiftly extricated himself from Lei Linger's playful blows and dashed towards the speaker, exclaiming, "Master, your arrival is truly timely." "Still trying to escape?" Lei Linger pursued relentlessly. "Enough, Linger," Lei Li Tian admonished her, a hint of affection in his tone. "You emerge only to stir up trouble. Where is the trouble?" Lei Linger pouted, pointing at Lin Feng, who was hiding behind Lei Li Tian, then gesturing towards Shirtu and Yi Chun. "It was him, and they conspired to bully me." "I witnessed it all," Lei Li Tian replied sternly. "Shirtu merely jested with you. Do not hold a grudge. Moreover, your body has only just recovered. You ought to rest indoors." Lei Li Tian had been present for some time. He arrived just as Shirtu was teasing Lei Linger. He had been startled and was about to intervene with a spell when he realized it was merely a jest. Had it been anything more serious, the spell he was forming would likely have been unleashed. Once Lei Linger departed, Lin Feng sighed in relief, adjusting his disheveled hair. He respectfully approached Lei Li Tian and bowed, saying, "Master." Lei Li Tian nodded. "Are you unharmed?" "I'm fine," Lin Feng replied with a smile. "Linger, junior sister, was just playing with me." "Junior sister?" Lei Li Tian waved his hand dismissively. "Linger is mischievous and willful. There's no need for such formalities. You may simply call her Linger." "Yes, master," Lin Feng thought with joy, relieved he did not have to address Lei Linger as junior sister. He was already reluctant to call Yi Chun that. Calling Lei Linger so would have made his position as a junior disciple quite cumbersome. "How have you progressed with the 3 basic array patterns I taught you?" Lei Li Tian inquired. Quite well, Lin Feng replied. Lei Tian nodded. You should have mastered these 3 basic patterns by now. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 array patterns appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Unlike the water element patterns, these 3 glimmered with a faint brownish hue. He immediately recognized them as earth element force patterns. Thank you, Master, Lin Feng said, elated. With a smile, Lei Tian turned his gaze towards Shi. I see you've mastered your staff techniques quite well. I happen to possess a manual for staff techniques corresponding to metal element force. I shall pass it on to you. Shi beamed with delight upon hearing this and bowed deeply. Thank you, Master. Chapter 49, The Hammer of the Earth. Time flies. And it has been nearly a year since Lin Feng and his companions arrived at Cloud Peak. On this day, Lin Feng stood facing Shi, preparing for a contest of strength. Over the past year, Lin Feng had devoted himself to the study of array patterns, achieving remarkable progress in this field. He had reached the limit of controlling 29 seals, and taking the next step would elevate him to the ranks of a second-tier array master. However, this leap was not easily attainable. Shi, are you ready? Lin Feng inquired casually. Bring it on, Shi replied with a booming voice. With a flick of his fingers, Lin Feng conjured a series of seals that danced into the air. Recognizing the formation of Lin Feng's seals, Shi let out a roar and charged forward. Having fought Lin Feng numerous times, Shi understood that once Lin Feng completed his array, he would be relegated to a position of defense. As Shi rushed toward him, Lin Feng chuckled. Finally learned to be clever. Let us see you experience this once more. Lin Feng sent 21 seals soaring into the sky and, with a deft motion, produced several more. At the same time, he swiftly distanced himself from Shi. Throughout the past year, Lin Feng had diligently explored the intricacies of water and earth elemental mysteries. Thunderous Heavenly had even inquired about his progress, after which he generously lent Lin Feng an earth origin pearl. Upon acquiring the pearl, Lin Feng immersed himself in relentless study, practicing the array patterns taught by his master by day and delving into the profound secrets contained within the earth origin pearl by night. Through his insights gained from the pearl, Lin Feng had honed his control over earth attribute elemental forces. Not long ago, he had even grasped the profound earth-walking technique. However, lacking internal energy to activate it, he could only employ clever applications of the principles, rendering his earth-walking technique suitable for only short-range maneuvers. As Shi closed in, Lin Feng deftly evaded. Where do you think you're going? Shi bellowed, stepping forward with determination to defeat Lin Feng before he could solidify his array in the air. With a whoosh, a water blue rope shot swiftly towards Shi. Recognizing it as Lin Feng's signature array pattern, the water binding, Shi understood that this primary array, comprised of 7 seals, was designed to ensnare and restrain the enemy. Having mastered the ability to instantaneously deploy such basic arrays, Lin Feng posed a formidable challenge. 2 months prior, Shi had advanced to a mid-tier martial artist, rendering the water binding relatively inconsequential to him. Even if ensnared, he could easily break free with sheer force. Yet, in the heat of battle, Shi could not afford to let the rope bind him. Should Lin Feng gain precious moments, he would inevitably launch a lethal strike. Shi thrust his staff forward to intercept the water blue rope. The moment it made contact, he attempted to fling it away. However, the water blue rope was far more resilient than Shi anticipated. As soon as his staff grazed it, the rope wrapped around the staff and pulled with tremendous force. Whoa! Shi stumbled, barely managing to keep a firm grip on his staff, lest it be yanked from his hands. With a surge of golden light enveloping his staff, Shi unleashed a powerful strike, causing the water blue rope to snap and dissolve into a cascade of light blue elemental particles. However, in the blink of an eye, the array pattern in midair had already taken shape. It was an enormous dark brown hammer, suspended in the void, slowly yet steadily rotating, emanating a captivating aura. Lin Feng, standing not far away, chuckled. De Shi, prepare to receive my blow. De Shi, not daring to be negligent, tightened his grip on the large staff in readiness to confront the dark brown hammer of the earth. He was acutely aware of the hammer's formidable power. Despite its seemingly clumsy appearance, it was not something he could evade. Whoosh! The dark brown hammer fell with the ferocity of wind and thunder, hurtling towards De Shi. His eyes widened in astonishment as he fixed his gaze upon the descending hammer and, with a mighty roar, swung his staff to counter it. Boom! A deafening sound erupted as De Shi was struck by the dark brown hammer, stumbling back 5 or 6 steps, his hands trembling slightly from the impact. Even with his immense strength, the force of the hammer left him feeling as though his blood was boiling, his insides ablaze. Fortunately, The ground beneath him was reinforced by a grand array. Otherwise, he would not have been able to withstand his own weight. Once he steadied himself, Dashur looked up at the dark brown hammer still hovering above him, took a deep breath, and exclaimed, "This hammer is far sturdier than last time. Let me see if I can shatter it." With that, he dragged his staff along the ground and boldly stepped forward 2 paces. Last time, he had shattered the erase hammer of the earth with a single strike, filling him with confidence. "Excellent. I quite relish your challenge," Lin Feng replied with a playful smile, manipulating the hammer of the earth to strike once more at the spirited Dashur. The lethal 3 absolute staff techniques were profound and exceedingly powerful. Most individuals of the same rank found it difficult to withstand such an attack. Even if they managed to block it, the sheer force would leave them injured. Though Lei Tian had imparted a new staff technique to him, Dashur was most comfortable wielding the 3 absolute staff techniques. Boom! Like a thunderclap. A tremendous sound resonated as Dashur was sent reeling 4 or 5 paces, landing heavily on the ground with a thud, the dark staff rolling away beside him. Breathing heavily, he struggled to lift his head and gaze at Lin Feng. Lin Feng sauntered over leisurely, his fingers deftly conjuring array seals that flew from his fingertips. A smile gracing his face as he asked, "Dashur, shall we continue?" Upon hearing this, Dashur quickly waved his hands in protest, dejectedly replying, "No, no. If we go again, I might just fall apart." Lin Feng chuckled and casually dissipated the array seals. "Lin Feng, in less than a year, your accomplishments in array patterns have surpassed that little girl Yi. At this rate, what will become of you?" Dashur lamented. Having tested the array's power with Dashur, Lin Feng felt a surge of joy. Indeed, Yi Mu-chun could at most produce a 24-seal array. While Lin Feng had progressed from a novice to now being able to create a 29-seal array, indicating her pace was rather slow. However, Lin Feng held a different perspective. He understood that Yi Mu-chun had not devoted her energy to array patterns. Most of her time was spent honing her alchemical skills, and her practice of arrays was merely to enhance her mental fortitude, which was essential for an alchemist. Lin Feng chuckled softly before plopping down on the ground. Engaging in a discussion with the stone, the power of the array patterns is indeed quite surprising, yet there are shortcomings when it comes to combat against others. Just like earlier, you took advantage of the moment before the formation was complete to launch an attack. I could only use water binding to prevent you from approaching, which ultimately hindered my ability to execute the array patterns effectively. Lin Feng shook his head, expressing his frustration. This weakness is too glaring. As of now, I can't even defeat senior sister Yi and Linger. The mention of this matter left Lin Feng feeling quite vexed. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the stone couldn't help but let out a laugh. Currently, Lei Lingo is capable of producing a formation with 26 seals. While both she and Yi Mu-chun do not match Lin Feng in terms of array achievements, nevertheless, they can easily overpower him. Although Lin Feng can create a formation with 29 seals, it is also his limit, consuming a substantial amount of his mental energy. Moreover, forming the array requires time, allowing Lei Linger and Yi Mu-chun ample opportunity to close in, much like how the stone pursued him moments ago. While Lin Feng has gained some insight into the profoundness of earth-walking technique, he lacks the elemental energy to back him up, rendering him unable to escape the relentless pursuit of Lei Linger and Yi Mu-chun. Furthermore, even if the water binding of the array manages to restrain them, it does not impede their ability to manipulate the formation to attack Lin Feng. "Did not Mr. Lei mention that the poison within you can be resolved by Miss Yi?" the stone inquired. "Indeed, once senior sister Yi becomes a 4th-tier alchemist, she will be able to cure the poison within me," Lin Feng replied, filled with anticipation, yearning for that day to arrive. When did those two become so close? Lin Feng pondered in confusion. Lei Linger, with her headstrong and capricious nature, often caused trouble for others, leaving both Lin Feng and the stone feeling exasperated whenever they encountered her. At this moment, witnessing her hold Yi Mu-chun's hand as they approached, both were somewhat incredulous. When did the remarkably unattractive Yi Mu-chun catch Lei Linger's attention? "Well, you two dare to be lazy," Lei Linger exclaimed, releasing Yi Mu-chun and pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Feng and the stone. "Father instructed you to frequently practice and spar, yet here you are, sitting on the ground and chatting. What are you discussing? Have you been speaking ill of me?" "Actually, we did mention you." Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. The stone, upon hearing this, widened his eyes in disbelief, realizing that he had no choice but to avoid the wrath of this female demon. How could Lin Feng dare to admit that they had discussed her? Self-aware of his own ineptitude, the stone chose not to respond and subtly shifted his position behind Lin Feng, seeking at least some psychological comfort, even if Lin Feng could not conceal his towering stature. "Ah, So you dare to speak about me behind my back. Lei Linger approached Lin Feng with a fierce demeanor, hands on her hips. Come clean. What did you say about me? Lin Feng shrugged. We merely remarked upon your exceptional talent, unparalleled insight, and how, at such a young age, you have mastered the profound array techniques to an exceedingly high level. None among us can match your prowess, and so forth. Well, that is indeed the truth. Lei Linger conceded, nodding in agreement, then pointed at the stone behind Lin Feng. Especially that big fellow behind you. All he knows is how to put on a show to intimidate others. Whenever it comes down to a real fight, he has always ended up in a sorry state, retreating in defeat. When did that happen? The stone retorted, glaring at her. What? Do you wish to challenge me? Lei Linger, unwilling to yield, declared. I wish to engage in a duel. Shirtu replied with a low hum. Would you care to repeat that? Lei Linger shot him a furious glance. Typically, out of respect for Lei Litian, Shirtu would endure Lei Linger's provocations. However, her public derision in front of Lin Feng and Yi Mu Chun was intolerable. What is there to compare? Lin Feng interjected. Indeed, your contest lacks variety, Yi Mu Chun added, stepping in to mediate. In just 2 days, Hao Tian and Xiaoye will arrive at Yunning Peak, and then you may spar with Hao Tian. Chapter 50. The expedition into the barbaric domain upon the mention of the Houghton siblings. A hush fell over the group. Hao Tian was indeed a student of the inner court at the Pingwu Academy. Lei Linger shot a disapproving glance at Shirtu, reproaching him. I've heard that before Hao Tian entered the Pingwu Academy, your strengths were comparable. Yet, during your last encounter with him, you were defeated in mere moments. How does that reflect upon you? With a cold snort, Shirtu turned his head away, dismissing her words. The truth of Lei Linger's statement left him with no room for rebuttal. Hao Tian Lin Feng murmured softly, pondering how much his cultivation might have advanced in the past 6 months. Hao Tian had only recently ascended to the initial level of martial master before joining the academy. Yet he swiftly progressed to the intermediate realm thereafter, demonstrating an astonishing rate of growth. It is well known that as one advances further in martial arts, the ascent becomes increasingly arduous. For instance, Lin Feng's father, Lin Zhentian, had remained at the initial level of martial general for nearly a decade, illustrating the formidable challenges in elevating one's cultivation. Moreover, figures of the martial emperor caliber, like Lei Litian, require not only high comprehension but also the guidance of esteemed mentors, access to abundant resources, and relentless perseverance through myriad trials to achieve their current stature. You've grown so tall, and yet you can't even best Hao Tian, who is 2 years your junior. It seems all you do is bully us girls here. Lei Linger taunted. All right, Linger, perhaps you should temper your words a bit. Yumyukin interjected at an opportune moment. She turned to Lin Feng and smiled. Let us discuss something else, Lin Feng. The poison within you shall soon be expelled, Yumyukin remarked with a pleasant expression. Expelled? The poison within me? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback before realization dawned upon him. With excitement lacing his voice, he inquired, have you truly become a 4th-tier alchemist? Yumyukin nodded, stating, just yesterday, I successfully concocted a 4th-tier medicine, the Xingyuan Qi pill, which is on par with the Sanqing Peiyuan pill in terms of classification and complexity. Thus, I shall soon be able to produce the Sanqing Peiyuan pill as well. Is that true? Lin Feng leaped in elation, grasping Yumyukin by the shoulders. When shall we commence the preparation of the Sanqing Peiyuan pill? Could you please let go of me? Yumyukin, nearly engulfed in Lin Feng's embrace, appeared flustered and hastily wriggled free, stuttering, it will take a few days, perhaps. Noticing Yumyukin's reaction, Lin Feng realized he had overstepped. However, it was hardly his fault. For over 1.5 years, he had been preoccupied with the desire to rid himself of the poison plaguing his body. Lin Feng's journey to Yunning Peak, far from home, was driven by the hope of finding a master, Lei Litian, who could impart the knowledge of array techniques. Although he ultimately fulfilled this aspiration, acquiring the arcane art of formations, he still yearned to eliminate the poison within him. Thus, upon hearing that Yumyukin could concoct a remedy, he could hardly contain his exuberance. Is there anything we need to prepare? Lin Feng could not hide his excitement. We are still short of 1 primary herb and several auxiliary ingredients for the Sanqing Peiyuan pill. Yimuchin elucidated that this particular herb, known as the Qingyan Ice Heart fruit, is exceedingly rare, with her master stating that it can only be found in the Mangu domain. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng and the others could not help but change their expressions. Mu Qin, you don't intend to venture into the Mangu domain to gather herbs, do you? Lei Linger looked at Yimu Qin, recalling how her father had suffered severe injuries upon entering the Mangu domain last time, taking several days to recover. If it can cure Brother Lin's internal injuries, it's worth taking some risks, Shirtu interjected. Indeed, there are dangers, but Ling Air, you need not worry excessively. Yumuchen replied. Although the Qingyan ice heart fruit is rare, it is located on the outskirts of the Mangu domain. Far less perilous than when my master last ventured there. Nonetheless, it is still the Mangu domain. Even its outer regions frequently host ferocious beasts and potentially even exotic creatures. Even if we go together, it may still be fraught with danger, Lei Ling Air countered. At this point, she suggested, what if I ask my father to accompany us? This matter shouldn't trouble the master. Lin Feng shook his head. If we require protection from the master, even on the outskirts of the Mangu domain, wouldn't that render us rather useless? Yi Muchen smiled and said, have you forgotten that there is someone who has always desired to train in the Mangu domain? Are you referring to Hao Tian? Lin Feng looked at Yi Muchen. Shirtu laughed heartily. If Hao Tian learns of our intention to venture into the Mangu domain, he will undoubtedly join us. Yi Muchen remarked, I believe that if we inform him of our plans, Hao Tian will certainly accompany us. Indeed, Lin Feng agreed. If Hao Tian joins us, we can surely traverse the outskirts of the Mangu domain. 2 days later, under the anticipation of the group, the Hao Tian siblings once again ascended Yunding Peak. Lin Feng grinned. Hao Tian, have you advanced to a high-level martial artist? Can you withstand a strike from my formation? You may give it a try. Gu Hao Tian teased, eager to test his skills. Perhaps it's best not to let him showcase his prowess just yet. Let him shine in the Mangu domain instead, Yi Muchen interjected. Gu Hao Tian laughed heartily. Then let us not waste any more time. We shall set off at once. I want to go too, Gu Zhiyu chimed in playfully. Months had passed since their last meeting, and the reunion of the Hao Tian siblings with the others felt particularly warm, akin to family reuniting after a long separation, allowing for playful banter without any reservations. Thus, after exchanging farewells with the Dan Emperor, Yi Muchen departed with the group towards the Mangu domain. Although Lei Li Tian initially opposed his daughter Lei Ling Air's journey, he ultimately acquiesced to her pleas and allowed her to accompany the others. In order to reach the Mangu domain swiftly, they chose to travel via the spirit-communing Black Peak Camel in Pingwu County. The spirit-communing Black Peak Camel is the most favored mode of transport among merchants, capable of covering 800 miles in a day without needing sustenance. Coupled with its numerous advantages such as intelligence and responsiveness, it is greatly cherished by the populace. Lei Linger sat atop the spirit Black Peak Camel, reaching out to touch the prominent humps before her, and chuckled, those mountains on its back are truly vast. Does it store the grass and water it consumes within? Dear Linger, what resides within is fat, replied Yumuchen with a smile. The spirit Black Peak Camel inhabits the Jela Desert, where water is scarce. In order to survive, it converts the grass and water it ingests into fat, which sustains it during years of drought when water and vegetation are nowhere to be found. Is that so? I thought it was filled with grass and water, Lei Linger innocently remarked as she caressed the camel's hump. Along the journey, they frequently encountered hunters riding spirit beasts, ranging from the common and imposing scarlet flame lion with its fiery mane to the ferocious copper rock wolf with dark fur, as well as rarer creatures such as the stealthy ancient domain dark gold tiger and the swift thunder hoof steed. Lin Feng and his companions had grown accustomed to these sights. Along the way, skirmishes occasionally erupted, resulting in bloodshed, yet fatalities were a rarity. The road leading to the barbaric ancient domain was predominantly frequented by practitioners. Any incidents resulting in loss of life would inevitably attract attention, leading to the pursuit of their sect or elders, thus inviting trouble. However, as long as no fatalities occurred, their respective sects and elders would typically refrain from intervening. Being young and riding the most ordinary spirit Black Peak Camel, Lin Feng and his companions were generally overlooked. Yet, just as they were nearing barbaric ancient town, a gaunt youth suddenly blocked their path. Stop! The thin boy brandished a jagged knife, pointing it towards them, and shouted, quit laughing and get down. The unexpected shout startled Lin Feng and the others. Gu Haotian, at the front of the group, curiously scrutinized the lean boy. They were merely 2 or 3 miles from barbaric ancient town, and the surroundings were quite open, with a few hunters and merchants passing by. Yet it appeared the bandit was solely this one boy. Hey, just you alone? Gu Haotian teased. The skinny boy glared, retorting, what of it? Don't waste time, get down now, or I'll chop off your mount's legs in a fit of anger. And who are you? Lei Lingo asked, riding closer as her curiosity piqued. Are you a robber? Ah? The boy pointed his knife at Lei Linger. Doesn't seem like it? Lei Linger burst into a tinkling laugh. It does seem a bit off. So, what do you intend to rob us of? Taken aback by her question, the skinny boy stammered, whatever valuable items you possess, hand them over. Or beware of your heads. Giggling, Gu Zhiyu rode up beside Lei Linger and pointed ahead. Do we look like wealthy individuals to you? If you intend to rob, you should target the escort car ahead. They are on the verge of entering the city, and those vehicles are laden with valuables. Upon the mention of the escort car, the gaunt youth's expression soured significantly as he bellowed, "Silence. There is no need for your advice. I am here to rob you. Hand over your valuables swiftly." Gu Zhiyue retorted with a cold smile. Do you believe us to be easy prey? Should you wish to rob us, you must first defeat me, and then we may discuss terms. With that, Gu Zhiyue leapt gracefully to stand before the gaunt youth. Chapter 51. The daring blade of the impudent Gu Haotian intended to intervene, but found himself a moment too late. However, upon realizing that his sister had already stepped forward, he deemed it prudent to allow her to assess the capabilities of the lean youth. With his presence as support, he felt assured that no significant harm would come to her. Lin Feng and the others gathered around Gu Haotian, but seeing his calm demeanor, they chose to remain silent, directing their attention instead to the two adversaries facing off ahead. They understood that Gu Zhiyue was also a student of the Inner Academy at Pingwu Academy. Although she had been admitted under a special high-tuition scholarship, the resources and faculty available to her were equal to those of Gu Haotian and the other students. They believed that in the span of a year, Gu Zhiyue must have made considerable progress, surely capable of contending with a boy of similar age. You wish to engage? The lean youth appraised Gu Zhiyue with a dismissive glance, twirling a small blade in his hand. Let me make it clear. I harbor no pity for delicate flowers. One misstep with this precious blade could mar your lovely visage. Bah! Gu Zhiyue spat, disdainfully pointing her sword at him. Do you think that rusted hunk of metal could inflict harm? I wager one strike will cleave it in twain. The lean youth scoffed. Ignorance. May you regret your arrogance. With a swift motion, the lean youth lunged toward Gu Zhiyue, swinging his blade with precision. Anticipating the attack, Gu Zhiyue, though cautious, prepared to counter with a flourish of her sword. As the youth's blade approached, he flicked his wrist, directing the weapon upward in a sharp arc. The speed of this strike was astonishing, the blade wreathed in flickering flames that danced like meteors toward her face. Alarmed, Gu Zhiyue instinctively leaped back. A soft sound echoed as a strand of her hair fell, severed by the blade's edge. Xiaoya, Gu Haotian soared into action, landing beside Gu Zhiyue and pulling her protectively behind him. Are you hurt? Gu Zhiyue had not anticipated the lean youth's swiftness. In truth, her training in the water arts had honed her defensive skills. Had she unveiled her true prowess from the outset, she would not have been forced to retreat with such perilous proximity to injury. What is your name? Gu Haotian inquired coldly. My surname is Ba, the lean youth proclaimed, tilting his head skyward, raising his small blade with pride. I have been accustomed to wielding a cleaver since childhood, known as Ba Dao. Ba Dao? Gu Haotian was momentarily taken aback by the name. Had it not been for the earlier incident involving his sister, he might have laughed aloud. Instead, he teased. Isn't it more accurate to say you are known for being overbearing? However, if you seek to be domineering before me, you have misjudged your opponent. Ba Dao turned to Gu Haotian. Are you indeed formidable? I shall have no trouble defeating you. Is that so? Gu Haotian retorted from his elevated stance. I am eager to test that theory. Very well, Ba Dao declared, pointing his small blade at Gu Haotian. Let us see. With a swift motion, Gu Haotian brandished his golden spear, extending it with one hand. Come forth. Without further ado, Ba Dao launched himself at Gu Haotian. His small blade aimed for a lethal strike. Over the course of a year at Pingwu Academy, Gu Haotian had engaged in duels nearly every day, endowing him with considerable combat experience. As Ba Dao advanced, Gu Haotian deftly maneuvered his spear, seeking an opening to strike. However, he did not rush for victory. Instead, he sought to discern the opponent's martial path and the intentions behind their ambush. Lin Feng and his companions shared the same sentiment, as it was rather illogical for Ba Dao, a lone figure, to dare assault 6 individuals. Once the confrontation commenced, Lin Feng and the others were taken aback. The lean youth's cultivation was surprisingly on par with Shirtu's, and his swordsmanship was remarkable. The small blade emitted a fiery blaze, launching an aggressive assault, evidently demonstrating a profound understanding of the mysteries of the fire element. Lei Lingo approached Gu Zhiyu and whispered, that slender lad is quite formidable. You have no shame in your defeat. Gu Zhiyu nodded in agreement. I had not anticipated he was a master. Him? Does he even qualify as a rival for my brother? Gu Zhiyu scoffed, her eyes shining with admiration as she remarked, "My brother ranks among the top 3 in the inner court of the Pingwu Academy. How could that fellow, Ba Dao, ever match him?" Humph. Rarely did Lei Ling'er refrain from countering. Gu Haotian was indeed the most outstanding peer Lei Ling'o had encountered in 6 months prior, upon their first meeting. Her young heart had already begun to flutter for him. Since then, she found herself irresistibly drawn to any tidbit of news regarding him, eagerly listening and paying attention. At this moment, hearing Gu Zhiyu praise Gu Haotian brought her greater joy than any self-compliment, causing a smile to unconsciously spread across her face. "I noticed your smile seemed a bit off just now," Gu Zhiyu inquired suspiciously. What do you mean?" Lei Ling'er replied, her eyes flickering, before adding, "Your brother is still my father's disciple. Would I wish for his defeat and bring shame upon my father?" "That is true," Gu Zhiyu conceded, her expression softening as she chose not to press further. As Gu Zhiyu's attention shifted back to the duel, Lei Ling'er breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Glancing around, she saw that Lin Feng and the others were focused on the battle ahead, oblivious to her, allowing her to calm her racing heart and concentrate on the contest. Before them, the lean youth, Ba Dao, fought with fervor. "Don't shy away. Confront me directly," he bellowed. "As you wish," Gu Haotian replied coldly. He had discerned that despite Ba Dao's profound understanding of the fire element, his application of it was quite rudimentary, lacking the sophistication expected of a student from an academy, and even less refined than the techniques taught to subordinates by major powers. Boom. Ba Dao, initially brimming with confidence, found it shattered when his blade struck Gu Haotian's golden spear. In that instant, he perceived the surge of brown-black light emanating from the spear, followed by an overwhelming force crashing against his blade. In that moment, he felt like an ant shaking a tree, utterly powerless against the successive impacts that left him as fragile as a leaf in the wind, without any chance to retaliate. Whoosh! Thud! The lean Ba Dao was sent flying several feet, landing heavily on the ground and rolling over multiple times, resembling a broken doll as he lay motionless on the grass. With a gleeful clap of her small hands, Gu Zhiyu bounded over, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, "Wonderful, wonderful! Brother, you were incredible! That move just now was your unique technique, heavy mountain thrust, wasn't it?" Gu Haotian nodded slightly, acknowledging it to be a minor punishment for his opponent. "I knew you would stand up for me." "Humph, let us see how proud he remains," Gu Zhiyu remarked, glancing with concern at the frail boy, Ba Dao, who lay motionless on the ground. "He isn't dead, is he?" Gu Haotian chuckled and replied, "He has merely been stunned." Shirtu approached with a wide grin, commenting, "Haotian, your skills have improved significantly over the past 6 months. Care for a spar?" Gu Haotian smiled and inquired. Shirtu quickly waved his hand, laughing heartily. "I'm not foolish enough to engage with you again. I might end up like him. No contest." Lin Feng also approached Gu Haotian and asked, "So, have you discerned his origins?" Gu Haotian shook his head, replying, "He doesn't seem to be acting under someone's orders. We'll let him speak for himself once he regains consciousness." As Lin Feng and the others gathered around the frail boy, he had already awakened, yet sat dazed on the grass, oblivious to their presence. "Hey, we're asking you a question. Why did you intercept us?" Lin Feng prompted. Ba Dao remained in a stupor, seemingly unhearing. "Hey, are you mute or something?" Shirtu impatiently shouted. Ba Dao continued to sit there, as if lost in thought. "Feeling defeated?" Gu Zhiyu teased. "You needn't be so disheartened. My brother is a student of the Inner Academy of Pingwu College. If he cannot defeat you, wouldn't that render his admission pointless?" Strangely enough, her words had an immediate effect. Upon hearing them, Ba Dao suddenly turned his head sharply, fixing an intense gaze on Gu Zhiyu. "What did you say? Your brother is a student of the Inner Academy of Pingwu College?" "Indeed," Gu Zhiyu replied, startled by Ba Dao's reaction, stepping back defensively. "What are you planning?" Gu Haotian stepped forward protectively, coldly advising, "I suggest you behave, or you will regret it." Ba Dao's gaze shifted to Gu Haotian. "Are you truly a student of the Inner Academy?" Uncertain of Ba Dao's line of questioning, Gu Haotian furrowed his brow and nodded. "Aha, aha." Ba Dao leapt into the air, exclaiming, "I knew it, I knew it." Gu Haotian and the others exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by Ba Dao's exuberance, unable to discern whether he had lost his mind or if something else was amiss. "Hey, calm down, or I'll knock you to the ground and ensure you remain quiet for a while," Shirtu retorted, disapproving of Ba Dao's antics. "You? A mere petty thief thinks he can enter the academy? The Inner Academy, no less? Let me tell you, even the Outer Academy wouldn't accept someone like you." Gu Zhiyu interjected, her eyes wide with disbelief. Chapter 52. The domain of barbarism indeed, acts of theft and banditry leave an indelible mark in history. The Pingwu Academy predominantly recruits outstanding students directly from the martial halls within the various counties of Pingwu Prefecture. These students are all of reputable background, with their lineage, upbringing, and martial progress meticulously documented. Those with a history of robbery, like Ba Dao, are categorically rejected by the Pingwu Academy. I resorted to robbery solely to gain admission to the Pingwu Academy, Ba Dao proclaimed with unwarranted bravado. By your logic, if one lacks funds, they should simply resort to thievery. Wouldn't that turn the Pingwu Academy into a den of thieves? Gu Zhiyu chastised. Now confess honestly, how many have you robbed? Ba Dao hesitated, prepared to retort, but upon meeting the stern gaze of Gu Haotian, an unaccountable tremor gripped his heart, compelling him to divulge the entirety of his misdeeds. It transpired that Ba Dao was orphaned at a young age and raised by his grandfather, who had no legitimate means of livelihood and resorted to thievery. Living with his grandfather, Ba Dao unwittingly adopted some of these habits. Although Ba Dao exhibited certain unsavory tendencies, his aptitude for martial arts was remarkably high. One day, while preparing a meal, his grandfather intended to borrow a firestone after running out. However, as Ba Dao reached into the dry firewood, flames unexpectedly began to flicker. His grandfather, overwhelmed with excitement, urged him to try once more. When Ba Dao's fingertips emanated a searing fire element, tears streamed down his grandfather's face. He understood the significance of this moment. To ensure Ba Dao's future was not hindered, his grandfather sent him to a nearby martial hall. From that day forth, Ba Dao frequently lingered outside the martial hall, secretly observing. In time, he managed to glean some foundational insights into the mysteries of fire-based martial arts. His initial sword techniques were furtively learned from a teaching master at the hall, and he later refined them into his own unique style. Armed with his self-created sword techniques, he often challenged the academy students to duels, gradually mastering his craft until none could rival him. His grandfather was immensely pleased upon learning of this progress. During a theft, he inadvertently heard that the Pingwu Academy was accepting students for its inner court, with a limited number of places available. Though securing one required a staggering sum of 100,000 gold coins. His grandfather, calculating the situation, realized that it was futile to hope for Ba Dao's legitimate admission, as no academy would accept the grandson of a thief. However, if they could somehow procure the requisite sum, perhaps there remained a glimmer of hope. Yet, 100,000 gold coins was an astronomical figure for them. Determined to honor his grandfather's dying wish and pursue his own martial aspirations, Ba Dao resolved to acquire this fortune through what he deemed the swiftest method, robbery. Since he intended to rob, he set his sights on the wealthy, specifically targeting a passing convoy. Ba Dao set his sights on a convoy and made a move to attack. However, to his astonishment, several bodyguards sprang forth, each possessing strength that surpassed his own. Thankfully, his reflexes proved swift, and upon realizing the dire situation, he fled. Learning from this experience, he began to prey upon passing merchants and vulnerable individuals. Although these targets were not affluent, they posed little danger, and thus far, he had amassed thousands of gold coins. Upon hearing Ba Dao's account, Gu Haotian's eyes glinted coldly as he remarked, "Indeed, a bandit you are. Am I not justified in ridding the world of such a scourge?" "I have said all that needs to be said. The decision lies with you," Ba Dao retorted defiantly. "You speak with such bravado. Do you dare to challenge me?" Shirtu shouted with anger. "Humph." Ba Dao turned his head away, choosing silence. Lin Feng, standing nearby, furrowed his brow. If Ba Dao were truly a heinous criminal, execution might be warranted. Yet, he merely stole wealth without taking lives. Despite the multitude of wrongs he had committed, his crimes did not warrant death. Lin Feng glanced at Gu Haotian. Their exchanged glances conveyed mutual understanding. Ba Dao was still young, and guiding him onto a righteous path might indeed be a noble endeavor. Should they allow him to roam freely, he could very well become a remorseless outlaw. "Gu Haotian, does he have the opportunity to enter the Pingwu Academy?" Lin Feng inquired. At this question, Ba Dao turned to Gu Haotian, his eyes brimming with anticipation. After a moment's contemplation, Gu Haotian replied, "His innate talent and comprehension are commendable. However, the prospect of entering the inner court of Pingwu Academy is nearly non-existent. Nevertheless, I can certainly attempt to facilitate his entry into the outer court." Lin Feng nodded, aware that admission to the inner court of Pingwu Academy was contingent upon one's own strength, or a hefty sum of 100,000 gold coins as a bribe. This was a new regulation established by the Academy, unbreakable by anyone, even with the influence of the Gu family. Gu Zhiyue had to pay the same exorbitant fee to gain entrance to the inner court. As for the outer court, Badeo's capabilities would suffice, and Gu Haotian could easily arrange for his academic foundation. Gu Haotian addressed Badeo. I can assist you in gaining admission to the outer court of Pingwu Academy. But to enter the inner court, you must compete with others. Badeo erupted into laughter, leaping to celebrate his good fortune. But do not rejoice too soon, Gu Haotian cautioned. His voice icy. While we may overlook your past misdeeds, should you commit further acts of villainy, I shall not hesitate to wield my spear with ruthless intent. To enter the ancient wilderness? Badeo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is it for training? One could say that, Gu Haotian responded. Will you take me along? I have long desired to explore the ancient wilderness, but I have been unable to do so alone, Badeo implored. Take you along? Gu Haotian waved his hand dismissively. It is far too perilous. You should refrain from going. If it weren't dangerous, I would not hesitate to go myself. Badeo pointed at Gu Zhiyue and Yi Mu-chan. They are permitted to go. Why should I be excluded? Ancient Haotian's face bore a scowl as he coldly remarked, How can you compare yourself to them? Badao, feeling agitated, retorted, Why can't I compare? Are they truly superior to me? Observing Badao's stubbornness, Lin Feng stepped forward and said, If they wish to bring him along, let them. Leaving him here could lead to unforeseen consequences. With Lin Feng's words, the others ceased their objections, and together they entered the wild ancient town. After sufficient preparations, the 7 young men and women commenced their journey towards the wild ancient domain. Along the path, they encountered numerous hunting parties, typically composed of groups of 3 to 5. These hunters were often seasoned individuals, accustomed to the brutal realities of life and death, their fierce countenances betraying no mirth. United in their quest to hunt ferocious beasts, these teams generally consisted of kin or close comrades, ensuring that they could trust one another with their lives in the throes of battle. There were also some martial artists who, having reached a plateau in their training, deliberately sought to hone their skills in this perilous realm. Lin Feng and his companions, in their youthful camaraderie, were not unfamiliar to these seasoned hunters. Each year, the Pingwu Academy organized expeditions for its students into the wild ancient domain for training. However, unlike the students who were accompanied by mentors, the towering figure of Shi Tu among the youths was quickly discerned by the hunters to be merely a few years older than the rest, thus unlikely to be a mentor. Consequently, Lin Feng and his group attracted considerable attention from the hunters. Why are they all staring at us? Ba Dao inquired, glancing around furtively. Are they plotting something against us? What could they possibly want? We carry no treasures, Lei Lingo added, a hint of unease in her voice. How could they know we possess no valuables? Moreover, they wouldn't dare confront us openly now, but what about deeper within the wild ancient domain? Ba Dao speculated. If we stumble upon some rare treasures, they may very well attempt to seize them, perhaps even resorting to violence. By the way, are we here for training or treasure hunting? He queried. Enough. Ancient Haotian snapped. No one considers you mute if you remain silent. Ah, Ba Dao responded, falling silent, somewhat intimidated by Ancient Haotian's presence. He rolled his eyes but refrained from retorting. Before long, the group entered a dense, ancient forest, marking the boundary of the wild ancient domain. As they traversed the eerie, chill-laden woods, the distant roars of beasts echoed around them, prompting Lin Feng and his companions to adopt a vigilant stance. The forest was vast, and while they had previously glimpsed several hunting parties nearby, they soon found themselves isolated from any signs of companionship. There's no need to be overly anxious. This ancient forest primarily harbors ordinary wild beasts, with ferocious creatures being quite rare. Just move forward with confidence, Ancient Haotian reassured them. Have you ventured into the wild ancient domain before? Ba Dao asked. The academy organizes annual training trips here for the students, so I am somewhat familiar with this place, Ancient Haotian replied. Gu Haotian elucidated to the crowd. So that is the case. No wonder you esteemed students of the inner academy possess such remarkable abilities. Ba Dao's face was awash with admiration. Everyone followed closely behind. Indeed, as Gu Haotian had indicated, they encountered numerous wild beasts along the way. However, there was but a single ferocious creature among them, while the rest were merely ordinary beasts. Chapter 53, Conflict. After the afternoon, several individuals traversed through the ancient forest. Beyond this lay the true realm of the wild, and everyone was advised to stay close, lest they stray too far. Gu Haotian cautioned the group. Acknowledging him, Lin Feng and the others nodded in agreement. Ahead stretched an endless expanse of rugged mountains, where the resonant roars of beasts echoed hauntingly, proclaiming dominion over their territory, a sovereignty that demanded respect. Under Gu Haotian's guidance, the youth followed cautiously, each step deliberate. Especially for Lei Linger, the intermittent roars sent shivers through her every nerve. Suddenly, an unexpected crack pierced the air as someone stepped on a dry branch, startling Lei Linger greatly. Although Gu Jiue had ventured into the wild before, she too was taken aback by Lei Linger's exclamation, shooting her an irritable glare and retorting, "What are you screaming for? If you're so timid, why insist on coming? At this rate, you'll either be scared to death by the beasts or by your own screams." Realizing it was merely the sound of a broken branch, Lei Lingo felt her face flush with embarrassment. However, upon hearing Gu Jiue's public ridicule, her pride was stung, and she retorted, "Aren't you scared? If you aren't, what is there to fear?" Accustomed to being headstrong, Lei Lingo had only been deferential to Gu Jiue due to Gu Haotian's presence. Now, faced with Gu Jiue's accusations, she would not let it slide. "Oh, you did something wrong, yet you dare to be fierce with me?" Gu Jiue shouted defiantly. "Do you really think I wouldn't dare to confront you? If you provoke me, I'll teach you a lesson," Lei Linger declared boldly. At this, Gu Jiue's temper flared, and pointing at Lei Linger, she challenged, "Come on then, let us see you try to teach me a lesson." This act was a direct affront to Lei Linger's limits. Infuriated, she charged forward, ready to truly educate Gu Jiue. Seeing Lei Linger rush at her, Gu Jiue grasped the hilt of her sword, poised to draw it. As the two girls seemed on the verge of conflict, Lin Feng and the others quickly intervened, placing themselves between them to mediate. "Sisters, you can step forward to dissuade them. Let us not allow our camaraderie to be shattered. We have ventured into this perilous realm and should stand united against the lurking beasts, rather than embroil ourselves in internal discord." Initially, Gu Haotian had overlooked their bickering, but he did not foresee its escalation. Upon hearing Gu Haotian's admonition, Gu Jiue's eyes brimmed with tears as she whined, "All you do is scold me. Why is no one reproaching her for her ruckus? Are you going to talk back?" Gu Haotian raised his hand in warning. "Xiaoyu," Yumyukin called out loudly. "Why are you still hesitating? Hurry and pursue her," Lin Feng urged, tapping Gu Haotian's arm. Gu Haotian had merely intended to reprimand his sister to temper her recklessness and foster better relations with the group. However, he did not anticipate her storming off in anger. In this treacherous wild realm, his sister alone could encounter grave dangers. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Haotian soared after her. The reason why people venture into the ancient realms is primarily to gather herbs for their own ailments, is it not? This pursuit, which leads to discord among allies, weighs heavily on Lin Feng's conscience. Indeed, Sister Linger, Xiaoyu is just that way. Do not take her to heart, Yimu Chen advised. A distant roar of a beast echoed, accompanied by Xiaoyu's piercing scream. "This is bad. It's coming from Xiaoyu's direction," Ba Dao exclaimed urgently. Realizing they were in peril, "Quick, we must hurry." Lin Feng's eyes reddened with urgency. With a spirited shout, Ba Dao charged ahead, leading the way. Upon their arrival, they were momentarily stunned by the scene before them. Before them, a fierce beast was locked in combat with Gu Haotian, its form obscured, with only a vague grayish-white silhouette darting around him. "What manner of creature is that?" Ba Dao asked in astonishment. "Forget about it. We must first assist Xiaoyu," Yi Muchen insisted. Not far from the struggle, Gu Jiu trembled in fear as she gazed at the frenzied, grayish silhouette. Terror gripped her heart. Had Gu Haotian not arrived in time, she would have surely fallen prey to that beast. "Xiaoyu, what is that?" Yumuchen gently pulled Gu Jiu aside, asking softly. Gu Jiu shook her head in confusion, murmuring, "I ran here, and that monster suddenly appeared. I couldn't see it clearly. If it weren't for my brother." "It's all right now. It's all right," Yumuchen comforted her, pulling her close and softly patting her shoulder. In the midst of the fierce battle, Gu Haotian let out a fierce roar, followed by a sharp crack. The gray-white silhouette emitted a mournful wail, soaring several feet away before crashing to the ground, its body convulsing briefly before falling still. With newfound courage, Ba Dao approached for a closer inspection, questioning, "Is it a leopard?" The creature lay curled in a pool of blood, its size relatively small, its brain matter splattered everywhere. Utterly lifeless. "It is the shadowed spotted leopard," Lin Feng declared as he stepped forward. He recognized the creature from the fight between Gu Haotian and the beast. Despite having lost his internal strength, his keen eyesight remained sharp, enhanced further by his year of mastery in the art of formations, surpassing even Ba Dao and the others in perception. "The shadowed spotted leopard?" Shirtu gasped. "You actually killed a shadowed spotted leopard?" Previously, Shirtu had made a living through hunting and was well acquainted with the fame of the shadowed spotted leopard. This solitary and ferocious creature was known for its incredible speed, often leaving only a faint silhouette in its wake, hence its name. A beast of formidable caliber. The shadowed spotted leopard held power comparable to that of a martial artist, yet its swiftness was unmatched even by those of martial generals. Thus, upon witnessing Gu Haotian slay a shadowy spotted leopard, Tu felt an overwhelming sense of incredulity. I too feigned weakness, allowing it to engage me in a relentless struggle. Otherwise, the prospect of hunting it down would have been quite improbable. Gu Haotian approached with a hint of nostalgia. His words were simple. Yet how could Lin Feng be unaware of the formidable challenge posed by hunting a mature shadowy spotted leopard? Observing your rapid progress in cultivation, I find myself somewhat envious. Tu remarked with rare sincerity. Such envy is futile. Perhaps last year it might have held some merit, but now. Your age has surpassed the admission criteria of the inner academy. Gu Haotian smiled gently. Unless you can present 100,000 gold coins for self-funded enrollment. 100,000 gold coins? Tu scoffed. If I had that kind of money, I would rather purchase a grand estate and indulge in the comforts of life. Gu Haotian shook his head and moved beside Gu Zhiyue. Before he could speak, she plunged into his embrace, weeping. Brother, it's all my fault. I was too willful. Sob sob. Hearing his sister's contrition, Gu Haotian felt a wave of relief as he caressed her long hair, reassuring her. Do not cry. Remember, no matter what happens next time, you must not sulk and leave alone. MHM. Gu Zhiyue nodded vigorously, her face streaked with tears. This time, in the ancient wilderness. It was her brother's concern for her safety that preserved her life. Had it been elsewhere, who would care for her as he did? Who would risk everything to protect her? Contemplating this, Gu Zhiyue felt an even greater pang of guilt and remorse, realizing she should not have allowed her temper to flare against her brother. Observing the Gu siblings, Lei Linger, standing at the back of the crowd, felt she had been somewhat excessive earlier. She murmured, I too am at fault. My earlier demeanor was far from pleasant. Well, we should all come together in harmony, Lin Feng interjected with a light-hearted remark. I sincerely apologize for the trouble caused regarding my matters. The path ahead is fraught with peril, and only through unity can we surmount the challenges we face. Therefore, I hope everyone can set aside past grievances and work together to confront all that lies ahead. After the commotion stirred by the two young women, and Lin Feng elucidating the situation's gravity alongside Gu Haotian, the others expressed their agreement. On our journey forward, we shall prioritize the greater good over personal interests. Among these individuals, with the exception of Tu, who was slightly older, the others were merely around 14 or 15 years of age, quickly forging bonds of camaraderie. The discord between Lei Linger and Gu Zhiyue was but a minor interlude. Following their quarrel, their relationship blossomed, transforming them into inseparable confidants, sharing laughter and conversation along the way. Within a towering ancient forest, Lin Feng and the others proceeded cautiously, in contrast to the fringe areas of the previous ancient woods. This forest was significantly older, with colossal trees that could be embraced by several people visible throughout. Various fierce beasts roamed freely, and no traces of other hunters could be discerned. In a clearing ahead, Gu Haotian, Tu, and two others were locked in a fierce battle with a towering blood-eyed great ape. Nearby, Lin Feng, Lei Linger, and Gu Zhiyue stood at a distance, their eyes fixated on the fierce battle unfolding in the clearing. Gu Zhiyue anxiously tapped her feet, her expression etched with tension as she watched the clash. The adversary was a formidable beast. Even seasoned martial generals required a united front to bring it down. Clearly, the combined strength of Gu Haotian and his trio was woefully inadequate. Among the four besieging the blood-eyed mighty ape, Yun Mukin exhibited the weakest offensive capabilities. Her strikes barely registered against the beast, akin to mere tickles, prompting the blood-eyed mighty ape to disregard her entirely. To the beast, the most significant threat emanated from Gu Haotian, whose marksmanship was both elusive and deadly. Chapter 54. The fierce battle against the blood-eyed mighty ape. The ancient Gaotian spear unleashed an astonishing inner strength. Whenever the golden spear struck the blood-eyed mighty ape, the overwhelming energy surged into its body, causing it to grimace in pain and roar in fury. Consequently, the blood-eyed mighty ape focused its gaze intently on Gaotian, dedicating the majority of its attention to him. Suddenly, Tu launched a surprise attack, striking the blood-eyed mighty ape on its back with a heavy club. As was customary, the ape initially disregarded this blow. However, upon impact, it let out a pained howl, its massive form staggering forward several steps. Shita's deadly three-part club technique caught the blood-eyed mighty ape off guard, inflicting significant damage. Seizing the opportunity, Gaotian lunged forward, brandishing the golden spear and aiming directly at the ape's blood-red eyes. The thrust was swift and precise, executed at a most cunning angle. and by the time the blood-eyed mighty ape reacted, the spear had already pierced mere inches from its eye. With a sudden thrust, the spear's tip penetrated the blood-eyed mighty ape's flesh, only to be seized firmly by its claw. In agony, the ape howled skyward, gripping the spear and violently swinging it outward. Gautian, who cherished his weapon dearly, clung to the spear with unwavering resolve. Nevertheless, the force of the swing sent him hurtling over 10 yards, crashing violently against the trunk of an ancient tree, only to rebound and fall to the ground. "Brother!" Du Jiyue cried out in alarm, attempting to rush towards Gautian, but was restrained by Lin Feng. With deft fingers, Lin Feng swiftly crafted a series of runic seals and cast them into the sky. Within the fray, without the formidable support of Gautian, Shirtu, Bada, and Yumukin found themselves in dire peril. The blood-eyed mighty ape, having sustained an injury to one of its eyes, became frenzied, disregarding the treacherous attacks. It unleashed a ferocious sweep of its massive claws, intent on tearing them to shreds. With a resounding clap, Bada's small blade was sent flying by the ape's strike, followed by a crushing blow from its paw. Terrified, Bada rolled away to escape, while Yumukin and Shirtu launched their attacks to aid in his retreat. In the distance, Gautian, clutching his chest and forcing himself to rise, spotted Bada in a precarious situation. He leapt forward, shouting, "Beast, behold my spear." The golden spear emanated a rich, brownish glow, surging forth like a fierce earth dragon, its piercing sound slicing through the air as it aimed for the other eye of the blood-eyed mighty ape. At that moment, Gautian felt as if his insides were aflame, the previous impact causing his vital energy to churn violently. Yet, he could not afford to wait for his energy to settle. He had to rush to Bada's aid. Seeing the foe that had injured it return, the blood-eyed mighty ape roared in wrath, abandoning Bada to swipe at the incoming golden spear. Gautian, engaged in this battle for the first time in such a direct confrontation, summoned every ounce of his strength to withstand the onslaught. However, the blood-eyed mighty ape is, after all, a creature renowned for its strength and defense. The collision sent Gu Haotian hurtling several yards away, his chest heaving as he could no longer suppress the surge of blood, and with a gasp, he expelled a mouthful of crimson liquid. "Brother, Haotian!" Gu Jiyu and Lei Ling Air, standing behind Lin Feng, exclaimed in unison. "Haotian, this way!" Lin Feng shouted. Once Gu Haotian steadied himself, he turned his gaze toward Lin Feng and immediately spotted the shimmering runes hovering above Lin Feng's head. In an instant, he comprehended Lin Feng's intention and dashed towards him with his spear in hand. The blood-eyed mighty ape would not allow Gu Haotian to escape beneath its very eyes. With a thunderous roar, the colossal beast propelled itself off the ground, lunging towards Gu Haotian. Despite its imposing size, the ape demonstrated remarkable agility in its leaps. Alas, it had encountered Gu Haotian, who excelled in the earth movement technique, ensuring that it could not match his speed. In mere moments, Gu Haotian had distanced himself significantly. Seeing the array patterns manifesting above Lin Feng's head, Yimu Chun, trailing behind the blood-eyed mighty ape, quickly commanded Shirtu and Ba Dao to halt, permitting the ape to pursue Gu Haotian. As Gu Haotian approached, Lin Feng deftly manipulated the runes, swiftly assembling them into a massive, dark earth-colored blade. This was the most formidable array he could wield thus far, the earth-slaying blade. As the blood-eyed mighty ape relentlessly pursued Gu Haotian, it suddenly sensed a tumult in the air, followed by the abrupt formation of the colossal dark blade. The ape came to an immediate stop, feeling threatened by the massive weapon hovering above. With a whoosh, the earth-colored blade, glowing ominously, sliced through the air, conjuring a tempest of dust as it hurtled towards the blood-eyed mighty ape. Having awakened its intelligence, the ape instinctively felt a flicker of fear in the face of the earth-slaying blade's might. Yet, its inherent belligerence urged it to fight back. With a series of fierce roars, the blood-eyed mighty ape rallied itself, swiping its razor-sharp claws to cleave through the descending blade. With a resounding boom, dust engulfed the area. Accompanied by a deafening crash, the blood-eyed mighty ape let out a wail and was sent reeling backward. The destructive force of the earth-slaying blade was overwhelming. The spot where the ape had stood was now a deep crater, while the beast itself suffered grievous wounds. Its right paw bleeding profusely, a clear indication that the blade had pierced through. Despite the severe injury inflicted upon it, the ape's formidable strength remained unyielding, as it shattered the earth-slaying blade into fragments scattered across the landscape. Thud, thud, thud went steady. The blood-eyed mighty ape pounded its chest with its left paw in a fit of rage. The repeated injuries inflicted by these feeble humans had driven it into a frenzy. With a thunderous roar that resounded through the heavens, the blood-eyed mighty ape vowed not to spare any soul in its vicinity. focusing first on the two diminutive humans who had dealt it such grievous harm. The blood-eyed mighty ape abruptly turned its head. Its solitary crimson eye fixated intently on Lin Feng and Gu Haoyan, who stood side by side. However, before it could unleash its assault, a series of intricate patterns rapidly materialized in the air. A resplendent longsword, shimmering with golden light, appeared, significantly smaller than the colossal blade from earlier. Yet its sharpness was no less formidable. The blood-eyed mighty ape's astonished gaze shifted towards the girl, Lei Linger, standing beside Lin Feng. The array known as the Rainbow Golden Sword was the most potent formation under her control, although composed of merely 26 seals. The gold elemental power was particularly adept at offense, rendering the Rainbow Golden Sword a force to be reckoned with. As Lin Feng formed the array, he discreetly communicated with Lei Linger, expressing his concerns that the earth-slaying blade might prove ineffective against the blood-eyed mighty ape. He urged her to unleash her most proficient formation to coordinate their attack. Lin Feng's apprehensions were validated. After all, the earth-slaying blade was merely a first-level formation, and despite its might, it was unlikely to vanquish a formidable beast. Thus, Lin Feng resolved to overpower his opponent through sheer numbers. Whoosh! The Rainbow Golden Sword transformed into a streak of golden light, streaking towards the blood-eyed mighty ape like a bolt of lightning. Having suffered greatly from the confrontation with the earth-slaying blade, the ape could only muster its fury to retaliate against the incoming sword. With a roar, the blood-eyed mighty ape clenched its claw into a fist and struck down fiercely against the Rainbow Golden Sword. The collision reverberated through the air, and the ape staggered backward, its left paw bleeding profusely from the impact. Repeated injuries had driven the once proud creature to the brink of madness. As the scrawny boy who had previously attacked it began to weave another series of runes in the air, the blood-eyed mighty ape let out a series of anguished howls. Leaping towards Lin Feng, it realized that unless it eliminated either the frail boy or the girl beside him, the relentless assaults could very well lead to its demise. Just as it prepared to strike, a surge of elemental power erupted from its head, accompanied by waves of heat. In an instant, several blazing fire arrows, akin to dragon flames, shot through the air towards it. Upon closer inspection, the blood-eyed mighty ape quickly discerned that the source of these fiery projectiles was the remarkably unattractive girl with a face resembling a pancake. If the blood-eyed mighty ape possessed the capacity for thought, it might have wept. Among the 7 youths, 3 were capable of wielding such extraordinary techniques, each inflicting considerable harm upon it. As Yi Mukin halted the actions of Shirtu and Batian, she simultaneously formed her own seals, preparing to join Lin Feng in their offensive against the blood-eyed mighty ape. Upon witnessing Lei Linger unleash the Rainbow Golden Sword, she refrained from acting hastily. Now, seeing the ape poised to attack Lin Feng and the others, she could not allow it to wreak further havoc. The blood-eyed mighty ape seemed to realize that it could not completely fend off the 6 fire arrows, so it crossed its arms to shield its vital head, bracing itself for the fiery onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. The blood-eyed mighty ape emitted a mournful wail. While the fire arrows might not possess the raw power of Lin Feng's earth-slaying blade or Lei Linger's Rainbow Golden Sword, their cumulative effect far surpassed that of the other 2. The long fur of the blood-eyed mighty ape extends several feet, and once it comes into contact with fire, it ignites in an instant, engulfing its entire body in flames, transforming it into a blazing fire ape. Lin Feng, having already formed the rune seal in midair, was momentarily taken aback by the sudden upheaval in the arena, but he quickly discerned that it was undoubtedly the handiwork of Yi Mukin. As the saying goes, a stick can knock a drowning dog. At this moment, the array formation earth-severing blade had been successfully established, and the blood-eyed mighty ape was preoccupied with its own plight, presenting a prime opportunity to deliver a devastating blow. With a swift motion, Lin Feng directed the earth-severing blade straight towards the thrashing blood-eyed mighty ape. Chapter 55, The Fierce Battle with the Blood-Eyed Mighty Ape, Part 2. Once again, the sound of slicing air pierced through the scene, causing the previously rolling blood-eyed mighty ape to instinctively leap aside in a frenzied motion. With a resounding crash, the ground erupted in a shower of earth and stones, leaving behind a gaping chasm half a meter wide and several meters deep where the creature had just been. The blood-eyed mighty ape let out a heart-wrenching wail. Although it narrowly escaped a fatal blow, the earth-slashing demon blade had still inflicted a wound over a foot long on its muscular thigh, bleeding profusely, yet not life-threatening. The creature's appearance could only be described as grotesque. The flames that once engulfed it had mostly extinguished, leaving its long fur nearly incinerated and its body charred black, emitting a foul, acrid stench that wafted toward Lin Feng and the others. Panting heavily, the blood-eyed mighty ape cast a blood-red glare in Lin Feng's direction. The girl who had previously unleashed the rainbow-light golden sword began to weave a series of intricate symbols, clearly intent on taking advantage of the situation to deliver a fatal blow. Meanwhile, a plain-faced girl standing beside two young men was also focusing her energy, her hands moving deftly to form more rune seals. Compared to the other two, the blood-eyed mighty ape felt an intense desire to eliminate this extraordinarily unattractive girl. Likewise, the group of youths was resolute in their intent to vanquish the beast before they would relent. Simultaneously, Yumyukin and Lei Lingo each manipulated their formations to launch an assault on the blood-eyed mighty ape. In a fit of rage, the creature retaliated violently. The air crackled with thunderous sounds as a rain of fire cascaded from the heavens. Looking down, the blood-eyed mighty ape bore new wounds. Its dark body now stained with bright crimson blood, rendering it even more fearsome. Lin Feng and his companions were momentarily taken aback by the beast's ferocity. Witnessing the creature clutching a battered section of deadwood, they realized the situation was becoming increasingly perilous. The blood-eyed mighty ape was remarkably tenacious. Lin Feng's fingers twitched as he prepared to strike again. However, the blood-eyed mighty ape had become a startled beast, and upon seeing Lin Feng forming seals, it erupted in rage. With a fierce roar, the blood-eyed mighty ape hurled a half-ruined piece of wood at Lin Feng with incredible force. The creature's strength was formidable, and fueled by fury, the projectile sped toward Lin Feng like a bolt of lightning. Alarmed, Lin Feng realized the danger too late. "Get down!" he shouted in panic. Beside him, Lei Linger and Gu Jiue gasped in unison as Lin Feng pulled them toward the ground. "Fear not," a powerful voice rang out, and Gu Haotian rushed in front of the trio, deftly deflecting the incoming piece of wood. Despite Gu Haotian's skillful maneuver, the force of the impact was overwhelming, causing him to stagger back several steps before crashing against a large tree with a resounding thud. A surge of internal turmoil overwhelmed Gu Haotian, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Brother!" Gu Jiue exclaimed in shock. Her usually valiant brother had sustained successive injuries, even spitting blood. A sight she had never witnessed before, leaving her pale with fear. After the blood-eyed great ape flung aside a half-rotted log, it turned its wrath upon Yumyukin. As Lin Feng rose to cast a spell against the ferocious creature, he suddenly noticed its shift in target towards Yumyukin and shouted urgently, "Run! You must flee!" The others, including Shitu, quickly realized that the blood-eyed great ape had set its sights on them, or rather, specifically on Yumyukin, a fact she was acutely aware of, having discerned the fury and murderous intent in its gaze moments before. In an instant, with the beast charging toward her and Lin Feng's warning ringing in her ears, Yumyukin wasted no time and sprinted away. The blood-eyed great ape was upon them in the blink of an eye. The trio scattered in different directions, but Shitu soon recognized that the creature was not pursuing him. It was frantically chasing after Yumyukin. Realizing this, Shitu turned back, chasing after the blood-eyed great ape from behind. Gu Haotian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and called out to Shitu as he observed the rampaging beast pursuing Yumyukin. "Don't worry about me. Find a way to deal with that hulking brute." After a moment of contemplation, Gu Haotian reluctantly retrieved a small jade bottle from within his robes, expressing his reluctance. "I truly do not wish to use this." Nevertheless, given the urgency of the situation, he resolutely uncapped the bottle and without hesitation swallowed a luminous, pearl-like pill. Lin Feng, witnessing the unfolding scenario, nodded and said, "I will go ahead. Haotian, follow closely behind." Yumyukin's heart raced with anxiety as the blood-eyed great ape bore down on her, the distance between them rapidly diminishing. With a flick of her fingers, several runes shot forth, transforming into two fireballs aimed at the pursuing beast. The fireballs struck, but the blood-eyed great ape swatted them aside effortlessly. Its thick fur had already been singed away, rendering such instantaneous spells a minor threat. Recognizing the futility of her fireball spell, Yumyukin hastily retrieved a pale blue pill from her treasure pouch and swallowed it. The blood-eyed great ape was now within 5 zhong of her. Just as it seemed to close in, Yumyukin suddenly surged ahead, her speed dramatically increasing, widening the gap between them. The blood-eyed great ape let out an enraged roar, pushing itself to the limit in pursuit, yet the distance to Yumyukin only grew. Shitu, trailing closely behind, observed this and marveled. Could it be that Miss Yi's wind-running pill is so effective? It has greatly amplified her speed. The wind-running pill was renowned for enhancing one's swiftness. Among those who ventured into the barbaric ancient domain, only Gu Haotian, with his earth-walking technique, deemed it unnecessary, while the others possessed 2 each. "Stop right there, beast. Feel the force of my staff." Tu yelled as he chased after the creature. The blood-eyed great ape, however, paid him no heed. Its focus solely on the diminishing figure of Yumyukin. As the chase continued, the blood-eyed great ape suddenly emitted a jubilant cry, seemingly filled with delight. Tu, puzzled, looked ahead to discern the cause. Before them lay an insurmountable obstacle. Tu observed that Yumyukin had seemingly reached the precipice of a cliff. At that moment, Lin Feng arrived, his heart racing as he grasped the dire situation ahead. The blood-eyed mighty ape was advancing menacingly towards Yumyukin, and neither he nor Tu dared to act recklessly. The creature's fury was already unleashed, and any provocation now could yield catastrophic consequences. Casting a glance at the helpless Yumyukin by the cliff's edge, and then at the encroaching blood-eyed mighty ape, Lin Feng's mind raced. Suddenly, he recalled an instance when Yumyukin had employed a mental attack during their sparring session. Despite Lin Feng's own formidable mental prowess, he had momentarily faltered under her unguarded assault. He recognized that, if wielded skillfully, such a mental strike could produce unexpectedly potent results in combat. Consequently, he had inquired about the principles of mental attacks, to which Yumyukin had candidly responded. She recounted an incident during her alchemical endeavors when a miscalculation had caused an explosion in her cauldron. Startled, her mental energy had surged outward, creating a shockwave. Her master, the alchemy emperor, had been present and, upon sensing the mental fluctuations, had felt not alarm but delight. Through careful experimentation, he discovered that Yumyukin's released mental energy could indeed inflict damage upon the souls of others. Under his guidance, she learned to harness her mental energy in new ways. However, the alchemy emperor cautioned her that her technique remained rudimentary and ill-suited for combat. Should she encounter an opponent with superior mental strength, she risked inflicting harm upon herself, potentially leading to madness or even death. Yumyukin heeded her master's warnings and refrained from employing mental attacks lightly. At this juncture, she observed Lin Feng, who had pressed his right index finger against his temple while pointing towards the blood-eyed mighty ape with his left hand. Understanding his intent, she nodded, contemplating the possibility of a counterattack. Although the blood-eyed mighty ape was a formidable beast, its mental capacity paled in comparison to that of an ordinary cultivator, let alone a seasoned alchemist like herself. Upon receiving her affirmation, Lin Feng swiftly formed a series of intricate seals with his fingers to complement her efforts. The blood-eyed mighty ape, with its fierce crimson gaze, advanced relentlessly, feeding off the despair it sought to instill in the heart of the frightened woman. As Yumyukin faced the approaching beast, she found herself with nowhere to retreat. Behind her lay a bottomless chasm. As the ape drew near, it raised its colossal claws to strike. Just as its massive paw was about to descend upon her, an imperceptible wave of energy brushed against its head, leaving the creature momentarily dazed. Its outstretched claw halted abruptly. Seizing the opportunity, Yumyukin deftly leaped aside, evading the impending blow. Simultaneously, Lin Feng's enchantment of illusions quietly enveloped the scene. The illusionary maze stands in stark contrast to other formidable offensive formations, as its manifestation is remarkably subtle and unassuming. It envelopes the blood-eyed mighty ape precisely during a moment of its daze, causing an unforeseen shift in its perception of reality. Before its eyes, a rugged terrain unfolds, with Yumyukin desperately fleeing. The blood-eyed mighty ape roars in fury, momentarily oblivious to the fact that the unsightly woman has eluded its grasp once more. How could it allow her to escape so easily? With a guttural cry, the blood-eyed mighty ape lunges forward in pursuit. Yet, after just a few strides, it finds itself at the edge of a precipice. As the illusion dissipates during its fall, clarity dawns upon it, but alas, it is too late. All that remains is a heart-wrenching wail as it plummets into the abyss. Chapter 56. Lingo as concerns Lin Feng and Tu approached the precipice, gazing down into the abyss where the blood-eyed great ape had plummeted. Lin Feng, what kind of formation did you just deploy? Tu inquired, puzzled by the creature's sudden leap into the chasm. It was an illusionary formation, quite effective against mindless beasts, Lin Feng replied with a light-hearted smile. Thank you, Lin Feng. Yumyukin said as she approached him, had you not alerted me to the situation and executed the illusion, I might have perished at the hands of the blood-eyed great ape. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. I should be the one expressing gratitude. We are all here in the primordial domain for my sake. Your excessive politeness makes me feel rather embarrassed. As they conversed, Gu Haoyan, accompanied by Gu Zhiyue and Lei Linger, arrived at the scene. What are you all laughing about? Gu Zhiyue asked, perplexed. What happened to that large monkey? It's dead. Yumyukin replied with a slight smile, gesturing towards the abyss. It fell to its demise after succumbing to Lin Feng's illusion. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhiyue rushed to the edge of the precipice to peer down. From her vantage point, she could clearly see a small dark figure amidst a pool of crimson below. It was indeed the blood-eyed great ape that had caused her brother Gu Haoyan to cough up blood multiple times. Looks like it really did fall to its death, Gu Zhiyue declared with a melodious laugh. However, her mirth was abruptly interrupted as she recalled something, and she turned to Lin Feng, her expression serious. Did it truly succumb to your illusion? Feeling the weight of her gaze, Lin Feng felt uneasy but nodded in affirmation. Yes. How could you, Lin Feng? If your illusion was capable of dealing with that foolish ape, why did you not use it sooner? My brother was harmed several times before you eventually took action to eliminate the beast. Should we be thanking you for your tardiness? Gu Zhiyue challenged. You misunderstand. Lin Feng managed to respond with a wry smile. But Gu Zhiyue would not allow him to explain, retorting fiercely, then why did you not employ the illusion earlier? Xiao Yu Mukin interjected, stepping between them and grasping Gu Zhiyue's hand. Lin Feng did his utmost during the battle with the blood-eyed great ape. Even had he activated the illusion earlier, it is doubtful it would have severely wounded the creature. With patience, Mukin continued. I was forced to the edge of the precipice by the ape. It was Lin Feng's quick thinking that allowed him to utilize the cliff to our advantage, leading the beast into the illusion and causing it to leap willingly into the abyss. Xiaoyu, cease this folly, Gu Haotian admonished, stepping forward. Pouting, Gu Zhiyue huffed. I am merely standing up for you. We came to the primordial domain to help Lin Feng rid his body of poison, yet you have sustained injuries. I understand, Lin Feng said with a smile. Let us depart from this place swiftly. The commotion from our battle was considerable, and it won't be long before other beasts in the vicinity come to investigate. Agreed, everyone nodded in unison. As they spoke, Mukin grasped a vine at the edge of the cliff and began to descend. Shortly after, Mukin leaped onto the precipice, retrieving a round inner elixir, the size of a longan, from his waist, and remarked with a smile, this is a prime material for alchemy. The group exchanged knowing smiles. In a small clearing amidst the tall grass, Lin Feng and the others unfurled a beast skin map for inspection. This Szechualing is our destination. If we continue in this direction for another 40 to 50 miles, we shall arrive, Mukin indicated. Lin Feng added, we must exercise caution on this journey. We have already encountered ferocious beasts a dozen times, including twice with extraordinary creatures. The further we venture, the more such beasts we will encounter. Thus we must deliberate carefully. Lin Feng, concerned about the risks posed to the group due to his own affairs, suggested a discussion with his companions. The encounters with the two extraordinary beasts had profoundly impressed upon Lin Feng the perils of their expedition, although they had narrowly defeated the blood-eyed mighty ape. He was acutely aware of the dangers they faced. Had Mukin not been proficient in mental attacks and he himself skilled in array formations, their losses could have been catastrophic. The second extraordinary beast, the iron-boned triangular bull, boasted defenses superior to that of the blood-eyed mighty ape. It resembled a warrior clad in armor, its skin coarse and hairless, impervious even to Mukin's fire arrow. Despite their combined efforts to attack in succession, they inflicted minimal damage. It was only when Lin Feng noticed its sluggish movements that he deployed a confinement array to delay it, allowing the others to retreat. This demonstrated how formidable it was to slay an extraordinary beast in their current state. Indeed, Mukin nodded. The Qingyan ice heart fruit is exceedingly rare. Treasures of this caliber, infused with the essence of heaven and earth, are surely guarded by ferocious beasts. Mukin's assertion was well-founded. After vanquishing the blood-eyed mighty ape, they had effortlessly claimed the shadow purple orchid it guarded. Likewise, the iron-boned triangular bull protected a precious herb, which Mukin identified as Lu Jing haunching grass. Both the shadow purple orchid and Lu Jing haunching grass were primary ingredients for crafting third-grade elixirs, yet they paled in comparison to the Qingyan ice heart fruit, leading them to reasonably conclude that it too would be under the watch of ferocious beasts. Gu Haotian proposed, in that case, upon our arrival, we shall split into two groups. I will take Xiaoya, Miss Yi, and Badu to distract the beast guarding the Qingyan ice heart fruit. Lin Feng, you, sure too. And Miss Lei should swiftly secure the fruit. No, let me handle the distraction of the beast, Lin Feng objected. Do not contest this. Once we procure the Qingyan ice heart fruit, the guardian beast will not allow us to escape easily. You will need to ensnare it with your confinement array, Gu Haotian insisted. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng ceased his objections. Very well, it is settled then. No one else voiced dissent, and with a wave of his hand, Gu Haotian led the group quietly towards Szechualing. The Szechualing was not densely wooded, and the hills were modest in height, at a glance. It resembled a small ridge adorned with peculiar stones. However, the Zishui River that flowed alongside it traversed a substantial portion of the ancient wilderness. Upon entering the realm of Zishui Ling, the ferocious beasts became increasingly rare, yet Lin Feng and his companions grew ever more cautious. This phenomenon could only suggest that the beasts inhabiting Zishui Ling were exceedingly domineering, deterring other creatures from daring to tread upon this territory. Soon, the seven arrived at the foot of the mountain. Faintly, they heard the roar of tigers echoing down from the ridge, accompanied by the sounds of a fierce struggle. Has someone arrived at Zishui Ling before us? Lin Feng gazed up at the mountain, pondering whether they had come in search of the Qing Yin Bing Xin Gua. Let us ascend and investigate, suggested Gu Haotian. Agreed, Lin Feng nodded. The seven swiftly advanced towards the source of the sounds. The roars and clashes becoming ever more distinct. Concealed behind a cluster of towering boulders, they peered out cautiously. Approximately 20 paces away, 5 robust men were engaged in a fierce battle with a black and white striped giant tiger, while a young man in his prime stood calmly nearby, observing the fray. How young? Gu Haotian gasped in astonishment. Upon hearing Gu Haotian's exclamation, Lin Feng leaned closer and inquired, Do you know those individuals? I only recognize the one standing aside. He is also a student from the inner academy of Pingwu Academy, Gu Haotian replied, shaking his head in confusion. What could he be doing here? It truly is him, Gu Zhiyu remarked, casting a scornful glance at the young man. He couldn't possibly be contemplating subduing that Yin Yang Shuang Yihu, could he? Indeed, Gu Haotian nodded gravely. Given his temperament, it is quite plausible. Has he lost his mind? That Yin Yang Shuang Yihu is a formidable beast, seemingly even stronger than the Shuitong de Li Yuan. Gu Zhiyu exclaimed with wide eyes, if he were to succeed in subjugating that creature, would he not then be unafraid of you, brother? Gu Haotian scoffed. Relying on such external forces amounts to little more than intimidation of the inept. Lin Feng interjected. Haotian, do you harbor any animosity towards this Hao Yong? It is merely a matter of some unpleasantness within the academy, nothing akin to enmity. Gu Haotian replied curtly. Unpleasantness, you say, after a duel in the arena? Gu Zhiyu teased her brother, playfully tugging on Yi Mu Chen's hand and winking mischievously. Sister Mu Chen, let me tell you, this Hao Yong has been pursuing a girl named Qiuya within the academy, relentlessly chasing after her. To rid herself of his advances, Qiuya declared that she would agree to his courtship if he could defeat my brother. Subsequently, Hao Yong challenged my brother, only to suffer a humiliating defeat in front of Qiuya. Sister Mu Chen, do you think that can merely be called unpleasantness? I would wager that Hao Yong harbors a deep-seated resentment towards my brother. How do you know all this? Yi Mu Chen inquired with a smile. This is common knowledge within the academy, Gu Zhiyu replied, casting a sidelong glance at her brother Gu Haotian. Besides, that Qiuya is a great beauty. It's impossible not to attract attention. Xiaoyu, do not speak so recklessly, Gu Haotian admonished, shooting her a stern look. Have I misspoken? Gu Zhiyu retorted defiantly. Can she possibly surpass you in beauty? Lei Ling Er interjected awkwardly. Gu Zhiyu pouted her lips, exclaiming, I am ranked among the top 10. What significance does that hold? What does top 10 mean? Yu Mukin inquired with curiosity. How would I know? Gu Zhiyu huffed. Feeling somewhat aggrieved by Yi Mukin's question, she dismissively continued, I have no idea who fabricated such a list. Chia entered the academy not long ago and already made it to the top 10. In our cohort, only 2 of us have made it. Yi Mukin replied half-jokingly. So this top 10 seems quite prestigious, doesn't it? I suppose so, Gu Zhiyu nodded, a hint of resignation in her demeanor. Concern often breeds confusion. Lei Linger, listening nearby, felt a sense of discomfort, her mind swirling with thoughts. What could the relationship be between that girl Qiuya and Gu Haoyan? Why did she ask Gu Haoyan for assistance? Was Gu Haoyan helping out of affection for Qiuya? Chapter 57. The Blue Flame Ice Heartfruit Lin Feng, standing nearby, grasped the situation. Although Gu Haoyan and Hao Yong could not be described as mortal enemies, their relationship was certainly marked by rivalry and jealousy. Their encounter here could be characterized as a fateful confrontation. Wow, these 5 individuals are formidable, Lin Feng remarked, observing the 5 burly men encircling the yin-yang twin-winged tiger. Particularly noting the burly, dark-faced man wielding dual hammers, whose strength seemed to rival that of Master Qiu. Gu Haoyan nodded in affirmation, stating, that dark-faced man is a mid-tier martial general, while the other 4 are high-tier martial artists. With such a formidable lineup, it is no wonder they dare to set their sights on the yin-yang twin-winged tiger. The yin-yang twin-winged tiger must have been afflicted by the soft bone powder. Lin Feng said to Yi Mukin beside him, let us not dwell on that. The yin-yang twin-winged tiger is currently occupied. We should seize the opportunity to acquire the blue flame ice heart fruit, Yimyukin suggested. Agreed, Gu Haotian responded, and they proceeded stealthily through the rocky outcrop, making their way towards the back mountain of Zeschweiling. Following the alluring scent wafting through the air, they soon encountered a small tree, towering over 2 men, adorned with several heart-shaped fruits. These fruits appeared exquisitely crafted, akin to crystal sculptures, and faint flames seemed to flicker upon their surfaces. Is that the blue flame ice heart fruit? Gu Jiyue exclaimed. Shh, keep your voice down, Yimyukin chided, casting an irritated glance at her. Gu Jiyue stuck out her tongue, her eyes gleaming as she yearned to rush forward and pluck the fruit. Allow me, Yimyukin said, pulling Gu Jiyue back gently with a soft laugh. The blue flame ice heart fruit cannot be touched with bare hands, otherwise it will rot into a foul puddle within 3 hours. Hence, I shall take care of the harvesting. As she spoke, Yimyukin produced an ancient wooden box and a pair of wooden scissors, approaching the tree with caution to snip the fruits into the box. The others exchanged glances, astonished by Yimyukin's method of harvesting the blue flame ice heart fruit. It would be a pity to cut them down before they mature, she explained. Huh? Ba Dao perked up, listening intently. Why is it so quiet over there? Quick, we must leave, Lin Feng urged urgently. The group realized that the Yin-Yang twin-winged tiger had likely been subdued, and the next step would involve ensnaring its spirit. Thus, they needed to distance themselves swiftly from the scene. Rather than retracing their steps, the 7 individuals stealthily departed directly from the back mountain of Zeschweiling. Meanwhile, the dark-faced man wielding the dual hammers laughed heartily, pointing at the immobilized Yin-Yang twin-winged tiger. How Xiaozhu, I trust my mission is accomplished? Hao Yong, brimming with joy, replied, Thank you, Master Wu Yang. I will certainly speak highly of you in front of my father. That is sufficient, the man known as Wu Yang chuckled. The young master possessing this Yin-Yang twin-winged tiger will undoubtedly evoke envy in countless others. Once the tiger advances to become a demon beast, it will possess the ability to soar through the skies. I suspect there are few who can rival the young master even within your academy's inner sanctum. Hao Yong beamed with pride, stating, I must extend my gratitude to Master Wu Yang for your assistance. With a hearty laugh, Wu Yang exclaimed, clearly delighted by Hao Yong's words. Young master, there is nothing more to attend to here. I shall head to the back mountain to procure the Qingyan ice heart fruit, guarded by the Yin-Yang winged tiger. Please. Master Wu, Hao Yong replied with a smile. Yes, Captain Wu, the 4 responded in unison. Wu Yang's primary purpose for this journey was to assist the young master Hao Yong in subduing the Yin-Yang winged tiger, thereby winning favor with the Hao family. As an ordinary retainer of the Hao clan, gaining their attention through this endeavor would be a golden opportunity for Wu Yang. Secondly, he sought the Qingyan ice heart fruit from the back mountain. Wu Yang had learned of a Qingyan ice heart fruit tree at Zeschweiling, bearing fruits of extraordinary rarity. The Pingwu Bank within Pingwu City had previously auctioned a single Qingyan ice heart fruit, fetching a price of 12,000 gold coins. Upon hearing this, Wu Yang was filled with desire and had long contemplated acquiring the Qingyan ice heart fruit, should he successfully harvest it. Even if sold to the bank at a price lower than the auction, several thousand gold coins would still be attainable, and surely, a single tree would not yield only 1 fruit. Thus, when Hao Yang sought his assistance, Wu Yang readily agreed upon learning they would head to Zeschweiling. As anticipated, through meticulous planning, they had managed to eliminate the greatest obstacle, the Yin-Yang winged tiger. With the Qingyan ice heart fruit seemingly within his grasp, Wu Yang's heart soared with joy. Shortly thereafter, he arrived beneath the Qingyan ice heart fruit tree. Upon seeing 5 unripe fruits adorning its branches, he was overwhelmed with excitement, and, without a second thought, he approached and began to pluck the Qingyan ice heart fruits. He cared not for their ripeness, swiftly gathering all 5 fruits with deft hands. Once he had secured them, Wu Yang gradually calmed his exhilaration and began to survey his surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed fresh picking marks on the Qingyan ice heart fruit tree. The broken branches were neatly severed, starkly contrasting with his own rough harvesting technique. Had someone beaten him to it? Yet, why had they not taken all the fruits? Upon inspection, he confirmed that 7 Qingyan ice heart fruits had indeed been taken. How dare they steal beneath my very nose? No matter where you hide, I shall unearth you. Wu Yang seethed through gritted teeth. Wu Yang nodded. I extend my congratulations to the young master. Noticing Wu Yang's disheartened expression, Hao Yong inquired, what has transpired? Is there no Qingyan ice heart fruit in the back mountain? Someone has arrived ahead of us. Only a few unripe Qingyan ice heart fruits remain, Wu Yang replied. Turning to Hao Yong, young master, I wish to ask for your assistance. Oh? Hao Yong's smile faded as he asked, "Please, Master Wu, speak. I believe the thief who pilfered the Qinyan ice heart fruits has not yet fled far, and given that this is the territory of the Yinyang winged tiger, I would like to request that you lead the Yinyang winged tiger with me to pursue that rogue," Wu Yong stated, fixing his gaze intently upon Hao Yong. As Wu Yong sought such a simple matter, Hao Yong's smile blossomed anew. The Yinyang dual-winged tiger had previously been weakened by the poison of soft bone powder. Yet confirming the whereabouts of a few thieves was still a trivial task. "Thank you, young master," Wu Yong said, bowing respectfully. Although he had played a significant role in subduing the Yinyang dual-winged tiger, he remained merely an ordinary retainer of the formidable Hao family. And knowing he had requests of Hao Yong, he naturally dared not be overly arrogant in his presence. At the back mountain of Zeshwiling, after the Yinyang dual-winged tiger circled the Qinyan ice heart fruit tree several times, Hao Yong approached it to communicate, confirming that indeed, multiple individuals had visited this place. Wu Yong, upon learning the details, gritted his teeth in frustration and, after inquiring about the thieves' whereabouts, followed the Yinyang dual-winged tiger in pursuit of the direction they had departed. However, upon descending the mountain, the Yinyang dual-winged tiger suddenly halted. Unable to track them, Wu Yong furrowed his brow. Hao Yong shook his head. There is a scent in this vicinity that makes the Yinyang dual-winged tiger restless. Thus I am at a loss as well. A scent that disturbs the Yinyang dual-winged tiger? Yet we remain oblivious? Wu Yong turned to Hao Yong. They must have anticipated our pursuit and employed some substance to hinder the Yinyang dual-winged tiger's tracking ability, Hao Yong explained. Indeed, he nodded. Though this method may seem somewhat clumsy, it is nonetheless the most effective approach. The ancient city stands as a crucial passage into the ancient domain. By guarding the city gates and inspecting each individual, they would undoubtedly uncover the culprits who had stolen the Qinyan ice heart fruits. At that moment, Lin Feng and his companions were still unaware of Hao Yong and his associates' intentions. After leaving Zeshwiling, they had taken a wide detour to evade pursuit. As Lin Feng and his group cautiously traversed the forested mountains, a sudden explosion resonated from above. Boom! The ground trembled violently. The deafening sound left Lin Feng and his companions dizzy. Gu Jiyu and Lei Ling-er, who were close behind Gu Haotian, were startled into shrieks. Quickly clutching at Gu Haotian, Yimuchen, too, was taken aback, instinctively leaning closer to Lin Feng. "I see where you intend to flee." The thunderous voice pierced their ears. Lin Feng and his companions looked up in astonishment. A middle-aged man in gray stood atop a giant bird in the sky, brandishing a trident, obstructing a woman in yellow. "Do you truly wish to eradicate us?" The woman in yellow, disheveled yet fierce, questioned defiantly. The gray-clad man remained unfazed. Snorting coldly, "You have two choices. Submit to me or face death." "Submit to you?" "In your dreams," the woman in yellow scoffed. Then glanced at the enormous bird beneath the gray man. "You have allied with humanity against me?" "Heh." The giant bird slowly flapped its wings, surprisingly articulating, "Our relationship is merely one of cooperation. Moreover, I am willing to pay any price to eliminate you. To kill me is no easy feat." The woman in yellow retorted fiercely. Suddenly, a pair of wings unfurled from the sides of the woman in the yellow dress, and even more astonishingly, 4 bird heads emerged above her neck and shoulders, all 4 heads turning in unison towards the middle-aged man in gray and the colossal bird. Chapter 58. The tragic fate of the woman in yellow. As the true form of the woman in yellow was revealed, the colossal bird beneath the feet of the middle-aged man in gray warned, "Be careful." Before the warning could fully escape the bird's beak, the 4 avian heads adorning the woman's neck opened wide, unleashing a torrent of flames that surged towards the gray-clad man and the giant bird. The scene astounded Lin Feng and his companions, as the exchange between the woman and the giant bird made it abundantly clear that she was not merely a human but rather a transformed demon. The sight of the 4 bird heads morphing on her neck further solidified their suspicions. Moreover, the woman's reference to the giant bird as Ping suggested it might indeed be a legendary Peng bird. From Lin Feng's knowledge, any beast that developed intelligence was classified as a demon. These demons were capable of cultivation, and those with sufficient intelligence could articulate human speech and assume human form. Lin Feng understood that only beasts of a certain rank could speak, comparable to the martial kings among humans. To transform into human form, a creature would need to be a spirit beast, akin to martial emperors. As Lin Feng pondered this, he was suddenly assailed by waves of scorching heat, the rapidly rising temperature causing his skin to sting. He and several others hurriedly sought refuge behind a massive rock. Beneath the inferno, The towering ancient trees shriveled under the intense heat, crackling ominously, and in the blink of an eye, they were reduced to a sea of flames. In the sky, the middle-aged man in gray and the giant bird were engulfed by the raging fire. Lin Feng and his companions exchanged alarmed glances, questioning whether the man and the bird could possibly survive such a conflagration. Lin Feng's gaze remained fixated above, and to his astonishment, the gray-clad man and the giant bird were unharmed, surrounded by an aura of protection. Beside him, Gu Zhiyue exclaimed in disbelief. "Shu, keep your voice down. We have all witnessed this," Yumyukin urged, tugging at Gu Zhiyue. Gu Zhiyue stuck out her tongue and curiously gazed upwards once more. In the high skies, a faint golden membrane enveloped the middle-aged man, shielding him and the giant bird from the inferno. The searing flames could not breach this shimmering barrier, no matter how fiercely they lashed against it. The giant bird at the man's feet stared in astonishment at the protective golden layer. "Is this a domain?" The woman in yellow gasped. The middle-aged man, his expression unreadable, cast a cold glance at her and remarked, stubbornly ignorant. With that, he thrust his trident forward with sudden ferocity. A brilliant beam of golden light shot toward the woman in yellow. Aware of the man's formidable prowess, the woman swiftly extended her hands. In an instant, a pair of dual axes resembling her bird heads materialized between her fingers. The clash of metal rang out as she deftly retreated, wielding the axes to intercept the golden projectile. With a series of rapid strikes, she managed to dissipate the attack. However, before she could catch her breath, the giant bird flapped its wings and, like a bolt of lightning, closed the distance between them. The woman in the yellow garment swiftly spread her wings to evade, yet the gigantic bird matched her speed. Compounding the threat was the middle-aged man in gray, who intermittently unleashed beams of golden light to obstruct her path, rendering her attempts to dodge exceedingly arduous. As the saying goes, prolonged defense inevitably leads to defeat. Despite her utmost efforts to evade, the woman in yellow ultimately could not escape the trident of the gray-clad man, which struck her fiercely on the back at close range. With a resounding thud, she plummeted to the ground like a meteor, carving a straight line through the air before crashing down with a thunderous roar. The giant bird let out a long cry, flapping its wings as the gray-clad man spun and dove down after her. A hush fell over the onlookers. After a considerable time, Lin Feng and his companions emerged from behind the boulder, and only upon confirming the departure of the gray-clad man did they cautiously approach the site where the woman in yellow had fallen. As they drew near the rocky terrain, they collectively gasped in shock. The spot where she had landed was marked by a large crater spanning several yards, and at the bottom lay the woman in a gruesome state, surrounded by a pool of blood. One of the 4 bird heads sprouting from her neck had been shattered, and her pair of blood-soaked wings lay limply at her sides. Her mortal wound was located in her chest, where her sternum had completely caved in, and the blood pooling around her had turned a dark, purplish hue. Upon witnessing the tragic condition of the woman in yellow, Gu Zhiyu turned her head away in distress. Yimu Qin and Lei Ling also averted their gazes, unable to bear the sight of such carnage. "Let us bury her," Lin Feng sighed, although he understood she was a demon. Seeing her meet such a fate stirred in him a reluctance to leave her remains exposed to the wilderness. "Agreed," Gu Haotian nodded, taking the initiative to push a large stone down into the pit. Lin Feng, along with Shi Tu and Ba Tian, joined him in casting stone after stone into the deep hole. In the midst of their frantic actions, none noticed that as Gu Haotian cast down the first large stone, a faint shadow emerged from the woman in yellow, darting away and stealthily slipping into Lin Feng's body without a trace. A day later, the 7 of them appeared outside the ancient city. "It is imperative," Lin Feng declared with enthusiasm. "Once we enter the ancient city, we shall head directly to the Hero's Tower." With the successful acquisition of the Qing Yin Bing Xin Guo, he felt hopeful about recovering from his poisoning, and his spirits were evidently high. "Excellent," Gu Haotian echoed, and the others chimed in agreement. The 7 young men and women, filled with excitement, hurried toward the ancient city, only to find something amiss upon reaching the city gates. Outside the gates of the ancient city, a group of individuals, alongside a massive tiger, were scrutinizing everyone entering and exiting. "It is Hao Yong," Gu Haotian frowned. Lin Feng too noticed the situation at the city entrance. While their means of obtaining the Qing Yin Bing Xin Guo were not entirely honorable, he had learned from Gu Haotian that Hao Yong was exceedingly treacherous, a veritable rogue. Therefore, Lin Feng felt no guilt about the prospect of taking from Hao Yong. However, it was evident that Hao Yong and his associates were investigating the theft of the Qing Yin Bing Xin Guo. If they attempted to enter the city, they would undoubtedly fall under Hao Yong's scrutiny, and such an outcome would expose their misdeeds. If one were to turn and leave at this moment, it would inevitably attract the attention of Hao Yong and his companions, revealing one's guilty conscience and thus amplifying their suspicions. There is no need to rush. In this predicament, Yi Mukin smiled and produced a small jade vial, casually waving it in front of the crowd. All right, let us proceed into the city with confidence. Is that all it takes? Gu Zhiyue exclaimed, her almond-shaped eyes widening in disbelief. Do not doubt it, Gu Haoyan interjected. Lady Yi is an alchemist. Surely she can handle such trifles. He continued, furthermore, even if Hao Yong were to discover us, what of it? Would he dare to act against us in the ancient city? The ancient city is guarded by formidable human cultivators, and fighting is strictly prohibited within its walls. Those who violate this rule will be apprehended by the city patrol, and any who resist may face immediate execution. Thus, even a martial emperor would think twice before causing a disturbance here. Hao Tian is right. We need not concern ourselves with them. We shall boldly enter the city and see what they can do to us, Stone chimed in. Let us proceed with flexibility, Lin Feng suggested. The 7 of them maintained their composure as they approached the city gates. Well, if it isn't our academy's elite student, Gu Haoyan, Hao Yong exclaimed, surprised to see his old acquaintance in the ancient city. His gaze quickly shifted to Gu Zhiyue, and he grinned widely. And our academy's beauty, Miss Xiaoye. What brings you both to the ancient city? Hao Yong, it seems I cannot escape you no matter where I go, Gu Haoyan replied indifferently. Gu Zhiyue, not one to hold back, retorted. Thank you for the compliment. But tell me, who do you think is more beautiful, me or Xiaoye? Hao Yong's smile faltered, leaving him momentarily flustered. Your beauty and your S are simply different. Yer. Such a sweet name you call her. Gu Zhiyue remarked with a playful smile, her gaze fixed on Hao Yong as she questioned whether that name had received a certain someone's approval. Hao Yong was momentarily taken aback by Gu Zhiyue's enchanting demeanor. In terms of appearance, she was undoubtedly among the best in Pingwu Academy. Yet her capricious nature and childlike demeanor set her apart from the elegant and talented top 10 beauties, thus naturally excluding her from that esteemed list. Noticing Hao Yong's gaze upon her, Gu Zhiyue felt a surge of anger. Her silver teeth clenched as she exclaimed, Hao Yong, how dare you harbor ill intentions toward me? Just wait. I'll make you regret it. Xiaoye, it's a misunderstanding. Hao Yong quickly waved his hands in defense. Xiaoye, Gu Haoyan interjected firmly. Humph. At the sound of her brother's voice, Gu Zhiyue halted her pursuit of Hao Yong, but continued to threaten him. If you dare look at me like that again, I shall pluck your eyes out. I wouldn't dream of it. I assure you there will be no next time, Hao Yong quickly promised. Gu Zhiyue is well known in Pingwu Academy as the little firecracker. Although Hao Yong had heard tales of her fiery temperament, he had just now witnessed her spirited nature firsthand. Make sure to remember your words. Gu Zhiyue shot him a fierce glare. Of course, I shall remember. Hao Yong replied with a forced smile. Hao Yong, it seems that your stature has grown increasingly impressive in the few days we have been apart. I was only aware of the existence of the city patrol guard within the ancient city. When did you ascend to the role of captain of the guards outside its walls? Gu Haoyan remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Hao Yong replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. There is an item that has been stolen by a few petty thieves. I, being rather foolish and clumsy, could only devise such a method to seek out those miscreants. As he spoke, Hao Yong cast a sidelong glance at Lin Feng and the others who stood behind Gu Haoyan. Chapter 59. The second young master confronts the martial general. What is the matter? Do you perhaps suspect us? Gu Haoyan spoke with a grim countenance. Hao Yong chuckled lightly. I trust your character, brother Gu, but those behind you. They are my brothers in life and death. I can vouch for their integrity. You wouldn't doubt me as well, would you, Hao Yong? Gu Haoyan replied in a low voice. Hao Yong furrowed his brow. Among the current inner academy students, Gu Haoyan's strength ranked among the top 3. In terms of popularity and prestige within the student body, Gu Haoyan undoubtedly overshadowed him. Thus, even though Hao Yong harbored resentment towards Gu Haoyan, he was reluctant to openly confront him. At this moment, Wu Yang, whose face was as dark as coal, interjected with a cold snort. I don't care who you are. If you wish to enter the city, you must submit to our search. And who are you? Gu Haoyan's expression turned frosty. Can you speak on behalf of Hao Yong? Gu Haoyan's countenance was icy. He was well aware that Hao Yong was intentionally deflecting. What if I refuse the search? Gu Haoyan directed his gaze towards Wu Yang. Ha. Gu Haoyan laughed heartily. Brandishing his long golden spear, he declared, I, Gu Haoyan, have grown up without ever being looked down upon like this. You wish to search me? First, ask if my spear consents. Indeed, it should be so. A rugged voice echoed in approval. Numerous hunting teams traversed the ancient city, and Hao Yong's group assessed their targets accordingly. When encountering formidable cultivators leading hunting teams, they would not impose a rigorous search, but instead allow the Yin-Yang twin-winged tiger to ascertain the presence of the one who had stolen the Qing Yanai's heart fruit, permitting them to enter freely. However, they would conduct searches on those of lesser strength, who, intimidated by Wu Yang and the imposing Yin-Yang twin-winged tiger, had no choice but to comply. Seeing someone resist now, the onlookers rallied around Gu Haotian, cheering him on. Wu Yang gazed at Gu Haotian in astonishment. Had he misheard? A martial artist dared to challenge a middle-tier martial general? What audacity fueled such courage? What if he was a distinguished student of the martial arts academy? What of exceptional talent or prodigious skill? In the face of absolute strength, such claims were mere trifles. Are you challenging me? Wu Yang asked in a deep voice. Being so belittled by a mere youth ignited Wu Yang's true anger. Just as Gu Haotian was about to respond, Lin Feng stepped forward, cupping his hands towards Wu Yang. Elder Wu, would you mind if the two of us faced off against you together? Wu Yang turned his gaze towards Lin Feng, a look of confusion crossing his face. Among the 7 youths with Lin Feng, he found this boy the most inscrutable. To Wu Yang's perception, Lin Feng emitted not a trace of elemental energy, yet he had entered the ancient domain alongside the others, a notion that perplexed him. Ordinary individuals would not be foolish enough to venture into the ancient realm to court death, and the others would not allow him to accompany them. This youth is peculiar. Wu Yang mused. What is the matter? Lin Feng smiled at Wu Yang. Are you afraid of being bested by the two of us? Wu Yang snorted coldly. Despite finding Lin Feng enigmatic, how could a middle-tier martial general display even a hint of trepidation before the crowd? I fear being accused of bullying the weak. Wu Yang cast a glance at the onlookers. Lin Feng, displaying a look of disdain, mocked, compared to your search efforts. I believe a duel between us would be far more dignified. Wu Yang's expression faltered slightly. Lin Feng's words implied that he only knew how to oppress the weak. And daring to engage in a public battle with the likes of Gu Haotian and Lin Feng was already a considerable display of fairness. Such a sharp-tongued brat. Prepare to meet your end. Enraged and humiliated, Wu Yang launched an attack towards Lin Feng. Watch out. Gu Haotian shouted as he stepped forward to confront Wu Yang. With a cold snort, Wu Yang struck his hammer against the golden spear while simultaneously swinging the other hammer at Lin Feng. Noting that Wu Yang was not overly concerned about him, Gu Haotian increased his force and aimed directly at the descending hammer. A thunderous crash ensued, causing Wu Yang to involuntarily stagger back 2 or 3 steps. The immense force transmitted from the collision nearly dislodging the hammer from his grip. Meanwhile, the energy-infused hammer aimed at Lin Feng veered off course, crashing into a nearby boulder with a resounding explosion, shattering it into countless fragments. Upon regaining his composure, Wu Yang gazed in astonishment at Gu Haotian. After a mere exchange of blows, he had suffered a hidden disadvantage, although Gu Haotian had been forced back a greater distance. How old could Gu Haotian be? This Gu Haotian indeed possessed some skill, incomparable to his own young master, Hao Yong, Wu Yang mused. Observing the outcome, Lin Feng nodded subtly and concentrated his energy to swiftly form his seal. As Lin Feng cast the seal into the air, Wu Yang sensed a surge of energy from above and quickly looked up. His eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld a silver-white ice spear, over a meter long, gradually taking shape amidst the swirling energy. Could it be the rumored array metaphysics? As a seasoned martial general, Wu Yang had heard of the intricacies of array techniques during his travels. However, witnessing such extraordinary metaphysics manifest from a youth was indeed astonishing. Lin Feng seized the opportunity granted by Gu Haotian to conjure his most powerful array, the Frost Extreme Ice Spear. The Frost Extreme Ice Spear was composed of 29 seals, emanating an intense chill that even the distant onlookers could feel. Standing at the forefront of the crowd, Shirtu laughed heartily. Lin, you finally unleashed the Ice Spear array. I've suffered greatly under its influence before. And you? Can you even compare to a martial general? Ba Dao scoffed. What? If you're so confident, shall we test our skills? Shirtu retorted angrily. Enough of your bickering. If you're so capable, why don't the two of you challenge Wu Yang? Lei Lingo admonished them. Upon hearing this, the two fell silent. They knew their own capabilities well enough. Wu Yang was a genuine mid-tier martial general, and they would barely serve as a warm-up for him. As numerous practitioners gathered, most were witnessing such esotericism for the first time. When Wu Yang exclaimed that Lin Feng had unleashed an array pattern, a flurry of discussions erupted. What is the array pattern esotericism? Have you heard of it? A tall, slender hunter inquired of another hunter nearby, whose face bore 2 claw marks. A lean, elderly hunter from the other group responded, I have indeed heard of this esotericism. Upon hearing this, the 2 hunters turned their gaze toward the elder and asked, What do you know? Could you enlighten us about the peculiarities of this esotericism? I cannot profess to know the wonders of array pattern esotericism, the lean hunter replied, but I once chanced upon information regarding the most formidable force in the Eastern continent. The Apocalypse Alliance. There exists an elder named Lei, renowned for his mastery of array patterns. It is said that with this knowledge, he can even engage foes of a higher tier, rarely encountering an equal throughout the entire Eastern continent. The lean hunter spoke with admiration. Is it truly that formidable? The 2 hunters exclaimed in unison. The crowd sighed in awe, their gazes toward Lin Feng brimming with envy. What is your name? Who is your master? Wu Yang inquired, his countenance darkening. He had not anticipated that his actions would lead him to such a formidable opponent. 2 formidable opponents, to be precise. While he speculated that Gu Haoyan's background was anything but simple, he believed that with the Hao family protecting him, as long as he refrained from taking Gu Haoyan's life, the forces behind him would not interfere in such trivial matters. However, the Apocalypse Alliance was different. It stood as the paramount power of the Eastern continent, with an extraordinarily exalted status. If the youth's master held a significant position within the alliance and were possessive, then the Hao family might not be a reliable ally. Wu Yang could not help but feel apprehensive, yet the arrow was already nocked, and he had no choice but to release it. You need not know who I am. If you are afraid, simply grant us entry into the city, Lin Feng jested. At this juncture, Wu Yang had no choice but to force himself to remain composed. Responding in a deep voice, unappreciative brat, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your master. Teach me a lesson? First, take my strike, Lin Feng retorted, signaling to Gu Haoyan. He then commanded the array pattern extreme cold ice spear to launch an attack against Wu Yang. Following Lin Feng's cue, Gu Haoyan swiftly positioned himself beside Wu Yang, joining the fray against him. Unlike the prior confrontation with Wu Yang, where they clashed with brute force, Gu Haoyan merely aimed to entangle Wu Yang, thus altering his approach to a more fluid style. The golden spear darted at an astonishing speed toward Wu Yang, akin to a whirlwind. Faced with Gu Haoyan's tempestuous assault, Wu Yang had to divert a significant portion of his focus to defend himself. Meanwhile, the array pattern extreme cold ice spear, imbued with the might of wind and thunder, was already upon him. Caught between these 2 formidable attacks, Wu Yang struggled to fend off Gu Haoyan's ferocious onslaught with one hammer while attempting to block Lin Feng's array pattern extreme cold ice spear with the other. Just as the extreme cold ice spear closed in, Gu Haoyan's spear technique transformed once more. The spear shimmered with golden light, and earthy hues surged forth, thrusting forward like a dragon emerging from the river, aimed directly at Wu Yang's hammer. Open for me, Wu Yang bellowed suddenly. With a thunderous impact, Gu Haoyan was sent sprawling several feet away, as if struck by lightning, his chest heaving with tumultuous energy. The force of Wu Yang's strike was overwhelming, making Gu Haoyan acutely aware of the vast chasm that separated him from mid-tier martial generals. Once he steadied himself, Gu Haoyan dared to glance at Wu Yang, who remained shrouded in a veil of frost, obscuring the scene within. At that moment, Wu Yang was not faring well, although he had successfully repelled Gu Haoyan. The formidable latent energy from Gu Haoyan's spear still penetrated through his colossal hammer. To Wu Yang's astonishment, the power of the array pattern extreme cold ice spear was formidable. Despite shattering the enormous ice spear into fragments with a single blow, the intense chill emanating from the extreme cold ice spear invaded his body following the strike. Wu Yang felt an icy grip penetrate his very bones. It seemed as though his internal organs were encased in ice, and even his blood had crystallized, halting its flow, rendering his breathing laborious. This was precisely the effect that Lin Feng desired. He swiftly formed a series of seals with his fingers. The seals soared above Wu Yang and then vanished from sight, while Wu Yang struggled against the encroaching chill within him, mobilizing his vital energy to expel the pervasive cold. His eyes, piercing through the frost, surveyed Gu Haoyan and Lin Feng. These 2 youths astonished Wu Yang, particularly the one adept at utilizing array patterns, who exhibited no fluctuations of vital energy within, yet managed to conjure seals capable of harnessing the elemental forces of nature, posing a significant threat to him. Chapter 60. The world of ice and snow under the shroud of frost. Wu Yang meticulously observed his surroundings. He noticed, not far away, that Gu Haoyan was watching him with a predatory gaze, while another youth was forming seals with his hands, preparing to strike again. A pang of anxiety gripped Wu Yang's heart. The chilling energy within him had yet to be fully dispelled, and he certainly did not wish to fall victim once more. Just as he was fully alert, the series of seals suspended above him suddenly vanished, causing only a faint ripple in the air. This was quite plausible, as he lacked any fluctuation of vital energy within him. Mastering the formidable power of the formations would not be an easy feat with this thought in mind. Wu Yang brandished his hammer, intending to charge towards Lin Feng's, denying him the opportunity to unleash another formation. Abruptly, Wu Yang halted, a sudden realization dawning upon him. Could it be that the youth's strikes were mere illusions? He quickly turned his gaze towards Hao Yong and the other hunters observing the scene. To his surprise, they had all vanished, and the surrounding scenery had transformed. Wu Yang found himself standing amidst a realm of ice and snow, engulfed by an expanse of silvery white, as large flakes of snow drifted gracefully from the sky. It was all an illusion. None of this was real. Wu Yang felt a surge of urgency, mixed with confusion. Yes, the key was to shatter the illusion with strength. If his power was sufficient, he could surely dispel this mirage. He swung his hammer forcefully towards the heavens. However, with no foundational knowledge of formations, he found himself at a loss, unable to break the illusion through sheer might. After a futile effort, he paused to reassess his surroundings. At that moment, a sharp sound sliced through the air as a long golden spear suddenly materialized beside him. "Hey!" Wu Yang exclaimed in shock, raising his hammer in defense. The clash of metal resounded. In the chaos, he was struck by the spear and sent staggering back several paces, his arm vibrating as though electrified. In all his years traversing the world, Wu Yang had never encountered such a situation. The enemy was right beside him, yet he could not see them, only catching a glimpse of the spear when it was nearly upon him. This style of combat proved immensely challenging. Frustration welled within Wu Yang, and seizing the opportunity, he recklessly aimed to strike Gu Haoyan with his hammer. Thunder roared in the heavens, followed by brilliant flashes of lightning, concealed by the storm. The spear suddenly appeared behind Wu Yang, darting towards his back with the swiftness of a tempest. Wu Yang's response was fierce, since he could not see his opponent. He would wait for their attack and follow their trail to locate them. Gu Haoyan, taken aback by Wu Yang's swift reaction, raised his spear to block the oncoming hammer strike. The force of Wu Yang's blow sent Gu Haoyan flying, and he leaped forward in pursuit. Just then, a bolt of lightning struck down, hitting Wu Yang squarely on the shoulder. "Ah!" he cried out in pain, his grip loosening as the hammer flew from his hand. Look! Look! That Wu Yang's hammer has been knocked away." "Ha ha!" A hunter with 2 claw marks on his face shouted gleefully, as if he were the one who had disarmed Wu Yang. "Let him play the fool. He deserves it," remarked a tall, slender hunter with satisfaction. A martial general had been bested by 2 youths. What pride could he possibly hold? The emaciated hunter jested with the surrounding hunters. "Indeed, they wish to search us? Let them provoke us, and we shall swarm upon them. Let us see if he dares to trouble us further." Ba Dao echoed the sentiment, joining the raucous laughter. The hunters were oblivious to Wu Yang's recent entrapment in the illusionary formation, upon witnessing him lose his mighty hammer to the lightning array cast by Lin Feng. They assumed him merely a fade, emboldening their spirits. Not far off, the hunters pointed and mocked him without restraint. The youths from Gu Haoyan's faction applauded one another, casting disdainful glances toward Wu Yang. Meanwhile, Hao Yong and his companions gazed at him in astonishment, disbelief etched upon their faces. They were acutely aware of Wu Yang's prowess. Under no circumstances could they fathom him being bested by 2 mere youths, one of whom was not even a true cultivator. Observing this scene, Wu Yang's heart soared with joy. The illusion had dissipated. He must not allow that youth to conjure another array. He soared towards the fallen hammer, swiftly retrieving it. Though his shoulder had been struck by lightning, it was merely a distraction. Lin Feng had been preoccupied with protecting Gu Haoyan, which caused him to momentarily divert his focus on the thunder array, hindering Wu Yang's advance. The thunder array was merely a 9-seal formation, not particularly powerful. Additionally, Lin Feng was simultaneously manipulating the illusory realm of ice and snow. Thus, while the thunder array had struck Wu Yang's shoulder, it had only caused superficial wounds. It was due to his engagement with the thunder array that Lin Feng's mental energy faltered, resulting in the collapse of the ice and snow realm, allowing Wu Yang to escape the illusion. The hammer, imbued with the might of wind and thunder, soared toward Lin Feng. Gu Haoyan was instantly struck with dread. The hammer's velocity and ferocity were such that Lin Feng could scarcely withstand it. Yet, he was too far away to offer any assistance. The onlookers, including Lei Linger, gasped in alarm. Wu Yang's strike was executed with such suddenness that they were left dumbfounded. However, one individual sprang into action. From the moment Lin Feng and Gu Haotian had confronted Wu Yang, Shi Tu had not taken his eyes off Wu Yang. He understood that apart from his mastery of formations, Lin Feng was not significantly superior to an ordinary person. Should Wu Yang unleash his fury amidst the chaos of battle, Gu Haotian would be unable to guarantee Lin Feng's safety. In a critical moment, Shi Tu dashed in front of Lin Feng. With a resounding crash, Shi Tu swiftly intervened, raising a stout staff to intercept the hammer. The overwhelming force propelled him back several yards, and he fell to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Shi Tu. Lin Feng's eyes turned red as he ran towards his fallen comrade. Yet Wu Yang would not permit Lin Feng to depart. He pursued with swift strides. Yu Mukin and the others soon regained their wits, charging toward Wu Yang with fervor. The assembled hunters erupted in chaos. The pent-up frustration in their hearts transformed into fury against Wu Yang, and they brandished their weapons, joining the youths in their assault. The situation spiraled into disarray. Hao Yang had not anticipated the events would escalate to such a degree. Witnessing the scene spiral out of control, he shouted, "Master Wu, retreat at once." Wu Yang was taken aback by the scene before him. Observing the crowd's fervent emotions, he dared not provoke their wrath. Without needing Hao Yang's reminder, he had already withdrawn. "Capture him, don't let him escape," shouted a hunter with 2 claw marks on his face. "Yes, seize him," echoed the lean hunter, leading the charge. At that moment, the yin-yang winged tiger let out a thunderous roar. The hunters trembled, instinctively halting their advance. It must be said that the roar of the yin-yang winged tiger was far more intimidating than Wu Yang's shout. Most of these hunters possessed the strength of martial masters, with only a few being novice martial generals, and upon encountering the imposing yin-yang winged tiger, they couldn't help but feel a surge of apprehension. "Do not be afraid. With so many of us, can we still fear a single beast?" The hunter with claw marks boldly declared. "Indeed, let us all charge together." The lean hunter raised his large blade and shouted. "Everyone!" Hao Yang interjected as he saw the hunters preparing to attack. "Master Wu and Brother Gu, along with that young man, are engaged in a fair contest. Why must you act this way?" "Fair contest?" The lean hunter shot a glance at Wu Yang, who had lost his weapon. Why did he not concede defeat but instead injure a brother from the sidelines? Wu Yang glared, ready to retort, but was halted by Hao Yang. With a slight smile, Hao Yang stated, "It seems there were no stipulations for their match to conclude at a certain point, were there?" The hunters were momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the third-grade healing elixir was something Shi Tu was reluctant to use so readily. "You should take it," Yu Mukin suggested. "I still have more elixirs here." At this moment, Gu Haotian, incensed by Hao Yang's words, stormed toward him. "Hao Yang," Gu Haotian glared. "You are also an inter-academy student of the Pingwu Academy. How can you so openly favor Wu Yang before everyone? Do you not care for your own reputation at all?" Hao Yang's expression shifted as he retorted, "How have I shown favoritism toward Wu Yang?" Gu Haotian pointed at Wu Yang, declaring, "Wu Yang lost his weapon, which signifies his defeat." Lin Feng dispelled the illusion array at that moment. Yet Wu Yang took the opportunity to strike Lin Feng. Such actions are those of a scoundrel. Hao Yang, not only do you fail to uphold justice, but you also speak in Wu Yang's defense. Is that not favoritism? Having witnessed Lin Feng's illusion array and recognizing Wu Yang's predicament during their battle, Gu Haotian unleashed a relentless assault on Wu Yang. When Wu Yang was pushed back by a series of hammer strikes, Gu Haotian remained wary of a potential counterattack. However, a bolt of lightning struck Wu Yang's shoulder, causing his hammer to fly from his grasp. This presented a prime opportunity to defeat Wu Yang. Just as Gu Haotian steadied himself to surge forward for another attack, he noticed a change in Wu Yang's demeanor, realizing that he was no longer under the illusion's influence. Gu Haotian inwardly lamented the missed opportunity. Nonetheless, since Lin Feng had disarmed Wu Yang, it should count as a victory in their duel. Perhaps dispelling the illusion array was meant to preserve Wu Yang's dignity. Yet, just as Gu Haotian began to withdraw, he witnessed Wu Yang soaring to retrieve his hammer and hurling it toward Lin Feng. Fortunately, Shi Tu acted swiftly to block that strike, or the consequences would have been dire. While the hunters and Hao Yang failed to perceive Lin Feng's deployment of the illusionary array, Wu Yang, as a first-hand experiencer, was acutely aware of it. At that moment, Wu Yang found himself puzzled. How could the illusionary array vanish so suddenly? He was left with lingering doubts, wondering if it was indeed true, as Gu Haotian had suggested, that Lin Feng had intentionally dispelled the array. Chapter 61. The heroic tower behind the group of hunters. Lin Feng rose to his feet, eager to present the truth to his companions. A loss in battle was merely a loss. If Hao Yong dared to trouble himself and his friends, they could always engage in another contest. Lin Feng, take good care of Shi Tu, Yu Mukin urged. Noticing Yu Mukin casting frequent glances in his direction, Lin Feng furrowed his brow. There's no need to show loyalty to such individuals. Otherwise, today's matters could become quite troublesome, Yu Mukin whispered. Understanding Lin Feng's temperament well, Yu Mukin realized that the simultaneous manipulation of the illusion arrays, the world of ice and snow and the thunder array, likely exceeded Lin Feng's mental capacity, leading to the lapse that allowed Wu Yang to escape. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng exhaled softly and gradually sat back down, nodding appreciatively. Throughout their journey, this group of companions had faced numerous hardships together. Now, on the brink of entering the ancient city, it was wiser to avoid unnecessary complications. With Lin Feng embracing her advice, Yu Mukin's eyes sparkled with a sense of relief. Across from the group of hunters, Wu Yang's face flushed with anger as Gu Haotian berated him. Do I, Wu Yang, care for a mere illusion array? Even if struck by that lightning array, it would only result in superficial wounds, having no impact on my combat capabilities whatsoever. Oh, Lin Feng stood up. Regretting his earlier mistake in array manipulation, he acknowledged that, given another opportunity, he would certainly seize it with greater care. Let Wu Yang test this young brother's illusion array once more, called the lean hunter. Indeed, let us broaden our horizons, chimed in another hunter, whose face bore 2 claw marks, as he shouted amongst the crowd. Wu Yang's expression grew awkward. His slip of the tongue had been deftly seized by Gu Haotian. Refusing to engage would only invite ridicule. Yet, the thought of battling again left him feeling uneasy about his recent experience within the illusion array. Nevertheless, it was not the right moment to confront Gu Haotian. With this in mind, Hao Yong wore a broad smile. Brother Gu, why allow yourself to be angered by such trivial matters? We are all acquaintances. Mutual sparring is quite common. Since you are eager to enter the city, I shall not delay your time any longer. No need for a contest? Gu Haotian, who despised insincere flatterers, found himself wary of Hao Yong's intentions. Frowning, he felt that Hao Yong's repeated overtures made it inappropriate to press too hard. Shall we then proceed into the city? Gu Haotian inquired, looking toward Hao Yong. After you, Hao Yong gestured politely. Gu Haotian scrutinized Hao Yong and the fuming Wu Yang before leading Lin Feng and the other youths into the ancient city. The hunters followed closely behind, entering the city alongside Gu Haotian and his group. Watching Gu Haotian and his companions depart, Hao Yong's expression turned icy. Gu Haotian, an arrogant fool, one day, I, Hao Yong, shall trample you beneath my feet. Young master, Wu Yang muttered, feeling some discontent about letting Lin Feng and the others go. Yet knowing that Hao Yong was the scion of the Hao family, he dared not voice his frustrations. Did they not possess the Crimson Flame Ice Heart Fruit? Wu Yang nodded in agreement. The recent search for the Crimson Flame Ice Heart Fruit concluded in failure due to the interference of Lin Feng and Gu Haotian, leaving Wu Yang harboring resentment towards them. Upon entering the city, 7 young men and women hurried to the hero's tower. In a spacious private room on the 4th floor of the tower, Lin Feng ordered a lavish spread of food and drink. Once the waiter departed, the young ones immediately revealed their true selves, indulging in the feast with great delight. The dishes here are quite exquisite. It truly lives up to its reputation as the hero's tower, remarked Shi Tu, savoring the food. Feigning ignorance, are we? Ba Dao teased. I heard the reason this establishment is called Hero's Tower is due to a great hero, not because of the quality of the cuisine. Shi Tu, eyes widened in defiance, retorted. If the food were subpar, would it dare to call itself Hero's Tower? Ba Dao, with a frown, was ready to argue further when Lin Feng interjected, Come now. Why do you two always bicker? Even while eating, you can't seem to keep quiet. If you keep arguing, we might finish all the delicious food. With that, Lin Feng picked up a generous piece of succulent meat and savored it. Seeing this, the two ceased their quarrel, rolling up their sleeves to compete for the delectable dishes. Even Lei Linger and Gu Jiyu abandoned their reservations, quickly reaching for their preferred delicacies. As they feasted, Lin Feng noticed Yi Mu Chen's behavior at the table. She had always exhibited a calm and refined demeanor, leading Lin Feng to once suspect that she might be a stunning beauty concealing her true appearance behind a human mask. However, that had resulted in a misunderstanding, and over time, Lin Feng had come to accept Yi Mu Chen's inner beauty despite her outward plainness. Noticing her delicate nibbles on the food, Lin Feng jested, If you continue to eat so slowly, all this exquisite fare will vanish before you even get a chance to enjoy it. Indeed, after a whirlwind of consumption, the table was nearly cleared. Ba Dao, With a grin, wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth and muttered, "After this trip to the ancient wilderness, my taste buds have become dulled. I can't worry about the opinions of others. Who has the time to mock you?" Gu Zhiyu, sitting beside Yu Muqin, smirked, turning to her and asking, "Sister, I haven't heard you speak of your family. Would you share some tales with me?" As the others had nearly finished their meals, Lei Linger interjected, "Family? How did you know she comes from a family?" Gu Zhiyu proudly replied, "My experiences are vast. I discerned long ago that she was raised in a family. And a rather strict one at that. Am I right, Sister Muqin?" Sister Muqin." Noticing Yu Muqin lost in thought, Gu Zhiyu gently tugged at her sleeve, inquiring, "What's wrong, sister? You seem quite troubled. Lin Feng, are you also going to Pingwu Academy?" Lei Lingo asked urgently. "If you all leave, what will become of me?" Gu Zhiyu chimed in playfully, "Why not join us at Pingwu Academy?" Haha. Ba Dao laughed heartily. "Does that mean 5 out of our 7 are students from the Pingwu Academy? We are only missing the tall one and Miss Yi." Hearing Ba Dao mention himself, Shirtu shot him a fierce glare, saying, "Is it really worth getting so excited over entering an academy? I have no desire to go. It's all merely speculation." Lin Feng sighed in agreement. "Indeed, it is paramount that we first dispel the poison within you." Gu Haoyan then turned to Yi Muqin, "Miss Yi, I must confess my ignorance in alchemy, yet I am aware that a high-grade alchemical furnace can significantly enhance the success rate of pill refinement. Forgive my boldness, but I have known you for over a year and have yet to see your alchemical furnace." "Yes, I too am curious about what kind of alchemical furnace Sister Yi possesses," Gu Zhiyue remarked, glancing at Yu Muqin. Mentioning alchemy, Yu Muqin's previously despondent mood brightened, and she smiled softly. "A good alchemical furnace is exceedingly rare and usually not displayed openly. Mine was gifted by my master, and due to the dangers of this expedition into the ancient wilderness, I chose not to bring it along." "Wow. A furnace bestowed by the Pill Emperor must surely be a treasure of extraordinary worth. When will you allow me to behold it, dear sister?" Gu Zhiyue exclaimed with envy. "All right," Gu Zhiyue replied excitedly. The group chatted and laughed, taking over an hour to finish their meal. After a brief rest, the 7 of them exited the hero building, mounted their spirit-connecting Black Peak camels, and swiftly made their way towards Cloud Peak. The return journey was relatively smooth. After a day's travel, the 7 young men arrived at the foot of the towering Cloud Peak, which pierced the heavens. "How magnificent!" Ba Dao exclaimed, momentarily at a loss for words. Although Ba Dao's home was nearly 1,000 miles away, and he could see Cloud Peak from there, the sensation of witnessing it up close was truly awe-inspiring. Meanwhile, Yi Muqin and Lin Feng's expressions turned grave as they noticed significant changes in the rocks at the mountain's base, suggesting that a fierce battle had recently taken place. "Let us ascend the mountain," Lin Feng urged. With urgency, Lin Feng and Yi Muqin hurried up the slope, followed closely by Gu Haoyan and the others. Chapter 62. The Pill Trial Hall Hush. Yi Muqin let out a sigh of relief. Everything within the ancient temple remained unchanged. Yet unease lingered as she hastened toward the Tranquility Hall. "Come in. I have something to discuss with you," spoke the Pill Emperor. "Yes," Yi Muqin replied as she entered the Tranquility Hall. Lin Feng felt a sense of trepidation. "I'll go find father," Lei Linger pouted, ready to leave. "Wait a moment." Lin Feng reached out to stop Lei Linger, sensing that something was amiss. "Let us wait for Muqin to come out, and then we can seek out master together." Though Lei Linger was frustrated, she nodded in agreement. After a while, Yu Muqin emerged from the Tranquility Hall, holding a black square box, atop which rested a formidable, gaping-mouthed, four-legged scaled beast. She approached Lei Linger, slightly nodding to indicate, "Master wishes for you to enter. There is something he needs to discuss with you." "No, I want to find father." Lei Linger turned to leave. "What master wishes to discuss pertains to Mr. Lei." Yi Muqin called after her. "My father's matters? Why wouldn't he tell me directly?" Lei Linger insisted stubbornly. "Go on. Once you enter, everything will be revealed." Yu Muqin urged gravely. What could be so mysterious? Lei Linger felt that something was indeed off, seeing that she could not extract any information from Yu Muqin. She hurriedly stepped into the Tranquility Hall. Once Lei Linger had entered, Yu Muqin approached Lin Feng and handed him the black box, saying, "This was entrusted to Master by Mr. Lei before his departure. It bears Mr. Lei's mental imprint. He instructed that within this box lies his lifetime of knowledge. When you can manipulate 30 seals, you may infuse your spiritual energy into the mouth of this heaven-swallowing beast and retrieve the contents of the box." "Where's Master?" Lin Feng queried, perplexed as he accepted the black box. Lin Feng recalled that upon arriving at the cloud summit, a guardian named Ku Chi had confronted Master. Through their exchange, Lin Feng learned that Master Lei Litian was once an elder of the Heavens Awakening Alliance, but for reasons unknown. He had fallen out with them and brought Lei Ling to the Cloud Summit. At that time, Lei Ling was gravely ill, and Lin Feng speculated that Master S departure from the Heavens Awakening Alliance might be tied to her condition. Yu Mukin observed Lin Feng's troubled expression and gently reassured him. Do not worry too much. Mr. Lei entrusted this box to you before he left and also arranged matters concerning Linger. It is likely not a matter of urgency. Miss Ye's words hold wisdom. Master possesses unfathomable skills, and his expertise in formations is unparalleled. Even though the Heavens Awakening Alliance is filled with experts, detaining Master would not be an easy feat, Gu Haoyan remarked. Moreover, his willingness to depart with those from the Heavens Awakening Alliance suggests they would not pose significant difficulties for him. Indeed, my brother's thoughts echo my own, Gu Zhiyue concurred. Lin Feng nodded, his taut nerves easing somewhat after hearing the analyses from Yu Mukin and Gu Haoyan. As they conversed, a sudden sound of muffled sobbing broke the air. Lin Feng and the others turned to see Lei Ling emerging from the Tranquility Hall, tears streaming down her face. What happened, Linger? Yi Mu-chun hurriedly stepped forward to inquire. Father has left, abandoning me here alone. Lei Lingo cried sorrowfully as she fell into Yi Mu-chun's embrace. Yi Mu-chun gently stroked Lei Lingo's hair and consoled her. Do not weep. We are still here. Perhaps there was a matter of great importance that compelled Mr. Lei to depart. What could possibly be more significant than his daughter? Lei Linger sobbed. Linger, do not be so distressed. Did Mr. Lei not leave you with any words? Yi Mu-chun asked. From his master, the Dan Emperor. Yi Mu-chun learned that Lei Litian had entrusted many matters before his departure, even arranging Lin Feng's future. How could he have left without a word for his daughter, Lei Lingo? He said for me to go to Pingwu Academy, and he also mentioned. At this point, Lei Lingo halted her tears, wiping the moisture from her eyes as she gazed at Lin Feng. He also expressed a desire for Lin Feng and sure too to enter Pingwu Academy as well. My master wishes for me to attend Pingwu Academy? Lin Feng looked towards Lei Linger. Yes, she nodded. Father said that once Mu-chin's sister cures the poison within you, he hopes you will study at Pingwu Academy. Must I go too? Sure too asked innocently. Yes, Lei Lingo affirmed. Yu Hao Tian, listening from the side, nodded repeatedly. He looked at Lin Feng and said, I believe my master has given considerable thought to your future, and I hope you can enter Pingwu Academy as well. There, you will have access to a wealth of knowledgeable instructors, abundant resources to pursue, and fierce competitors awaiting you. I believe such an environment will better facilitate your growth. Lin Feng, I have faith in you, Gu Zhiyu encouraged. Lin Feng's heart surged with emotion as he turned his gaze to Yi Mu-chin. Mu-chin, what are your plans moving forward? Ah, wonderful, wonderful. Gu Zhiyu exclaimed excitedly. In just a few moments, the 7 companions decided to embark together to Pingwu Academy. Without delay, I will first refine the 3 cleansing cultivation pill to eradicate the stubborn poison within Lin Feng. Yi Mu-chin redirected the conversation to the core matter. The youths all agreed, for they had ventured far and faced peril to obtain the Qing Yin Bing Xian fruit. All for the purpose of healing Lin Feng. Sister Mu-chin, you promised to let me see your alchemy furnace, Gu Zhiyu playfully remarked. Let us go. Yi Mu-chin chuckled lightly, turning to exit the serene courtyard. The group followed her to another courtyard, which also contained a hall, adorned with the 3 prominent characters' Trial Alchemy Hall. Trial Alchemy Hall? Gu Zhiyu's eyes widened in astonishment. Do you not refine pills in the Alchemy Hall? She inquired. Upon hearing her, Yi Mu-chin understood Gu Zhiyu's concerns and smiled gently. You were worried that the Trial Alchemy Hall might affect the pill-making process. Am I correct? Gu Zhiyu nodded without reservation, of course. The very name Trial Alchemy Hall suggests it is a place for novices to experience alchemy. How could one possibly refine the 3 cleansing cultivation pill here? She pouted, casting a doubtful gaze at Yi Mu-chin. Is that true? Indeed, it is true. And the decisive factors in alchemy lie in 3 additional aspects, Yi Mu-chin explained. What are those 3 aspects? Gu Zhiyue inquired, her curiosity piqued, for her knowledge of alchemy was rather limited. First and foremost is the grade of the alchemical furnace. A superior furnace can significantly enhance the quality of the elixirs produced, and may even endow them with sacred properties, Yi Mu-chin elucidated patiently. Secondly, the experience of the alchemist directly influences the quality of the elixirs crafted. Lastly, the selection of materials for the alchemy process is crucial. As they conversed, Yi Mu-chin had already stepped into the trial elixir hall. The hall stretched nearly 10 zhang in length and about 6 or 7 zhang in width, with minimal arrangements inside. save for an ancient mat on the left side of the floor. The 7 youths entering the hall found it to be quite spacious. This alchemical furnace was once the cherished possession of my master, the 9-crane purple light furnace. In his youth, my master achieved many miracles with this furnace. The most significant being his duel against the talented alchemist Cook from the Western realm. Yumukin's gaze held a complex emotion. At that time, Cook was lauded as the foremost young alchemist in the West, boasting that he would defeat all alchemists of the Eastern continent. Indeed, Cook possessed extraordinary talent in alchemy, having triumphed over many venerable masters of the art. However, just as he basked in his glory, believing himself invincible, he encountered my master, who had also mastered the art of alchemy. After a grueling contest lasting a day and a night, my master, utilizing the 9-crane purple light furnace, successfully refined a top-tier 6th-grade elixir, the Zhong Yuan pill, thereby clinching an undeniable victory. Wow, is that so? Yu Zhiyue exclaimed, her face illuminated with admiration. I always thought the alchemy emperor must be an elderly man. How could he possibly be a woman? Yi Mukin smiled gently. Approaching the left side of the trial elixir hall, and with a delicate touch of her hand against the wall, she tapped several times. Suddenly, a concealed door materialized in the wall. Chapter 63. The 3 clear nurturing pill. As the hidden door revealed itself, a magnificent alchemical furnace, encircled by radiant purple light, floated gracefully through the air, descending directly before an ancient mat. Wow, is this the 9 cranes purple light furnace you mentioned? It's so beautiful, Gu Zhiyue exclaimed, hastening forward to observe it closely. The other onlookers, captivated by the ethereal glow emanating from the furnace, shared her wonder. It was their first encounter with such a prestigious artifact, and they eagerly gathered around to admire it. This exquisite furnace resembled a grand gourd, its lid elegantly designed in 2 tiers, the upper resembling a small umbrella poised above, while the lower tier was adorned with a delicately carved image of a vibrant crane. Atop the crane's crown was a small mechanism, serving as an entrance for the alchemical materials, surrounded by numerous finely crafted vents for heat dissipation, all ingeniously fashioned from highly malleable and heat-resistant mercury crystal. The main body of the furnace resembled a large vessel inscribed with intricate runes and featured 8 lifelike cranes, while 4 cleverly concealed vents were integrated into its structure, the base supported by 4 crane-like feet firmly planted on the ground. The entire furnace gleamed in a silvery hue, enveloped in a swirling aura of purple light, bestowing upon it an even greater sense of opulence and artistry. It is truly a masterpiece, Lei Lingo praised. Indeed, I have never encountered such a rare furnace, even in the banks, Ba Dao chimed in. All right, enough admiration. Let us disperse and not disturb Sister Mu Chun in her preparation of the 3 clear nurturing pill. Gu Yue began to usher everyone out. The group complied, filing out of the pill testing hall. What are you still doing here? Come out with me, Lin Feng urged Gu Zhiyue, who lingered beside Yu Mu Chen. I need to stay here to assist my sister, Gu Zhiyue replied with utmost seriousness. Is that so? Lin Feng turned his gaze towards Yu Mu Chen. Yu Mu Chen smiled gently. While it is indeed useful to have someone here for support, Little Moon, your expertise does not lie in the realm of formations, so your presence may not be of much help. Does that mean someone knowledgeable in formations is required? Gu Zhiyue pouted her lips in dismay. Yi Mu Chen nodded. In truth, it is not necessary to have someone for support. I am simply a bit cautious since it is my first attempt at refining the 3 clear nurturing pill, and I want to be prepared for any unforeseen occurrences. Are you suggesting that Lin Feng should stay? Yu Zhiyue pointed toward him. The 3 clear nurturing pill is indeed meant for Lin Feng, and his proficiency in formations makes him the most suitable choice for assisting me in this endeavor, Yi Mu Chen stated, looking at Lin Feng. Will you face any difficulties? Of course not, Lin Feng replied promptly, then turned to the visibly displeased Gu Zhiyue. Just go out. I will call you if needed. Humph, don't get too smug, Gu Zhiyue retorted, storming out of the hall in a huff. Such childishness, Yi Mu Chen chuckled. Do not mind her. She will be fine in a bit, Lin Feng assured. Shall we begin now? Yes, Yi Mu Chen nodded, taking her place upon the mat, centering her thoughts before gazing intently at the 9 cranes purple light furnace. With a soft click, the small mechanism atop the crane's crown on the furnace activated automatically. Yi Mu Chen extended his hand forward, sending a dana the size of a longan into the alchemical furnace through an activated mechanism, which then closed automatically. Following this, a pale blue flame surged in through the vent into the Jiuhua purple light furnace. Lin Feng recognized the longan-sized dan he had just deposited into the furnace. It appeared familiar to him. Grateful, he glanced at Yi Mu Chen, yet his thoughts remained focused on the Jiuhua purple light furnace. At that moment, The walls of the furnace suddenly turned transparent, revealing the inner workings in their entirety. Lin Feng observed as the pale blue flame transformed into a deep blue hue, enveloping the long-incised Dan and continuously refining it. He meticulously tracked the changes within the furnace. The long-incised Dan seemed remarkably heat-resistant, showing signs of melting only after half an hour had passed. Meanwhile, Lin Feng noticed beads of sweat forming at Yi Muchen's temples. Feeling helpless, Lin Feng was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Another half hour passed before the long-incised Dan had completely dissolved, being swept into a corner of the furnace by the pale blue flames. The impurities extracted during the refining were incinerated into ash by the deep blue flames and expelled through a small hole at the top of the furnace. Add the Qing and ice heart fruit into the furnace, Yi Muchen instructed. Suddenly invigorated, Lin Feng hastily opened the antique wooden box placed on the ground, his fingers deftly forming 3 seals, which he sent forth to support a Qingyan ice heart fruit into the small mechanism of the furnace. Yi Muchen had previously cautioned Lin Feng against touching the Qingyan ice heart fruit with his hands, as it would diminish the potency of the resulting elixir. Once the fruit was placed into the furnace, the mechanism closed once more. The melting process of the Qingyan ice heart fruit was significantly expedited. Soon, a pool of milky white liquid was extracted and swept into a corner of the furnace by the flames. Add the phoebe grass, the mulberry leaves, and the blue heart flower. Yi Muchen directed Lin Feng to sequentially place the prepared herbs into the Jiuhua purple light furnace. At this juncture, Lin Feng understood that they had reached the most critical step, the fusion of the elixir, following the same order of refinement. The first to merge with the elixir was the milky white liquid from the Qingyan ice heart fruit. The amalgamation of the 2 liquids proved more challenging than anticipated, perhaps due to a conflict in properties between the elixir and the Qingyan ice heart fruit liquid. A crackling sound erupted as they first made contact. Within the furnace, the flames, elixir, and herbal essences were sustained by Yi Muchen's mental energy. At that moment, as the 2 energies clashed violently, Yi Muchen's body trembled, and his mental stability faltered. The flames, maintained by his mental energy, began to flicker uncontrollably. Seeing this, Lin Feng quickly extended his own mental energy to support the furnace. Yet 2 flickers of flame were extinguished regardless. Lin Feng's expression shifted, wondering if all their efforts were about to be in vain. This was his sole hope for recovery. His mind buzzed with confusion. Yet, in an instant, he noticed Yi Muchen still striving to control the flickering flames within the furnace, attempting to restore stability. Could there still be hope? Lin Feng pondered. Lin Feng extended his mental energy into the 9-crane purple light furnace, collaborating with Yi Muchen to separate the inner Dan liquid from the Qingyan ice heart fruit juice. With Lin Feng's assistance, the separation was successfully achieved. A sigh of relief escaped Yi Muchen's lips. The essence of 3 auxiliary herbs had been ruined and needed to be refined anew. Lin Feng, please add 2 more mulberry leaves into the furnace. Lin Feng promptly complied, retrieving 2 mulberry leaves and placing them into the 9-crane purple light furnace. Yi Muchen skillfully refined the herb essences, and within a short time, the essences of the 3 auxiliary herbs were extracted. It was time to meld the Dan. Drawing from prior experience, Yi Muchen significantly slowed the merging speed of the Qingyan ice heart juice and Dan liquid this time. Although crackling sounds still resonated, the fluctuations were considerably diminished. After nearly half an hour, the Qingyan ice heart juice fully integrated with the Dan liquid. A smile graced Yi Muchen's face as she continued to guide flickers of flame toward the melting Dan liquid. Various colored powders detached from the flames and swiftly blended into the liquid, forming a spherical Dan pill. At that moment, a faint purple flame enveloped the deep blue fire, causing the temperature within the furnace to soar. The newly formed Dan pill slowly rotated under the purple flames, scorching its internal herbal essences catalyzed by the high temperature, evenly distributing throughout the pill, smoothing its once uneven surface. Lin Feng's gaze remained fixed on the Dan pill within the furnace, his emotions surging with excitement. Under the high temperature, the Dan pill became increasingly solid and lustrous, releasing waves of fragrant aromas that enveloped Lin Feng, leaving him feeling utterly at ease, almost as if he could float away. As the Dan pill shrank to the size of a fingertip, the flames within the furnace shifted to deep blue, gradually lightening to a pale blue. The pale blue flames nurtured the Dan pill, softening its hue, while 3 luminous streams of light emanated from within, swirling rhythmically around the Dan body. After the passage of half an incense stick's time, Yi Muchen extinguished the flames, and the transparent furnace returned to a silvery hue. Surrounded by a purple glow, the furnace lid lifted, and a warm, translucent Dan pill, radiating light, flew out, hovering in midair. A wave of primordial energy rippled outward. Lin Feng was astounded. The freshly concocted Sanqing Piyuan Dan had an overwhelming impact on him, leading him to question whether this Dan had indeed acquired spirituality. With a wave of her hand, Yumyukin directed the Sanqing Piyuan Dan to gracefully arc towards her outstretched palm. "Thank goodness you were here. Otherwise, this alchemical process might have ended in failure," Yumyukin said with a beaming smile, offering the Sanqing Piyuan Dan to Lin Feng. "Here. Take it quickly." Now, Lin Feng felt as though he were dreaming. After more than a year and a half, he had finally awaited this day. As he accepted the Sanqing Piyuan Dan, his hands trembled with excitement. Yumyukin fully understood Lin Feng's emotions. A martial arts prodigy, treacherously schemed against, has been reduced to a state of utter impotence. The agony and torment he endures threaten to drive him to madness, particularly as he recalls the sacrifice of his kin who perished in his defense. In solitude, Lin Feng often grapples with profound self-reproach. "Take this. I shall protect you," Yumyukin said. Tears welling in Lin Feng's eyes, he reminisced about the past, his parents, his younger brother, Xiener, his friends, and the relentless enemies who had wrought his downfall. With these thoughts, Lin Feng's gaze hardened with resolve. He raised his hand and cast the Sanqing Piyuan pill into his mouth, then settled into a meditative posture upon the ancient mat. Chapter 64. The transformation of the Dantian. Upon consuming the three purities cultivation pill, Lin Feng felt a surge of warmth rushing towards his lower abdomen, followed by waves of excruciating pain. With his eyes tightly shut, beads of sweat as large as mung beans cascaded down his face. It felt as though a knife was slowly slicing through his flesh in the depths of his abdomen, followed by a burning sensation akin to being doused in chili powder, rendering him on the brink of fainting. As the torment intensified, Lin Feng's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. "Endure it. The medicinal properties are purging the poison of the devouring essence transformation powder from your body. The pain will soon subside," Yumyukin urged. "You must remain conscious. Stay alert." Lin Feng's visage contorted in agony, the pain nearly causing his eyes to bulge from their sockets. "Ah!" he screamed. "It's nothing. The poison from the devouring essence transformation powder is exceedingly potent, which is why Lin Feng is suffering so intensely," Yumyukin said, her own anxiety manifesting as beads of sweat on her forehead. "What can we do to help?" Yu Zhiyue asked, her composure shaken by Lin Feng's distressing appearance. Despite their long acquaintance, she had never witnessed him in such a state. "Do not worry, just wait outside," Yumyukin instructed. "Is he going to be all right?" Shirtu inquired hesitantly. "Do you not trust Miss Yi?" Lei Lingo shot a glance at Shirtu, then turned and proceeded to exit the pill-testing hall. "Rest assured, with me here, Lin Feng will be fine," Yumyukin assured Shirtu with a nod. "Very well," Shirtu replied, firmly nodding before leaving the pill-testing hall. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, desperately trying to stifle his cries, yet the pain, as if his bones were being carved, was unbearable. The deep, penetrating agony persisted for what felt like an eternity, though it lasted only the time of a meal. He was utterly drained from the torment. As the pain began to wane, Lin Feng gradually regained his senses. He could distinctly see his damaged Dantian slowly mending under the influence of the medicine, akin to parched seedlings thriving under the nurturing touch of rain. Overwhelmed with joy, he observed the gradual healing of his Dantian, reveling in the bliss of the moment. With the aid of the three purities cultivation pill, his Dantian swiftly returned to its original state. The remaining medicinal essence continued to circulate within the Dantian, gradually seeping into its membrane. Lin Feng meticulously sensed everything. Upon restoration of his Dantian, he immediately began to absorb the elemental particles drifting through the air, directing them along his meridians to bolster his strength. Before the damage, Lin Feng had already attained the status of a mid-level martial artist, thus he was well-versed in the accumulation of elemental energy within his Dantian. Soon, the influx of elemental energy coalesced into a misty form, reaching the state it had been in prior to the damage. Upon inwardly inspecting his Dantian, Lin Feng discovered three streams of mist-like elemental energy, a brownish-yellow earth element, a sapphire-blue water element, and a crimson fire element, though the latter was somewhat more diluted. This revelation brought Lin Feng great solace, for his martial prowess had not waned due to the prior damage to his Dantian. It had merely returned to its former glory. During the challenge at Pengfei Qianzhuang, Lin Feng revealed his unique ability to cultivate dual elemental energies, instantly causing a stir among the assembled practitioners. Dual element cultivators are exceedingly rare, with nearly everyone destined to become a prominent figure of great renown. If Lin Feng were to unveil a third element, it would likely leave the onlookers utterly astounded. Three-element cultivators are a rarity even in the entirety of Qingyang County. Should the Blue Academy become aware of such a young talent, they would undoubtedly extend a special invitation for Lin Feng to join their ranks for further training. Moreover, Lin Feng was merely 12 years old at the time, possessing boundless potential for growth. However, the fire element within his dantian was significantly weaker compared to the earth and water elements, which is why he had not pursued an in-depth cultivation of fire energy. Even Lin Zhengtian was unaware that his son harbored a third elemental force within him. As Lin Feng pondered these thoughts, he suddenly sensed an unusual occurrence within his dantian. Confused, he turned his attention inward once more and discovered an oval-shaped egg appearing beside the three wisps of mist-like energy, its surface aglow with a faint red light. Intrigued, Lin Feng wondered how such a mysterious egg had come to reside within his dantian. Driven by curiosity, he focused intently on examining the egg, noting that its shell was adorned with intricate runes. Merely gazing upon it left him dizzy and disoriented. What secrets lay within this egg? When had it entered his dantian? Was it after his dantian had been damaged? Or had it been planted inside him long before, only manifesting after the Danchan's restoration? He felt utterly powerless, unable to ascertain when this egg had taken residence within him. As he grappled with these thoughts, Lin Feng noticed something even more astonishing. The recently gathered fire element mist within his dantian began to gravitate towards the mysterious egg, gradually growing faint and thin. Lin Feng was horrified to realize that this enigmatic egg was siphoning off his fire energy. Despite his utmost efforts to resist, he found himself powerless to prevent the theft. Frustrated, he once again reached out to the external world, drawing in the wandering fire elemental particles, converting them into fire energy to accumulate within his dantian. Yet, before this newly influxed energy could even transform into mist, it was forcibly claimed by the mysterious egg. No matter what Lin Feng did, he could not thwart the relentless thievery of the egg. In desperation, he continued to absorb fire elemental particles from the environment, while the egg acted like an insatiable abyss, endlessly devouring the fire energy that flowed into his dantian. This process persisted for over an hour, until the egg finally quieted down, resembling a satiated child. With a lingering sense of trepidation, Lin Feng cast a glance at the mysterious egg, noticing that the red glow enveloping it had intensified, a clear indication of the energy it had siphoned from him. Though he was filled with indignation, he found himself utterly powerless to take action. At this moment, the enigmatic egg ceased its movements after satiating itself, simply floating quietly beside the three streams of ethereal energy. Lin Feng continued to observe for a while longer, confirming that the mysterious egg would not consume any more of the ethereal energy for the time being, before withdrawing his focus from his dantian. "Lin Feng, how are you?" Upon seeing Lin Feng open his eyes, Yu Mukin inquired. Lin Feng had been in a meditative state for quite an extended period, particularly as she witnessed him absorbing the particles of fire element from the surrounding world for more than an hour, a phenomenon that left her perplexed. Although Lin Feng had practiced some fire-based array patterns, they were relatively simple and could not be compared to the complexity of earth and water arrays. The duration he spent absorbing the fire element was significantly longer than that of the other two attributes, which certainly baffled Yu Mukin. "Oh," Lin Feng smiled. "My dantian has been restored. I haven't absorbed ethereal energy in a long time, so I took a little extra time to experience it." Lin Feng, still uncertain about the origins of the mysterious egg, chose not to mention the events that had transpired in his dantian to avoid causing further concern among his friends. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Yu Mukin smiled brightly. "You looked quite terrifying just now. I was worried you might not pull through. Since you're fine now, let's go greet everyone. Shirtu and the others are still concerned about you." "All right," Lin Feng nodded. As Lin Feng stepped out of the pill trial hall, Shirtu and the others gathered around him. "Lin Feng, have you rid yourself of the poison? Is your strength restored? Hurry up and tell us. Why are you just standing there with a silly grin?" They bombarded him with questions. Lin Feng remained silent but extended his finger, causing a strand of aquamarine ethereal energy to swirl around it. "Wow, Lin Feng, your poison is healed? That's fantastic. Let's head to the practice arena and show off a bit." "Yes, to the practice arena." Witnessing their excitement, Lin Feng felt his own enthusiasm surge. Now that his strength was restored, he was eager to stretch his abilities. "Are you all worried about me? Let's take a lap around the practice arena." "Good." His companions echoed in unison. In the courtyard of the practice hall, Lin Feng stood opposite Ba Dao. "We agreed. No array patterns allowed," Ba Dao called out, a small blade resting on his shoulder. Lin Feng replied with a smile, "Of course, feel free to make your move." Among the group, Ba Dao ranked in the middle in terms of strength. Lin Feng, wishing to avoid sparring with the girls like Gu Jiyu, had chosen to face the most boisterous among them, Ba Dao. Ba Dao was a mid-tier martial artist, a full rank above Lin Feng at that moment. Without using array patterns, it would be impossible for Lin Feng to defeat Ba Dao, yet he still wanted to test himself. During their journey in the barbaric ancient domain, Lin Feng had gained some insight into Ba Dao's sword techniques. Although the disparity in their strengths was substantial, Ba Dao's weaknesses were also quite evident. With the right approach, victory was within reach. Haha, good, Sure to urged from the sidelines. Lin, this is your first battle since recovering your strength. Don't embarrass yourself. If you can't win against Ba Dao, you might as well not go to the Pinwu Academy, Gu Haotian chimed in teasingly. Lin Feng, you will surely succeed. Gu Jiyu exclaimed joyfully. Yimu Qin and Lei Ling Er also stepped forward to encourage Lin Feng. Ba Dao, witnessing the apparent favoritism of his friends, instantly widened his eyes in disbelief. Does he really think he can triumph over me with his current abilities? What a delusion. The crowd of youths collectively expressed their astonishment. Chapter 65, Lin Feng versus Ba Dao. Lin Feng flicked his wrist, causing the golden spear to blossom with a flurry of spear flowers. Then turned to Ba Dao with a smile, inviting him to begin. Ba Dao, still seething from the perceived favoritism shown towards Lin Feng by their companions, coldly retorted. You may strike first. Once I make my move, you shall have no chance. Very well, Lin Feng replied, foregoing further pleasantries as he lunged forward with his spear. Having just regained his strength and lacking a suitable weapon, he had borrowed the golden spear from Gu Haotian. Gu Haotian practiced earth-based elemental energy, and Lin Feng found the spear manageable enough. With a sharp whistle, the golden spear sliced through the air, hurtling towards Ba Dao. Ba Dao cast a dismissive glance at the approaching weapon, and upon noticing the earthy yellow aura emanating from the spear, he felt a surge of contempt. You think such a feeble display of elemental force can challenge me? Ba Dao scoffed internally, determined to showcase his prowess today. Among these individuals, he only held respect for Gu Haotian's martial arts skills, dismissing the others as inconsequential. Ba Dao was somewhat pleased that Lin Feng had regained his strength, viewing the invitation to battle as an opportunity to shine in front of his peers. However, he was taken aback when his companions appeared to favor Lin Feng, causing Ba Dao to feel a slight sting of embarrassment. He resolved to demonstrate his true capabilities to them. As Lin Feng's spear approached, Ba Dao swiftly angled his small blade upward, intending to sweep Lin Feng's golden spear away in a single stroke. Suddenly, Ba Dao's confidence faltered. With his defenses wide open, the quivering spearhead loomed over his chest and abdomen, leaving him with no avenue of escape. Oh no, this is humiliating, Ba Dao thought as he closed his eyes in resignation. With a sudden thud, he felt a sharp pain in his side, stumbling back a few steps. Ba Dao stared blankly at Lin Feng, fully aware that Lin Feng had shown mercy. Had he been an enemy, that strike could have claimed his life. His face flushed with embarrassment, Ba Dao contemplated conceding defeat. Come again, Lin Feng urged with a smile. Brother, did Lin Feng just win? Gu Jiyu inquired of Gu Haotian, puzzled by how Lin Feng's spear seemed to automatically evade Ba Dao's blade. Gu Haotian regarded Lin Feng with a complex expression. Are you suggesting that Lin Feng triumphed through cleverness rather than brute strength? Gu Jiyu asked. One might say that. Gu Haotian nodded in agreement. Gu Jiyu glanced at the two combatants, curling her lip in disdain. Is there any need for a rematch? Ba Dao's techniques are crude and surely cannot surpass Lin Feng. One cannot be so certain, Gu Haotian countered. Lin Feng has neglected his inner strength for a year and a half, and the disparity in their abilities remains evident. His victory was merely a stroke of unexpected fortune. If Ba Dao were to fight with careful precision, defeating Lin Feng would not be a daunting task. Then we shall see, Gu Jiyu said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she watched the duel unfold. Gu Haotian also smiled as he observed the renewed clash between Lin Feng and Ba Dao. In their next encounter, Ba Dao had shed his earlier contempt, wielding his small blade with newfound vigor, relentlessly pressuring Lin Feng and forcing him to retreat step by step. Ultimately, in a moment of desperation, Lin Feng resorted to the art of earth walking. This technique, acquired after the damage to his dantian, was particularly suited for swift, agile maneuvers within a limited range, reminiscent of the initial comprehension of earth walking by Gu Haotian. Once Lin Feng unleashed this technique, the momentum of his defeat was instantly alleviated. Although he remained at a disadvantage, he could still engage in a standoff for a brief period. However, overcoming the formidable Blade Master with this technique seemed an arduous task under the present circumstances. The Blade Master was, after all, a genuine mid-tier martial artist, wielding his blade with both speed and ferocity. Despite the simplicity and coarseness of his techniques, the disparity in their strengths was too great for Lin Feng. To prevail against a stronger opponent was no simple feat. Lin Feng lamented that he was acutely aware of the Blade Master's weaknesses. Yet he found himself utterly powerless to exploit them. It was akin to a young boy wielding a knife, feeling formidable until he confronted a robber, only to realize that a moment's carelessness could result in the loss of his weapon and ultimately his life. Without devising an extraordinary strategy, victory would be elusive, Lin Feng mused. Although it was merely a contest, he regarded it as a measure to assess his martial prowess. What young man does not possess a competitive spirit? After a year and a half of martial stagnation, Lin Feng was determined not to suffer defeat in his first battle upon regaining his strength. As he moved, Lin Feng circled the Blade Master with rapidity, seeking an opportunity to strike. It must be said that the art of earth walking was indeed profoundly mystical. With a mere step, he could cover several zhang. The Blade Master found Lin Feng's figure to be elusive, appearing and disappearing, making it difficult for him to discern which was Lin Feng's true form. Although the Blade Master's techniques were exceedingly swift, they proved ineffective against Lin Feng's ephemeral movements. Having previously suffered setbacks, the Blade Master, feeling at a loss against Lin Feng, opted for self-preservation, fortifying his defenses to avoid ambushes. Lin Feng, having circled the Blade Master for a considerable time without uncovering any vulnerabilities, found himself in a quandary. Nevertheless, he did not yield, while rapidly shifting his position. He pondered strategies for combat. What advantages did he possess over the Blade Master? Firstly, his understanding and application of profound laws was one advantage, which he had consistently employed. Otherwise, he would not have managed to engage in a protracted struggle thus far. Secondly, he had comprehended 3 profound mysteries, frequently utilizing 2 of them, while the third, although absorbed, had never been tested in battle. At this juncture, Lin Feng was struck by inspiration. Perhaps he could experiment with the fire elemental energy within his dantian. When Lei Litian first encountered Lin Feng, he sensed that Lin Feng's spiritual power far surpassed that of his peers. During subsequent discussions, Lin Feng learned from Lei Litian that his martial talent was indeed extraordinary, not only mastering multiple elemental energies, but also achieving a high-level comprehension of the water's gentle embrace, a profound mystery of the water element. The defining characteristic of water's gentle embrace was its inclusivity. It is well known that 2 different elemental energies cannot be combined in practice, yet water's gentle embrace defied this established rule, allowing for the simultaneous application of disparate elemental forces. In combat, Lin Feng often integrated water's gentle embrace into his earth techniques, inflicting considerable disadvantage upon his opponents. At this moment, Lin Feng made a resolute decision. He intended to harness the fire element energy he had never employed in combat, planning to intertwine it with the subtle mysteries of the water element's gentle essence. This choice was perilously audacious, as it risked inflicting internal harm upon himself. Yet Lin Feng felt compelled to take the plunge. He launched a ferocious assault on the Blade Master, simultaneously channeling the mist-like fire element energy from his dantian into the golden spear. The earthy glow that had previously emanated from the spear was abruptly replaced by a fiery crimson flame. However, this flame was rather unstable, and the intensity of the elemental energy had notably diminished. Lin Feng understood the underlying reasons. It was his inaugural battle utilizing fire element energy, and his mastery and application of this element were woefully inexperienced. Moreover, as the ancient Haotian primarily cultivated earth element energy, the golden spear, crafted from earth element materials, was best suited for practitioners of that element. With these 2 factors at play, how could his fire element energy unleash its full potential? Nevertheless, this was inconsequential. What truly mattered was the transformation that would occur when the gentle essence of water was infused into the fire element energy and the resultant potency it would yield. Lin Feng was filled with anticipation. Though his thoughts were audacious, he approached the execution of his plan with utmost caution. This endeavor was unlike any previous attempts. It was not merely a mingling of water's gentle essence within earth element energy, but rather the infusion of that essence into fire element energy, a distinct and more challenging undertaking. The fire element energy within Lin Feng's dantian surged forth continuously, while simultaneously, a thread of water element energy began to stir quietly. If the fire element energy coursing through his meridians resembled a tumultuous river, then the summoned thread of water element energy was akin to a gentle stream. Logically, a feeble stream merging into a roaring river should hardly create any significant ripples, perhaps even be dismissed entirely. Yet, the reality was far different. As this thread of water element energy entered the meridians and integrated with the fire element energy, it was akin to a spark igniting a pool of gasoline. Boom. Lin Feng's entire being quaked violently, his mind engulfed in a cacophony, rendering him momentarily motionless. The two elemental energies collided within his meridians, instantly engaging in a fierce struggle. Although the profound water essence was inherently accommodating, it was fundamentally antagonistic to fire element energy. Lin Feng's body became the battlefield, with both energies refusing to yield, each intent on annihilating the other. Lin Feng let out a thunderous roar, feeling as if his meridians were on the verge of rupture. If these two elemental forces continued their fierce clash within him, he feared that he might be torn asunder. The Blade Master, witnessing Lin Feng's sudden paralysis, was perplexed. Lin Feng had excelled in the application of earth technique, leaving the Blade Master momentarily at a loss. Had Lin Feng not employed this technique, the Blade Master was confident he could defeat him in a matter of moves. With a swift advance, the Blade Master leaped forward, closing the distance to Lin Feng in just 2 strides. Observing Lin Feng's continued lack of response, he felt a surge of delight. Feigning prowess, are we? Once I disarm you, let us see what tricks you have left. With blinding speed, he swung his blade toward the golden spear in Lin Feng's grasp. Clang! The golden spear flew from his hand in response. Upon witnessing this, Ba Dao felt an exhilarating surge and swiftly closed in for another strike. The small blade in Ba Dao's hand moved with such remarkable speed that it merely left a fleeting shadow in the air before slashing diagonally towards Lin Feng's shoulder and neck. Just as the blade seemed poised to make contact, a sudden tremor coursed through Ba Dao's heart, prompting him to instinctively raise the small blade defensively before him. In an instant, a tremendous force struck him, akin to being struck by lightning, propelling Ba Dao through the air and causing him to lose grip on the small blade. Chapter 66 Departure. The dominant blade was forcefully hurled away, crashing against the walls of the training hall before falling to the ground. Gu Haotian and the others quickly gathered around, their astonishment evident as they gazed at Lin Feng, whose eyes were vacant and spirit diminished. They were both amazed and somewhat perplexed. The power of Lin Feng's earlier punch had been tremendous. Even Gu Haotian felt a chill in his heart, thinking that if he had engaged, he would likely have met a similar fate. Yet, why was Lin Feng severely injured after repelling the dominant blade? Lin Feng, what has happened to you? Shi Tu inquired, gripping Lin Feng's shoulder. Seeing Lin Feng unresponsive, Yimu-chan hurriedly knelt beside him, placing her hand on his wrist. The companions held their breath, watching intently. Lin Feng's complexion was as pale as parchment, clearly indicating he had sustained serious internal injuries. Oh, Shi Tu nodded, then asked, is Lin Feng all right? He's fine, Yimu-chan replied helplessly, uncertain of the technique Lin Feng had employed that was so overpowering, far exceeding his meridian capacity, resulting in significant damage. However, I have administered a meridian restoration pill to him. He should recover after resting for half a day. Upon hearing this, Gu Haotian and the others finally felt a sense of relief. At Lin Feng's residence, he lay quietly upon his bed, his damaged meridians rapidly mending under the nourishing effects of the meridian restoration pill, the cool sensation providing him great comfort. Yet, Lin Feng's thoughts were not on this. Instead, he was wholly immersed in the flashes of insight appearing in his mind. Despite the fierce internal struggle between the two types of elemental energy that had inflicted serious internal harm, Lin Feng had glimpsed certain characteristics of these elemental forces, which deepened his understanding of them. He was deeply engaged in this exploration, although he was merely at the beginning of his comprehension of elemental energy. This did not hinder his ability to analyze and understand the unknown, for it was only through a profound understanding of elemental energy that he could better grasp the intricate and profound laws governing it. The essence of water's fluidity can certainly be integrated with the mysteries of fire's attributes. However, my foundation in the laws is too shallow to perceive the commonalities between these two elemental forces. I am not capable of this yet, but I firmly believe that one day I shall. Lin Feng murmured to himself upon opening his eyes. Gazing out the window, he noted the dawn had just begun to break, marking the arrival of a new day. Lin Feng felt elated, sitting cross-legged as he internally examined his injuries. His damaged meridians had completely healed, and the flow of elemental energy through them was now unobstructed. After completing a full circuit of elemental energy within his meridians, Lin Feng extended his mental energy, connecting with the elemental particles in the environment to absorb them into his body. At that moment, he was taken aback. Has my mental energy increased significantly? To validate his sensation, Lin Feng deftly moved his fingers to form seals. In an instant, 30 seals materialized at his fingertips. After a night of contemplation, my mental energy has actually broken through. Lin Feng rejoiced. Prior to this, his limit for forming seals had been 29. And even as a first-level array master, the seals posed a lethal threat to martial artists, yet their effectiveness against martial generals was noticeably lacking. Taking the recent expedition into the ancient domain as an example, Lin Feng's casting of 29 seal formations posed no lethal threat to Wu Yang. Instead, it was the illusionary formations that influenced Wu Yang, combined with the cooperation of Gu Haoyan, that resulted in him sustaining minor injuries. With a flick of his fingers, another seal materialized at his fingertips, and it was not until he had formed the 35th seal that Lin Feng sensed he had reached the limits of his mental capacity. In a moment of exhilaration, he waved his hand, causing all the seals to dissipate into nothingness. Ah, what of the black box? Lin Feng suddenly recalled that Yimu Qin had entrusted him with a black box the previous day. It was a parcel from his master, meant for him, and it required a mental capacity sufficient to manipulate 30 seals in order to unlock. Lin Feng was filled with curiosity regarding the contents of the black box. He placed it before him, observing that it was adorned with a magnificent creature, a four-legged, scaled beast with its mouth agape, exquisitely carved. Extending his mental energy, Lin Feng probed into the beast's gaping maw. A soft click resonated, and the black box sprang open. Peering inside, he discovered a dark orb, roughly the size of an infant's fist, lying quietly within, with nothing else to be seen. Is this the inheritance orb? Lin Feng gasped in astonishment. He had heard of the inheritance orb, a precious artifact that ensures the continuity of legacy. Some powerful factions and esteemed families, fearing the loss of their heritage, would encapsulate their teachings within an inheritance orb, imbuing it with a soul imprint. Thus, even if the orb were to be stolen, one could not acquire the profound knowledge within without the orb's soul imprint for recognition. Should one attempt to forcibly erase the soul imprint, the knowledge contained would vanish along with it. As Lin Feng's mental energy brushed against the inheritance orb, a hum resonated, drawing his consciousness into its depths. Inside the orb, Lei Li Tian gazed upon Lin Feng with a gentle expression, stating, "My master has matters to attend to and does not know when he shall return. I bestow upon you the second-level formation seals. You must remember them well and practice diligently." "Yes, master," Lin Feng reverently replied. A surge of warmth flooded his heart upon realizing that his master still held him in such high regard before departing. This kindness he vowed to engrave in his memory. Despite knowing this was merely a fragment of his master's soul imprint, Lin Feng could not help but harbor sincere admiration as he obediently approached his master. With an outstretched palm, Lei Li Tian pressed his hand against Lin Feng's forehead. Instantly, Lin Feng's mind was inundated with an array of over 100 intricate formation seals. He closed his eyes, absorbing and comprehending the complex seals now residing in his consciousness. These seals were vast and elaborate, ranging from the initial 30 seal formations of the second level to the advanced second-level formations comprising 59 seals, encompassing concepts such as yin and yang, the 5 elements, illusionary formations, confounding formations, and containment formations, totaling over 200. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Feng finally opened his eyes. "Truly astounding," he exclaimed, his tongue lolling in disbelief. With over 200 intricate formations, he could not possibly master them all in a short span. Instead, he selected a few simpler formations that he would soon need and carefully contemplated their intricacies. "Ah, my master truly is meticulous in his efforts," Lin Feng murmured softly. Though his voice was low, it was overheard by those waiting outside the room. "Ah, Lin Feng has awakened." Shi Tu exclaimed eagerly. "Let us venture inside," Gu Haoyan proposed. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng realized it was Gu Haoyan and his companions, promptly responding, "There's no need to enter. The space within is too confined. I shall step out to converse." With that, Lin Feng opened the door and emerged. Upon seeing Lin Feng's radiant complexion and spirited demeanor, Shi Tu let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "I told you young Lin Feng would be fine. Just look at him. Does he resemble someone who is injured?" Beside him, Badu scratched his head and remarked, "I said I hadn't harmed him, but you all were skeptical. He only looks this way because he took my sister's elixir." Gu Zhiyue pouted, casting a disdainful glance at the two. "Let us set aside those matters for now," Lei Lingo interjected, turning her gaze toward Lin Feng. "Have your internal injuries healed? Will traveling pose any challenges?" "Traveling?" Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback by her seemingly disjointed question. "The situation is thus," Yimu Qin said with a hint of melancholy. "This morning, my master informed me that she intends to depart today. Therefore, we must leave Yunding Peak ahead of schedule." Oh, Lin Feng nodded. There is no time to delay. Let us embark. Having resided at Yunding Peak for over a year, he sensed the profound connection between his master and the Dan Emperor. With his master leaving alongside the members of the Fumos sect, it was clear that the Dan Emperor was deeply concerned. She had remained due to their unresolved journey in the primordial domain, and now that all matters were settled, she was eager to depart. Very well, gather your belongings. We shall set off, Gu Haotian instructed. He had little to pack, the most valuable item being the inheritance pearl left by his master. The soul imprint within the inheritance pearl had faded, rendering it an ordinary object. However, its capability for multiple uses still made it quite precious. Lin Feng approached the stone table beside the bed, secured the black box containing the inheritance pearl, and then turned to exit. Let us go, he said, carrying a modest bundle on his back. Ha. Yu Haotian looked at Lin Feng and teased, you were quite decisive, not even bringing a weapon. Indeed. Lin Feng had not equipped himself with a martial weapon since losing his obsidian staff after the incident at Juing Building. Thus, he could only shake his head and smile wryly in response to Gu Haotian's jest. Throughout his life, aside from his home, Yunding Peak had been the place where Lin Feng had spent the most time. Reflecting on his arrival at Yunding Peak, when he had lost all his inner strength and felt utterly despondent, he remembered the lack of hope that loomed over him. It was his master who encouraged him, imparting the knowledge of array formations, the memory of creating his first imprint, forming his first seal, and mastering his first array came flooding back. As the time of departure approached, Lin Feng's heart was filled with a myriad of emotions. Among the group, the one who felt the most poignant sense of loss was undoubtedly Yumyukin. She had been at Yunding Peak for a year before Lin Feng's arrival. Having spent countless days with her master, the Dan Emperor, whom she regarded as family, the sudden separation weighed heavily on her heart. Yumyukin nodded.